come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to get into another jam-packed day of Dota. I'm going to be taking you through the first 2 series, and I think it's Hurry Freak taking you through the final 2. We've been going now for few days, coming into just past a week. Coming through in the Pinnacle anniversary show, and we've still got many more to go. So we'll be able to take a look at the schedule today, see what is coming up in terms of matches, see who's going to be playing, and see who's going to be rocking our socks as we get ready to look at the Dota for the day. So starting off, we've got Team Tickles versus KZ coming up at pretty much right now, and then after that, it's going to be Team Falcons versus Atlas Burden, and then Moneymakers versus the Yellow Submarine, and Team Clee versus Marsbat will finish us off for the day. So again, really jam-packed day. We've got 4 series to come. I'm hoping for, 4, full best of 3s, go for those 75-minute, 80-minute games that we're getting so we can get all of the Dota we can in today, though I'm sure production is now cursing my name just for even suggesting that. But yeah, looking for the day, we're going to be able to see, a good few teams. I think if we take a look at the run through the groups, we'll see where everyone's going to be standing here. We'll take a look at Group A. Team KZ is looking, it's a little bit rough for them, but they're not completely out of it just yet. If they can get themselves on the board here, they can get themselves up past Navi Jr. into the top 2. That group is looking fairly even in the middle, though Team Tickles way ahead. If they win this one, they do move through. I'm like 99% sure. Looking at Group B, we got Team Falcons on the run once again, 2 zeros for them, Navi 2-1. So Atlas Burden, this is last chance saloon for them. If they don't win this one, they can only catch up. Well, the Yellow Submarine haven't played yet, so we'll see how it's actually going to break down for them. But Atlas Burden, it's looking pretty rough. Team Falcon's really doing well at the top. And it's going to be in Group C, Virtus Pro. They've only played 1 Virtus Pro. Sibe, Team Cleve, Boom, Marsbat. Only 1 series, apart from Team Cleve played 2. Everybody else only played 1 series. So there's still icebreakers, tiebreakers, many more breakers coming in Group C that we are yet to see. And we'll see a couple of those today, just to see how that group is going to shape up. And then Group D coming into it, Namiga in the middle, Alliance at the top, 2-1. The Dudley Boys having a really good time, 2-0. Klim Sanic and Keed Stars, unfortunately, at the bottom here. Klim Sanic not really performing like they did, like I've seen the past few weeks. And Keed Stars, they are playing on ping, so it is fairly rough for them. We did see them against the Dudley Boys. The Dudley Boys just seem to be a level ahead because they had that advantage. And Alliance looking really good with a fresh roster, so we'll see where it's going to take them in terms of series, and looking in pole position to move on with the Dudley Boys here from the groups into the playoffs. So that is going to be the rundown of the groups. We can move through into the 1v1s for today, I do believe, which is going to be the first matchup. It's going to be Team Tickles versus KZ, and Team Tickles again on top of the table, looking strong. KZ, they need this win to get themselves into a position where they could look to push on into the playoffs. So, Team Tickles, they have set up. If we can take a look at the Team Tickles lineup, we can see just who is playing so well. It is going to be Olnet, Lorinov, Force, Narman, and Ducalis. Some names that you know from around the Division 1, Division 2, Eastern and Western Europe mixed in there as well. Even Force, I think from Southeast Asia coming through as well from the Philippines. So, a really great mix of players here, and they seem to be playing really well together. And again, they were always around like the lower Division 1, high Division 2 slots in the DPC before the DPC was taken around the back of the shed and shot. Meanwhile, on the side of KZ, we've got 7 Jesu, Wish, Skylark, Astral, and SSA Spartan. Again, names that you should recognize here. Skylark and Spartan being playing together for a while. Picking up Jesu, Wish, Astral. And again, players that have been around for a while, they've always had a good show. And, I love tournaments like this. They can come in, they can show off what they do, and get themselves some synergy going, get themselves playing well. So we'll see if they are going to play well today, and hopefully we're going to be in for a treat here coming up for this first series of Team Tickles versus KZ. And then we'll get to go back to my pretty face as we do get ready to get into the draft soon and shortly, so we will be getting that first game underway. Looking through the rest of the day, I am looking forward to seeing how Falcons are going to match up. Falcons, this quote-unquote MENA super team that everybody's been talking about. They've started off fairly well on the front foot, and there is a lot of expectations on the team, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to play. And it looks like we're going to be able to get ourselves into the draft, so I'll have to cut that thought a little bit short, but we are going to be able to get ourselves into the game and, well, at least into the draft here and see how it's going to match up. As the band's already on the board, we're going to see the Lone Druid being taken away from Tickles, so KZ not going to be able to pick up that, go straight for the Grimstroke and the TA bands. What else are we seeing? Pugnas, Muertas, still the Spirit Breakers, Primal Beast is a big priority ban here as well. So Kunkka, there's a lot of names left in this one that we're looking to see taken out. Excuse me. And yeah, Team Tickles, what's it going to be for them? As the draft, it slows down a little bit as they take out the Lycan. The Zoom meta heroes do seem to be quite popular in the minute. Lycan, Chen, Visage, all seem to be making a comeback with this letter patch because players are looking for what's strong, and at the minute the Zoom meta always seems to be strong at the beginning of a patch. And then teams do adapt around it. So yeah, we do see that Mortar ban coming out. KZ. What else do they want to be taken away here? Like I say, there is the Kunkka, the Primal, the Pugna. The 3 that I usually see, as those first phase bans. Spirit Breaker as well. Though Spirit Breaker hasn't been doing as well. It is beatable. So we'll see if anyone prioritizes that coming into this. As KZ. What do they want to be banning out here? I would have thought the Kunkka. The Kunkka seems to be, out of all those quote-unquote strong heroes, they actually banned out the Treant. Completely forgot about the Treant. Yeah, Team Tickles is now their turn to respond. And who do you let through here? Because it's only the one hero that you pick up in the next phase, but there is still some absolute bangers that haven't been banned. And I mean, that's the thing, right? You can't ban everybody. So, Tickles taking the time. They're going to have a word about this. They're thinking. They've got the heads together. Maybe metaphorically if they're all not in the same place. But they are thinking. They're having a discussion here of what shouldn't be played by KZ. What they want to be completely removing hell. What they think they might be able to pick up to in this next phase. So yeah, they ban out the Kunkka. Just go straight for the Primal Beast. Absolutely no shocks here. Anybody hands up, shocked, surprised, uninformed? Maybe? No, everybody happy? Okay, we move on. Enchantress, again, maybe not. When you think of Zoo, you don't really... Enchantress isn't the one that springs or, pounces to mind. Or sprinks to mind, even. I don't even know why I didn't think of that straight away. But the Centaur, the Tusk being banned out here as well. But yeah, still be able to move through with an Enchanted Creep. Really powerful into the mid to late game, even as a support. If you get that, I mean, you want to go as a support, you want to be going for a 4-staff anyway. And if you get a good start as the Enchantress, it means that you can go for that Dragonlance first before the full Hurricane Pike comes out. And yeah, half of that build anyway with the 4-staff, it is something that you want to, as a support, build into. So, good start, Dragonlance, 4-staff. Hurricane Pike, bad start is 4 staff, maybe some protection in your Glimmer Cape, something like that as well. And then maybe if you get the space, go into that Dragon Lance into the Hurricane Pike a little bit later on. Isn't surprising in the least to see Enchantresses go for things like the Hand of Midas, go for things a little bit later on, like that Moon Shard coming through if you get the space and time, because of the amount of damage that you can do with your right clicks when that impetus is full level there as well in the mid to the late game. So it is kind of that semi-core role hero that we do see more and more often with the map changes, that there is just so much farm and space around the map that you can have your carry move into the jungle in the bottom part of the map, that little strip, if we're looking at it from the Radiant perspective, either like the bottom part of the top strip of the map, and then take away, as long as you've got the wards for the protection, you've got your full jungle. Meanwhile, your mid laner moves into the triangle, so you've got the 2 creeps in the triangle, and then you've got the one that's just across the effectively the off lane for both sides of the map. That's another ancient stack there as well. And you've got your then lanes that the 2 supports can take in the mid and the safe lane, and your off laner can, if the match speed is a little bit slower, the offlaner stays in the offlane or roams and ganks, or you have a combination of maybe one support farming out while the offlaner and the other support roams and ganks. And I think that's what Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit did so well in at TI. They knew that teams, because of this new space, teams were taking it slow as the Pugna does come out for KZ. Teams were taking it slow. They were sat back. And Gaming Gladiators, Team Spirit just said, okay, cool. If this is how teams are going to play it, we're going to go just so quick tempo on this. You'll start fighting from 10-15 minutes, just go right back to the full Divide Dota. And it caught a lot of teams off in surprise. Meanwhile, Tickles, they go for the Ancient Apparition, they go for the Clockwork here as well. Clockwork, a really good counter to the Primal Beast. And that looks like our support duo for Tickles here as well. The Ancient Apparition, the Clockwork. Could be that Primal Beast off or the Primal Beast mid, depending on here what KZ you want to be picking up. But the Pugna, he's going to feel it a little bit. The Pugna, or anyone who tries to redrain into, he tries to, I've dubbed it the baby bird. The Pugna is the mother bird, and he spews the life back into the baby bird hero with the life drain. So Ancient Apparition should be able to mess that up in the middle of the fights, as long as he's not taken out straight away, which I could see him, squishy hero, not hyper mobile, he's not got that built-in mobility that a lot of heroes get at the minute. I could see him being in a little bit of trouble if they do focus him down, straight away at the start of those fights, but obviously that's where your team positioning comes in, Ancient Apparition. As long as he is body blocked off, they can't get to him if they take a good fight, and then the Ice Blast comes out, just messes with the Pugna's plans, or the Ice Blast starts off. Tidehunter, really good off-lane hero. Was it the Tidehunter and the Pugna? Not too bad, I don't think. Let me just check. No, it could be the Pugna 5 and Enchantress. In the offlane with the Tidehunter, the Gush comes out, you've got the slow and the enchant there as well, double slows coming through, and then you've got a lot of right click. The Gush does a lot of burst damage there as well. The Ankh Smash. Impetus is his... Yeah, in case you just go straight for the Weaver. So, minus armor-wise, you've got that damage coming through from the Weaver, the Swarm. You've got the Gush coming out there as well. In terms of just the right-click damage on the Enchantress as well as the Weaver, really darn strong. Surprising that it's both the Ench and the Pugna here, and we're not seeing something like... the Tusk and the Trainer both ban out, so they are your tanky frontline heroes that the Weaver likes to play in with the lane. Tickles, going for something a little bit different here with the Darkseer. Haven't seen him in a minute here, so let's see if we can get Lyrical on the line, find out the strengths of this hero. But against, I suppose the Weaver's got great mobility. The Pugna is pretty fast in terms of he's one of the fastest heroes in the games, movement speed wise. Ench isn't that bad either. But if you get some good lockdown with a Clockwork, and the Primal Beast pulverized there as well, you can lock them down on this wall, do a lot of damage with the Iron Shells as well. As Tickles, they do ban out the Invoker. Spectre is going to be the ban here for KZ. What else do they want to be removing? They've got 20 seconds left on the board with the reserve time. Carry-wise, Wraith King. Though Wraith King, if you get the Wraith King out, you're going to be looking at, I suppose with the Spectre there as well, as the Morphlin is going to be banned. Yeah, you're going to be looking at like 4 melee heroes from Team Tickles. Though, good frontline heroes. So Tickles, what do they want to be banning out? They've got a little bit longer on their reserve time here, a minute and a half to think about this final ban and final pick. Other heroes, the CK just seems to have dropped off completely. Like, straight off the face of the earth dropped off. It is like it was erased. So what else could we be seeing here? And with Darkseer being out as well, this is going to be the mid Primal Beast. Unless they want to, for some reason, play carry Primal Beast, but I highly doubt it against the Tidehunter. Mid isn't too bad for the Primal Beast. It actually wins a lot of matchups because it's a big tanky hero, but it puts out a lot of magical damage there with the Trample being able to onslaught in as well. So we'll see what Team Tickles, how they want to play this with the next ban. You know, what they don't want to be playing up against in mid. Maybe something like the Perk. It's got a lot of mobility, gets away from that Primal Beast. Yeah, ban on the Perk. Just because it's hard to lock that hero down, you know, you want to be keeping on top of whoever you're playing up against in the mid, like say with the Trample. Keeping the hero slowed. And the Puck has Orb, he has a phase shift, you know, he can jump away. So they just go straight for the Storm Spirit, and the Bloodseeker comes out here from Team Tickles. Don't mind that against the Weaver. I'm surprised that wasn't one of the bans for KZ. You know, you're going to be able to keep an eye on 7 Jesu when he gets low in that Sakuchi if he tries to run himself away, thanks to the ability to track with the Bloodseeker. Goes well against the Tidehunter in the lane. You can just right-click trade out, especially once he gets like the Aghanims up, something like that. And it's funny that was it about a year ago, the Aghanims wasn't even being considered on the Bloodseeker. It was considered weak, you know, it was considered a really bad item. And all of a sudden, Yutaro starts playing the Bloodseeker with the Aghanim Scepter, and he shows how strong it is, you know, how you really play around with that. And then all of a sudden, everybody was picking it up. Oh, yeah, no, this item is really fairly strong. You know, why weren't we picking this up before? Sure, that is something we can look at. So, yeah, as we get ourselves ready to move on into the first game, looking at the lineups again, Team Tickles coming in maybe with that mental advantage because they are in the top of the table, they're looking strong, but KZ, they have a point to prove, and if they win the series again, they get themselves in a good position to move through into the playoffs. So we are going to be able to get ourselves into game number 1 and find out how this is going to go. I think for me, I'm looking at Team Tickles a little bit more, again, just because they have that edge. They seem to be coming in as one of the stronger teams in that group, at least. So, seeing how they're going to be playing up, it is going to be a treat to see. And KZ, yeah, like I say, if they've got something special up the sleeve here, you know, if they're going to be able to pull out the synergies, going to be able to play around this one. I'm looking forward to seeing how the Enchantress and the Pugna play in this. As we get ourselves ready to run into this first game. So I think it might be a close match, this first one. You know, I don't think there's any outdrafts coming out. I think, you know, two strong lineups as we do get ourselves ready, and we should be able to jump into game number 1. Here we go. As Team Tickles, both teams actually going to be smoking out of the base, looking for maybe some early wards here. Primal Beast, yeah, straight into that mid lane. He's got that smoke out. Meanwhile, on the side of KZ, they are moving as a 5. So let's see. Did they actually make a run up to the high ground? They are going to do. They're coming right up onto the Spartan. He's not skilling anything up just yet. Force, he's playing away. He isn't there yet. So now the smoke is going to pop. And that is an early warning system with him being in the tree. Smoke pops. He knows danger. Starts to move himself away, yeah. So both teams have a bit of an idea where players were, but obviously don't know how many or completely whereabouts. Tide actually starting off with the double gauntlets. Is that going to be a soaring? Primal, how are we looking on the big man? Oh, the clock. I mean, the clockwork is something. I'm surprised that we're seeing. Yeah, with a little. I like the sound. He's got the horns. He's ready for battle here. Bloodseeker. I don't think anybody uses anything apart from this set. Like, there's no big swinging, like, you know, different set. That's you just have this weird, like, kind of dead goat face skull thing. That's dripping with blood. Meanwhile, Wish. Actually, this is going to be interesting to see how the Storm Spirit does up in the mid lane up against the Primal Beast. Because again, until he hits that level 6, he doesn't really have the most mobility. Though he will have that slow coming through The Remnant does a lot of damage because Lorinov wants to be in this. Obviously, has to be in the groups of melee hero here. So, with the Vortex drag back control, if he does try and go for that trample, early point in that, it's going to be really interesting to see how they play in this mid lane. How, you know, who's going to be effectively winning the mid. And the Primal, I don't think he has the best time up against the Storm Spirit. So yeah, going to be a little bit interesting to see how this plays out. And Lorinov, yeah, both players pretty much want to go straight into the ball. Doesn't surprise me. Norman, how's he looking? Just straight up boots. Okay, fair enough. And we get the fourth lane for the creep wave, yes. Just on the steps in the river. You saw so much of this in, I want to say it was before Berlin. In the DPC, where the pulls were just absolutely constant. A lot of damage coming through onto Lorinov, and again, with the remnants into the static charge coming through from Wish, it is a lot of damage that comes through, and Lorinov really can't avoid it, unless he just wants to wait out the remnant, but that means waiting out most of the creep wave here. So yeah, Lorinov early on is going to be taking a lot of punishment, and it's not going to be hard for him to recover, you know, once he hits that 6. Spartan, though, he gets the first blood on the Darkseer here. Actually, just with the enchant. So the damage coming through. Really good stack up here. KZ, they get themselves on the board. And Norman has going to try and play around this one. The body block's coming through for Spartan. Spartan's not going to be able to do it for too much longer here. As the chase down comes out. But the enchant, yeah, the Enchantress, he's going to be trying to run down Norman. And Norman's just going to be quick enough to get himself away from this one. Back in the top lane, how's the Tide looking? It's actually just going to be... I don't see a courier coming out for him. So just the casual gauntlets, it looks like, maybe into the Ring of Health. Astral, taking some harass coming out from Ducalis. Meanwhile, bottom lane, look at this, to chase Spartan. Did he even stop chasing Norman here? But Spartan, yeah, with enchant onto Norman, is going to be quick enough to just prance himself away. Easily done. Force taken against some harass. And look at the Spartan right behind the tower. Doesn't feel too worried, because the Bash Assault was already just went on cooldown here. So Spartan, he is a little bit faster as well than Norman, so will just be able to run himself down here. Turns it around with the impetus shot, doing a decent amount of damage, and Norman gonna suffer just a little. As we take a look at this matchup, how's the Weaver doing in terms of last hits? Weaver's not doing too bad. 14 last hits, probably on 20. So yeah, once he got a few points in that trample, it becomes a lot easier to try and play around. And yeah, we've got the thirst up, we've got that blood right here as well. So again, easy to play around. And the mid lane, Lorinov, 2 points into that onslaught, 2 points into the trample, then nothing into the uproar. Obviously not level 6 just yet, so doesn't have that point into the pulverize. And how do they want to... No one gonna be a little bit under pressure again. Just being chased down here. No rotation over, it doesn't look like, from the Prowl Beast, nor the Storm Spirit just yet. And again, only sitting around level 3, level 4, level 5s. So no ultimates up just yet. Only coming through with the blood right here, just onto the Pugner. Did they get the kill onto the Pugner? It's going to be the Bloody Block now as well. Has to go for the TP. That Decrepify maybe saves his life there before the silence. Only level 2 on the Pugner. The Pugner not really having a great time in this lane. Only level 2. But I suppose if he moves himself out, he is finding farm. Oh, the Vortex comes out, stops that trample. Really well done here. Wish taking a lot of damage, but will be able to turn it right back onto Lorinov. And Lorinov, if he had that 6, potentially gets the kill onto Wish, but Wish with the Vortex, just the 1 point early on in that. Makes it really hard when this trample starts to come in for Lorinov, because you just get the Vortex and either go for the right clicks or walk yourself away if you're too low on life. And Jesu. And Shell, yeah, so Darkseer is holding a point here. Which you would have thought he might have gone into Surge, just in case. I mean, the vacuum isn't bad, and I suppose if you get a good gank potential, that holding that point is nice. Spartan. Just trying to, does he even know he's going to go back for his courier? So he's got a nice item coming in on the courier here on Spartan. Going to be the boots. Ward's coming through here as well, gets that dealed out. almost immediately as we get back into the river lane here. 7 Jesu just continuing to farm, really not having a bad time, but the Bloodseeker is having just as good a time here now as well. Level 4 on Ulnet. No chase down coming up just yet. You know, Rupture to throw out. Narman, he's still going to try and get rotated. He's still going to try and do what he can. The impetus flying through onto Narman, but Narman, he's a big tanky boy. And even the Alpha Wolf coming through. But yeah, they do back off here. There's Laurenoff in the mid lane. Is he level 6? No, he's close. He's a creep away from level 6. So one of these creeps, if he gets to even the deny, it's going to be the level 6 coming out. So the Pulverize should be there. If he wants to get aggressive, he's got that charge in. But Wish now level 6 as well. You know, there was no big rotation ganks early on to set up for either mid lane. No pressure being put on. Just letting them get away with it. Oh, Narman though. In fact, Narman, he drops the cogs. Storms for it on the back line. It's going to be going to Laurenoff. Laurenoff does get the Pulverize out now as well. And Wish using up a lot of mana, but will be able to get to the high ground. But still, the onslaught comes onto the high ground. Do you think the damage onto Wish? Wish. Ooh, the Grapify might be enough to keep him alive here. And you've got 3 heroes. Ancient Apparition rotating in. Not going to be able to get the kill onto Wish. Laurenoff again. There's going to be the Blood Grenade coming through as well as the Impetus strikes. But Laurenoff, he's a big tanky hero. And this Godzilla, he's just trying to walk himself away as the Clockwork comes back in. Didn't really need to sacrifice his health for this. Do they want to go back onto it? Ducalis only level 3. No Ice Blast there for the Ancient Apparition. And everybody walks away healthy. But Smoke coming out. Is he going to try and go to the high ground here on the Radiant side? Who and where is he looking? Is Spartan? Is Spartan stacking in the diet? No, he's not. Nah, he's just interrupting to make sure it can't be sacked. And now they're going to Force. Force can get himself away from this one. Sakuchi coming in. There's already the Swarm being dropped on him now as well. You've got that enchant to slow him down if you really want to. And there it comes. But the Surge comes out after the fact. And do they get the kill onto the Swarm Beetle? They do. Force will not go down here. Meanwhile, who got it? Yeah, it's going to be Laurenoff actually that gets the Wisdom Rune, steals it away. And even gets the kill onto Astral. Really well played here. And Force, Norman, both have to back themselves away. I mean, they are suffering a little bit being these melee heroes in the lane up against 2 ranged heroes. Net worth wise as well as XP wise here, it looks like Laurenoff just taking control of everything at the minute. Stacks in the jungle. The trample going to be really nice for him. So just be able to clear through. Yeah, just gets the onslaught off. Just leaves the mini mud golems to get himself back to lane. Ah, they time out. It's fine. I think they still time out. How's it looking? Tidehunter, he's got his Meteor Hammer. Yeah, just straight into the Meteor Hammer. Just to be able to push this lane. Laurenoff, they're looking for the runes. They're looking to see what rune they can find and where they can go here. As, Norman, how's he looking? Level 4 on the Clockwork, level 5 on the Darkseid. So no wall just yet. They get the counter on it. Huh. Good setup on the top lane with the rotation of Wish. Yeah, makes sense. Assume the Meteor. Yeah, the Meteor Hammer just being used. So, how's it looking? Falcon Blade coming out for the Storm Spirit. Straight into the Sanj Kaya there as well. So no Witchblade, you know, not going for the extra aggressive path. Just wants to build up some sustain with that Falcon's Blade, you know, some mana regen, you know, some right click damage, but for the most part it is going to be into the Sanjin Kaya. Helps him sustain a little bit longer, helps him live a little bit longer. You know, the extra damage comes out from the Kaya ramp. Oh, excuse me, hitting the mic. Spartan and Jesu just in the trees here, just trying to scout around. This is what I was talking about. The map is big enough here that even the edge for the position 5 Enchantress can find some farm. And I wouldn't be surprised, Force Staff coming out, or, you know, Dragonlance, something like that, extra early with how slow this match is, just to be able to get your supports those items, you know, not just wards and boots, but actually look to build up into 1 or 2 core items here. Jesu just immediately gets a time-lapse out of the cogs as well. A really nice ward on the, just behind the tier 1 on that cliff that spots the jungle being farmed by the Radiant. Yeah, just that one. Spots it through, can see rotations as they move from camp to camp, so it does mean it's an easy setup because those trees are a blind spot. But Jesu, if he'd caught anyone else, maybe potentially would have been dead with the Primal Beast as well, as Force being closer as well. But catching out the Weaver just immediately gets a time-lapse off, and yeah, there's nothing you can really do to stop that. Mid lane, Vortex actually going to be a lot of damage. There is going to be 4 heroes here, and it has to be the onslaught away from the Primal Beast. Ice Blast did come through. There could be another strike coming through here from Astral, trying to do what he can with the blasts. But yeah, Laronoff has already lost so much health in this tier 1 tower. They're going to deny it. Yeah, they're just going to make sure they don't get the full gold here on the side of KZ, or any gold at all for it, from the benefit from that tower. Meanwhile, the top lane, Skylark, just pushing down, just Meteor Hammer things. I don't know, 10.5 minutes in here. D-Wall comes out. He actually gets the deny there as well, Norman. Really well done. Jester just denies a tower of his own. Just completely takes away all the benefits from that D-Ward there, from the Enchantress. So, Wish, how's he looking? Middle of the pack in terms of net worth, but it's not a lot of net worth between the entire, like, two teams here. Apart from the Pugner, right at the bottom. Yeah, he's a little bit behind in terms of net worth, but once he hits that 6, can start to roam with a Storm Spirit, you know, either as a mana battery, Vortex comes out, he life drains whoever's being Vortex back, sets up some good kills for Wish. So yeah, it isn't the worst. And again, the game is being played so slow at the minute that you can't get away with being just a little bit underfarmed, even if you are that position 4, position 5. 3 kills in 12 minutes. Not what we're used to here in the Dota scene. You know, this is some proper League of Legends. Are we watching Worlds? Did Worlds end yet? I don't even know. So, Tide. Actually going to be going towards a pipe, not a blink, which... yeah, there's a lot of magic damage coming through. It offers some protection, but I would have thought he would have wanted to go for the blink into the Ravage, into the, you know, into the Meteor Hammer. It's a good setup tool. I suppose you got the Storm Spirit that can do that with the jumping Vortex. Meanwhile, Laronoff, he's going to pull Invis Rune here as well on the Primal Beast. Spartan might just group up with his teammates here, but oh, they are going to find Norman. I mean, Jesu, Cogs go down here. They're going to try and deal with that Swarm Bug. They do take it off Norman. Ancient Apparition. Invis comes out. Do they get the Sentry Ward though? It's going to be immediately coming through the life drain now. They've got the Vortex drive back as well. Laronoff, but again, a big tanky boy. Doesn't have any points to the uproar. Surprising. And they want to fight away from this ward now as well. The Nether Ward being dropped from Astral. Immediate Ice Blast comes out, but that's just going to be a Death Blast here. Oh, and the Clockwork even going to lose his courier. Don't even know where it was going that way. But it was. Now it's dead. Skylark. How's he looking? Could I be able to move himself over to the Ancients? And, Clock's going to go for... No, an Orchid? I suppose it makes sense if he's the first one initiating with a hookshot. You just want to use that Orchid after the fact, either to stop the time-lapse out from a Weaver, or the Storm Spirit jumping away in the Ball Lightning. Azanch. Yeah, it's going to be the 4 staff into the Glimmer here for the Enchantress. I was looking for Jesu. Jesu just wants to go straight into the Deso after that Dragonlance, and it makes sense. This is the build that we're seeing on the Weavers. So Falcon Blade, Dragonlance, good early starting items, just straight into the Desolator. And once that Desolator's up, you know, you do start to look to, not all the time, because obviously you are the position 1, you still want to get some farming. But you look for the potential of ganks, you know, to start getting those Deso stacks in. And a hookshot. They've got the lockdown. Ice Blast coming through now as well. Do they have the control with the pulverize? It looks like they might have actually the damage. They do. No time lapse for the Weaver. Really good rotation there to get the kill, to get the gank. So what can they do? Spartan, not too far off that 4 staff. Just wasn't there to help his teammates though. And by teammate, I mean 7. Jesu dive comes in. They should be able to get the revenge. No, they don't. There's going to be the jump over here. Laronoff, they still got a lot of life drain here on the Tickles, though. He's going to survive the Vortex back into the wall. Do they get the kill into Astral? Astral's trying to get himself away. He's going to have that Decrepify if he needs to use it, but the right click's coming through now. The Battery Assault and Force. He will get the kill. Iron Shell running him down. Damage coming through. They even keep Tickles alive. Really well played. Ench sending the Alpha Wolf in there, but not going to be able to find that kill. Yeah, Tickles lives. Really well played here, Spartan. Just looking for the farm on the lane. Let's take a look again at the breakdown, starting the replay here with Spartan as the initiation comes out. It's a big jump in from the Storm Spirit, really well done. Netherward's down as well. Laroff doesn't care. Laroff is in. You break the tree vision here as well. And obviously the life drain doesn't break like that. But still, Chase coming through on Laroff onto Astral. And Astral, there was just enough damage there. Force was able to get the kill. And now Laroff, he steals some stacks with the trample once again. He has that up row. Vortex maybe to come back. Netherward's going to be dropped now as well. But the blade mail here for Laroff. Even gets himself a bounty rune. Level 1 in the uproar, dives himself away. The cogs do come out though. There's still going to be 3-4 heroes chasing. Turns it around with a pulverize. Another ice blast to come through. Ravage is going to connect now, but the ice blast is onto Spartan. They've already got the kill into the storm spirit. Laroff will go down. What else can they do with this one? Vacuum back. Can they get the damage out? Naaman's going to get pretty down low. He will go down here. Spartan going to be chased out to Callus. Do they have the damage? Blood Seeker's going to be coming in. There's a fair few heroes low, so the rupture onto Skylark, and Skylark, he's trying to drop that meteor hammer right on top of him, but Olnik gets the kill quicker, and now the chase down. Do they have vision here? Spartan's going to be chased down by the Bloodseeker, just with the Iron Shell damage as well, doing the damage onto to chip him down, and Spartan, we will fall. As Jesu, he's the only man standing after that one, and do you know how hard it is to call a team fight with a block nose? I'm finding out. Apparently, it's not great. But Laroff, yeah, it's a big jump in. He's just caught out of position. Was able to, again, with the amount of health that he's got, with the protection that he's got with the blade mail there as well, just keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Turns it around. Ice Blast connects onto a good couple of heroes there as well. Comes across Skylark. And obviously then it's just a matter of running heroes down. Great vacuum in for the damage. Just keeps them together. Stops them from running away here immediately on KZ. And then the Bloodseeker is TPing in. Chases down onto Skylark. Skylark trying to get himself away. Tries to drop that Meteor Hammer for the stun. Just to buy himself a little bit of time. Just couldn't get it off in the end. Because the Bloodseeker is just so quick. And yeah, so this is a little bit more like it now. The fight's starting to break out. Laroff going to get himself away. He's got that up rod. Does he want to throw it out there? Yeah, it's going to be the 5 ticks now as well. Ice Blast once again onto this high ground. Going to connect onto 2 or 3 heroes once again. And they should be able to get the kill at least onto Skylark here now. Wish. That pipe has been popped. Skylark should fall. He is going to fall, and the wall falls now onto his head. A rupture. Who have they got the rupture on? Is it on the Weaver? They have. It's onto the Weaver. He's going to try and time-lapse to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Jesu knows. He gives it the adios, payasos. But the only one saying adios there was the Weaver. So yeah, this is where the Bloodseeker comes into his own here against the Weaver. Being able to get that rupture off, and all of a sudden the Weaver, he can't execute you around the fight here, because the Weaver, he isn't that frontline hero. He doesn't want to be... He doesn't want to be, you know, taking the aggro. He wants to be in and out of the fights. You know, he wants to be doing the hokey cokey. You know, in, out, shaking it all about with the swarm damage to germinate attacks. Meanwhile, Spartan might actually be seen there. I think they do see him underneath that. Or is it just a sentry ward on the cliff? It's Jesu. No, okay, they get the D-ward out anyway, so it was an observer. Doesn't matter. Team Tickles, they weren't stacked up to try and fight into that. How's he looking for Spartan? Spartan has that 4-staff now going towards the Glimmer. Pugna going towards a 4-staff of his own. Storm. He's buying out. He's actually got the Sanjin Kaya coming out now as well. Yeah, the specialist array there as well. So he just needs about another 450 gold-ish for the full Sanjin Kaya. And then he's going to go back for the Witchblade after that. So not opting for the BKB. Not opting to change his mind on this. Wants the offensive items to come out here. And Storm, yeah, it's going to have it. A creep wave or so, or a creep camp. Any couple of creeps now is going to have that recipe. So we'll be able to buy out into the full Sanjin Kai. Naaman and Force. His Force, yeah. So the Darkseer building the mech, or built the mech. It's funny that that item is a dead item, apart from Darkseer. Because Darkseer, it's just an item that he always wants to buy for the sustain. Pipe there, like if you're looking for utility, like if there's one hero you nominate for utility, yeah, it's the Darkseer. At some point he's going to turn that into a Greaves as well. Is he going to go back for a Crimson Guard? Because that's going to be the Vanguard coming out with the Ring of Health. I can only imagine, because yeah, Darkseer doesn't really want to build into an Abyssal. I mean, he could build into Abyssal Blade. I'm not saying he can't. But I think it is going to be the Crimson Guard, more than likely, for the Darkseer. So it is just 100% utility here in this offlane Darkseer. There's Astral. Looking pretty good. Just protecting Wish. Wish has got himself a double damage rune here. What are they going to try and do with this? He gets himself an Invis rune as well. So could make some rotation. Spartan still in the jungle. 4 staffs out. I think that's maybe his Glimmer Cape coming into him. Has it been long enough for the Glimmer? No, it's not. It's not. It's not nowhere near. There's going to be the group up now for Roshan. Team Tickles. It's a decent time. It is going to be the Vanguard into the Crimson Guard for the Darks here as well. So yeah, just straight up utility here for the Darks here. How quick? God, they can really do this real quick. I thought, oh, yeah, it's going to take them a while, and there might be a response from KZ. That's not. Nope, that Roshan, it is straight up dead. 10, 15 seconds at most after it was started there. So Team Tickles going to work here. If they actually see on the top lane, if they see Astral in the creep wave, they could go for the backstab through the Twin Gate here. Gesture won't be seen in terms of vision. Look at the net worth wise, win probability wise, experience wise, everything dropping the way of Team Tickles at the minute. They are having a great day. At least in game number 1. Mid lane, Wish is invis. There's Team Tickles ward. Yeah, I mean, he was spotted in the creep wave anyway. It's a really nice ward in the mid lane after that tower goes down, just to spot any rotations around the map for the Radiant. Lotus for the Clockwork. So what are you stopping there? Vortex. Enchant. Sending the life train back, I guess. Spartan. Yeah, just going to try and get these stacks out here as well. Just trying to help Jessu. Jessu net worth-wise, it's still really close. You know, there's not a major difference between all the heroes. Even the Pugnus caught up a little bit here as well. Come on. Clockwork does have the Orchid. That's really nice if they find a jump again with a hookshot jump in. They can either get the Orchid out onto the Storm or the Weaver. I don't think either have the BKB. It is being built on by the Storm Spirit, but it looks like it's going to be the Witchblade first. So, BKB for Wish. Still going to be a ways away here. Yeah, I think the same for the Weaver as well. It's Primal. He wants that Blink Dagger. He wants to, to be able to pop out, surprise, and get pulverized. And he's not going to be too far away. Fortification, yeah. Of course, as soon as the trample comes out, the fortification gets used just to mess with the Primal Beast. Protect the towers, obviously. But just to mess with the Primal Beast a little bit. And they get the kill to Spartan. Spartan wasn't expecting that. I don't think anyone was. Tied. So he's going to be going towards his own Blink Dagger. About halfway towards the gold. So this is going to be the Blink for the Primal Beast now as well. Yeah, going to be going towards the Ags. Actually, has he changed his mind from the Blink Dagger on the Primal Beast? Is it just straight up Ags? So he gets the breakout when he up-pros. Yeah, no, it looks like it is. He's changed his mind. He's just going straight for the Aghanim Scepter. I really like the break on the up-pro. It does a little bit of damage there as well. It's not a lot of damage, but it's just the break that, when it does start to come through, it's the extra control, the extra damage here. Oh, jumps. He actually wants to go deep onto this. Who's got the Vortex on here? They're going to be able to go onto Tickles. Tickles, he's got that Glimmer Cape. Turns around, immediate Ice Blast. He's going to be able to catch it onto 2 heroes there as well. Storm Spirit wants to carry on going. They do eventually get the kill onto the Storm Spirit, but frozen with the Cold Feet now as well. Force Staff comes through the Cogs. Hookshot on the back lines, but the Cogs, it trapped his teammates away. Only gets a kill to Spartan. And now Wish trying to go for that TP, but nothing to stop it. So he will be able to get himself away. That Cogs, a little bit of a grief there coming out from the Clockwork, from his own team. It meant the Primal Beast, he couldn't get up for the Pulverize. And now trying to close the gap, but Skylark just a little bit too quick though. Will be able to get himself away from the Primal Beast.
I'll take that.
And the... Right, what's the Ags for the Tidehunter called? I want to say it's Dead in the Water, or something equally as long as that. On the... We just call it... It can't be the Anchor Smash, because... Or it can't be the Anchor, because Anchor Smash is the Anchor. Yeah, Dead in the Water. That's a fun spell name. It's a really good spell. I'm surprised that hasn't been nerfed a whole lot. Maybe not nerfed, just the duration taken down on it a little bit, because it is a 10-second duration. They're going to be able to find Astral. Astral, no way out of this. And as the group up, he was maybe lured in by the promise of Lotuses, and you won't even get those. As Wish just continues to farm. It is going to be the BKB. Witchblade is up, so that's quite nice for him. Into the Ags after. Norman. How's he looking? Lotus still on the menu for the Clockwork.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do they want to put pressure on... No, I guess they don't. Just moving themselves away. Sorry, I've got... just working through a bit of a cold. So... We've got the hot water. You can't see it on because I'm not on camera, but obviously got that flask with the hot water. If we just want to take the break, Ravage comes out. They're going to try and set up onto this guy. Skylark jump in. They're going to be able to get themselves on top of the dark here. Can they get the damage out to get the counter now? Now there's going to be a pipe on both sides now. So that Netherward is going to be down now. The Ravage with the Blood Right. Can they get the kills coming through? They've already taken down two. The dark here is going to drop now as well, but the Pulverize onto 7 Jesu. 7 Jesu is straight up dead. And it was a good jump. And a great response. Team Tickles, they find a really good fight, even with the Netherworld. Like, if you're going to fight anywhere with the wall, let's take a look at this again. You can see them grouped up. Great Ravage onto all 5 heroes now as well. They jump in, but all it gets off is BKB. And you've got this little narrow corridor of movement where that wall just perfectly intersects it. And all of a sudden, everybody's going to be trapped out and killed off. And yeah, they do a great job of controlling the heroes here. Only the 2 supports survive. And in fact, they get the kill onto Spartan after the fact. So a really good fight from Team Tickles. Just as a response, I mean, a lot of teams, you see the Ravage coming out, they might panic, try and run themselves away, but Tickles stand the ground. Really good fight there. As Laronoff looking to push down this bottom lane now as well, and it seems like Team Tickles are starting to take some map control.
Radiant are scanning.
As... Skylark, dead on the water comes out into force, but I mean, there's going to be the backup now as well. Yeah, really nice jump in from Wish, but he sees the Blood Right coming through, and he just has to stop in his tracks now as well. The Meteor Hammer will drop, doesn't actually connect onto anyone. Skylark, it's going to cost him his life. Really good setup there from the Tide, and if it was only force there, then that Storm Spirit jumps in, they get a good kill onto the Darks here, but with Tickles being so close, you can almost say it was a bit of a, maybe baiting them in there a little bit. As Astral, how's it looking? He just, yeah, he needs that Glimmer Cape, needs the extra surviving these fights. And all of a sudden, it's a 12k net worth lead here for the side of Team Tickles. 7 kills in the bag for KZ, but 17 in the bag here for Team Tickles. And Laronoff going to be able to pick himself up a Wisdom Rune. 2 Wisdom Runes there as well. Well, the one bottle. Did they get the one on the other side? Doesn't look like they have. Who got it? Oh, was it the Bloodseeker? Oh, no, picked it up. Okay. Yeah, it looks like he made a beeline for the Ancient stacks and then just good timing. Thank you, Mr. Observer. You've always got my back. Yeah, Ench has that Hurricane Pike out now as well. So it is a good ramp up of damage for the Enchantress. But with the control coming out on the side of Team Tickles, has it? I mean, is it in time?
Radiant's bottom tower is
As Tide. Deso Tide? I don't hate that. Yeah, I really don't hate that. Tier 2 tower, Onlin's going to be able to pick it up on the bottom lane here. Skylark just trying to farm. Yeah, I don't know either. But apparently that's what he wants. He's got the Blink Dagger, he's just like, I've got everything I need now. Clockwork, going towards his heart. Not going to be too far away from his heart. Actually, this Clockwork's having a really good game. So he's going to be about 900 gold. Which in the grand scheme of things, you know, not awful. About 1/10 of his net worth, just under. But still, it shouldn't take him too long to farm up here. Crimson Guard out for the Darkseer. Starting on the Hex, it looks like, as well for the Darkseer, so that's going to be fairly nice for some extra control. Means that if he does get jumped, he can just Hex whoever jumps him, because BKB's not really abundant on the side of KZ. Edge. Yeah, big, powerful Hurricane Pike there. Heart coming out for the Primal Beast. So I'm so glad we moved away from the Heart Blade Mill game style from the last patch. Surely it's going to be different in this latter patch that barely changed anything. Zakaria bringing through the gem. And I suppose, I mean, it did balance a couple of things. We're not seeing Bristleback. Hell, we're not seeing Bristleback at all at the minute. It just seems like the damage were enough. It was enough to put him in the back in the penalty box.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ench, no way. Nah, don't believe it. No way that this Enchantress just going to go for a rapier. Yeah, that's what I thought. Change his mind. Witchblade, he was trying to trick us. He was trying to play us for fools. You know, get our hopes up that we'd see an Enchantress rapier. But while this is going on, this is going to be the second Roshan. In fact, this is going to be a good amount of gold for the Clockwork. He's not too far away, about 400 gold away for the Heart here for Narman. And with this Roshan kill, it's going to get him a little bit closer now as well. Surely that's going to be, yeah, a decent chunk of gold for the Clock. So, 250, just under. Astral could be in trouble now. Hookshot. He connects onto the creeps. They're not going to be able to get it. Astral can get himself away from this one. There's going to be the all stuff to come through to the Clockwork. Not going to be able to catch up here. But the Bloodseeker might see him. The Bash Assault to connect. It does in the trees. The Vacuum's going to be there now as well. They've got the chase down on Astral. Was buying time for 7 Jesu to get himself away. But oh, he was so close from getting himself out there. Decrepify comes out. Life Drain trying to buy some time here. And you've got this Pugner trying to just waste as much time as possible on the side of Team Tickles. But it will eventually fall. As Laurenoff continues to move through onto that Heart. It does have the Agnum Scepter. It's really nice there for the Primal Beast. As we're looking to Callus, he's looking okay in terms of net worth. Top of the supports with the Clockwork here. Yeah, Bloodseeker wants to be going into this Bastion now. With the Aegis, just straight up Abyssal Blade, it looks like. Clockwork, it's... Oh, that's the Heart out for the Clockwork. So does he want to go? He's going to go back for a Blade Mail. So glad we moved past the Blade Mail Heart matter. Hold it. Stand it up onto the high ground. And Champ comes out there, so it purges off the shield on Hold It. But this tier 3, it is under pressure. Zench just trying to do his best with the rest of his team here to slow the push of Team Tickles. But 32 minutes in, they've got themselves an Aegis, they've got themselves a Cheese, they've got a push onto the tier 3. And where's the pressure going to come from? Yeah, 90% win probability chance here for Team Tickles. Looking really good for them. There was some early pressure for KZ, but they didn't really capitalize on that. It was a really slow start. If they maybe got very aggressive in the early game, you know, they shut down this Bloodseeker, maybe would have been able to get a little bit more in the current game state. So, Bloodseeker, top of the net worth by about, I mean, the next one is about 5,000 gold away, and that's going to be the Primal Beast on his own team. Zonit just continues to farm out here. Do they want to try and make a jump? There is going to be the slowdown from the Astral, though. There's no follow-up jump from that. Decrepify slows him down a little bit on all that, but he just walked himself back to his team on the high ground, and he is daring KZ to come out and contest him. So the Creep Wave, Blood Right used once again to Decrepify, just to stop him right-clicking onto this tower now. But all again has this Aegis for a good couple of minutes still. Nether Ward does go down. Life Drain through that Nether Ward there as well. And Laurenoff just has to back himself away. Rocket Flare, they're looking for the angle on that hook maybe to make a jump onto Astral. Because he is a massive pain in the arse. As Jesu just continues to farm. Lincoln's coming out for him. Lincoln's going to be really nice to stop the Rupture coming through from the Bloodseeker. But it's how quickly as he gets to it. Yeah. KZ do really have a good high ground defense. Storm still going towards the Ags. Tide changed his mind. No Desolator. Again, he fooled us. He hoodwinked us. We've been flim-flam, bamboozled, and possibly led astray. As the blade mail comes out, Laroff just going to try and do what he can. The Ruffy comes out once again onto the Tide. Onto the Tide, does he want to try and throw that Ravage? Maybe wait for a couple more heroes now as well. Aegis will pop onto Ulnit. One more right click. No, well, it takes a little bit longer. Now SSA Spartan's going to be in trouble as well. They get the kill onto Spartan. Spartan, no buyback. They do on that Tide. Ravage was held for a little bit longer now as well. While they have the gap, though, they are going to be able to take down this tier 3 tower Wish with the Vortex drag back here onto the Primal Beast. Can they get the damage out? And Jesu, the Lincoln Sphere is going to be broken here, so no Pulverize coming out for Lorinoff. He is going to be disarmed here with the Trample, but he has the Blade Mail still. He has that cheese if he gets low. He's got the Acceptor, so he's got the break. He's got that damage to come through on the Uproar as well. Jump in, backlines. I think he's going to get the drag back. He's going to be a really nice Vortex onto 3-4 heroes as well. And Wish trying to do what he can, but the Ravage comes out as well. Where's that follow-up damage on? Wish is getting really low. And the damage, it's not going to be off the chase down for Ultimate. He wants that last right click, does get it off. Jesu, Vortex back here onto Astral. Astral, can he survive through this one? You've got 3 heroes dead. Is it going to be 4 here? Astral with the Decrepify. Lincoln Sphere onto him, but the damage coming through now from the Primal Beast. It's only with that one charge split from the Uproar. A Spartan comes back alive, going to TP you right towards this tier 3 tower. You've still got all 5 heroes here on the side of Team Tickle. Spartan, got to be super careful. Lorinoff does still have the cheese if he needs it. Going to get low. Ooh, the Dragon Lance, excuse me, the Hurricane Pike being used on Lorinoff. He does get low. He's got the heart. He dies. He didn't eat the cheese. He might be lactose intolerant, that boy, because that was that prime time to eat the fondue. And apparently he don't eat that. So, maybe a bit of a gaff there for Team Tickles on that Lorinoff not eating the cheese, to be able to turn around, go for another tier 3 tower. But they still did get a really good fight. Oh, they might be able to get Spartan now. Again, Spartan was just trying to walk up to high ground to get a D-ward, and it was the fake back coming out from Team Tickles. Like, oh no, we've lost a team member, we need to leave. And then all of a sudden, bam! They get another kill. They get a high ground ward, and Casey get baited in. As Bloodseeker, Swift Blink is on the menu. He has the Ags, he has the Shard. He don't have buyback, though. That could be a bit of a mistake. Mindbreaker for the extra attack speed, the extra damage that comes through, the Abyssal Blades up as well for him. So, Team Tickles, they've got the Primal Beast back up in 8 seconds. Do they just want to continue this push, this parade into KZ's base? Weaver, going to go for a Hurricane Pike of his own. Yeah, needs that protection, needs to just be able to create a gap if he does get jumped on. Tier 3, I mean, look at this all night. It's just like, cool, we're going to put pressure on you to your top part of your base. And then we'll slowly back out. We'll wait for Lorinoff to push in this mid lane. And we'll just put the pressure onto the top. If you don't defend this, then the creep wave will push in the top. If not, they're going to go for the smoke. Do they actually get the catch out this Tide? He's forward. Doesn't have the buyback either now as well. They're going to jump on. Ravage comes out on Skylark. Skylark trying to walk himself away as long as possible. Look, Blood Right's going to be here now. And again, no buyback on Skylark. Skylark's straight up dead. He's out of this match now for the next 53 seconds. They've got the Ice Blast. It doesn't actually connect now as well. A lot of damage onto Lorinoff. Once again, Lorinoff has that cheese. Blade Mail's going to be popped now as well. Life Drain comes out onto Ulnit. Ulnit's going to try and do what he can with the Black King Bar. And the hook shot as well. They get the interrupt onto Astral. They get 4. Can they make it 5? The Hex onto Jess. So they should be able to. Buyback comes through on the... No, it doesn't matter. Buybacks. There's just going to be straight up diebacks here in the fountain, and the rampage for Ulnit. He takes down everybody. We got ourselves the GG calls here. Game number 1, 39 minutes in, 31 kills and 33k net worth here, going the way of Team Tickles. And KZ just could not fight back into it. So Team Tickles with a good start to the series. And the damage coming through from Team Tickles in that mid to late game, they were just able to stack it up, keep themselves going. They put the pressure on, put a lot of just damage. Yeah, the chase down. Once Ulnit got himself there, he was pretty much unstoppable, and there was nothing they could really do to fight back into this Bloodseeker. You saw that the BKBs were coming out, even the Lincolns coming out for the Weaver, trying to offer some protection from the Rupture, but Skylark gets caught out, he gets killed off, and again, just nothing that they could do here. So it was a great fight in the early part of the game for KZ, and maybe if KZ had put some early game pressure onto the Bloodseeker, you know, tried to get some kills on the Bloodseeker, just stop his farm, they may have been able to take that game, but they didn't. Bloodseeker gets online, and in the end, there was just nothing that KZ could do to stop that slow march into the Radiant base from Team Tickles. So that is going to be game number 1. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the second game of the series right after this. Stick around, and we'll see you after the break.
have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of the first series. Team Tickles in that first game had a lot of momentum in there, just a lot of momentum going, and they were able to get themselves into a good position to just play around the draft. It was a little bit slower. You see that Team Tickles here, excuse me, Team Tickles, yeah, they took that first game in the series. They did really well, and there was no... I don't want to say no fight back from KZ, because KZ looked okay, but in the end, it was just enough that Team Tickles really couldn't lose. The pressure was just too much, and KZ couldn't get themselves into a good position. So, it looks like Team Tickles, they will be moving through in a good position, like I say, for the second game. They're going to be looking in control. And then... we'll see how KZ are going to do in the draft as we get ourselves into the draft. So let's see how it is going to go down here in the second game, who's going to be playing what, and just what KZ want to be going for next. Because that last draft, it wasn't too bad, but maybe if they ban out the Bloodseeker with that Weaver pick, it would have gone a little bit better for them. And in the end, the Bloodseeker just started to run down heroes in these fights. You know, some great vacuums back into the Ice Blasts from the Dark Seer, and then just being able to take advantage of that. Obviously teams can't stand up once the Bloodseeker runs in, the Bloodrite comes down, you've got the Ruptures raining down on you as well, and the damage just started to stack up. Yeah, and immediately Team Tickles, they say, okay, KZ have first pick, get that Primal Beast out of here. Because KZ, they take away the Nature's Prophet as well as the Treant, Kunkka, Muerta, Templar Assassin, all the bands that we're used to seeing here in this current set, in this current meta within the Pinnacle Anniversary show. So, let's see. How do KZ want to try and ban around it? Because they ban out the Treant. Do they want to ban out the Tusk as well? Again, these front line heavy supports. No, they go for the Grim. Okay, they ban out the Enchantress, go straight for the Grimstroke. I wonder if they could pick up the Wraith King here to pair with him as well. Because Grimstroke, Wraith King, you get the... well, level 1, it's usually the Stroke of Fate. Level 2, you come out with the Inkswell. And then you've got the Wraith Fire Blast coming out from the Wraith King, and all of a sudden, you know, Wraith King just starts to run at people. You Wraith Fire Blast them with that Inkswell going. By the time the Wraith Fire Blast wears off, they get Inkswell stunned, and he just right-clicks you down with his crit. So, Tickles taking the time. Do they want to block pick this, or do they let KZ pick up the Wraith? I mean, they might just ban it in the next phase, seeing that Grimstroke coming out. It is a really good lane combination. And, KZ... if it doesn't, I would imagine that is probably going to be... yeah, okay. They go for the Tusk on Tickles. Could go for the Weaver themselves here. Weavers, Lunas, these ranged heroes that sit behind the big tanky supports like the Tusk, you know, it feels really good to have So even something like a Spectre, that I know not ranged, but just a little bit squishier in the early part of the game. Terrorblade as well, that are a little bit squishier in the early part of the game, but can be saved or be supported by the Tusk in the way that the Tusk can take a lot of the brunt of the action. And those heroes can sit back. They can wait until the Snowball, the Ice Shards come out with the tag team damage, and then all of a sudden you see the meta being popped, or you see the Luna, trying to run you down. The damage coming out, the Weaver drops a storm, the Swarm, excuse me. It could drop a Swarm Storm. Yeah, Darkseer, Centaur being taken away from KZ. Tickles. What is Urbane past the mortar? Because you get this ban, right? And then we go back to the picks. What would I like to see? Yeah, they ban out the Spectre. Okay, yeah, Spectre, another one. Soulbind, it just means the Spectre can, you keep heroes close to each other. The Spectre comes in with the Shadow Step. Oh, the Chen, though, for Tickles. Okay. Wasn't expecting this, but yeah, Zoo Heroes. I think let me take a look at the Pro Tracker. But I'm pretty sure on the Pro Tracker, Chen has the highest win rate of any hero in the meta at the minute. So let's see. Pro Tracker just been a little bit slow this morning. So hopefully won't be too far off. Yeah, okay. So top win rate hero. Oh, it's actually dropped off a little bit. Okay. Abaddon and Meepo and Viper sitting top 3. Where's the Chen though? 54%, 54.2% win rate over 517 matches at pro level. Like pro pubs. Yeah, Chen has a really good win rate here. The Tiny comes out from KZ, something a little bit different. Gonna be able to. Is it support? Is it mid? Because what? You could run this Tiny. Is that the support combo, the Grimstroke 5, the Tiny 4? Or you could actually run that as a lane as well. If you wanted to run that as your offlane, the Tiny offlane, Grimstroke is the support in that one. Effectively the same thing as the Wraith King, right? Tiny comes in with the Avatos while the Avatos is going. You've got that Ink Swell ticking away. So we'll have that Tree Cleave as well. We'll go with the Faithless. Okay, so it's not going to be the carry Tiny. Could still be the mid. Could be that 4. Again, Faceless Void, Grimstroke. Just any hero that gets in close, really. Soulbind going to be effective to keep heroes close for the effective Chronosphere over the top. Catch at least 2 heroes out there as well, if you get that link. Tickles, how do they want to respond to this? And how do they fight around? Maybe not the Weaver anymore with the Faceless Void being here, because the Chronosphere... I mean, I know the Chronosphere catches everybody, of course. But stops you getting that power spike with the time-lapse back into the fight. So they go for the Visage. Visage into the Invoker. So, off-lane Tusk... No, it's not carry Visage, right? That's... Do we have the hack standing in? Has he made a return? But yeah, I assume this is our offlane, the Tusk Visage combo into the Faceless. Chen on the 5 Invoker mid. I don't know how much I like that. Pro play, yeah, okay. Pro play is a little bit different. I guess just you have the Tusk as well. That's going to be your engager. So, how do they want to play around this here, KZ? What are they thinking? Just because, again, mobility on the Visage, not really there. You don't really have too much in terms of survivability early on. A little bit later on, it will start to stack up. But yeah, for the most part, really don't know how much I like this hero. Was there any changes? 7.34. Level 15 talent, armor, corruption to visage, and familiars replaced. Okay. C. 733. Yeah. No, so there wasn't really a whole lot changed. The Pangolin does come out here for KZ. It's been that long since I've seen a visage. And yeah, KZ go back for the Pango in the mid lane up against the Invoker. It's not too bad. You can get on top of the Invoker when those the tornadoes into the MP start to come out. You know, you can start to just pressure them out when that Diffusal Blade comes out as well. So the Lunar ban, Tide and Lone Druid ban coming out for Tickles there as well. Big tanky heroes, a little bit harder to get through here in the off lane. They've banned out the Luna. And again, goes, I don't know really. I mean, really with Chen, the Chen isn't really, unless you want to run this Chen 4, which they could do. It's not too bad, but is it with the Visage? Do you just kind of overwhelm that lane then with like full Zoo? So, KZ. How do they... Let's see. So they ban out the Bloodseeker? Yeah, no, that wouldn't be bad. Again, being able to run down here, especially the Pangolin. Yeah, they've already made that mistake once. It took me a minute to register that, but KZ, yeah. They already made the mistake with the Weaver, leaving the Pangolier in here, so leaving the Bloodseeker in, so they're not going to make it with the Pango. They're going to ban out that Bloodseeker, maybe make sure that you can't run down their heroes. They go for the Mag. Mag off? With Tiny 4? Ooh, 4 melee heroes as well, though the Pango wants to be around the fights with the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. I suppose it depends what Tickles have as a response here. So what's it going to be for Team Tickles? Because they've got themselves a minute and a half to think about this next pick. You know, they don't have to rush it out. They don't have to be too concerned with, oh, we've got to draft this. We've got to, you know, they can take some time. They can discuss. You know, a full minute, 20 seconds left here before they have to go in for this final pick. And I wonder, looking at the hero lineup again, in terms of what's left, the Spectre, they ban out the Spectre themselves. Wraith King, Terrorblade might not be. I mean, again, it depends if this is going to be a Chen 4 or 5. Lifestealer is being seen a little bit of play. I don't know if you want to play that up against a Faceless Void, though. You can't get, like, the current playstyle of the Lifesteal. They're going up for the Alchemist. Okay. Yeah, can frontline if he needs to. Can be left alone. It's going to be Decalis. That's okay. So Norman on that Tuskia and Decalis on the Chen. So they can be left alone on the Alchemist. You know, you get your good farm speed. You come online really quickly. You can put some early game pressure. You can look to hunt with your team. And while you're doing that, you're just stacking up the net worth up and 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 up. Thanks to the Grievel's Greed. So, KZ, they need this win. They absolutely need this win, I do believe. I think they need to get themselves into a good position here for the table. You know, they've only got themselves one more chance after this, I think it is. Meanwhile, yeah, if Tickles win this one, I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed through into the playoffs. So we'll see how it's going to go in game number 2. I'm looking at the lineups. I'm thinking it's a little bit stronger here for KZ. They didn't make the mistake of leaving in the Bloodseeker. They have a really strong frontline setup here as well. I think, though, if this Alchemist gets a good start, gets uncontested, you know, get some good early items up, we'll just be able to roam around the map with his team, to Alchemist things, because obviously you're going to be 2 or 3 items up on the enemy team, and then look to put pressure onto the side of KZ. So KZ really needs to be on the ball with making sure not only are the wards up, but maybe looking for those counter ganks early on onto the Alchemist as well. And like I said, just being able to put the pressure on and just chase down onto the heroes on the side of Team Tickles. So game number 2, again, hopefully it's going to be a little bit closer here. Hopefully we get these team fights coming out that just rock everybody's socks, and we get through this game. Yeah, 45 minutes wouldn't be a bad time, and hopefully it's not a stomp, from either side, and maybe then potentially on to game number 3, get a full series out of this. But for now, Team Tickles coming into this one with the momentum. They've got that mental state there as well, knowing that they're the one up. And it's going to be how KZ responds to this one. Again, KZ, it is a good draft, I feel. I think it's going to be comfortable lanings for them. I don't think they're going to be too much under pressure. But I think they can't play like they did in the last game, where they just, for the first 20 minutes, played a really slow build-up game and just let Team Tickles get their farm on their heroes, catch up, because the Alchemist will really punish you for that. So I think they need to... They don't need to be fighting from minute 1, but they do need to be putting some pressure on you, just be able to look for a few things early on, a few ganks. So as we get ourselves into game number 2, we'll see how KZ want to play around this one here. I think they just need some early lane pressure onto Team Tickles. As let's see how it's going to go. Smoke's coming out from both sides once again. As Jesu stepping up here on the Faceless Void. Is it going to be wards? The Pango does have the ward, but it looks like he's going to try and cross the river. Speaking about crossing the river, Lauren off the smoke breaks on the Pango as well as the Invoker. They know something's up. Well, both sides know something's up. They might be able to get this Grim. The Grim's not going back the same way. Big wrap around here. Through towards the tier 2s. Look at this. And Wish's smoke's already broke. He's not going to get that early warning. They come up onto the high ground. Do they find Wish? Smokes breaks. Wards goes down. They see Wish. Yep. Unstable concoction being channeled. They want to get themselves on top of this. Wish. It's going to be a full one now as well. No way he gets himself away from this one. The tag team comes out, but first blood. Ducalis picks it up. And yeah, Chen, he gets himself on the board. And it's not too... I mean, usually with a first blood like this, you want to give it to your mid laner because your mid laner wants that early bottle. But with an Invoker, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. The early point in net worth, it is nice. Point in net worth is, it's a level up skill. The early bit of net worth that you get, it is fairly nice. But you're not rushing a bottle, it's not like you're going to be at a disadvantage if you don't get it as quick. Own it. Do they go for this one? They're going to try and go for the kill on Civil Concoction. 3 heroes. He has to throw it out now as well. Gets the stun onto the Magnus. Ducalis might be able to help him out. Tree toss. The damage. Is it going to be enough? No! The blood grenade, though. Taking him down. He turns himself around. Trying to do some damage onto Spartan. And he's not going to tick down to this one. And now Spartan just trying to right-click him, bro. Just go for it. Yeah, he gets it. Gets the TP away. I guess he was trying to bait him back over to Astral. He had the Stroke of Fate there as well. And I mean, all that's going to be fine with that. He gets a full reset. Means he comes up back to lane. He gives a kill up to a support. And he's going to be fine because he comes back to lane full health, full mana. So, how is this lane going to look for Jesu? He's got some protection with Spartan with that Stroke of Fate, but look at the Spartan's just being chased down here. It's a really good... you've got the slow coming out from Narman, the damage there as well from the Visage, and you just stack up right on top of them, chase him down, and all of a sudden, I thought it was going to be great because Spartan, he's got the level 1 Stroke of Fate for the slowdown. He's going to be able to get that Ink Swell there as well for Jesu to, if he really needs to get himself away. But the damage going out from Visage and the Tusk with the tag team, as well as the slowdowns, the damage going out from Visage, just way too much. So yeah, he's out to smoke himself. He already used the TP to get to that top lane. Oh damn, he did. He used the TP, yeah. So at first blood, he TPs himself up. Didn't go for the Twin Gate maneuver, which would have taken him a little bit longer. So with the Soul Assumption coming out now on this Visage with the Tusk chase down, I wonder if they just focus down the Grimstroke, just constantly put the pressure onto him. Lorenoff going for the Quas Wex build here. Unstable Concoction, Astral in the Acid Spray as well. Chase down, one more right click. Tickles. Hell, I said that KZ, they need some early game pressure here. Tickles, they're the ones starting off on the front foot. They've got all these early game spells. They're doing a lot of damage. Now, Ice Shards, slow down, tag team comes out. They've got that Ink Swell though. Jesu's going to try and get the double stun. It's going to connect onto at least Force. Force can he get himself away from this one? Going to be taking a lot of right click damage coming through. Jesu, he does get that return kill, or the turnaround kill, I should say, there as well. And Force getting a little bit too cocky. And this is the thing, right? That you don't early on as the Visage, however you want to pronounce it, don't really get that Early game tank up, you know, it is easy to be run down like that if you take some damage. So you're going to need a couple of levels. And if they do get aggressive like that with the Inkswell, with the Stroke of Fate, and they do both connect, you know, Visage needs to be really careful about how far forward he steps for these ganks. And this is more like it. This is what we want to see now, Dota. You know, we're 3 minutes in, we've already got 5 kills on the board. There's Jesu. How's he looking in terms of last hits? 8 last hits. Not great. Alchemist, although, only has 8 himself. So early game, these supports, you know, doing a good job of forcing the carries away from the farm, it seems like. Just putting this pressure on.
Dire structures are fortified.
So, back in the mid lane. We'll see Wish. Wish taking a lot of harass coming through, but now, I mean, Larnoff's going to be completely out of mana. Swashbuckler comes out again, and Larnoff, he has to walk himself away from this one. They are going to try and trade off these creeps. But Larnoff, he's, it's not looking great for the Invoker. In terms of last, it's 22 for Wish to the 12 of the Invoker. And this is where, again, you want to see some rotations coming in, but Chen, not the biggest early game rotation support hero. Tusk needs to offer some protection, some gank ability to the Visage as well in the lane. So at the minute, Larnoff might just be on his own. Alk trying to get the harass out onto Skylark there as well with the acid spray coming through in the lane. Larnoff trying to do what he can. Swashbuckler there. Does Wish want to go for this? He's only level 5 shield crash. He doesn't actually connect, and now the Ghost walk away. Larnoff. It's a lot for us. It's a lot for us. That ward on the high ground wasn't spotted out as well. It's going to tick down slowly. The charge back, though. That pushback, yeah, he just immediately has to go for that unstable concoction here. Hold it. Taking a lot of damage. In fact, he might go down to this one. One more right-click Astral. He's not going to be able to get it with a tree toss. 50 health left on the Alchemist. One more tower shot. One more anything. If anyone had sneezed in his direction, though, he would have been dead. So, 7 Jesu, once again, going to be slowed down, but will be able to walk himself away. Has that time walk if he needs it as well. 1 point in each. Time dilation, time walk, as well as the bash. Larnoff. Yeah, still struggling on the last hits a little bit here. Just under half. Excuse me, just over half of the last hits of the Pangolier. So, yeah, not having the greatest time, but he probably does go for the Hand of Midas. You know, he's going to be able to catch up that way. Doesn't too bad with it. With the Meteor coming through as well, you know, farming the creep camps.
My thrift rewarded.
Once he gets a point in the Exhort, you know, he's going to unlock so much more of his kit, and then should be able to catch up on the farm. Astral rotates in. Larnoff just immediately with the Ghost Walk, though. He knows something's up. So yeah, the Tiny just backs himself away. He wants to go back to lane. In fact, no, he might actually not. He's standing on the runes. Larnoff, though, in this Ghost form, did he have a reveal? Astral's going to see. And it doesn't matter. Norman, he gets that rune. It spawns top. Takes it away from the Pangolier. So at least the Pangolier is not going to have the bottle here. It's a lot of his mana that he's not going to be able to get back there as well. You can see that he's not got a lot left. So yeah, he just goes right back to base. He wants to be going towards those mana boots, about halfway towards the mana booster there as well. And Force, how's he doing? 28. Okay, they're going to try and go with the Scrimps right now as well. There's going to be the rotation around here, though, from Astral. Did they get the kill into the Tusk? Tusk immediately into the Snowball. Going to go to the Creep Wave now as well. So the Inkswell won't latch, and Narman might be able to walk himself away with someone. He's going to be slowed down. He gets time locked as well, taking a lot of damage, but it won't get the kill. Good rotation from Astral. If that was on the Visage and maybe not the Tusk, they potentially get that kill. But the Tusk, he just shakes it off, walks it off here. Ooh, 5 seconds. Oh, Wisdom Rune. Narman's going to see him. Tag team coming through. Visage, he's just going to go for that Wisdom Rune now. Avalanche, it connects. They've got the Inkswell. They might be able to get this kill. They do. It's going to be the Force that gets the kill into Spartan first. So, XP goes the way of the Tusk, and the Tusk goes down after the fact. But he will still go down, and Astral hang around for a little bit longer here to help out this Faceless Void. Mid lane, how's it looking? Last hit wise, still about 12 behind on Larnoff. And yeah, you can see that only last hit wise 39. How's his net worth looking? How is the net worth looking altogether here? They're going to be able to go Tornado. EMP comes out. Wish he's going to try and go for the shield crash out. Jump, but he's got no mana to try and get a swashbuckle away from this one. The ice shards, they are going to be able to stack him up onto Wish. Wish goes down. RP comes back after it. Ghost walks out. Got to get themselves away from this one now as well. Trying to stack up. Scarlet's got no mana left, so he's not going to be able to get that skewer back underneath the tier 1 tower. And both of these heroes on the side of Team Tickles, they just walk away. They give it the old walk away. Net worth wise, Invoker is at the top. But he's not massively running away from it yet. But he is having space created for him here. So yeah, Ulnet, it wasn't the greatest start, wasn't the worst start in the world, and now he will be able to try and skyrocket his net worth here with the creep camps, with pushing out the lane as well. And that's kind of your little kingdom here. The small camp just north of your tier 1 tower, and the medium camp just south of your tier 1 tower. And then this little part of the jungle that you're going to be able to move around, as long as you've got the wards up as well, to offer you some protection. And, yeah, let's just see. So Force, trying to use these familiars to push down onto that tier 1 tower, putting a lot of pressure on it. And let's see. Do they... And this is kind of what I mean, you have the chronosphere up. But what follow-up do you really have? You have the stroke that could come through, you know, the inkswell inside of it. I'm just trying to think of what else. The avalanche from the outside of tree toss as well. Blink coming up from the Tiny. The Tiny, as the position 4, you know, we're not really going to be seeing this actual top lane. They're trying to go for a gank onto this now as well. Narman, though, again, big tanky snowball's going to come through onto the neutrals. Can they get themselves away? They throw out the avalanche. There's going to be the rolling thunder coming through on the backlines now as well. Stroke of fate. They've got a lot of damage now and tries to throw out these ice shards, dodging off that rolling thunder, but the damage should still be here. Spartan gets it with the inkswell. And Loronoff, he's recovered net worth-wise as well. Rune, where does it spawn? It's going to be at the top. Haste Rune on the top now as well. Does he ghost walk himself up to that Invoker? He's trying. They've got the ward down. They're going to be able to see him. Yeah, the toss comes back now. Loronoff, Inkswell's going to be here now, though. Can he protect him with the snowball? He does, just in time before that Inkswell pop. That's really well done. Loronoff trying to get himself away with the ghost walk. Hand of God for the heals. He's going to be out of range. Oh, the Chronosphere only traps onto the Tusk, and the Tusk, he's going to be able to wait away from that one now as well. And again, the bash coming out. Narman swashbuckle. Narman's trying to use that stick to keep himself alive. The time lock, Jesu gets the kill. But that's what I'm talking about. The Chronosphere comes out. He was just on the edge of it there as well. It trapped Jesu's teammates away from it. And where was the follow-up damage? And Narman survives through that. If it had had maybe another teammate with him, I mean, Loronoff couldn't go into that one because he was really down low. But if you'd have had maybe a Tornado coming through, maybe the Devil Blast or an EMP, something like that, that stops the aggression coming out, and all of a sudden Narman walks himself out alive. So let's see. Force. Again, just using these familiars, put pressure on the lane. And it's not like Jesu's hanging around here too much. You've got that rotation from Loronoff. How many points does Loronoff have in the exo? Does he have any? Just trying to see, yeah, no, okay. Just trying to see if he was maybe go for a point in the familiars, you know, build into the familiars there as well to help push down that tower. But Force will be able to get it with the familiars. So Loronoff, he is, I think he spent more time in the Ghost Walk this game than he has in normal walk, I guess you call it. Sentry's down though. They might be able to see him. Loronoff, if he comes too far forward. They're going to try and go on. Astral Cold Snap comes out. He's got the toss back though. Inkswell, actually going to try and throw the Inkswell out onto Wish, and Wish is going to dive himself in with the Rolling Thunder caught though in the shards. This is going to be a really big waste of that Rolling Thunder now in the snowball. It keeps Loronoff alive. Loronoff trying to back himself away from this one. Tornado's going to come down. Jetsu, what can he do? He doesn't have that Chronosphere just yet now as well. You've got the mag on the back line. Scarlet's going to try and come in. He's got that Blink RP, but he only catches the RP here onto the Visage. The Visage is going to be dragged back by that skewer. They should get the kill. You even take down, I think the Familiar's there as well. But that's going to be a big commitment in terms of ults. And again, while this is going on, only on the bottom part of the map, it's just like, cool, I'm going to farm. And Tickles, they know how to play this. They know that they need to take as much focus off the Alchemist as possible here. He's going to be able to cross the river and get himself that Radiance. 12.5 minutes in. Radiant's coming through. Walrus punch down with the Skylark. Tornado, though, not going to connect. Time walk forward. Jesu's going to be the ink spot. They want to try and control him out to get the kill. Narman's going to go down. Really well played, and Jesu will get the control. No, the jump forward, that hop there as well. They're going to go into Larnoff. Larnoff, yeah, 4 heroes stacking around. Well, they really are taking the aggro away from the Alchemist now. Force, he comes in, saves Larnoff's life. And Larnoff not going to be too far away from that Spirit Vessel. Stacking that one up, on it with the Radiance now. Power Tread's out. He's going to go back for the Sanjin. No, yeah, the Sanjin Yasha. There's Chen. Is it going to be the Vlads? It is going to be the Vlads. Okie dokie. Yeah, Hanamada's coming out after the Spirit Vessel here for the Invoker. Just, it helps him keep pace. You know, the extra attacks are nice, but obviously the gold is better. You keep yourself going with the net worth boost. So Norman, it's just a standard Invoker build at the minute as well. How's it looking for him? There's Chen. Yeah, shouldn't be too far away from the... I mean, that's the thing, right? Chen, I think he helped push with Allnet. And you can see that they've taken down all 3 tier 1 towers here, Team Tickles. So KZ are going to start to group up. They're looking for something. They see the scan. Who's it going to be? It's going to be onto the Tusk. Tusk is on an island alone here. This is brave. They've got no vision, as far as I can see. Jump in, Inkswell should be able to connect. Snowball is trying to buy some time. His teammates, who's rotating over, it's going to be Larnoff here. Can he survive long enough for maybe the Invoker to get himself over to help out Norman? Norman, yeah, he's going to be going. Ice Shards come through. Now the backlines, EMP is going to be there now as well. The cold snap onto Spartan. Spartan can he get himself away from this one, caught in the EMP damage, and the damage is taken through onto Spartan. Spartan trying to get himself back to the backlines from his teammates, but Tony get the kill onto the Grimstroke, and now Wish is going to be caught out as well. He gets thrown up. He tries to get himself over the Swashbuckle, but gets thrown up. Really nice connection there, gets the kill, 2 dead, and Norman survives through that. That was a 3-man gank onto the Tusk. And yeah, Chen just says like, cool, I'll just carry on pushing this mid lane out here. Look at this, Snowball, he buys time, gets it onto Wish, and then this Ice Shards that comes out after it. So Wish is here doing a lot of damage. Ice Shards comes through. Can't get to those right clicks, you know. Only Spartan's going to be able to do damage there. And all of a sudden, Larnoff, he's in and on. And you've got the Visage rotated in now as well. Spartan can't get himself away. Really good Avalanche to try and slow down Larnoff. But Spartan, with him turning around to get that Soulbind off, it just gives the vision on Norman there to be able to get that Snowball off to connect. And Wish, yeah, Swashbuckle, not enough to keep him alive. He doesn't even go for the Rolling Thunder. He just gets straight up killed off. And now Tickles straight into this Roach Pit. And what can they do here? As Aegis goes away in the Invoker. Really? They are going to be able to get the kill into Allnet. That is not what you want. You know, this, the Alchemist, he's going towards his heart now. He's got that Sanjin Yasha up. Larnoff, he gets caught in the Chronosphere. Do they have anything to save him now as well? There's a lot of damage. Yes, it's going to be the reveal, so they can't get that Ghost Walk off onto Larnoff. Larnoff's going to try and do it again with a Deafening Blast, but he immediately loses his Aegis. Where are his teammates? Chen, he's going to be nowhere near. The Soulbind comes out once again. Larnoff trying to get himself away. He's going to be okay, caught in the Snowball. Surviving for a little bit longer once again. The jump away, the toss up into the air. They do get the kill into Larnoff, but can he follow this one up? It's going to be the kill onto the kill off the Tusk as well. Really good fight for KZ. So moving themselves through onto this tier 1 tower. And you can see that Magnus going towards the Echo Saber here as well. Will help the farm. So let's see. Yeah. Chronosphere comes out. They want to commit to at least bursting this Aegis. So Norman, he tries to throw out the Ice Shards, but he traps the Invoker in there with Jesu. And all of a sudden, he's like, okay, I'm back in themselves. Chen not even thinking about coming into this one. Larnoff, Snowball comes through to try and save his life. But I think if he doesn't grab him in the Snowball there, that Larnoff lives, because he's just going to be snowballed into the middle of 3-4 heroes, and maybe a bit of a mistake there from Norman. But it does end up being a great fight for KZ. So really well played there for KZ. Skylark, he's looking towards a blink. I think Norman there as well, looking for his blink. And I would imagine for the Tusk, it's the blink straight into the Ag Scepter. BKB for the Faceless Void after the Hand of Midas, after that Maelstrom. Alchemist, how far off the heart is he? Still a ways away from his heart. Grim, you don't get the vision, might be able to get this D-Ward out now as well. Sentry gets dropped. The immediate... Oh, actually, they come in for this one. Snowball, it's going to connect into Spartan. Walrus Punch, but no follow-up. Ice Shards traps him in. Phantasm for the silence. Phantom for the silence. Phantasm is the Mask of the Phantasm. That's an old Batman film. Really good Batman film if you've not seen it. One of the DC animated films. But Jesu going towards his BKB. Yeah, not too far away, about 1200 gold. Just needs that recipe now. As 3-man group up from Tickles. How are they looking? Visage got the pipe. To Callus. He's got his creep waves to push in. Creep army, yeah, fortification comes out. Immediately everybody backs away. Just has to wait this out. Wait for the next creep wave. Large enough. There's a stack. Whether he wants to help take it, Olnet's going to be rotated, and yeah, Olnet wants it. This is going to be his heart, I think. Is it enough? It might just be enough for the heart, or at least the Reaver. Oh, this is really bad timing. If he loses this, oh, this is going to be really, really bad timing. He has to back himself away. Magnus is going to be able to take away half of this one as well. Olnet, he's trying to do what he can against the Ancients. The Ancients are still going to be in the Acid Spray, so he's going to get most of the Ancients, but I think they're the Mag. Skylark took about half of those medium camp creeps away. That's pretty rough. That would have been the gold for the Reaver, I'm pretty sure. At least he doesn't die. You know, there are worse things than losing a creep stack. As Jesu just continues to push in. That is going to be his BKB up after that last creep there. Apparently it wants to go straight in towards the Ags. But now, I mean, Roche, it's not a long respawn, but it was just a quick Roche take, quick Ags take. Aegis take. I got it right in the end. Third time this is yeah, quick Aegis take from the Roche steal. There from Team Tickles. So it does look like a longer respawn on the Roche, just purely for the fact because the Aegis went down so quickly. BKB. Up for the Faceless Void. And what can they do with this here? Stepping up onto that tier 2. Fortification has been used for the Dire, so it will slowly be chunked down by the Familiars, though. Jesu has that Chronosphere up. Are they going to look for a jump? The creep army being pushed in by the Chen now as well. Oh, no! The stomp coming out from Force's Familiars. It actually stops Jesu in his tracks. He's not going to be able to get in there for a Chronosphere. Wish, trying to come in. Rolling Thunder. Skylark's ahead now as well. He does have the RP if he wants to try and throw it down. Might find Ducalis down in the trees. And Force will be forced out onto the damage. Pipe gets popped here, but can he get the kill onto Force? Force, does he get himself away? Snowball saves him for a little bit. Tornado's going to connect now as well. Jesu pops the BKB. Chronosphere comes out after the fact, but do they get the toss up on the backlines there as well? Force actually takes down Skylark with his Familiars. Jesu gets a revenge kill now. Soulbind only wants to get the chase down. TP, anything to cancel it, they don't. He already used his BKB, but they didn't have the unstable concoction to throw out there, even just a quick one. Yeah, the BKB was already down, it was already used. But they didn't get a quick War Stomp, anything like that. Tornado, follow-up, Cold Snap, Walrus Punch, nothing was available. They just couldn't get it in time to get the vision onto the Faceless to follow up then. 11-11, 21 minutes in. Far enough. Blink away. And yeah, that fight, let's take a look. So Force, so there's going to be the jump here from Jesu. All of a sudden the Familiars with the drop, with the stomp. And Wish, he wants to come in with the Rolling Thunder. Skylark on the backlines now as well. Skylark blinks himself forward here. And you can see that on the backlines, Jesu even uses his Hand of Midas on one of the Chen creeps. So Force, he's taking a lot of damage. While this is going on, the Spirit Vessel onto Skylark. Skylark gets stomped here by the Centaur, slowed down, Inkswell on him. But the creeps, they're just chasing down, and you've got the Familiars that get the kill. And then meanwhile, back in the Chronosphere, the damage coming through. They do take down Jesu here, but the BKB, it wears off there. They can't get the vision. He's just in between the trees. They can't close the gap there to get the kill, as Alchemist does have the heart after that fight. So as to spray. Oh, Wish actually rolls himself into that one. They're going to try and do what they can. 72% win probability here for the side of Team Tickles. Walrus Punch comes out. So they get the jump. Grimstroke here. He tries to get the silence off. Doesn't matter. They get the kill. In fact, they might be able to get the chase down onto Astral now as well. Unstable Concoction connects, though, with the Tornado at the same time. Sunstrike. They're just trying to overlap these spells and not in the good way here. So it's going to be a fresh Spirit Vessel charge. Blink forward. RP, drag back now as well. Are they going to trade this one off for Narman? Narman's going to try and do what he can to survive for a little bit longer. But underneath the tier 2 tower with 2 heroes hitting onto him, they do get the kill. Quickly bursting down.
Dire's middle tower has
But it does mean they lose the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And Tickles, they want to carry on going here. They've got the Chen creeps. The Chen has the skeletons coming through as well from the troll summoner hill. Troll hill priest? Or was it just a troll summoner? Anyway, how's the skeletons waiting out the fortification? All that's got the heart now as well. Acid spray comes through. So they are going to be able to use this familiar creep army to push through. This tier 3 tower is going to melt. Disarm comes out from Wish, trying to do the best that he can, but... Oh no, the skewer back! They've got the Alchemist. Alchemist has the heart, but where's the rest of his teammates now? So look at this damage coming through. Rolling Thunder. Ooh, he's going to be able to get himself away. The toss back now. So they're trying to get him back into the fountain and all that. He's not having any of this. Slowly walks himself away now. And Wish going to be off the mark. They take down the Chronosphere. It catches absolutely everybody that was on the high ground. But do they have the damage to get the kill? And you can see that, again, Force surviving through this for the longest time now. Soulbind comes out, connects onto Allnet, and Allnet back onto the Chen. The Chen's just going to be saying, cool, I'm just going to wait down on this low ground. They get the kill onto Pango. They lose Force, but they take a tier 3 tower now as well. Do they want to wait out for the creeps and reset? Hand of God did get used. So 81% win probability here. Go in the way of Team Tickles. And look at this. So Allnet with the heart, 3.5k health. He has 19 one charges now. He just gets controlled out. Rolling Thunder comes through. They've got a whole lot of damage trying to toss him back as well. Just trying to keep him away from the rest of his team. He just walked himself out. Uses those one charges. He's got the regen on the heart as well. You've got your Hand of God that can be used. And then inside the Chronosphere, catches out 3 heroes there. And there was just no follow-up. Yeah, they get the kill onto Force. But, again, the damage outside the Chronosphere, it's just not there. Especially when the heroes are on the other side of the Chronosphere. So Allnet continuing to farm now, going towards his AC. How's the looking? Chen has the drums. That Vlad's up as well. 34 seconds on the Roshan respawn clock.
Radiant are scanning.
And Wish, Spartan rotating, maybe looking for a kill onto Visage in the mid lane. No, just looking to push it out. No Inkswell, no real follow-up. There's Astral on the back lines. He's got that blink up, so he can make a jump happen, but Force is already going to be away. Look at this again. Stacks being made by the Chen. He might get scattered out. The ward does go down. It should see at least the medium camp stacks there. As Allnet actually took the Twin Gate here to the top part of the map, and Roshan, I mean, yeah, it's going to be the Roshan respawn, so they want to try and fight around this. And KZ, they aren't too far off. All the ultimates pretty much back up. Apart from the Chronosphere, 8 seconds away from the Chronosphere, but yeah, that's like... Oh, he's going to get cheeky. He's going to try and take this... Oh, yeah, it's only a 1 stack on the medium camp while this is going on. This is a big opening here for Team Tickles, because KZ maybe not thinking it's going to be that quick on the Roshan respawn here. So they aren't going to try and contest this one. They're going to have the Aegis. Yeah, KZ don't even know this is going on. Aegis falls, Cheese on the deck. Descartes going to be able to pick that one up. And all of a sudden, Allnet back in the lane. He needs... What? The plate mail there?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
For the AC? Well, he's going to be waiting a little bit longer. 2 minutes 49. And jump comes in. He could always buy up a second one, and then when the courier respawns, turns that into a Shiva's. But it looks like he wants the control coming out from the Orchid. So what are we going to have? Narman. They want to go for the Dire Tormentor. Yeah, they want to open up this base. They want to crack this base. You can see the pressure coming out now. Tickles, they're just trying to overwhelm. They've got the Ancient Creeps as well from Descartes. Black Dragon, Thunderhide coming in here as well. They take away the enemy Tormentor. And they're going to be able to walk up. Allnet with the Aegis will be able to walk himself with the Acid Spray right into the base. And then, what can you really do? There's Jesu trying to get himself towards that Skadi. Harpoon? No, the Cold Snap. He's not going to be able to get the drag back. The cold snap stops him in time there, and it was just that split second on the cold snap. Olnit was able to walk himself a little bit further forward past the Magnus, so the drag back doesn't happen. Olnit just wants to carry on going. And yeah, this is going to be this base breaker coming through. Chronosphere is up. Who are they going to have to catch out onto this one? Because Olnit, he's the only hero forward here. They might try and go to the back lines, but again, if you go for the backline Chronosphere, where's that follow-up damage? Because Olnit's going to be sitting himself right in front of his teammates inside the Chronosphere. Scotty up for the Faceless Void at least. But that's a lane of racks down. And Team Tickles, again, they don't need to go too fast. They can wait. They can slowly break the base. They just need to play it patient now. Jesse walks himself forward. Gonna go on the back lines. He actually finds out Tickles. Tickles, though, he does. No, he passed over the cheat to the Invoker. Tickles, Hand of God comes out. Do they have the control onto Jesse? Jesse might be able to get it. He's got that BKB off, so he might be able to get the Chronosphere off the control if he needs it. They've already got the kill into Chen. Chen's gonna buy back here. They've already taken this outpost as well, so he's gonna have a direct TP back into the Rolling Thunder. Chronosphere, it catches out onto 2, it catches out onto 3. But the Yule Scepter, he's already used his BKB onto Jesse. Jesse, where's that damage follow-up gonna be here? They might be able to get the die back onto the Chen. The Chen is gonna go down. Can they get the damage from this one? Jesse's gonna try and get himself away. The Unstable Concoction, it flies through, but he's going to be able to get the time walk down to the low ground, and the damage, they've already lost the Invoker now as well. Force, a lot of damage coming out. There's going to be the Grimstroke here, only the one dying onto KZ. Narman tries to get himself away with the bounce, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be in time, and Wish, he wants his counter Force. And Wish, nobody has buybacks on the side of Team Tickles. They tried to buy out here. Jess, trying to do what he can. The damage, either gets killed. No, there's going to be a skewer back. They take down Force and Olnit now. He gets at least one kill from this, taken down. In the chase down, you've still got the familiars going. You take down the Magnus, but Olnit, he is an absolute. You take the L away because he wants that W. He's an absolute unit here on Olnit. He survived through all of that, still has the Aegis. Look at this, just skewers back onto Laranov. Laranov, you've got the TP in from the Chen. The Chen is going to take that Rolling Thunder shield crash as he TPs. And then the Chronosphere, it catches out onto 3 heroes here. Yule Scepter comes through, and the damage, it is so super lacking with that Chronosphere up. You can see that only Astral trying to go with the Avalanche, but they still get the control onto the Chen. Get that kill, time lapse. Time dilation comes out here. Jesu just in time to get the time walk down to the low ground. And Force trying to do his best, but with the Spirit Vessel going here as well. Narman bounces himself away with the Ogre Steel Totem, and it's not enough. Wish gets the kill, you know, trying to do the damage to the Force, and you've got that jump in, and the heal comes out, but it's not, again, just to control the drag back here, but Olnit's just standing around on full health. He's like, come at me. You know, I'll take everybody. There's Laranov. Look at this farm. Yeah, he's got that cheese in his backpack. We're looking for that BKB. Big swing down on the experience, a massive swing down, but the gold as well as the win probability still in Tickles' favor. So what can they do? Looking for these rotations again. Aegis is still there for the next. I mean, he didn't even really need it in that last fight. He's going to get all of his mana back up in the next 18 seconds when it ticks down, and he gets the regen from that as well.
Dire are scanning.
Skylark, how's he looking? BKB here for the Magnus as well. And this is the thing, that was a really good fight from KZ, but they lost, they won it on their side of the map. They won it with an Alchemist still up, trying to just beat them down. So they couldn't group up and push down the lanes. They couldn't push these tier 1 towers in the bottom lane. They couldn't push the tier 2 tower in the top and the mid lane, because the Alchemist was still a major threat. It looks like they want to go for it again. He's got that Radiance turned off. They're going to be able to get the jump onto the Grimstroke now as well. Grimstroke's just immediately dead here. Laranov picks him up with the Sunstrike. Olnit with the chase. Yeah, and the Bloodthorn, he's going straight for that. And this is, yeah, Jesu has to go in for the MKB. That missed chance on the Radiance. And the Alchemist is sticking to him like glue. So, Ranger Axe still up in the bottom lane. No tier 2 towers left. You've got a Chan army building up once again here. Alchemist with the Bloodthorn. Hex being started off by Force. There's Narman. Just, he wants that kickback. He wants that Ag Scepter. He wants to be able to separate maybe the... I mean, it's got to be either the Grimstroke or the Tiny, right? Because you've got the Faceless Void that's going to be able to time walk away. Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, Shield Crash on Wish, and then the Magnus with the Skewer out. With the disperser there as well. Really nice pickup, extra damage. Means you can't be... If you self-cast it, you can't be slowed right. And if you cast it on an enemy, they lose 100% of their move speed over the duration of it. It ticks back. So they start on no move speed and it ticks back to them slowly. There's a force. Yeah, the Hex. Still going to be a ways away from that. Hex for the Invoker as well. If they want this control. Boots of Burn. He's still got 3 drum charges left on the Chen. But the boots are going to be really nice in these fights. Constant charges there as well. Just pop them off. So I'm going to be completed for the Faceless Void. At least his mischance going to be reduced here. What's the Roshan respawn clock? It's... it depends what the second Roshan respawn is going to be. Looks like more than likely going to be that nighttime Roshan. There's Yesu. Just helping lead the line here. But again, 3 heroes. If you're out of your base for any time that it's, you know, maybe longer than like 30 seconds, you're at risk of losing the tower. Forge Spirits, Chen creeps, Familiar's pushing in. Olnit, he's hanging around this top part of the map. So they want to go into the tier 2. You've got your Chen Black Dragon here trying to pull these creeps, so fortification gets used. Dire fortification is up. Tickles looking to push out this mid lane while the rest of his teammates looking to push out the top lane. What can they do? Wish. Again, disperses up, trying to go back for the Basher. Mid lane pushes in slightly here. It's going to be a long Roshan respawn. It's definitely going to be a nighttime Roshan respawn, but it's going to be 2.5 minutes away. And Tickles, maybe not wanting to overextend here. Maybe not feeling, you know, that maybe they think that high ground push would be risky. There's Narman. He's about halfway towards his Ag Scepter. So, let's see, Larnoff. I wonder if, like, he's got the cheese picked up. Yeah, swapped his bracer up for it. But I wonder if Larnoff actually gets the Aegis in this next fight. Because it didn't really seem like the Alchemist was anywhere close to being at risk to die in there in that last fight. Even with the Chronosphere coming through, you know, he was on the other side of it. He was just regenerating through. He had the Radiance Burn damage coming out. It's 35 minutes in. Yeah, a minute and a half. Obviously, both teams don't know when this Roshan respawn is going to happen. Four-man smoke out here for KZ. A minute and 16 here on the Roshan respawn. You can park. What have they got? They've got a Forge Spirit here in the Roche pit. Just checking on that respawn. Jesu comes in. Time dilation comes out. It's only going to be catching on to Olnit. And again, you take a look at the bottom lane. You've got that Chen army pushing in through the Twin Gate. You know, it's pushing in the bottom lane. They can go. It's the melee creeps that are the super creeps as well. So this lane will push. And the longer they're out of the base, the more at risk that last set of racks. Maybe that mid lane racks there as well if the Chen creeps want to move over. Tier 4 towers, it's all going to push. 36 seconds on the Roche respawn. What are they going to try and do here, KZ? They're backing up. They might just give this Roshan up. The lane is pushing in now. Roshan, 22 seconds away. Who are they sending back? Wish is going back to base. Yeah, you can see the Chens on the map moving into those mid lane racks that are exposed. And, well, they're going to be taken down by Wish, but now they know where Wish is. You've got the 2 catapult creeps coming out now as well. That lane is fully broken to super creeps. Roshan, here it comes. It's up. They've got an opening. Wish isn't here. If he needs to, he can TP, I'm pretty sure, to the outpost. Sunstrike comes through. How quickly can they do this? This Roshan. Both Radiant and Dire scanning up on that high ground to make sure they don't walk up into a trap. But, okay, Pentaraj sword out for the Faceless. That's actually a really nice right-click damage there. Refresher shard. Do you give this... No, they give the Aegis over to Ulna again and again. I really didn't think he was at risk of dying. Refresher. I wonder if they keep the refresher on the Visage. Because what's that? Like, if this Familiars goes down, he can, you know, summon them. Refresh. Double Guardian's Greaves to come out for him. And yeah, again, the bottom lane is starting to push in. Not a lot of buildings left in the base there as well from that bottom part of the map. Pango. Imbis. With the gem as well, but Tickles, they don't want to take this fight. They just back themselves away. So the super creeps going to start to take buildings in the base. And this is right for both sides. That, you know, KZ, they don't want to commit into another fight, especially with the Aegis being up. If they're out of the base too long, Wish had to go back. If they're out of the base too long, they are going to start to lose buildings. So they just need to find an opening here. Trying to find a quick pick they could take advantage of. But for the minute, Tickles, they're playing it safe, but it's death by 1,000 cuts here for KZ's base. And this is how they want to play it. They've got these Familiars. Forge Birds, Chen Creeps that can push in. Just slowly chip away at the base. That forces KZ to either come back to commit to a defense, or they send one hero back, and all of a sudden it's a 4v5 opening here for Tickles. And Tusk, he's still going towards the Ags. About 1,000 gold away. It's a support, so obviously, you know, it takes him a little bit longer to get to any of his big items. Like an Ag Scepter. Alk. Who do you give the... Okay, refresh. So double Hand of God for the Chen. As long as he doesn't get caught out. Has that buyback available there as well, if he needs it. So, Tormentor going to be cleaned up. Skylark does get the shard. And, yeah, Shockwave, it out, then right back in. Or in and out. And, Norman. He's waiting there. He's waiting for a jump, maybe to take advantage of this Ulnet. He's still farming out. Wants that. Is it going to be the overwhelming? It is. It's going to be the overwhelming blink. I wonder if he sells the Sanj and Yasha for that. Although he doesn't need to. He's going to have space. Once the Aegis wears off in 2 minutes. Refresher Orb out on the... So, Jesu, jump in. Skylark, though, he has to pop that early BKB to get himself away. Sunstrike comes out. It actually connects, and Skylark... That's his BKB down. That's a big commitment there from the Magnus, and wasn't able to catch anyone out. No, didn't get any drag backs. And a minute and a half on the Aegis. Alchemist, though, just wants to continue farming up. And again, the overwhelming blink. It will be not too far away. Or it won't be too far away. I don't know if that's grammatically correct. Machina voice lines coming out, which is just like, come on, be quick about this. You're stalling out, lads. Excuse me. And, yeah, a minute. Turn off that Radiance. So they are looking for the smoke gang, but smoke coming up from Magnus. Magnus is a little bit far forward. He gets the axe. He'll skewer back with the RP onto the Invoker. The Invoker Soulbind connects onto Ulnet. Where's that cheese? Invoker. No, the Chronosphere comes out. The Hand of God. Do they have the save? They don't. He goes down again. He can't eat that cheese. And now they have the damage onto the Alchemist, but do they pop the Aegis? They may be waiting for the Aegis to go down. And it's not too far off the timing here, I believe. They are going to be... To the last couple of seconds, they do pop this Aegis. So the reset, while this is going on, they're going to lose this top lane of racks. Catapult creeps are in the base now as well. And again, the Invoker just gets trapped out and caught off and killed. Hand of God was used. The second one wasn't, though, I do believe. Skylark, he's looking again. He's looking for that jump dragged back by the Magnus. The Chronosphere, I mean, they have that refresh if you want to use it. He's not going to use it straight away. Jump in, harpoon, timeline comes out, snowball though, it's going to save Norman for a little bit longer. But in the end, he will go down to Wish. And these two heroes that are dead here on the side of Team Tickles don't have buybacks. Tickles, you've got to be careful here. If you get jumped on here, was it harpoon? He's invis. Oh, he had the Trickster Cloak. And now Skylark, he's out of position. Does he want to go on Stable Concoction? The Hex comes out immediately. They've got the damage, they've got the kill. And Magnus, Skylark, he tried to get the jump into, he's tried to chase down onto Gallus. Gets caught out of position. It's just way too much pressure coming through from Team Tickles. Didn't even need that max charge there onto the Unstable Concoction because of the Hexes. And the control was just enough to get the kill. And we're looking 43 minutes into this game. 2 cheese out on the side of Team Tickles. At the minute, Invoker's not being able to get him out of his backpack. After being caught out a couple of times here. Pangler with the Octarine Core. Ag Scepter up as well.
What did you expect?
I was looking for Alchemist. Yeah, he just wants to... He's actually going to go back for the Ags maybe first. Who do you give this to? Yeah, probably Invoker. He's got the Refresher Shard. Double Cataclysms, Tornadoes, EMPs, Cold Snaps, Deafening Blasts. I could name all of his spells. Really good to just have the Ags up into that. And how is the base health looking? So that range racks is the only one left in the top lane here for KZ. Not taking any... it's taking a little bit of damage. It's been sneezed on. Melee racks, it's still up in the mid lane. You've got a bit of damage on the range racks mid. Oh, the Chrono. The catch out, but how quickly can he do the damage here? Snowball, the Chronosphere, it comes out the second time. The Snowball's still inside of it. They're trying to do the damage where they can, but they're going to be able to get the kill. The RP comes out, they got the control. They have the buyback onto the Alchemist if they want to, but it looks like they don't want to here. Really good catch and no save. And again, Wish just has to disappear into the mid lane to try and push this one out. Alk buys back. They want to fight this one. They've got the catch onto the Magnus. The Magnus has to pop the BKB now as well. Jesu's used both of his Chronospheres. Can they get the kills? It's going to be the Ice Wall coming through. It slows down, does damage. Definitely Blast to push him back into this one. They might be able to get the kill onto the Chen. The Chen, he has the Spirit Vessel on him, but Larnoff, he uses the Refresher Shard, gets his second big BKB out in force. He gets the kill onto SSC Spartan. They're going to try and get the chase down onto Wish now. Buyback from the Chen. Now, do they have the damage to get the chase down onto Wish? Wish, he's going to be dead if he gets control, but he doesn't. No hexes, no unstable concoctions. But again, Chronosphere is down for the next 90 seconds. And Allnet, this time, he wants to go in the base. They want to break this one. They want to be ending the game here now. This is a big commitment from Team Tickles. If they lose this fight, they might just lose the game. But look at this. Allnet. Fortification comes out, you've got your toss back now. Do they have the damage? Now, Unstable Concoction's going to get used. Does he want to throw it on to Jesu? Jesu has that BKB going, and he's just going to be walking himself away, and Allnet has to pop the BKB of his own. He's going to be able to try and break down that range racks. Has to walk himself away. Can't be skewered back. He can't be killed off here, Allnet, but it's going to be really good from the side of KZ if they do. The Meteors are going to be dropped here. Backlines, Astral wants to get that toss back onto Force, trying to walk himself away. Allnet back in full health, trying to do what he can onto Jesu. Jesu's taking so much damage being controlled out by the Forge Spirit Stomps, and they get the kill. He's dead. 98 seconds, but he does have a buyback available now as well. Wish trying to get the Rolling Thunder out, trying to get the disruption out. Trying to do what he can onto Allnet. Buyback comes through from the Faceless Void. Still 37 seconds. No Chronosphere though. Unstable Concoction, they get the kill onto Wish. Wish, he has to buy back. I think this is where Team Tickles, did they just run themselves away from this one? Soulbind comes out. It's going to be onto a Familiar, and again onto Allnet. Allnet gets tossed back. He's losing a lot of health here. Allnet, they need to save him. But the Harpoon, no! The Tornado connects. He's got that Unstable Concoction going. Going to be able to throw it out. Does he know he self-stuns here in the base? This is really big. If they get this kill to Snowball, trying to save his life, they're going to go save him. Private Allnet, he eats that cheese. RP comes out. More damage. Going to be able to control him out. So he get the kill onto the Tusk. The Tusk is going to fall. Jesu trying to do as best he can to get the kill. Unstable Concoction comes out again, and they've got that Unstable Concoction. It connects onto 2, it connects onto 3. They're going to be able to take it on all 3 cores. The buyback from the Magnus now as well. But Jesu is dead. 120 seconds. Wish trying to run himself away from this one. He's got the roll up, Unstable Concoction comes out, but they've got the damage, they've got the control. I think they've got the game. I think they've got it. No available cores here. Pango's dead. The Faceless Void is dead. GG is going to be called here. Team Tickles They kept on it going. They handed him the cheese. They fed him the fondue. The BKBs, the snowball controls, everything after that buyback there to make sure it wasn't a dieback on the Alchemist. And Team Tickles 2-0 KZ here in the first series of the day. Really brave defense there from KZ, but they weren't able to close it out. So we're going to be able to take a look at the group, see how that affects the standings here for the teams and moving through into the playoffs. And really well fought there from Team Tickles, and KZ weren't able to close it out. So Group A, 3-0 on Team Tickles, plus 4 points. Navi Jr. 1-1, Bait 1-1, but KZ 1-2, and Level Up 0-2. Looking really bad for KZ and Level Up. They both need to win their next set of matches here. KZ have 1 match left, Level Up have 2 matches left, and they need to at least catch up to Bait on the 1-1 and Navi Jr. on the 1-1. But Navi Jr. taking that plus 1 point as they got themselves a 2-1 loss and a 2-0 win. So it does mean that they have themselves that 1 point for the tiebreaker scenarios. And that is going to be the first series of the day, but we do still have 3 series to come in our schedule. It's going to be a little bit of a longer break here. What are we done? 12:07, so about a 50-minute break, maybe just a little bit earlier than that, as we get through to move through to, I think it's Falcons versus Atlas Burden coming up as the next series, and then we've got 2 more series to come from that. But again, we are going to be taking a little bit a longer break, so stick around, guys. Come back in about 50 minutes for the second series of the day. We'll see you after this long break.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get started with the second series of the day. That first series, it was a 2-0 going the way of Team Tickles, and now we have Team Falcons versus Atlas Burden. We'll be able to take a look at the full schedule as well, just to see how the day is going to break down. I'm, of course, with you for this next series, and then I think it's Hurry Freak taking over for the final 2. So, yeah, Team Falcons coming up against Atlas Burden, and we are on schedule. Do you know how rare that is with these games? No, we're going to have a good time here. Team Falcons versus Atlas Burden. We do have a stand-in for Team Falcons. It's going to be Chrysalis for Skitter, so it's not the full Team Falcons lineup, but more than a worthy replacement there in Chrysalis coming through. And then we have Moneymakers versus Yellow Submarine after that, and then finally to wrap up the day, it's going to be Team Clee versus Marsbat. So still plenty of Dota to come here today, and I am going to be with you for this next series, Team Falcons versus Atlas Burden. And I think we're going to be able to take a look at the groups again, Group B, just to see how this is going to stack up here. So Team Falcons, if they win this one, I'm pretty sure again they are qualified with a +4 already. Atlas Burden, unfortunately, taking a 2-0 loss and a 2-1 loss means that they are on -3 points. So they are at the bottom of the table, and this is kind of last chance saloon here to they'd need to win this one 2-0, and then they'd need to win the last series 2-0 there as well to get themselves back to positive, to be with a chance of jumping over potentially Yellow Submarines and Moneymakers. It's not looking too good for Atlas Burden, but yeah, Team Falcons, they are flying high at the minute with that +4 on the 2-0 points. Take a look at the matchups. We'll see it is going to be Team Falcons versus Atlas Burden coming into this one, a best of 3, and we'll see how these teams are going to match up here, as we should be able to get ourselves through and into the actual team lineups as well, just so you can have a refresher, a reminder of who's playing where and who is playing what. Jumping in. Okay, just getting an update. That's why I went quiet, but yeah, just getting an update. So it is going to be Chrysalis here for Team Falcons instead of Skitter. So Snaking, ATF, Crit, and Malrine, and people. What a name! Cloud, Hellscream, Pantomime, and Warwick there standing in for Rain. Again, between these two teams, I think you've got to look at them. Falcons, even though they are a newer stack, like I say, with a standing coming through in Chrysalis, they are the more established players. You know, they have that experience behind them, so we'll see how they're going to be able to play here. And Atlas Burden, again, the pressure is on, so we'll see if they're going to be able to carry that weight or if they're going to crumble a little bit here under the burden here. And yeah, getting into the first series, what am I expecting? I mean, Team Falcons, again, They're going to be coming into this one probably being considered favourites, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for maybe like a more game-dominating draft, maybe a quicker tempo, take these quick wins, put the pressure onto Atlas Burden, and force them to react. Atlas Burden, maybe they just need to try and find, depending on what they feel their strengths are, just feel something out, get themselves in a good niche. Maybe there's some pocket picks to come out as well that they're going to be able to draft, but it's all about keeping themselves positive mentally. They can't fall behind and think, okay, this is it, this is game over, we've got no chance, man. Doing the best impression, but it's you've got to keep yourself positive as you come through this one. So it's important that you do keep that mental attitude positive all the way through. And Team Falcons, again, they are a new stack, so there might be some synergy issues that Atlas Burden can take advantage of. There might be a couple of draft issues that they have, so we'll see how it is going to match up. We should be getting ourselves into the draft shortly in the next couple of minutes or so. But yeah, between these two teams, I mean, again, looking at the table, we can see that Falcons are at the top. They're on a 4-0. They have played Na'Vi and they've played Moneymakers, two of the, I guess, the other two stronger teams in the group. Yellow Submarines yet to play. They will be playing from today, for pretty much every day for the next couple of days, to get themselves back and get themselves up to speed in the groups. And yeah, Atlas Burden, they lost. Let's take a look. They lost to Na'Vi and Moneymakers, which Falcon beat 2-0. So yeah, it's not confidence inspiring here for Atlas Burden, but that's why we play the matches, right? That's why we take a look at the matches. That's why we take a look at the groups. Yeah, like I say, just take a look at Atlas Burden at the bottom. But that's why we play these, because if we just went off stats and past performances, why would we even bother playing the matches? We just let them go as we actually say, oh, okay, you did better last time, okay, you get the win. So this is why we play the series out. This is why we're here, to see who really comes on top. And Atlas Burden might have some surprises up the sleeve here, and some tricks against Team Falcons. Team Falcons, again, a MENA team, so Middle East North African team, going to be playing in when events have those regions available. We'll be playing in those qualifiers, I think, in those regions. But for the minute, as we are going to be able to get ourselves into I hope, a fresh draft. That was the draft from the last game. Don't worry, we've not missed a draft, looking at my pretty face. We're not there yet. We are just waiting to get into the game. Hopefully we aren't going to be too far away from starting that one. Yeah, I think the draft has started, so we're going to be a few seconds away from getting into that, just waiting for the games to connect. But apart from that, looking at the lineup of Team Falcons, even with a standing, you've got Marin in there, a really strong mid laner who's got some unique picks there as well. Probably won't see the Timbersaw. Yeah, Monkey King would be another one. Probably won't see the Timbersaw pick purely because the Timbersaw is garbage at the minute. Is not being picked up. I mean, ATF might go from in the off lane. But yeah, you've got these players, like say Marin. He's a young player. He's got a lot of experience coming through from Namiga, where he looked like one of the strongest mid laners in Division 2, like the lower part of Division 1. He did look like a really good mid laner. So it's a good pickup here for Falcons. You look at their lineup, Snake and Crit in there. There's a lot of experience. ATF, again, another young, hungry player that can pull things out of the bag. So we'll see where they want to go. And look at this, Atlas Burden, banning out the Monkey King and the Razor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Falcons, they take out the Kunkka, the Phoenix, Spirit Breaker, Muerta. So the Treant still there. Still got the Tusk, Centaur, Spirit Breaker, Primal Beast. There's some big... Okay, Primal Beast goes... I think go for the Pugna pick straight away on Atlas Burden. So what's the response from Falcons? We'll see just how they want to play this one. Who they think's going to be the best pickup. Just to respond to this, I mean, we did see an AA come out in the first series, Team Tickles. The Pugna was an early pick, so the AA came out immediately. Tries to deal with that life drain, tries to deal with the baby burden, like I say, from the Pugna back into his own heroes. If he can't heal, that life restore doesn't matter. And we'll see. I think go for the Nature's Prophet. Okay, Falcons, they might want to take this early, put a lot of pressure onto... Because that's what you can do here, right? You step out with the Nature's Prophet into the lanes as the puck does get banned out. You step out with the teleport, and you teleport, you get a lot of attack stacks. Damage that gets transferred into armor a little bit later on. And it's a good hero to have to get aggressive early on. As Grimstroke, he's going to be the banner here for Atlas Burden. And I wonder how they respond to this one, because the Sprout does a lot of damage there as well. It forces the supports on the side of Atlas Burden to... pretty much invest in Quelling Blades. You know, you've got to worry about being teleported into to the Sprout, to the right click, so you might see even the Pugner going for a Quelling Blade. You know, Atlas Burden, whoever they go for in that next support, go for a Quelling Blade here. Just to make sure that if they get jumped on by the Nature's Prophet, you know, if they're alone, they still have a chance of survival. Pugner will be in a good spot that if he does get right-clicked by the Prophet, he can decrepify himself, or decrepify the Prophet if he wants to. Kind of go for the TP, you know, without taking a lot of damage. It makes it a little bit harder for, if this is going to be the... Oh, do you run this 4 or 5 on the Prophet? You could even run it as the... You don't really want to run it as the 2 anymore, because the big power spike comes from running it as that support that can dip into other lanes where the TP scrolls into the teleportation of the Nature's Prophet, you know, and do that right-click damage. So I imagine it's not going to be a core Prophet. We'll see what they want to draft. They go for the Tusk. Okay, so... Prophet 4, Tusk 5, potentially. I mean, he could potentially have that Prophet 1 if you wanted to. But I don't think a lot of teams, you know, a lot of teams prefer to play around that Prophet support, I'm pretty sure. So, Burden, Alice Burden, how are they going to respond to this? Yeah, and Tusk, they go for the tree. Okay, so the tree didn't get banned out at all. The Faceless Void was the next ban from Falcons. I don't mind this Treant Protector pick, because, again, if you're going to be playing like the Weavers or Terrorblades, Lunas, something like that, that offers a lot of damage, but it's a bit of a glass cannon early on, you know, needs that frontline protection. Treant and Tusk both do that. You know, they are the best at the minute of doing that, so we'll see if Falcons want to go for something like the Weaver, maybe in the lane. You've got to be careful as well. If this is the 4 Nature's Prophet, you've got to be careful on Atlas Burden, depending on what carry you pick up. You know, you've got to maybe look towards those high armor heroes, because the Nature's Prophet usually does start off with that the Blightstone. God, imagine start off with a Bloodstone on a Nature's Prophet. Yeah, just free, you know, casual 4,500 gold. Thank you very much. Yeah, starts off with that Blightstone. And we'll put lane pressure onto the carry in the lane if it is that position 4, just through the right clicks. With the Blightstone as well, reducing the armor. So yeah, you do need to look to something that is maybe a bit of a more high armor hero to sit in that lane with the Treant Protector. Is Atlas Burden. How do they want to pick into this? Because both teams picking both supports, so Atlas Burden are picking next blind, right? They're giving away at least one lane here. Not at least, they're giving away one lane in this next pick. So the Earth Spirit mid. Ooh. I don't mind this hero, but if you aren't rolling like a boulder, like if you don't have that early momentum behind you, Earth Spirits really do drop off. Like, you will be playing a second position 4 in this game if you don't pop off early on the Earth Spirit. You know, and I've seen Earth Spirits fall behind. You try to go for the roll-ins, you roll yourselves in, and there's not enough damage. And god damn, the Timber Sword does come out from Falcons. ATF or Malrine, they'll keep us guessing for a little bit longer, maybe till this next pick. But yeah, both players do play it. They love this hero, so it wouldn't surprise me if we see the Timber Sword mid. Maybe it would a little bit, because, you know, you want those trees to jump to, but I suppose you just go for the Will and Death and the reactive armor stacks, and, you know, just get 1 point in the Timber Chain around level 5, just to make sure you don't get caught out too much. Yeah, and they go for Mars. Okay, so 2 signature heroes being picked up already, Falcons, Timber Sword, Mars. And I'll give you 3 guesses who's playing which one. So, Atlas Burden, how do they want to respond to this? Actually, you have Falcon's been playing this in other games. Let's take a look at the other picks. What else have they been playing through the Pinnacle Anniversary show? Against Na'Vi, they went for Kunkkas. There was a Lina in there, Lunas, Slacks, Shadow Demon and a Marcy. Oh, they played the Marcy. Meanwhile, who else have they played? Moneymakers. Pucks, Spectre was in there. Yeah, the Timbersaw coming out there. So that was an ATF Timbersaw up against Moneymakers. Alice Burden do go for the Weaver. I like this in lane a little bit more. Obviously, you can be playing max range away from the Nature's Prophet if you can, like attack range wise. You're not easy to go on. You don't have a lot. I mean, Falcons, they don't really have the off lane lockdown. I mean, you Sprout, you Queln Blade out of that. You don't have that follow up. You could go for the spear, I guess. If you can time it right, you know, before the Queln Blade breaks a tree, get that spear in. Which might be enough. The arena there as well. You can't Sakuchi away if you're caught inside an arena. You just have to kind of, you know, run around the walls and hope you don't get too picked off. Meanwhile, Falcons. That's all of, yeah, so the, you know, Atlas Bird and No Crystallis is standing in here. So they ban all three of his signature heroes. The Monkey King, the Razor, the Bloodseeker, who he's been playing a lot of recently. They just go, ha ha ha, no. When you do have a hero that you play so much, like the Bloodseeker and the Monkey King, even the Razor to a point, teams just won't let you have it. You know, they are more scared of you having those heroes. Same thing, right? Don't fear the man that's practiced 1,000 kicks. Fear the man that's practiced one kick 1,000 times. Or, you know, 1,000,000 times. However hyperbolous you want to be with that saying. So yeah, you ban out the Bloodseeker, you ban out the Razor, you ban out the Monkey King. Falcons. Yeah, ban out offlaners here. Ban out the Brew. Okay, fair enough. What would you want to go for with the Tusk? Because the Weaver's been picked up. Would you want to go for 2 melee heroes here, or would you go back for that Luna? Can do a lot of damage in the lane. Even against the Pugna. If the Pugna drops a Decrepify, you're going to have either the Eclipse, you know, or a little bit earlier on, you're going to have the Lucent Beams to drop. So, and again, it's a hero that I'm pretty sure Crystallis likes to play. Or Crystallis likes to play with the that Luna. So they ban out the Lycan. Yeah, just getting rid of a bit of Zoo. Though, the Luna really would be able to deal with the Lycan and the Brewmaster with a split, so maybe they're looking for something a little bit more single target focused. Maybe something like the Slark. Weaver can't pounce. Weaver can't Sakuchi away if he gets pounced. As yeah. Atlas, they're going to think about this next ban out. Oh, Faceless is banned. Yeah, they banned the Faceless themselves. Mortar's gone. I don't think we're ever going to see Mortar. Morphlin is still there. TA got all the way through the draft. Damn. But yeah, Morphlin's still there. Again, thinking something a little bit more single target focused. We don't see many Drows. Not expecting that. Terrorblade might not be too bad a pickup for the side of Falcons. So let's see. Atlas Burden go back for the mag. What have you got? Sakuchi follow up with a Swarm. If he gets a shot as well, you're going to have those Germinate attacks on teammates. Oh, not on teammates, excuse me. On the enemy team. Once you get... You've got good separation. The big thing is, though, Falcons, that is not a squishy lineup here. Timbersaw, Mars, Tusk, really big, you know, can take a lot of punishment heroes. Even Nature's Prophet to a point. Or depending on what the build is. But yeah, it doesn't really get too bullied. As Falcons, with this last pick, what's it going to be? 8 seconds left on this. Yeah, going to be the Luna. I really don't mind this. You force out a lot of damage here. Even the magic damage of the Pugna, your Hellscream tries to get this Decrepify off, either on yourself or one of his teammates. You're going to be putting out Eclipse damage. You've got the Lucent Beam. You've got those Glaives that are going to bounce around. Probably going to be building into the Manta style. In fact, that's the build that I'm seeing. Yeah, even Crystallis, you know, he's happy about that. He's laughing. He likes that pick. And it is one of those heroes, like I say, that you're going to be building into the Manta style. You're going to have some damage to put out with your illusions as well. It's a great building pusher. If you try and break that high ground, as soon as that tier 3 tower goes down, the racks are going to disappear. The buildings, you know, the effigies, they're going to all disappear. So we'll see just how they want to try and play around this one. Yeah, you got Crit, who, again, coming across everybody. They've got the name swapped up. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering when Mallory was on camera. But yeah, they've got the name swapped up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's no big deal. I think we might be a bit of pause as we move through the cams. So yeah, we're going to be able to get ourselves into this first game, and Atlas Burden, it is on their shoulders here to try and, like I say, Warwick is a standing. They do need to be able to perform in this one. They need to win this series, and I think they need to win this series 2-0 with being in the best chance to get those points on the board, to get yourself into a good position, you know, to move on and up the table and get yourself off the bottom of the table. You do need that momentum going through. So Atlas Burden, it is going to be, like I say, it is going to be the burden to bear here. They need to get themselves in a great position in this game number 1 and take that momentum through into game number 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Falcons, if they win the series, I'm pretty sure they're qualified. They're on +4. Nobody else is there. They've still got Yellow Submarine to play in the group, so, you know, it's not a guarantee just yet, but am I mixing up the groups? I might be mixing up the groups, but they've still got, you know, a good role on their shoulders there just to be able to move through into this. So yeah, if they win the series, especially if they win it 2-0, I think they go through at the top of the table here in group. So yeah, it's everything to play for both teams. Survival for one, and just perfection for the other here. They haven't dropped a game just yet on the side of Team Falcons. Moving themselves through against Moneymakers, and like I say, up against Navi. And it is Yellow Submarine that hasn't played yet on Group B. So, yeah, both teams here, there is something to fight for. It's not just a dead rubber game just yet. As we get ourselves into game number 1 of Falcons versus Atlas Burden. Let's see how this one's going to come out. And have funs. They're all coming out, you know, friendly bunch here. Pro players. You'll never see a bad word said against a pro player. You know, there's no bad attitudes, nothing like that. We're going to see a rotation come through. Crit, can he get himself away from this one? He's not got anything skilled up just yet. The ward does go down here, so they see Crit. But, yeah, Atlas Burden backing themselves up, because that would be a 5 versus 5 at level 1. And I don't know if Atlas Burden have it in them at level 1 to win a 5v5. They might be able to find a pick-off. They could get a couple of trades out there, but I think overall level 1, I'd be looking at Team Falcons. So, yeah, nothing skilled up on Amar here either. Marine on the Timber, and this is going to be interesting lane to see, because again, the depowered Timber Saw, the nerfed Timber Saw, as you can see, the Chrysalis has already gone through the Twin Gate here. Now they might have a chance to get something out of this, as Amar going to run out. Is Snaking running himself away from this one now as well? Amar, though, he's a big tanky boy. Snake is just like, nah, I'm out, bud. So, first blood goes the way of I See Dead People. So Icy, is that what I'm going to be showing it to? It's going to be Icy here. Yeah, Luna going to be going over straight into the lane here. So a good pickup early on. And again, once they start to split off, Team Falcons leaving teammates behind, and ATF couldn't get himself away from that one. Good setup, and you see Snaking there. It's just like, yeah, I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm done. Warwick in the mid lane is going to suffer some to this Whirling Death, because obviously the melee hero. Just means that every time he comes forward to try and last hit, Marin's probably going to go in for that Whirling Death. And then Chakrams start to come out. You've got the damage to just stack up. And now, top lane, Pantoma's going to slow down a little bit. You got God's Rebuke doing a little bit of damage here, but Leech Seed already critting onto ticking onto crit. Excuse me. As Icy. Okay, just looking for his creeps in the lane. How's it looking, bottom lane? Right click's coming through. Snaking. Did he start off with the Blightstone on the Nature's Prophet? As the damage that he's going to be able to output. No, I actually started off with a Blood Grenade here, but they're still going to be able to go Lucent Beam onto Hellscream. Hellscream taking a lot of harass here, and Snaking, yeah. Once, he actually starts off with the TP level 1, so he's not going to be able to get the Sprout out just yet onto the Pugna. But it is still a lot of damage to come through here, as I See Dead People just trying to get off, gets actually onto crit. Actually cancels off the regen there as well. What little there was left at the end of it here, and Malrine, yeah, again, just every time he comes forward at Warwick, going to be suffering into one of those Whirling Deaths. And it's not like it's a long cooldown on that either. You know, 18 mana, level 2 now as well, onto Malrine. But Warwick is trading as good as he gets there. Cloud, just taking some harass here from Snaking. Oh, let's see. Hellscream on the back lines. He's just waiting out here. You know, maybe trying to block here is going to block the camp, actually. Just make sure there's not another pull through there. Does it? You know, no wards, just body blocks away from Snake King's vision there. And sneakily just gets himself back into lane. Sprout comes out, but he's got himself the Quelling Blade. Like I say, you force these supports to invest into Quelling Blades. And it's not a big investment for, like, cores, but that's, you know, early on, especially early on in the game like this. It's a very big investment for the supports. Pantomim's going to be chased down as well. The Blood Grenade comes out. Pantomim might actually go down. He's got those stick charges, and Crit's going to go down first in Amar. He's going to be able to get the solo XP, solo gold for that, for getting the kill onto Pantomim after the fact. But it's a lot of harass onto the Mars here as well. Meanwhile, mid lane, Warwick, once again, could you believe it? He's being whirled to death. Being whirled to death just sounds like one of the worst ways to go. It's not like, you know, it's not pleasant. Like, you're being, I suppose whirling death is you being chopped down, but the literal would be like you being spun. Like in one of those things that astronauts training, you're just being spun in those. Lose more than your lunch. Hellscream. Just try and throw some harass out here. Crystal's actually going to be able to get up and get harassy as well. And yeah, it is a Luna, so these pulls will be able to contest the pulls with a few more levels. That if you pull your whole creeps into the side camps, Luna just comes up and goes, oh, thank you very much. Those balancing glaives will take the neutrals as well as your dire creeps.
Got it.
Pantomim, how is he looking? Going towards the boots. One they're queued up as well. As well as the damage coming out in this lane here between Pantomim and Icy. Yo, Icy's not really stacking up the last hits like the Luna. And again, Cloud going to be taking a lot of harass coming out from the Luna. Going for the 2 points. Snaking couldn't get the kill. Oh, rough. Oh, rough. How are they looking? Pantomim top line. God's Rebuke gets the kill. He's still going to go down to Icy after the fact, and Crit could be in a little bit of trouble now as well, but it looks like Icy not going to follow up with a Sakuchi after that. Wants to use it to get himself back to the creeps, and yeah, Crit, well, he takes some harass out, but Weaver wants to go back to the lane, because that's where the real farm is. Malrine, the boulder getting kicked across, just stop and walking himself here, gets that water in out, and yeah, just uses all the bolt charges straight away. Into the mana boots for Timber Source, no boots to travel, nothing like that, doesn't want to be getting around the map quicker than the Timber Chain. You can see level 5 on Warwick, but yeah, 3 points into the Will and Death, 2 into the Timber Chain here for Malrine, so it doesn't even need to go for the reactive armor just yet. Warwick, body blocks even coming through. Malrine's getting cheeky. It's a wee bit cheeky. As Pantomim, just trying to do what he can to delay ATF, but ATF, he's got that damage coming through from the God's Rebuke here, just to try and farm up these neutrals, as well as the, dire creeps. Pin to the tree here. Do they have the damage onto Icy? Icy's going to be able to get around with the Scoochie. They're going to go to Pantomim. Pantomim betrayed by his own kind there. The Sprout comes out and he just gets locked in and locked down, killed off. Treant Protector. You know, it's in the name. The Treant Protector. I suppose, and the trees weren't protecting him. They're doing a lot of damage out onto him. As Snaking able to come right back into the lane here. Malrine. How's he looking net worth? 32 last hits to the 24 of the Earth Spirit. Not bad net worth-wise as well. He's about 500 gold ahead. It's not a massive gap, but this is the thing, right? The Earth Spirits, to me, as the 1.5k scrub, you want to be ahead. You want to be building up that net worth so you can look for ganks. You'll get quick rotations in once you hit that level 6. And Malrine's just denying that quick build-up here for Warwick. So I don't know how effective he's going to be on the rotate, which he might look towards now. D-Ward comes out. He's looking. He's got himself the double damage rune. So yeah, does he want to try and rotate for this? And Hellscream tries to get himself away with the Decrepit Fire. There's way too much magic damage for you there, bro. And Snaking gets the kill with a Sprout. Cool guys don't look at kills. He was already walking himself away. And Chrysalis feels absolutely safe. Different build coming out. Maybe saving that point. Yeah, no point into the bouncing glaives just yet. Just saving the point until he wants to move into the jungle and not really push this lane out, I guess. There's a top lane. Mars. Double braces into the soaring. This is I can't say a classic build. It's only about a year old. But a last meta build up here for the Mars. And if I had an analyst, I'd get them to tell you why we aren't seeing Mars picked all that often. But yeah, the double braces into the soaring. It's just a big survival build for the Mars. I want to make him into this Front lane, bully. Just get the God's Rebukes off, get the spears off. But just for the most part, make sure you're alive to get that disruption into the team fights. So how's it looking here for ATF? He actually gets the spear to the tree. There's going to be the snowball follow-up now as well. Did they get the kill out to him? They might be able to get onto him. They get the sprout out now. I see dead people. He might be seeing himself here in a little bit. Trying to go for the TP, but the right click comes in and snaking. He takes down the Weaver. No time-lapse just yet. Only level 5 on the Weaver though. So wasn't able to pick up the kill. And Warwick. What are they going? Want to go with this Earth Spirit? As Maureen just continues to farm up, and it's going to be a soaring for him. I mean, that's the standard build-up for a Timbersaw, right? Soaring after the mana boots. Hellscream and Pantomime, they are rotating around. Double damage rune here for Warwick, but Warwick, what's he going to get from this? Looks like not a whole lot here. This top lane. Falcons, they've got Chrysalis, even Chrysalis coming through the Twin Gates. Going to take a couple of tower shots for his troubles here, but we'll be able to move through onto this tier 1 tower and take it down fairly quickly as well. I don't know if the side of Atlas Burden, if they're going to be able to stop this. They're going to try and go 3-man smoke rotation. Double damage rune has worn off now as well. They're going to try Pantomime. Rolling ball that comes in. Crit's going to be slowed down by the Nature's Grasp here. And Crit, he might go down. Snowball comes out. He's got that Nether ward down as well to contend with. But oh, great arena. And Crit's still alive through this. They're trying to go into Hellscream now as well. They've got 2. Can they go for 3? I see dead people's going to be right back in there. And Pantomime's out, mate. He's just like, ha 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 ha, no. He leaves. And yeah, they take down. And this is what I'm talking about. The Earth Spirit. Good roll in, a good setup there from his teammates, just couldn't capitalize on it. They did eventually get the kill onto Crit, but not before they lose 2 heroes. And meanwhile this is going on, Cloud's just like, cool, I've got some farm on the bottom lane. You know, you get snaking TPing back there to try and contest it, but for the most part, Cloud is trying to find pretty much anything out of this lane, really. Oh, Mars, does he go down here? Blood Grenade. Nature's Grasp. He's going to try and move himself away from it. He's going to be able to spear away Icy. It looks like the TP on the backlines now as well. Did they get the kill? I mean, they've got a lot of damage coming through here. Another Blood Grenade going to be thrown out. And Pantomime going to try and run himself away, but there's going to be the Urn Charge there as well. Does it take him down? One more right click. It might be enough in snaking. He's not actually going to be able to connect, and right clicks onto one Mar. Does he get the force away from Warwick? He does, and Mars. He's going to be a little bit in danger now as well. ATF with another Urn Charge back on him. Snaking, trying to run himself away from this one. He has the Blood Grenade. He has a decent amount of one charges there. So it looks like they're going to trade it off. Meanwhile, Maureen gets the kill onto Hellscream. And after all that teasing on the top, let's take a look. So this is the last fight as well. Crit, he's going to get Nature's Grasp slowed down. There's going to be the Nether Ward coming through now as well. Snowball, so it keeps himself alive for a little bit longer. And the arena comes through. You can see that Crit on the edge of that. He does eventually go down, but still, you've got 3 heroes sticking it to the side of Atlas Burden. Atlas Burden just couldn't stand to that, and Pantomime had to back himself away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How's ATF looking? Double braces, yeah, soaring there as well. That's why he's a big tanky boy. That's why he survived through the last fight. Looking good for him. Looking really good for him. And I see dead people. How's he looking net worth-wise? All 3 cores from the side of Atlas Burden. Well, okay, Magnus jumps into the top 3 now. But yeah, I was going to say all 3 cores from Atlas Burden outside the top 3 now. And look, the Hunting Pantomime is going to get caught out now as well. Was that Warrior's Punch? One more right click. He's in miz, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill. Chris going to be able to take him down. And can they go to Icy Dead people? It looks like not. Warrior's going to rotate in. ATF gets a spear away. He still goes down. And Icy, he gets stunned to, well, not quite to a tree. And now they might be able to go on to Crit. Hellscream's rotated up now as well. Crit, we just try and waste these heroes' time. It's 3 heroes. And the longer he can keep them up there, the more time he's going to waste. Snowball as well to the neutrals. The neutrals, do they get the last hit onto him? And Crit, no, the Urn takes him down. Icy gets the last hit and gets that kill. Meanwhile, Cloud, no way he gets himself away from this one. Cloud, he's going to be sprouted up. He does have that chakram going now as well. RP gets committed, but he still dies. And Pantomime trying to help out his teammates as Rolling Ball comes in from Warwick now. Maureen can get himself away from this one. There is going to be the Urn Charge here onto Maureen. Maureen, he dodges off the Blood Grenade. Really nicely thought there to go up instead of just across. And he will be able to get that Timber Chain away. Level 4 in the Timber Chain, and he is out of there, nerds. He's like, he's straight up out. So, Maureen, doing really well. Was that 302? Pugnet not as well as a 031. Yeah, Maureen 302 in terms of kills. 93 last hits there as well. So looking really good for Maureen at the minute. And yeah, Warwick You've got to be careful, but this Timbersaw is 2 levels higher than you.
Structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, Snaking, in terms of net worth, hell, he's not too far off the Earth Spirit himself, about 900 behind? 1,000 gold behind, yeah. Chrysalis, he's finding the stacks, top of the net worth, going straight for this Mantis Star. And this is another thing, right? We're not seeing the build-up into the Dragonlance anymore a whole lot for the Luna. We are seeing just straight up into the Mantis Star. So that extra attack range, the extra stats, maybe just inhibiting the Luna a little bit here. Crit! Spirit Vessel comes out. Did they get the kill onto Crit though? Crit's going to try and get himself away. The life drain, yeah, no, Snowball! He's going to try and waste a little bit of time. The Walrus Punch comes out with Crit though. These urn charges, excuse me, the Spirit Vessel charge, doing a lot of damage, and Warwick will be able to get the kill after that. He gets himself another 2 charges on the board. So it's a close match. It is a fairly close match between these two teams. Net worth-wise, 5k going the way of Falcons, but the kill-wise, not a lot in it. And in fact, ATF could be in danger now as well. Did they get the kill into Icy? Icy going to be the TP in now as well from the Nature's Prophet. They're going to try and wait for the Sakuchi to come out. Sprout comes out now as well. They don't latch that spear, and all of a sudden, Amar's dead. Rolling Boulder comes in. Oh, Snaking, he's going to be kicked back into the waiting arms of Icy Dead People, and Icy Dead People, well, he sees Snaking, he gets the kill, and then he gets all of his life back through that life drain coming out, and Crit, Snowball in, connecting now as well. It's going to be the rolling ball. Did he get the kill onto Crit? Crit's going to try and do what he can with this Walrus Punch now as well, just again wasting a little bit of time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
While that is going on, Chrysalis is still farming out the stack, so it's still not the worst fight there, purely for the fact that Marine and Chrysalis are still farming. And he's not too far away from that full Manta as well. So let's take a look at this fight again. Amar, he is low health. Spear comes out time-lapse straight into this fight. And Amar, he turns around there, waiting for the TP of his teammates. But again, the backstab from Warwick with this Arcane Rune comes in, Spirit Vessel, and Amar just ticks down and dies. And then Snaking, the Magnus. Speaking about the Magnus is going to die in real time here. So take a look at the live screen. But yeah, Snaking with that skewer back. It was just way too out of position. Then the rolling boulder to catch up. There is some high mobile heroes on the side of Atlas Burden. And Crit, again, wasting a little bit of time there with the Walrus Punch, but it will indeed go down in the end. So Hellscream, how's he looking? Going towards the 8th lens. Not going to be too far away from it, I do believe. Falcons still have a slight win probability, yeah, okay, over the side of Atlas Burden. Nice Dead People going towards the Maelstrom. So build-up wise, he's getting himself back in the top of the net worth. It's not too bad here for the Weaver. He's found a good couple of kills, a good couple of pickoffs, and now he's starting to find the farm as well.
Radiant are scanning.
A Snaking straight into the Ags. Yeah, the position 5 Nature's Prophet. Why not? Sprout comes out, doesn't actually latch onto Warwick. Now he's going to be silenced off. Did they get Snaking here? He's got no backup from his teammates, and I don't think he gets himself away from this one. He's ticking down. Again, Spirit Vessel's coming through and Pantomime. He's just trying to keep the vision, keep the damage going to Snaking, and Warwick effectively gets himself a solo kill there. Onto the Nature's Prophet. Really well played by Warwick, being able to move himself around in those fights. Cloud. How's he looking? Gonna go straight for the Harpoon. We saw this in the last series on the Magnus. It looked really strong right up until it didn't. But, yeah, Cloud being able to get the drag back, just the instant repositioning. Like, who needs a Horn Toss when you can just Harpoon and pull people back? Oh, Warwick, though, the jump in. Do they have the silence? Do they have the control onto this one? The speed's going to come across. It's actually going to be onto the... Oh, RP! They have the control here. Cloud trying to do what he can. The Rangers come through, and Warwick taking a lot of damage here, but they do get the kill onto Crit. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Timbersaw gets the Timber Chain up onto the high ground. The Magnus, he might be able to get himself away from this one. The Overgrowth comes out here. Mars, Spear to the tree, and that's going to be Sprout Tree. And now with the Eclipse coming through, insane damage coming out there from Chrysalis, and he takes down Icy Dead People. And now it's only the Treant left alive. He's trying to get himself through this Imbiz, but moving through Mallory, the enemy of trees. He is hunting, he is looking, he is trying to get this kill, and they do reveal him now as well. Pantomime, Charkham comes out, one more right click. It is going to be a full 5-man team up there. Mega kill streak for Mallory. Let's take a look again. Amar jumps in. The Magnus jumps in front. Get down, Mr. President there. Takes the spear to the face. So he's the one that gets pinned. Backline, a lot of damage there as well. The Magnus trying to do what he can with the shockwave onto crit. Gets a kill. But Malrine, he's just out. He's ready for it. He knows they've got this kill onto the Earth Spirit. So he gets himself onto the high ground. And yeah, the spear coming through onto, onto Icy Dead people. He just wasn't able to get anything off, get that time lapse off to save his life. I think he might have actually been mid-animation when he got God's Rebuke there and went down to the Mars. Oh, the Wolves went snowball into... It's just another Death of Cloud. Even going to be the TPM from staking. Yeah, they should be able to pick this one up. 3 heroes grouping up there. And Hellscream's just like, you know what? I'll leave you to it. As he starts to walk himself away. Just out of picture here, but he walks himself into his doom, question mark? Or maybe into Marin's doom. Marin's going to be able to get the timber chain away. Okay, fair enough. Has Marin's not died yet. 603, having a really good game. Having a really good game on this quote-unquote dead hero on the timber saw. Snowball coming through. I see dead people. Snowball breaks. And time-lapse. He's going to be able to get himself away from this one. With the Sakuchi, they don't have the vision break there as well. So yeah, Weaver just leads them astray. And Icy, really well played.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane. Nobody catches Warwick. And he gets the rolling ball away. Mari's going to be coming in though, Hellscream. Oh, the arena comes out. They want to spend this just to get the catch of the rolling ball that comes through the arena, but not going to be able to lock him in here. Warwick using a lot of mana now. Doesn't want to carry on going. There is going to be the Magnetized coming out here for Warwick. Rolling ball to forward as well. Amar pops that BKB. Does he want to try and fight into this? Looks like not. As Amar already backed himself away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
So, what can they do here? Atlas Burden. It's a 10k net worth deficit for them. Snaking, so close. It looks like to the Aghanim Scepter. Going for the shard right after as well. Pantomime might. I mean, the Nature's Grasp comes out. There could be the Rolling Boulder in now as well. Can he get the kill onto Snaking? Snaking, Overgrowth is going to be used. He gets revealed with the dust here. And he's trying to go for the T. No, he's straight up dead. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. There's Earth Spirit. BKB into Hand of Midas here. Sitting mid-table on this, and Warwick, he has had some impact. I was worried that he wasn't going to be able to get these rotation kills off. He wouldn't have that impact to try and do this in these fights, but it's not been a bad time for the Earth Spirit, all things considered. Meanwhile, Chrysalis, we've not spoken about him. He's got the BKB. He's got a Manta. He's got a Mask of Madness. He's going towards his shard, so that's going to be some damage block coming out here for the Luna. And to be honest, oh, Warwick, I was just praising it here. He's going to try and get himself away. He pops that BKB. That's a fresh BKB as well. You get the kill onto the courier at least. Pantomime's courier will go down. Immediate time lapse away there from the Weaver as well. Rolling ball. Did he get the kill into crit? Trying to get himself away from this one. It's going to be a lot of damage. He's got the swarm on top of him there as well. Pantomime will be able to get the kill. And Chrysalis coming back. Pops that Manta Star. Just using the illusions to push out on the wave. But yeah, for the most part, I mean, 20 minutes in, I'm not going to complain at 32 kills. It's not been a slow game by any means. But it just feels like either side, they've tried to make this momentum happen. And it's just not... It keeps swinging back and forth. Right, okay, you've got 9k net worth lead here, 10k net worth lead on Falcons, but it doesn't feel like, yeah, Curse of the Old Growth comes out. Oof, that's pretty good for the Nature's Prophet, especially because he had it queued up to come out after the Ags. Yeah, 73%, 72% win probability in terms of Falcons, but it just feels like, again, this momentum, it keeps swinging back and forth here. Atlas Burden aren't afraid of taking a fight, and really they shouldn't need to be. As I see. What can they do here? They want to go into rush. Swarm's going to be down now as well. And do Falcons know this is going on? Do they want to contest into this? They are moving over in a smoke. Scan comes out, they're going to see. They need to get themselves into the pit, though. They've got to be so quick to get over here. And you can see that everybody's moving. You've got yourself Marion on the top there with the help of Tusk trying to move in, get into this pit. Just dive in. Arena, where is it going to be? Does he get it off? Backlines. Does he get the Warriors punch out onto Warwick now as well? The Arena comes out, and Roshan is still not going to go down. So he's going to get involved in the fight. No Cloud! He tries to throw the RP out. Who got it? It's actually going to be Icy Dead People, so the Radiant get Roshan. Icy, that's going to be the immediate break on the Aegis there. Clips coming through. Crystal's trying to get the chase. He might be able to get the control into Warwick. And Falcon's got there just in time to stop the, well, I suppose the Aegis still goes their way, but they still get the kill on Roshan. No, Icy. Get away from that. Yeah, okay. They might get Hellscream. In fact, Cloud's going to dive himself in here as well. Back lines, and Crystals wants to go for it. He's got the damage block coming out from those. He just has to go for the BKB. No, they have the damage. You get the kill. Overcommitment from Falcons, man. And that, they should have just been happy with what they got. You know, just, I say that pro players, you know, they want to test the boundaries. They want to be pushing it. But that was, again... Alright, let's take a look. Replay comes through. So, Mars comes in, spears to the Roshan pit. Arena comes out now. The Mag tries to go for the RP, but gets caught on the Arena wall. The Harpoon doesn't break through that Arena there, mate. And then Marine, he's going to go down to Warwick. But then the Crystal, again, Crystal's pops the Eclipse, doing a lot of damage to Warwick. Sets up, and this is where, okay, we've lost 2 heroes. We're low on health. We've used all of our spells. Those heroes are pretty full health. Let's leave. We got a win. We got Roshan. We popped an Aegis. You know, we took 3v3. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, nah, we can fight. The snowball goes way too deep. Swarm gets dropped here as well onto crit. Backlines, yeah, you look at the damage coming through. The skewer right back into the Weaver's opening mandibles, whatever they are. Does he have... I guess he does have arms. And Chrysalis tries to go for that TP away. The damage is just way too much, though. And by that time, way too late. So, yeah, Luna. It was brave, and I get it. You have 3 tanky heroes there. You're like, yeah, we can fight this. But again, you're sitting on half health on 2 of them. You've used all of your spells, a lot of your spells, whereas Atlas Burn, their control spells are still, you know, fairly short cooldown spells.
Radiant are scanning.
How's it looking? Amar just continuing to farm up here as well. Snaking, he's got his Axe Scepter, he's got his Shard. Going towards a pipe on this Prophet. And yeah, fair enough. Marin, yeah, Timsaw, he wants his Axe. In fact, he's going to be about, what was it, 150 gold? 170 gold there? No time at all. A creep wave here to Marin. He's going to be able to get this Axe up ASAP. There's Magnus. RP is back up. If you want to try and fight something, I see dead people. They're going towards this tier 1 tower. All of the ultimates on the side of Team Falcons are back up now, and you have no Aegis on the Weaver. That was a big thing in that last fight as well. Are they going to be able to come in? Walrus punch as well. Did they get themselves on top of Warwick? Warwick going to take a lot of damage. Pops up BKB. The RP, though. It catches onto 3. The control, the damage. They're going to be able to clean up absolutely everybody through this. Crystal's got that BKB going. Going to try and pop the Manta style now as well. But look at the damage coming through. They take down 4 heroes and a tier 1. Mari, he's seen the trees. Does he reveal himself here? He throws out the Chakra. I'm going to try and go for the finish up. Gets a kill onto Warwick, but he's going to be against 3-4 heroes now. And Marian, that might have been a step too far. I see dead people to chase down, trying to get himself away. Timber Chain, does he have enough to get himself away from this one? Down to the low ground. He's going to be, no, he's going to be bounced back. The damage, though, stacking up Mallory. No way he gets himself away from this one. The dive in, the life drain. They've got the slow with the Crapify, and Hellscream gets the kill. A 5-man wipe for Atlas Burden. That RP was bonkers. The setup there through the PKBs. I mean, Falcons were way too close together anyway. Let's take another look. So look at this. You've got the jump in. The Mars playing close. Chrysalis obviously doesn't have it. The TP comes in from snaking. They catch 4 heroes in the RP. And 4 heroes die from that. Chrysalis tries to do what he can with the BKB and the Manta style, as well as the Shard damage block. It's just way too much. They're way too close together. And then Marian, he tries his best. And it was just, like, maybe without the Pugner here, he gets himself out, you know, breaks the trees with the Whirling Death, to get himself down to low ground. That bounce back is what kills him. He's still got the Swarm on him, it just buys time for Hellscream to catch up. Foam on Smoke, Atlas Burn. What do they find here? Jump comes in, BKB pop from Warwick now as well. The arena comes out. Do they get the damage onto the tree? They're going to be able to get the damage onto Crit. Crit definitely goes down. Rolling Boulder through the arena now. And the damage from the God's Rebuke. They get the kill, but Snaking's going to be forced back by the Skewer. Snaking taking way too much damage, and that is an easy, easy kill. An easy, easy kill. And all of a sudden, that was a 10k net worth lead here to Falcons. It's swinging. It's a 1,000 gold net worth lead to Atlas Burden. And what can they do from this? Because, again, this is what I was saying, the momentum, it's swinging back and forth. It is absolutely pendulum here between this game, between these two teams. And Warwick, how's he looking? Shiva's to come out after the Sanj Kaya. Makes sense, I guess. Chrysalis, he's lost his top slot in terms of net worth here as well. He's going to be about 600 behind the Weaver. Once that's Satanic, yeah. He needs the survivability and the lifesteal from that.
Dire are scanning.
But, to be fair, if he gets control again, these Magnus RPs, they've been on point. They've absolutely been amazing here. I think that's what's kept Atlas Burden in the game so long. For them to get a recovery like this.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Cloud is just having a fantastic time on the Magnus. So, how far away can split the mask? I think this is actually going to be... It just needs one more creep camp here on the Luna to get that Satanic up. Splits the Mask of Madness, and yeah, there it is. Comes out, and the next is going to be the Butterfly. So it already has that Quarterstaff from the Mask of Madness. Oh, this might actually be a good time in here. Crit. Does he get jump? There's going to be jump over now as well. There's going to be the Harpoon. Snowball wasting some time. Swarm trying to connect here. It's a lot of damage onto the Crit, but Crit will go down in the end. And now the wall gets dropped. Do you want to fight into this one? I mean, you really don't want to fight into this. Look at Snaking his health disappearing. Oh, this time the RP doesn't commit onto anybody. It doesn't catch. And this is going to be a good chase down from Falcons. What can they get from this one? BKBs are going to be wearing off. They're trying to get the damage out. Time lapse now as well onto the Weaver. The Weaver trying to run himself away, but the Snowball into the Lucent Beam. The damage coming through with the Walrus Punch, the Spear into the tree. And they do take down two. Crit did buy back for that. So a 2-for-1. But it is a big pickup with that Weaver. The Weaver's dead now for a minute. And what can he get from this?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke coming out. What are they trying to hunt here? Now the damage. Look at this. Stacks up onto Crit. Crit is like, okay, I'm out. And then immediately buys back. The Netherworld doing so much damage. And the RP just on the edge of it. Doesn't catch Snaking. Doesn't catch ATF. And if it does, this fight probably goes the other way here. Malrine chasing down. No stuns, no Yule Scepter, nothing like that to cancel out the TP. For the Magnus, but they do get themselves on top of the Weaver. The Weaver's a big fight. Meanwhile, back into live as we get ourselves back into it. The arena comes through. They're fighting on the high ground. They're going to go into Cloud. Cloud, he gets killed off. 3 heroes dead here on the side of Atlas Burden. And Chrysalis, this is what I was talking about here. As soon as this tier 3 tower goes down, they're trying to do what they can with the living armor. They've got this Earth Spread, but they dive to the back lines by Malrine. He finds Pantsman. He's trying to fell this tree.
Dire's bottom tower
So Malrine, nothing to jump away to, but this is what I'm talking about. Chrysalis now. Fortification has to come out. He's going to rip through these buildings. He can just sit, right-click, things are going to disappear. Roche is going to be a long respawn. It's going to be, well, it's not a max timer, but it's still going to be about 2 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower
As
is under attack.
Snaking, yeah, like I say, it's a proper roller coaster. Net worth, experience, win probability, back and forth. So, a minute and a half here for the Roshan respawn. Let's see how they can play this.
Dire's bottom tower.
Because everybody's back alive now on the side of Atlas Burden. But the base is open to attack. Those racks are exposed in the mid lane. It is going to be a daytime Roshan on the respawn here. Yeah, Chrysalis can just use these illusions to keep pushing out the lanes. Is that his butterfly coming through on the courier as well for Chrysalis? Oh, it is. That's big. That is really big. The Satanic before the last fight, and now the butterfly before this one. Because Atlas Bird not going to let this go. Yeah, the scam comes out, so they're going to see them moving through the little corridor past the pond. Let's see, setting up. Malrine breaks the trees. They're going to be able to get the jump here onto Pantomime. Pantomime's going to be caught out the arena now as well. They get the lockdown onto Magna. And with the RP, excuse me, with the God's Rebuke, there's going to be no RP. Onto Chrysalis, but Chrysalis is a big tanky boy here with those bouncing glaives moving around, and they might be able to get themselves on top, and Cloud has to leave here. Warwick taking a lot of damage. You get the kill onto Malrine with the life drain from Hellscream here. Setting that one up, but the Walrus Punch now. No, Cloud is still alive! Finisher kills crit. He can't back up onto it. He might be able to turn it around now as Cloud drags him closer, but the Skewer back into this fight, and they do get the kill onto the Magnus. The Magnus goes down, but 4 heroes paying with a life, and crit is going to be the 5th. That was such a mistake. Not finishing off the kill onto Magnus. Oh, he thinks, oh, the Walrus Punch is going to kill him off. Magnus lives with like 100 health. And all of a sudden, he's able to turn it back around, skewers, which stuns up the team of Team Falcon here long enough that the rest of them can do the damage and just fully wipe them. Let's take a look again. So Marine jumps in. Walrus Punch comes out onto the tree. Arena's going to be here as well. They get a lot of damage out onto the Magnus, but they don't actually finish the Magnus kill. Meanwhile, Warwick on the back line is controlling out onto the Timbersaw. Cloud gets some life drain back from him. He gets baby birded here from Hellscream, and the Walrus Punch comes out. Crit thinks, oh, he's dead. I'm going to snowball in. Doesn't actually get the kill. And this is where Cloud's able to turn around. There's going to be the Shockwave back into the Skewer. The stun timer just on that to keep them all grouped up here as well. The damage coming through from the Nether Ward. And Falcons, they just get cleaned up. Snaking back alive. And what damage can they do? Icy going towards his BKB. Malrine, 2 charges on that Hand of Midas. Gotta use them. Come on, you gotta think of the efficiency. The cooldowns. The cooldowns. There we go. Uses 1. Back to 110 seconds on the clock. Yeah, he's gonna be able to get the other here now as well, Malrine. And how's Crit looking? Crit. He's got a gem. Gem's going to be really nice in these next couple of fights. Finding out Pantomime, finding out the Weaver here as well, I see. Chrysalis. Just, again, looking for the farm. Just still looking for that top spot on the net worth table. As Falcons move themselves around. Yeah, Earth Spirit does have the cheese. And they're just trying to push out these lanes. Team Falcons. Is it going to be Octarine coming after them? Magnus after... Okay, so it's going to be a Hurricane Pike. And then an Octarine, I think, here. As they just try and... I mean, they've got the control. They've got a lot of damage. So yeah, why not? Bot lane. Malrine trying to do his best to push this one in. Oh, they might actually find Pantomime here. 3 heroes surround him here on the bottom part of the map, and it looks like the tree's going to be dead. Yeah, it just gets caught out and killed. Luna goes back for the Chrysalis. It's going to be that Silver Edge. That's going to start to stack up the damage. And Malrine just needs that BKB. Yeah, he's kind of sick of being controlled in these fights. Snaking wants a BKB of his own. In terms of net worth, not doing too bad. Only about 2,000 gold behind this offlane Magnus, who is having a really good time. And let's take a look. 36 minutes in. So we've got the crit stick on the Luna. Do they want to try... It looks like he's sending the Mantis illusions into the mid lane now as well. If you want to try and put pressure on... I mean, there's still the Aegis on the Weaver here. And let's see. Hellscream. Yeah. Everybody wants BKBs. It's getting to that point in the game where it's just like, everybody wants a BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's kind of what you get. I suppose that's when you get the Hand of Midas as well. Building it up for you so you have that net worth on certain heroes. Is yeah, we're going to see the Ags on crit if you can get to it. Pipe on the Prophet. Ag Scepter's up with him there as well as the Shard. Spirit Vessel, only brown boots, because, I mean, really, why do you need boots? Why do you even need legs when you can... Well, you still want legs, but why do you even need boots when you can teleport? So Malrine, just doing his best here to farm up the... He's got the BKB up, so he's going to be going towards the Hex on now on the Timbersaw. As Warwick just trying to set up here. Radiant Scan comes out, nowhere near. Just trying to scout through, you know, they're going for the smoke. Just trying to play it safe. So the 4-man, who did he find? Snaking isn't with the team. He does have those treants up now. You know, he's using the Nature's Call. He's trying to push the lane out with those. Put pressure onto the base of Atlas Burden. And keep them going back to the base. So he might actually be caught out here. Snaking, can he get himself out? Throws a Sprout. Going to be silenced up now. And Warwick, Rolling Boulder comes in. Can he get himself away from this one? Do they have the damage to take him down? Even Magnus going to blink himself into this one. Snaking, trying to do what he can to survive. Maybe wasted a bit of time here. But the damage is going to be way too much. Just could not stand up to this. Snaking gets caught out alone. And it will cost him his life. Malrine, Panzerman does see him. Has a PKB though. Ooh, the vision, did they see him? There's going to be the root coming through, and now the God's Rebuke. They have the damage, they have the Hex onto the Weaver. The Weaver, though, he does still have that Aegis for another few minutes, another few seconds, well, at least. RP comes out, controlling onto the Mars. The Mars, do they have the damage to take him down? And Mars, he's going to be throwing this arena out now. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto him? Because he's TPing back onto the edge of it. He does get himself out of this. And Malrine might be the sacrificial lamb, but we all know how much of a Spider-Man he is. Chrysalis, though, might be coming through into this. He pulls that Eclipse out. They're going to try and go into Icy Dead People. Icy Dead People has that time-lapse. Gets himself away. The BKB still going. Chrysalis wants to get involved. They don't have Warwick for the next 100 seconds. Great pickup there on Falcons. And look at this. Is this the timing now? They're going to have the Snitcher's Prophet TP back up. He's going to be up in 5 seconds. Amar did leave. But when you've got an opening like this, 80 seconds on the Earth Spirit, this is where I think you want to try and take this. Pushing in. Ice Shards. I see Dead People with the double damage in there as well. Just going to get some mana back from Hellscream. And Chrysalis. Silver Edge is close. Gold-wise, yeah, it's 3,000 and then the rest, yeah, he can, if he wants to, he can buy out for that. As I see, they're going to try and go on this Tormentor. It's a lot of damage though, so they've got to back themselves away. Scan doesn't actually see them, as Hellscream does get a shard. So he's going to have that life drain coming through from the Nether Ward, and the increased cast range on that. Excuse me. Crit. Hand of Midas, still going towards that Ag Scepter. There's Chrysalis with the pushing as well. Where can they go with this? The Hex. It's not too far away from Malrine. So they can just try and, like, keep Atlas Burden in the base a little bit. Atlas Burden don't feel shy of fighting this. So where are they going to go? Hellscream. Just standing on the front lines. Maybe acting as bait. You know, he's the worm. He's getting dangled.
Regeneration.
3-man smoke from Falcons. Oh, the Rolling Boulder. That could be big. They're actually going to be the Rolling Boulder here. If we go back to where the Earth Spirit was, he rolled boulders into 3 heroes. He's dead for 80 seconds. Oh, I see Dead People comes across now as well. They're going to try and do what they can. Mar pops up BKB. Can they go? There's going to be the arena out now as well. The control out, at least onto the Weaver. The Weaver, though, is going to be able to walk through the arena walls thanks to that BKB. As he just continue to do damage, push in.
Dire are scanning.
Chrysalis, again, just using these illusions to push down onto the base, and once they start to bounce onto the buildings, yeah, they're already going to be able to get this range racks, and the illusions coming through onto this, the life drain, just the Pugna trying to deal with these illusions here. You see the Chrysalis himself now steps up onto the high ground. Sprout comes out. Does he want to set up some trees, or is this just some protection here? As Luna does have that silver edge out. So they can carry him going into the base here. Chrysalis going to take some life drain coming through, but again, if he really needs it, you know, if a fight breaks out, he has that Satanic. And this is where they can move around the map. Look to put pressure onto the other two towers. And yeah, Chrysalis, he's going to be frontlining for this. He's really not bothered about this. Sprout comes out just as a bit of a body block. Train walks through it. Really doesn't care about the trees. But they back themselves away. Roshan is up. It's still another daytime Roshan. So through the twin gates they go, maybe potentially here. Falcons, that's the third Rosh as well, if I'm not wrong. Oh, snaking. Do they have the damage to get the kill off? They get the Hex out now as well, and it looks like Prophet. Yeah, this Weaver. Just enough time here. They've got to be quick if they want to go for it. They have the buyback on the Nature's Prophet. But this is going to be an opening here for the side of Atlas Burden. 4 versus 5. Can they fight this? Crit Simbers and Smoke. Smoke should be wearing off, though. In the trees to jump forward, backlines, can they get the kills? It's going to be the Walrus Punch now coming out onto Cloud. Cloud, look for the RP, he's going to be sliding, he's going to be able to get the lockdown at least onto Malrine. Malrine, do they have to get damage to get the kill now as well? The Nether Ward has been dropped, it's going to be the buyback from the Nature's Prophet, and they take down the Pugna backlines, Eclipse comes through, but that's going to be Chrysalis. Chrysalis buys himself right back into this one. Warwick eating that cheese, is it going to be enough to keep himself alive now? I see dead people trying to get himself away from this one, but the chase comes out, Amar taking a lot of damage. Pantomim, the right click, the arena, he spears Pantomim to the wall now, but it's going to just pin him there for Malrine to pick up the kill, and that will be the buyback here onto Mars as well. Malrine, does he go down on this one more right click? They get everything in the kitchen sink right back at this one. Hellscream drops the ward, but the damage, he's going to get the Decrepify off now as well. The spear comes through, there's going to be a snowball. The damage is going to be enough crit. Got to be really careful about that ward damage, but it won't be enough to get the kill. And Hellscream, you can see shaking his head like, yeah, okay, that just happened. Meanwhile, the mid lane has been pushing in. 3 heroes against 5. Buybacks have been committed on near enough everybody there in that last fight. So what can they do? Yeah, you can see Warwick comes in. BKB, the RP catches onto Malrine, but they don't quite get the kill. The arena comes off now as well. Cloud walks himself away, so the Pugna, he just straight up dies into the backlines of that fight. Meanwhile, you've got the Weaver, you've got the damage coming through as well. Onto the Chrysalis. Chrysalis just couldn't group up with the rest of his teammates, gets controlled out. And what can they do? 70 seconds without the Pugna. Do we know who got the Roshan axe as well? Was it the Luna? I think it might have been the Luna. So yeah, takes the Aegis, takes that axe blessing. Meanwhile, Weaver trying to do his best to split push here, but if he's not careful... Oh, the block! Snake says, not this time. And we'll be able to join his teammates here in a couple of seconds if he wants to with the TP off cooldown. Trying to push onto those tier 3 towers. I think he's just trying to waste as much time as Weaver as possible, while his Luna with the Aegis tries to push down onto this tier 3, and the tier 3 taking a lot of damage now. Yes, just swaps out his boots as well, Chrysalis. So this is it. Illusions coming through. Chrysalis, the main man, standing on the right clicks. Those glaives are absolutely poison to any buildings that they get bounced on. The Falcons, it's 38 to 30. I didn't even notice that in terms of kills, but a 17k net worth lead here coming up from Falcons. Oh, I see. Can the Weaver get away? There's going to be the BKB coming out now, trying to turn around onto Crit. Crit could have been taking a lot of damage from the Swarm. That's a great pickup. And again, Falcons can't risk a bad fight because all of their buybacks now are pretty much on cooldown. Apart from the Tusks, near enough. So yeah, everybody else's for the next 5 minutes on Falcons, all their buybacks are on cooldown. So going to play this a little bit safer until their buybacks are back up. And Snaking just continues to farm, going towards a Hex still.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trent, how's he looking? Falstaff, Swift Blink coming out for the Luna. Is this just boots gone? Yeah. Who needs boots? Ah. She doesn't. Yeah, she's riding her big lion cat thing. She doesn't even need boots. It's not like she was walking anywhere. Yeah, it's Nova doing all the heavy lifting. Quite literally lifting. Well, I don't actually know how heavy. We're not going to get into that. But Luna is the rider, so it would have been Nova there. Maybe he steps up for the boots. He's like, oh, no, I wanted those. As top lane, they're again going to try and push this one. And again, though, Falcons only buyback on crit. So if they lose a fight, it could be curtains. But you're trying to use this. Use the lunar illusion here to push down the lane. There is going to be the living armor coming out. Meanwhile, the mid lane and the top lane are pushing in onto the tier 4s. It's only a couple of creeps, but, you know, every little adds up. You do have that living armor, though, to heal them back to pretty much full. And let's see. How do they plan to play around with this? Rolling Boulder, but the Hex comes out. Do they have the control? They're going to have that arena now as well. The Eclipse being committed. They get the kill. He has the buyback, though. Do they want to go for any more of this? They might have the lockdown into the Weaver. The Weaver's dead. Again, 100 seconds. He's going to have to buy back. Damage coming through. Oh, they've got that drain. Big RP as well. The control. This is going to be a bad fight. The double RP comes out. And yeah, that's going to be the Aegis being popped. But that's the Nature's Prophet down. And now, Falcons, they need to get themselves away. The kick comes out. Crit is going to be in the snowball. Do they have to recommit? I suppose they have to save Luna here now as well. And Luna going to try and do his best into this Crystallis. They've got a lot of damage coming through. What kills can they get from these? The buyback comes through from Crit. They have to fight. If they lose this fight, it is going to be curtains for them here. And it looks like Crystallis taking a lot of damage, trying to do what he can with the Satanic and Cloud. He doesn't have the control. He is going to be going down. Has to buy back here. They've got that Spirit Vessel. 3 dead for 100 seconds on Falcons. No way. Buyback as well onto Crit. The plus side is they've got 2 lanes pushing in here. Do Atlas Burden have the time to push down the mid lane? Still a tier 2 tower on all 3 lanes as well for Falcons. That is going to buy them so much time. So, let's take a look at this. Rolling Boulder comes in. They actually catch out big RP with a Nether Ward drain coming out onto 3-4 heroes. The Nether Ward is doing damage there as well with that extra range. Marion on the back lines tries to get himself away with the Timber Chain. He's just leaving his teammates. He's like, alright, okay. Comes right back into it after the fight. But you can see the Crystallis. He's just holding that Satanic, which he can do. You know, he's got the Manta Style here as well. Trying to get the kill. They do get the kill into Hellscream. And then after that, he's already used his BKB. Can't get that blink away, so he doesn't have that move speed to come out to get himself away. And the Rolling Boulder comes in. They have the control. The right clicks coming through from I See Dead People. And they just didn't have the detection for the right clicks to be able to sustain. So they get themselves a mid-tier 2 out of that Atlas Burden and a lot of gold as well. But it's still a 21k net worth lead here for Falcons. And now, in about a minute's time, I'm really surprised they didn't group up Atlas Burdens and try and take more of this. Try and take a tier 3 tower. They must know buybacks are down. But they're just going back to farm. That's still such a big window they had there. They took a tier 2 tower. It doesn't even look like they contested onto the high ground. And next fight, these buybacks are going to all be back up for Team Falcons. And what can they do from this? Weaver, MKB's out. Yeah, okay, for the Butterfly. Nullifier there as well. Crit has to blink himself away. And Maureen just delaying this push in. Look at that. Weaver with the double damage unit. He's even got himself a moon shard here as well for that extra attack speed. Has that shard, axe shard as well. So everybody, Sakuchis will take a right click, take a germinate. Level 30 on the Weaver now as well. They're going to be able to find out Crit. He did buy back in this last one, but can they turn this one around? They can. They got the control. They got the kill until the Weaver. He was way too far away from the rest of his teammates. And the arena, it was absolutely perfect here to split up the side of Atlas Burden. Snowball on the back lines. They're trying to get onto Pantomim. Pantomim, the second arena comes out, but Cloud's already away from this one. It doesn't matter. They've already got 3 heroes dead. Is it going to be 4 here? Pantomim, he's going to go down. Snaking gets the kill. And it might be a full 5-man wipe. Do they get the damage out? Buyback comes through from Hellscream, trying to help out his teammates, but Cloud, he's just wasting so much time. The Snowball comes in and Cloud, he's going to go down to ATF. The supports buy back, but they've got nothing on the cores. And yeah, they're going to call game. They know they've got nothing left in the tank. They can't defend this high ground push with all 5 heroes from Falcons being up. So Atlas Burden, they just give up game number 1. And Falcons, it was a good back and forth here between the two teams, but in the end, Team Falcons will be able to take it. I thought it might have been a little bit cleaner from Falcons, but Atlas Burden showing that they are no pushovers here. They had a really good time in this game when they were taking fights, when they were on the front foot. You know, they were able to swing that net worth back by about 10,000 gold back in their favor. And then just a couple of good fights there from Falcons, being able to split up the side of Atlas Burden, you know, separate those teammates, do a lot of damage to a couple of heroes, and then move on to the next couple of heroes. I'm really surprised that in the end, Atlas Burden didn't try and get aggressive. And take at least one lane of racks when they forced out all those buybacks, took a really good team fight, but I guess they all wanted the next set of items. So Atlas Burden, maybe a little bit of naivety coming through in their squad because they don't have that experience as a squad to call, right, run down mid, take a tier 3, take a set of racks, hell, even try and pressure the tier 4s. They have no buybacks. And in the end, Falcons, yeah, they were able to wait out those death timers, have their buybacks back up in the later parts of the fight as well. And yeah, we're able to force through game number 1. So that is going to be it for at least this game, but we do have at least one more to come. You know, could be a full best of 3 here because it is a best of 3 series. We'll see if Falcons, can they close it out in 2, or Atlas Burden, can they fight themselves back, you know, get themselves a win on the board? Well, the only way to find out is to get to the next game. The only way to get to the next game is after the break, so we'll see you after this.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second match of Falcons versus Atlas Burden. Atlas Burden, in that first game, they made some great fightbacks happen, some amazing fights around the roast pit, taking advantage of the split up. Maybe not the most powerful heroes on the side of Falcons, going back instead for comfort picks like the Timbersaw in the mid, like ATF on the Mars there, and they were able to take some really good fights. But in the end, Falcons were just able to wean it out a little bit towards the end, you know, get themselves through in those last couple of fights. Keep themselves alive, or keep themselves going until their buybacks were back up. And yeah, Atlas Burden just couldn't get them in the very end of it. And Team Falcons came through and they won game number 1. So Atlas Burden, they showed real good promise. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to play against the Team Falcons in the second game. You know, if they've played like this in their last couple of series, those games must have been really damn close here that Atlas Burden dropped from. So we'll see how they're going to play. And they did take a game off Na'Vi. You know, it's another thing that we've got to say. Na'Vi, one of the stronger teams in the group. So Atlas Burden being able to take a game off them, there's no reason they can't fight back here up against Team Falcons. You know, maybe try and make something happen, get themselves another 2-1 on the board. Hell, maybe even shift it around, get themselves a 2-1 in their favor. And we'll find out how it's going to go in this next game. Take a look through the rest of the groups that we just saw as well. We've got Falcons, Na'Vi, 2-1 on them. Moneymakers 1-2. Yellow Submarine haven't played yet. They'll be playing a little bit later on, and then Atlas Burden at the bottom of the table as we take a look through. So yeah, so if you are confused about how the points work on the far right side, you get a point for winning a game, and you lose a point for losing a game in your best of 3 series. So if you win a series 2-0, you get 2 points. If you win it 2-1, you get 1 point. If you lose 1-2, you get minus a point. If you lose 0-2, you get minus 2 points. That's why Atlas Burden there is on minus 3 points, and you've got Falcons at the top on plus 4 points, now plus 5 after that last game. And if Atlas Burden can pull it back, they'll go back to minus 3, because they'll be on minus 4 now, I think. And we'll get ourselves into the draft to see just how it is going to play out, as we should be able to throw ourselves over to it right now. And what have we seen so far? The Monkey King ban coming out once again. Atlas Burden respecting this pick up here for Chrysalis, even as a standing here on Team Falcons, just banning out again as a comfort hero. Maybe feeling confident against the Timbersaw and the Mars, like I say, because they aren't the most meta heroes at the minute. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, the Razor, Bloodseeker, all are seeing a lot more play. So, Falcons, how do they want to respond? Banning out the Phoenix, yeah, okay. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised they banned it themselves. If they're intending to play the Mars on ATF, that they didn't pick up the Phoenix themselves. With the Arena coming out, your Great Egg Protector. Wow, they go through those bans quick. The Kunkka, the Spirit Breaker, and the Muerta all ban out. Meanwhile, Atlas Burden take away the Razor. So yeah, taking away these comfort picks here for Chrysalis. And how do Atlas Burden, how do they choose to play this? Because do they want to go for the same kind of bans, you know, ban out the Primal Beast here as well, go for those same kind of bans, or have they got something up their sleeve if they think Falcons go back again for those comfort heroes here? Maybe ban out the Nature's Prophet. Prophet was a bit of a menace in that early game, like I said, just being able to port around, get the damage off and find early picks. I mean, snaking was picked off just as much, I guess, but it's just that momentum that you can build here. So they ban out the Nature's Prophet and once again pick up the Pugna. Meanwhile, Falcons... Primal Beast is still there. If they're thinking about it, maybe for Malrine. I know he likes the big tanky mid heroes. He could go, you know, they could go first hero Primal Beast here, which I really don't think would be the worst thing in the world. I think Malrine would be really okay with that. You know, okay, reveal my hero, but you lock it in. It's a strong... I mean, we've already seen it once in the mid lane. Really strong hero to play. Wins a lot of mid matchups as well. Purely for the fact that he can take punishment, but can deal it out with the tramples. And if you don't have that high mobility hero, like we saw in the last time it was picked up against the Storm Spirit, you know, with the Storm Spirit was able to dive himself around, had the control coming out with the Vortex when the tramples were coming out, you will suffer in that lane quite a lot. And Falcons... Okay, coming through the reserve time to think how they want to play this. And who's it going to be for them, this first pickup? What else is still there? The Train is still there. Tusk is still there. AA, if you want to try and deal with this Pugna directly. What else have we seen coming out early? Yeah, they go for the Tusk. So they leave the Primal Beast in. Okay, so they want this crit Tusk. Fair enough. And let's see, yeah, just immediately Atlas Burner, just like, Puck, Primal Beast, get them out of here. We don't want them in our games. As Falcons, they're looking to do, like I said, they want to close this game out quick. They want to close this series out fairly quick. And get where they can in terms of positioning for the table. So they do want to be at the top of the table, though. Going through into the playoffs. Just coming through unbeaten would be a really good one there as well. Winning all the Series 2-0s, it gives them a good confidence boost going through to the playoffs. So let's see, Falcons. What's the next ban? Just looking at heroes. So, gonna be the Brewmaster. Can they go for the Chen this time? Okay, and we've already seen one Chen today, and the Chen's doing really well in the Meta and Pro games, in high-level pubs as well. One of the highest win rate heroes in the game at the minute, like top 10, I think. So it's going really well for Chen. Just being able to push down lanes. Doing a lot of damage to buildings, you know, and doesn't even really... I say doesn't need to play with a team, but he doesn't need to in the sense that he can push his creeps down the lanes. Yeah, we saw it in the last series, where once the ancient creeps started to come out, he's throwing a Thunderhide and a Black Dragon down the lanes, while the teams are fighting on the other side of the map. So, we'll see here, Atlas Burden, how they respond to this. What's going to be their plan? There's Pugna. The only hero so far. But pickup-wise, again, hopefully not going to be... I mean, they are burning through reserve time. They're talking about it. They're seeing what they want to pick up. Night Stalker wouldn't be a bad one. Once he gets his shard, he deals with a lot of the Chen creeps right up until those ancient creeps. Which I think at night time you can. Let me take a look at this shard. Yeah, cannot target ancients during the daytime on the Hunter of the Night active. There you go for the Grimstroke. Completely forgot about this hero. And I mean, Grimstroke into the Night Stalker might not be the worst pickup in the world. The Inkswell, get on top of them with the Night Stalker, chase them down. You've got that flying movement. It is a lot of rundown potential. No, they go back for the Earth Spirit. Yeah. I didn't mind it in the last game. I think that it didn't drop off as quickly as I thought it would. It was still didn't work right up till the end of the game, yo. Had those spirit vessels coming out doing a lot of damage. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here on Falcons to be able to answer back into this. And again, if you wanted to Marine, you could go back for that Timbersaw mid. I think it's not the worst thing in the world. So what's going to be here for Falcons again? 37 seconds left on the reserve time. Thinking it out. Looking... what else would you want to go for here? It's a lot of magic damage coming through on the side of Atlas Burden. Would you... you already have your 2 supports with the Tusk and the Chen, so you wouldn't go back for a Silencer or something like that to stop them spells from being cast? But they are fairly squishy. Oh, it's going to be the Huskar. Huskar. Yep, it's been banned a few times here in the Pinnacle Anniversary show. And I was looking like maybe an LC. You know, something else that just jumps on top of these squishy heroes and just blows them up quick. Decrepify might work a little bit earlier on. But again, what's the magic's damage? I mean, Falcons... would you go for like a Dawnbreaker in there as well? Something like that? Yeah, they go for the Doom. I don't mind this at all. This lane is gonna suck for Earth Spirit. It is gonna suck big time up against the Huskar. And you kind of just got to do the best that you can with a melee hero up against the Huskar. That's going to be burning you down at range with the burning spears. I suppose you do have the rolling boulder to get yourself away, but you don't really have any reply once he jumps onto you as well with the life break. So, yeah, this is gonna suck. But what can they go for in terms of carries? You know, what do they have up the sleeve here? Would you... they go for the Ricky. Okay, yeah, it stops it. Just thinking that I've seen a couple of Necrophos picks, and I know I talk about this hero a lot, just because the Huskar likes to get low. Real low. And being able to... okay, they ban out the Bloodseeker again, another tracking hero for the Ricky, or another hero that can be tracked by the Bloodseeker and the Ricky, but having this Necrophos maybe in the offlane, you know, the Huskar gets low in the fights, you're going to be able to throw those Reaper Scythes over him. Or are you just a bit worried about the damage that you can do first? So they ban out the Lina. Yeah, banning out this, like the burst damage mid lane heroes, because maybe thinking this Earth Spirit is going to be shifted over to the offlane. So what else do they want to take out here? 16, so 25 seconds left on the full clock here for Falcons for this ban. And Atlas Burden on the other side, 24 seconds. They ban out the Dazzle. Canonically, Huskar hates Dazzle. Or is it Dazzle hates Huskar? Or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's Huskar hates Dazzle, because Huskar for some reason wanted to sacrifice himself, and Dazzle's just like, nope, Shallow Grave. So he just trolls the Huskar. Like, in lore, they absolutely hate it. You'd have to ask Slacks. Slacks would know the full story. And it'd probably take him 3 hours for him to get there, but you'd be entertained while he was talking about it. So yeah, they ban out the Spectre. Is it still going to be the mid lane Earth? Sure, it's not going to be the mid lane Earth Spirit. You shift that away. Put it in the off lane, which might not be the best, but it's kind of one of those things, like, it definitely is going to lose mid. Atlas Burden. Where do they go with this? 20 seconds left on the reserve time. No, Invoker. Okay, if you can get quick fingers, Tornado as you get the life break towards you here, so it is going to be the offlane Earth Spirit. And what do you go for if you're Falcons? Like a Wraith King? Faceless Void? Do you have the I don't think you have the damage outside the Chronosphere to go Faceless Void. Oh. Troll isn't really that popular. Weaver, you do have the Tusk if you want to Weaver yourself. The Weaver's not banned, right? Yeah, the Weaver's not banned. Again, could go back for the Luna. Yeah, just as I say it. A great team fight potential. Just be able to burst through everybody. So it is. It is going to be the Amar Doom as well. And again, a Doom, not the most popular hero in the meta at the minute, so I was surprised that the Falcons are going for it, but it is in ATF's hero pool, and we'll see just how they're going to try and play around this one. As everybody's getting ready for the second game, we'll see how this Huskar cheese pick, can I call it a cheese pick? I think I can. How it's going to play out. ATF, he's ready. He's in the dark like a true gamer, you know. Daytime and lights, yeah, you don't want them hurting your eyes. Crit, he's ready to. You can see that the stoicism on his face here as well. He isn't fazed by anything. As he's getting ready for this next game as we get ourselves into it and snaking the names. All right, yeah, I think I'm looking. I mean, it depends again how fast Atlas Burnham can maybe try and rotate, try and put some pressure on, trying to fight out here. But it's a good. They did well, I think, in the last game. So I'm not going to write them off for the entire series here for this second game as well. I think that, they had a really good time in that second game. I think, again, maybe just a little bit of lack of experience to rush down the mid, maybe try and force some racks out while all the buybacks were down on the side of Falcons. But, yeah, I think, there were showings of a good team there, so I am looking forward to seeing how they're going to play and how they're going to try and play around this one, what they're going to be able to do in the second game, whether they might be able to wait out the storm of the early Huskar and come back in the later part of the game, and how effective this Huskar is going to be against the Invoker in the mid lane, how much damage he's going to be able to do, and where they're going to be able to set up. So, as we get ourselves into game number 2, don't forget, you can say in chat who you think got the better draft, and we'll... we can take a look at it. We can maybe voice some opinions. But smokes from both sides. Let's see which way this is going to go, because they're both heading towards each other. Apart from the Invoker, who is away from his teammates, trying to get some, some mid lane wards down. So, do they actually catch him out? Well, they might do. He's moving through the trees here. He's going to be caught out. Crit. That was so close. He's underneath the tier 1 now, and you can see that already Atlas Burn. Well, I see. Move himself up through the twin gates here, setting up for these lanes. An extra half a second there, and we might be seeing the death of the Invoker. But as it stands, Warwick, he got so lucky. No, let's call it skill. He timed that right to perfection. And Warwick, how's it looking for him? In the mid lane up against the Huskar again. He's actually going to be going for the Exhort build now. Sunstrike coming through, Cloud, Stroke of Fate, going to be coming across 2 heroes. Do they get the damage? And Cloud's going to be chased down here. Yeah, the tag team, it might be enough, it will be enough. And Crystal starts off with the first blood. Amar took a decent amount for us, it looks like. Okay, Hellscream. Hellscream and Malrine used to be teammates, so I'm sure that's all just in jest. Just tipping each other as friends. Meanwhile, Malrine in the mid lane. Yeah, started off with the Q, which of course I do remember the name of. It doesn't escape me at all. What damage could... I mean, again, Amar playing around with... Okay, for Huskar voice line, but playing around with this, he's going to be taken down. Yeah, Amar. Like, he's a good player, don't get me wrong, but he's not struggling. But these offlaners they're picking, they're not meta here, bro. Pantomime's going to be in a little bit of trouble. One more right-click, Crit's going to be slowed down with the backstab coming through from Icy. But it looks like Pantomime, does he get himself away from this one with just a little sliver of health? And yeah, Crit wasn't able to get the kill. I was also trying to figure out who Crit reminds me of. If anyone's been watching, The Boys, Gen V, he's got, just with that hair and the beard, it's like a little bit of Soldier Boy there for Crit. I don't know why that comes to mind, but it's because I was watching The Boys, like, last night. And yeah, with the beard, that hair. In a fire comes through, the disarm onto Warwick now, trying to get him some denies here, Martin. So, ETF. Yeah, they're not the most optimal offlaners at the minute. The Doom won't be too bad coming up against the Invoker in the mid-game here. See, Marin's actually been punished by this Invoker as well. So, Warwick Just trying to get as much harass out as possible. And Marin, I suppose it's when Marin starts to pick up the levels here. You get yourself that armlet as well. That's all you really need to be a scary hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Zamar just continues to, again, find the farm. Rolling ball away for Cloud, though. Hellscream's going to be taking some harass. Did he get the damage out? Did he get the kill? Do they get the damage out? Hellscream, he's low, but he ain't dead just yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah. Meanwhile, top lane. Look at you. I see dead people. I mean, doing an alright job farming here. In this pressure. You know, especially as a melee hero coming up against all the... I might have cast a curse straight away, but no, the damage coming through. I think that was the Decrepify as well, onto the Tusk. Just stopping the damage. Yeah, the tag team not super effective, because the Doom isn't the quickest right-clicker here as well. Hellscream taking a lot of harass in the bottom lane. He's absolutely suffering here in this lane. As top lane, the dive comes in. You've got the smoke screen now as well. They're trying to go into crit. Going to try and pop that tag team once again. The snowball comes out. We get some backstab underneath the tier 1 tower. Might be a bit of debate where those tower shots going to come through. And crit, one more right click in Icy. Gets the kill onto crit and crit. Yeah, snowball's just way too far though. As cold snap onto the Huskar. How's he looking? 1 point in a fire. 1 point into the burning spears here as well. But he's had to go for 2 into the Berserker's Blood. He just needs the he needs to resist. Because Warwick's having a really good time against him. In terms of last hits, I mean, he is at the top here, Malrine, in terms of last hits, but the Invoker is keeping him low. Which... the Huskar is really not going to be too bothered about, thanks to, you know, the Berserker's Blood giving the attack speed, the health regen anyway. So it's not a massive deal if he's playing on like half health. As Chrysalis just continues to farm. 26-7, so he's even getting a few denies in here as well. Chen, with the pull-throughs. Hellscream, he's being brave. He's taking a lot of harass here, Hellscream, in this lane. It's not a nice lane here for the Grimstroke. But now, level 5 for the Huskar. 2 points into the Burning Spear, 2 points into the Berserker's Blood. Does he want to try and get aggressive onto the Invoker? Is this where the worm turns in this lane? Oh, chase down. They've got a bit of damage to come through. Was that Lucidbeam? They have the Inkswell coming out on Hellscream, but Chrysalis is going to be able to play at a distance. Inkswell pops and Chrysalis doesn't get affected by it. One more right click. The uphill miss, though. The kick, it's not going to be enough from Chrysalis. Still going to be able to get the kill onto Hellscream. So 2 for 2. And now they might go into Cloud now as well. Was that harass coming through? Was that Lucent Beam? It will connect onto Cloud. And Cloud, he takes some harass, but won't be killed off the Chrysalis. Just, yeah, trying to stake his claim in this lane. And again, maybe holding that point. Just for the bouncing glaives. Doesn't want it just yet. But wants to make sure he's got the point, just in case he needs it. This is where... I mean, the Primal Beast was banned out early, but coming up against a Ricky, I would have loved the Primal Beast in this offlane. If I'm Amar, like if I'm ATF, they wanted the Tusk. I guess they didn't want the Tusk to be banned out. But if I'm ATF, which we have different hero pools, I would have loved that offlane. Primal Beast. Meanwhile, Inkswell, the bottom lane. Chrysalis could be in a little bit of trouble now as well. Sunstrike coming through. Chrysalis, he had the 1 charges. Is this going to be enough to keep him alive now as well? The right click from Hellscream. No, the Nether Blast Phantom is going to be in there. He does get the kill. Oh, so close. And while the Chen was away as well in the mid lane. Warwick, though, he is being forced back away from his tower. This is big. Just to try and slow this Invoker down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Crit. He might go for the snowball. Level 6 onto Warwick now as well. Level 6 is going to be the dive in with the life break now onto Warwick. And Warwick with the disarm pushes him right into those ice shards. He's got the ice wall down. One more right click though. Malrine takes the kill onto the Invoker. Ooh, rotation coming through. Icy dead people wants to get involved here as well. Icy with the smoke screen. Can he get the kill onto the Chen? Chen taking a lot of damage and Icy gets it. Inkswell not even needed there. So, Cloud. He's just finding the farm on the bottom lane where he can. What damage can they do now that they've got... I mean, because they've got a fairly good start. But Falcons, they're going to be able to fight right back here. ATF, top lane, only level 5. Doesn't have that Doom just yet. He's trying to do what he can. He might be able to get it. Oh, no, he's not close to it either. Not going to be able to get it off that creep wave. Snowball comes in, but the tricksy trade out for the Ricky. The Ricky going to be able to dodge it off. Backstab away to Panzerman, but the chase is still on. Now the Ice Shard's come through. He's only level 5. He doesn't have that fade. Decrapify going to keep the Ricky alive. Do you want to try and turn this around? The sound's coming through onto the Doom. Doing level 5. That Phantom doing a lot of damage, and now the Stroke of Fate coming out as well. Sunstrike, it's on the mark, and Warwick. Technically 4 heroes grouping up for that kill, and ATF, he gets punished again. Oh, Warwick chased down, life break comes in. Warwick, yeah, they had the damage to get the kill, and Marine, well, he wasn't giving that one up easy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So,
Dire's
Tier 1 tower will go down. Invoker, how's it looking net worth wise? He is so far behind this Huskar. This Huskar with a couple of kills onto the Invoker. All of a sudden, he's right up there in terms of net worth. Right up there. Chrysalis, he's just trying to do what he can again to get the farm. Trying to go for that Mask of Madness. Cloud in the... I mean, he was forced into this offlane, right? He was forced into the offlane Earth Spirit. Thanks to that Huskar pick. Did they want to come in? And again, ATF, only level 5, doesn't have the Doom. Teammates are behind him. Well, I say that teammate is behind him. With crit. Looking for the dive in case he gets into trouble with the snowball. Snaking. Crit grouped up with Maureen. Maureen just trying to get some regen coming through from. They're going to go for it again. Warwick, do they have the reveal? Sunstrike's going to be on the mark, but it's not going to be the life strike. Yeah, that was a really good one for Maureen to hold it. He knows he doesn't even need to go for his ultimate. It was clever for Warwick. He's like, okay, I'm going to do life broke here. The Huskar's going to jump me, and I'm just going to Sunstrike where he's going to land. Try and get the kill that way. But the Huskar, playing it safe, doesn't actually need to dive in to get the kill. And 5 to 5 in terms of kills. Level 6 now on the Doom.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So let's see if he wants to skill up this ultimate. He might go for a dive here. Yeah, 3-man comes in. Smokescreen now. They've got the control with the Phantom now. Stroke of Fate. The damage onto ATF. Do they have the control? Tricks of Trade doing a lot of damage. Sunstrike again. Warwick sets up for the kill. But Maureen's going to be coming in. They have the dust onto Icy Dead People. Icy is going to be able to get the backstab away. But not far enough because that life break, it was already coming in. The Burning Fire. Excuse me, the inner fire. Gets the disarm off now. Pantomime trying to get himself away. Decrapify.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And what can they do from this? Not a lot. Hellscream's going to go down to Mari. Oh, Cloud. Do they have the control? They don't. No, Crit didn't walk up to the high ground there. Wouldn't see him. Might have been able to get a quick snowball off if he did.
Dire's top tower.
As Warwick continues to farm. Doom, the bike line's going to be able to walk up. The Tumblr's Toy hop in. Did he get the kill? Cloud's going to be able to walk himself away. I think that was the Doom onto the Invoker now as well. Yeah, a lot of damage coming through. He's going to try and go for the TP away. Doesn't stop that TP anymore on the Doom, don't forget. Warwick drops the tip onto ATF. And now the life break coming through onto Cloud. Cloud, though, did they have the damage? They do. They're going to be able to kill Maureen. Maureen, that's the 3 times kill streak and crit. He's going to fall next in the rotation coming in from Pantomime. Doesn't even need it. Icy
Is under attack.
gets the kill onto crit. And can they get this tier 1? Catapult pushing, and you've got Pantomime 3 points into the Nether Blast. The life drain. You may as well just right click down that catapult. The life drain doesn't really do too much to it. As Snaking, how's he looking? He wants that mechanism up. Warwick, Hand of Midas, about 600 gold away from picking it up. Chrysalis, though, while all this is going on, yeah, he's quietly having a really good time just farming up. Has that Mask of Madness, has a few stacks to farm up here as well. Oh, Warwick, though, the rolling ball that comes in. Sunstrike's going to be on the mark. Does he hit onto the Chen? The Chen is going to be dead. Trying to go for that kill onto Warwick now, but meanwhile in the mid lane, to Decrapify, you've got the life drain onto Maori. Maori's going to try and do what he can. He has that resist to come through as well. So Pantomime, the right click's coming through, and Maori, he might just be able to right click him down. He does. And even the Infernal Blade for ATF to help set up for the kill, just to make sure that Huskar doesn't go down to that Pugna.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I see. Trying to play around. And, yeah, just carry on going for the farm.
Dire are scanning.
And what can they do? I mean, Snaking, he's just, it's kind of like the Nature's Prophet. But then kind of like not, where he's looking for the farm in the jungle. You know, he's not too bothered about, you know, getting out, looking for those early kills. He's just looking for his own items. He's looking to put the pressure on. And we'll see just what they can do here. Smokescreen comes out. They've got themselves on top of Crit. Once again, going to walk himself away from the Sunstrike, but Pantomime will still be able to get the kill. And let's see if they step up for any more, because they're in a good group to try and rotate. Look for the pressure and look for the kills. Cloud.
My thrift rewarded.
Okay. Not moving around just yet. ATF. He's got the Doom back up. There's Chrysalis just, again, going towards that Manta style really quietly. And just not being contested by this to jump in. Ricky once again onto the Chen Sunstrike there. Going to be able to get another kill. And yeah, this is what I would like to see. Atlas Bird, and they know they're not on a bit of a timer, but they know they've hit like a strong power point at the minute. So we'll see what they can do with this. If they want to just continue to try and find these kills. And Malrine even playing it safe here. Crit trying to go for the twin gate. Do they have a way to stop this? Nah, it's going to be through the twin gate and away. Icy might actually chase onto this. No, not going to go through this twin gate. So he does get himself away here. Crit. His Warwick just continues to farm. Mana Boots on the Invoker. Got himself the Hand of Midas here as well. Tusk playing close to the lane. I mean, look at this again. 11 kills to 8, but still Falcons have a 3k net worth lead because Luna just isn't being contested at all. And the difference in net worth, yeah, it's massive actually between the two mid laners. It's about 2k gold here. Crit gets a jump onto Cloud, but there is going to be that Spirit Vessel charge onto Crit, and Crit, I don't know what you were doing there, bud, but it didn't work. Atlas Burden. Gonna get aggressive again. Smokescreen comes out. They're gonna try and go into the Doom. The Doom could get himself away from this one. Cloud rolls himself in. Storage Strike's gonna be there again, doing a lot of damage onto the Doom, but the Doom now comes out onto the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit might try and turn it around onto the right clicks. You've got the Ricky diving in, but the Ricky's gonna be taking a lot of punishment now as well. They get the Earth Spirit, they get the Ricky. They might even be able to go for more. ATF does fall in return, but that's a trade you're gonna make all day long. It's Hellscream trying to get himself towards the Wisdom Room. Crit, does he see Pantomime? Ice Shards just on the other side of it now. Pantomime, he tumbles toys himself into the trees. And yeah, Crit, that ward comes down just a second too late to see him. So let's take a look at this. Crit on the earn damage. He's double silenced there as well. He definitely wasn't getting away from that. And you can see that Marine, ATF playing together. Ricky wants to go for the dive. They've got the smoke screen to make sure this Doom doesn't get his ultimate off. And then the rolling ball that comes in, Sunstrike, it doesn't do enough damage for the kill. And then all of a sudden, once that smoke screen wears off, you do get the Doom. Soulbind trying to keep them locked down, but they do get the kill onto the Earth Spirit. And like I say, Doom. He goes down to Cloud first, so Cloud gets some experience from that, gets the kill. Which is always a bonus. But they do lose two. You lose the Ricky rolling ball to the back lines. Do they want to try and go for this one? There is no Eclipse now. And the dive comes through the life break onto Cloud. Cloud, they're going to try and get the kill. They do get the kill. And it looks like the chase onto Ricky. I see dead people. Can he get away? As the push comes in. So, let's see. Roshan's up. Falcons, they want to go for this. They absolutely want to get themselves into the pit. And I don't think Atlas Burn can contest. Could go for the Sunstrike. Snowball here onto Icy. But Tusk just doing enough to push everybody on Atlas Burden back. Doom, yeah. Free Aegis for Malrine. Not contested at all here. And usually it is the Huskar that gets it anyway, because he wants to be the one diving in low health, doing a lot of damage. Pantomime, D-Ward comes out, Chrysalis is hunted. He wants his kill onto Pantomime. Pantomime, did they get the vision out? Ah, they don't. He TPs away. So let's see. Doom Ultimate is going to be back up in the next couple of seconds here. Luna has the Eclipse back up. Everybody. Well, how long away is the Hand of God?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
It's up. Okay. As we flick to it, it comes back up. All the ultis here for Falcons. They've got themselves an Aegis. Oscar going towards his Ags. So he is going to be able to force out a fight here if he goes for the life break. Jump in. Does he want to go for it now as well? Pantomim's going to be the Walrus Punch immediately into this life break. They've got to kill. And Pantomim just a little bit too far forward there. So this opens up the window. 5v4 for Falcons now for the next 27 seconds. What else can they get from this Crystallis? He's on the back lines. He's hunted. Well, he's not really hunting. He's looking for his creeps in the jungle. And yeah, snaking again, just continuing to push in. There's crit. He again behind enemy lines. They're just looking for these jumps wherever they can find them. So trying to go for a tier 2 tower. What can they do here? As it doesn't look like Atlas Burden are too worried about contesting here while this Aegis is still up. Yeah, you've got your Invoker. You still got those Hand of Midas charge and Warwick. I see. Hunting through the trees. Do they get the jump? If they find anyone? Because the grouped up as 4. But Falcons aren't playing here. They're playing away from this. So yeah, there's a double damage here in the top part of the map as well. Which not being scouted out from either team as Hellscream just continues to farm. Hellscream going towards that shard. Wouldn't be surprised to see him just go straight into like an Ag Scepter. You know, try and turn the Luna against Falcons. Excuse me. Still got a bit of a cold. But yeah, Black King Bar up for Huskar, going towards that Ag Scepter now as well. Crystallis doing what he did in the last game as well, just using these illusions from the Manta style to keep these lanes pushed in. Try and force out objectives, you know, try and get some out of position heroes for ganks. Huskar stepping up onto the tier 2 in the mid lane. What can they do with this? Yeah, not contested at all here. In fact, do they want to go try and go high ground? How long's left on that Aegis? 2 minutes? Yeah, absolutely, they can carry on going here. Malrine, he's about halfway towards the Ags as well. But with 2 minutes left on that Aegis, Malrine's just going to sit here. Yeah, they're going to try and break this tier 3 tower. The Walrus Punch on the backlines as well. They're going to be able to jump onto Warwick. Warwick, he's caught out of position. Life break comes in. The damage is going to be up. They're going to try and control him here, and they will get the kill. Sunstrike not going to be able to get the kill on Malrine, even if they did just have that Aegis. So, Malrine's going to survive. They've got no Warwick for the next 40 seconds. How can they try and fight this one? Icy, trying to look for the backstabs. Boulder kick comes through, but look at this. Fortification has to be used here. Yeah, crit. He's got that serious face on now. The smoke screen comes in, but the life break coming through. Tricks of the trade. The damage. He's going to be able to get that backstab away. Jumps himself away to safety now. But he can't get the kill onto the Huskar just yet. Again, still has his Aegis. The Doom comes out onto the Earth Spirit once again. Aegis will be popped. There's going to be a lot of damage stacking up. And the Earth Spirit, does he have a buyback here? He goes down. 46 seconds. He does have that buyback if he wants to come and defend his base again. 10 seconds on the Invoker. What do you want to go with this one? Looks like they want to try and go for at least another lane of racks. Crystallis stepping up. This creep wave is going to be pushing in. Malrine already onto the tower here. And they're going to be able to go for these right clicks onto it. This tier 3 tower is absolutely melting under the burning spears of Malrine. Now the one goes down. Pantomim, life drain onto the Chen. Chen, smoke screen, can't get himself away from this one. Buyback comes through for the Earth Spirit now as well, but the Eclipse, it's going to be popped. Can they get the damage from this? The Sunstrike's not going to be able to get the kill, but the Netherward life drain on Crystallis and Malrine doing a lot of damage. Crystallis gets the BKB off. Pantomim's going to try and chase here. A lot of damage onto Warwick, and Warwick, he might go down again. Amar, does he get the damage off? Malrine gets the kill actually with those burning spears. Amar's going to be Spirit Vesseled up. ATF, he might be the sacrificial lamb. 3 heroes dead on the side of Falcons. They get another tier 3 tower out of this. At least Crystallis is alive. He's got himself that Mask of Madness as well. He's going to be healing up through this. Setting up. Pantomim might see crit. Life drain comes out. Crit's just go for the TP. Just says, yeah, okay, cool. I'm out of here. Even gets the wisdom room for it as well. Pantomim, yeah, you know when when someone's outplayed you with a TP. So you just drop the tip, recognize it, and move on. Luna. How's she looking? Actually, Malrine, he's 70 gold. They try and go on this Tormentor now as well. It's going to be a decent amount of damage onto Malrine. Malrine doesn't care. I don't know why I said it's going to be a decent amount of damage. He's just going to shrug it off. He doesn't care who gets the shard. It's going to be crit. So the extra long ice shards coming out now for crit. That does damage while you're inside them. As I see, just still in the jungle trying to farm, going towards an Ags here. And Huskar, that's the Ag Scepter up. 4 staff coming out for him now as well. So, Ag Scepter for the Huskar. It forces you to... it's basically like a taunt. The Huskar's going to dive in. And then it forces them to taunt attack for 3 seconds. And you get extra range on it as well. So you can dive from downtown. If nobody knows what it does. Doom going towards... what's that? BKB? Yeah, he's got the Hand of Madness, he's got the Vanguard, he's going to go towards the BKB. And to be fair, this Doom hasn't done too bad. Like I say, it's not an in-fashion hero. But it's really not done too bad here. As it looks like they want to take another fight around these racks. The creep wave's pushing in Cloud. If he comes forward, he bought back here. And look at this, it's going to be the bouncing glaives. Once again, breaking the base down, and Falcons, there's a tier 1, there's a tier 2 in the bottom lane. Are they just going to push these lanes out? Well, they're going to at least TP out to it. Amar, he's looking for the dive in, not going to be able to find out the Grimstroke. The Grimstroke is going to be on the retreat. As Doom just continues to keep the pressure off of this tier 3 tower. And Chen, again, with his neutrals stolen from their homes here, Chen. Just keeping this top lane pushed in. He's farming himself. Ricky with the Ags. Okay. So he's going to be able to throw it on. Yeah, Cloud with the rolling boulder in. And Cloud's not too far away from his BKB here. But what's the Roshan respawn time? It's at least 8 seconds. You can see that Falcons are grouping up around here. It might be a nighttime Rosh. Because if it's any quicker... excuse me, any slower than a minute. Oh, 20 seconds. It's going to be down here for daytime for a little bit. It looks like Atlas... They're trying to set up around this in the top part of the map because they know Roshan might be up sometime soon. But it might be... not... I mean, 6 seconds. Do they check the pit in time?
Dire are scanning.
So they've got themselves about 30 seconds if they want to go into the pit here. Roshan is up. Having said that, Falcons might just look to push out. They say, okay, you can have the Aegis. We're going to push this tier 1, the tier 2, and your tier 3.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Chrysalis is standing in for Skitter today. It's not, he's still on Team Secret. Skitter is still in the team of Falcons. He just wasn't available for their match, so... Chrysalis is standing in with his Lunas. Yeah, look at this. So you can see that Atlas, they're in this Roche pit. They're trying to take it down now. They're trying to, get it quick as it comes into the pit. Or at least scout it out. Because Falcons, they're not giving them the breathing time to go into the Roche pit. They're just saying, okay, it might be up. They don't even know it, so but it might be up. But we've got this massive skeleton army coming in. We've got Crystallis coming through. We've got Mari, and we want to take these Warriors Punch come through. Connects onto the Ricky. The Ricky, he's going to be able to get himself away from this one. I think he's been doomed as well, so he just has to back himself away. The damage, it's going to be stacking up. They get the kill onto the Invoker. They take down the Earth Spirit. They're going to be able to break the base. Fully get Megas. And, okay, some choice words. But, I see dead players. ATF, always the mild-mannered player here, not want to take an opportunity to kick an opponent when they're down. But the well-played comes out. GG is going to be called here. And Team Falcons, they continue marching on. Unbeaten here in Group B. Top of the table here. 6 points and only one more series against Yellow Submarine to pretty much get the perfect groups. I'm just looking through on the tables, yeah. So... Yellow Submarines, as we are going to be able to jump to Group B just to see how this one breaks down here. As the, Team Falcons move on. 3-0 plus 6 points. Atlas Burden, unfortunately. Good showings between both games. They definitely have some ability there that they need to work on. Keep themselves together, keep themselves growing. And yeah, they could be a top team coming through. Because there was definitely some really good plays from them. But they just weren't able to close it out in the end. -5 points, and we'll look to see how the rest of the day is going to break down after this match. So we've already seen Team Tickles versus KZ. It was a 2-0. Team Falcons just closed out their series against Atlas Burden 2-0, and it will be Hurry Freak taking you through Moneymakers versus Yellow Submarine, and then Team Cle versus Mars Bat Team in the final match of the day. And as we, so we're going to be taking a quick break. I think, what time is it? Are we on time for the next series? We are on time for the next series. Yeah, so we've got about an hour's break. We weren't delayed, just schedules getting behind, but we've not been delayed. So we're going to have about an hour's break, and then we'll be back with the 3rd and 4th series after that. So stick around, guys. In about an hour's time, Hurry Freak will be taking you through the last 2 series of the day. For now, for me, that is it. Goodbye, and I'll see you next time I go live in a couple of days. But again, stick around for the next 2 series. We'll see you after the break.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, for the continuation here at the Pinnacle Cup 25th year anniversary show. We have 2 more games coming up for you today, so you've seen 2 already. Another 2, double the action coming on through right now. Obviously, I am Blue Scale, going to be hosting you guys for the second 2 games, which is obviously going to be Moneymakers versus Yellow Submarines first, and then Team Clee versus Team Marsbet later on. Obviously, we've already seen two O's today. Team Tickles annihilating KZ team, and Falcons doing exactly the same to Atlas Burden. So fingers crossed, we get a little bit more of an extended series here. At least go to one set of 3 games. That's what we're all hoping for, being Dota 2 fans. Me, myself, not entirely sure which team I'm going to be favouring moving into this one. Moneymakers hasn't had a great start so far here in this tournament. They have obviously played 3 games, won 1-2-0, but lost the other 2 0-2, so not great at all. On the other hand, with Yellow Submarines, however, their last professional game was over 2 months ago for Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes number 4. So they've been sort of on the back seat for a long time now. They've been chilling. Whether or not they've been using that time maybe to put in practice, maybe trying to really figure out the current patch, and they're going to come into this tournament strong, swinging hard with some new strategies, or whether, if you know, they're on the post-TI blues, they've just been chilling, not really that fussed, and, you know, they're here to play some Dota regardless. You know, we'll just have to wait and see what they have in store for us as we see what the points are standing for Group B right now. Team Falcons 1.5 miles ahead of everybody else. Just 2 people left, right, and centre. I think at this point they are guaranteed to go through to the next stage of the tournament. So they are sitting pretty, not stressed at all about their final series. Atlas Burden, however, is on the complete opposite side of the spectrum. They're -5 points. I don't really know if they have much hope, in all honesty, being able to pull through it. They have 1 more series in them. If they win that 2-0, they'll go to -3. And I think it'd have to be a real hope and a prayer for them to somehow manage to pull through. But it's really, really slim pickings. Moneymakers, however, is not in such a dire situation, only on -2. They definitely have the chance to be able to come back if they're able to get a 2-0 here. We'll just have to wait and see how the series goes. We'll have a look at the rosters, though. Of the 2 teams we have lined up, Moneymakers here, Lucas, Igor, Platinumos, Bignum, and Slayer. I think I said that completely wrong. Palatimos, that's the one. Jesus Christ, man. It's a rough start for the day for me, for sure. But yeah, expecting, you know, maybe these guys are on a bit of a redemption arc right now. They know they've had a pretty rough start to the tournament, as I was saying, so maybe they can bounce back and actually get a couple of W's on the board. Only time will tell, but I definitely feel like they have it in them. They can do it as long as if they come into the into the series fresh and ready for some serious Dota. We'll see what they could be able to bring to the table. In my opinion, it feels like whoever gets Spirit Breaker is still a damn strong team. So, it all comes down to that. Have a look at the lineup of Yellow Submarine, which don't have one, unfortunately. It's not there. Again, it's just the names, guys. Satanic, Root, Ike, absolute massive, and a race. Obviously, as I was saying, these guys have been on the back burner for a couple of months right now, so it is completely up in the air about what we can expect to see coming from this team. They could be absolutely smashing it. They could have an awful time. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, even before they took this kind of long-ish break, they weren't really having the best time. They basically lost nearly every single series. Not great to say, but yeah, they weren't having a great performance. But again, you know, sometimes having that extra bit of break can make all the difference. Just have a chill time, get out of your heads, make sure you're not getting overwhelmed by the stress of having to perform every single game. And, you know, they're going to come in refreshed after playing some pubs, raging at them, and yeah, fingers crossed they have something going. But we are going to be jumping into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, flying on through, and let's see how the start of this series is actually going to pan out. I just say always ban the Spirit Breaker unless you have first pick, ban it. Just, it's still so strong. It got nerfed, sure, in the last patch. The nerfs mean literally nothing. The hero is still super strong, and look at that. Money makers, they know. They know. Just get rid of the damn thing. No one likes to see that Space Cow mooing after them across the map. Not going to be appearing in this game. You know, we're still seeing a lot of teams pay a lot of priority as well to Moeta, even though she got probably one of the largest amount of nerfs in this last patch, I feel. Like, out of all the heroes that needed nerfing, she got nerfed the most. And that was really just all from the cooling. But, you know, we'll see if either team really cares about that whatsoever. Another thing I will point out is that Kunkka hasn't really been having too great of a time either since the last patches came through. Kunkka, a lot of his spells got nerfed, like increased cooldown time, duration time, all that good stuff taken away from him fair amount. Teams were still willing to pick him up, but it's just not been looking as successful, so it'd be interesting to see if that hero also is still going to get picked up or not. But so far though, Yellow Submarine just taking away the Tree Boys. Nature's Prophet as well as True Protector have been taken away. Primal Beast, another very standard ban there. I can't remember the last time I saw a pro game of Dota 2 and Primal Beast was not first phase banned. It's just, it feels so damn strong. Just ban it. Get rid of the hero. They also take away the Pugner as well as the Kunkka. Okay, so even though it was nerfed, they are still going to pay respect to that hero. 100%. We'll see what Yellow Submarine want to take away as their final ban, though. There are still heroes like the Dazzle still in the pool. That has generally been banned out quite early as well. He was nerfed a very, very minor small amount in the last patch. Basically nothing. Like, you can't get rid of the cooldown from Blink Dagger like once you've been hit, which is absolutely pathetic nerf. It does nothing to the hero, let's be honest right now. But there it is. Moeta has actually been picked up for Yellow Submarine, so they clearly do not care that the hero was nerfed. They're just going to roll with it either way. It's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. I feel like carry Moeta is more viable than support meta, because the support one, you really did rely on in the calling and those sort of like early levels to zone people out and do some decent damage. But the fact that the duration was reduced, the movement speed reduction was reduced, damage was reduced, all of that just doesn't really feel as strong. So yeah, we'll see though. We'll see what Yellow Submarines has in store. Meanwhile, Moneymakers go for the much more meta Centaur Warrunner pickup. This guy is just everywhere now. He is just everywhere. Big, beefy frontliner, just solid in his lane as well. Very, very hard to push out in many situations. So not at all shocked to see this hero appear. All to come down to what they're going to actually pair it with though. I mean, yesterday we saw Centaur Warrunner, when it was played in the hands of Boom Esports, they paired it with a Crystal Maiden one game, annihilated their lane, and then the second game they paired it with an Oracle, and they annihilated that lane. It was completely one-sided. They did lose in the end, I might add. But, you know, it definitely has the potential to completely dismantle lanes, and we'll see if they're going to get the opportunity as Yellow Submarines They do ban both the Dark Willow as well as the Weaver, 2 pretty strong position 4s in this current meta as well. See what moneymakers are going to choose to get rid of, whether they're just going to keep focusing down towards those, you know, tanky frontliners. Reduce that number down. Tusk is the hero of choice, and a Bane actually getting picked up there. Okay. It's quite interesting. You don't see Bane all too often now, but to be honest, I feel like it's not too bad at all. You get reliable lockdown against the Muerta. You know, as soon as she pops Pierce the Veil, you just Fiend's Grip her, and, you know, that duration basically gets completely removed unless someone on the team can come in with some sort of save mechanic to completely stop that. What comes to mind for me is like a Shadow Demon, you know? If your Muerta gets Fiend's Grip, just disrupt your Muerta and the whole move gets completely countered. So maybe Yellow Submarines could be thinking along those lines as well. We'll have to wait and see, but they do decide to go for the Phoenix, which, you know, is still pretty damn solid. And at the moment, there isn't really anyone on Moneymakers to deal with that egg, like actually kill it. They do have the Centaur to disengage, mind you. So maybe Moneymakers might just try and play around that sort of style. You know, you see the Supernova come out, just Stampede, just disengage if you can, unless you're just winning the team fight handily anyway, then who cares? Just keep going. Yeah, may as well. Magnus, though, is picked up for Yellow Submarines. That should be their offlaner. Pretty solid as well. You can't go too wrong. Not like they could do any skewer under the tower plays with a Phoenix, but you're still able to apply a decent amount of pressure there. They should feel comfortable. I'll have to wait and see what, you know, safe lane pairing Moneymakers wants to put up against that. As they're still looking for their third pick right now. Probably going to be their POS 4, I would say. I was thinking maybe, I don't know, Rubik isn't actually terrible right now. Rubik's not really picked all too often, but, you know, you've got some good spells to steal. Skewer and RP is pretty solid. Sunray is amazing. Supernova, if you can get it, one of the hardest skills in the game to steal. The call-in was very, very strong. Maybe not so much anymore. But they actually decided to go for the Snapfire. So they do actually have the answer now for the egg. Just going to go, you know, get those points into the little shredder and deal with that thing straight away at the beginning of the fight. So it's going to be very, very crucial that the Phoenix gets the correct positioning in this game, or they're just dead. You know, that's just the nature of this matchup. It's only super threatening though for the early levels. Once you get level 3, it's not so bad. You can still take the full salvo and still be going, unless someone else jumps in as well. We'll have to wait and see. Moneymakers decide to go for the Lina pick. Okay, so most likely I would assume there's going to be magic damage style Lina, which is clearly a counter to Muerta. She pops Pierce the Veil, and then all of a sudden that damage amplification is just going to tear her apart. Actually, wait, there isn't damage amp, is there? I don't think there is. Muerta, man. Who cares about the ultimate? I only ever play Muerta as a support, or I used to, so Pierce the Veil means nothing to me. Completely wasted skill, just skip it. It's just a built-in Go Scepter. So yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Yellow Submarines now decide to try and push this Muerta to a position 5 instead, run it as a support, and then grab a different carry, just because of that one matchup there. They also still yet to see the carry to come out from Moneymakers, which they won't get to, as Moneymakers has the final pick here. It's going to be hard for them, but even still, well, they're going to decide to go for their 4th pick. They're probably discussing it amongst themselves whether to actually make this Muerta a support or a carry. In all honesty, I don't know. If they were to play Muerta as a carry, I don't even mind a Rubik this game either. Like you could. It's so easy to steal Fiend's Grip. It's so easy to steal Mortimer's Kisses. Any spell from Lina feels pretty damn strong. Even Stampede could be pretty good, as well as the Hoof Stomp. Like, I don't know. It's... And you can actually lane it with the Magnus really well. You can go for a Telekinesis into a Skewer play under the tower, which would have been pretty cool. But instead, they decided to go for the Lone Druid. So it does look like this Muerta is very, very likely to be a support then. Whether if this Lone Druid is going to be the mid or the actual carry for Yellow Submarine is yet to be seen. Might just have to wait and see what their actual final pick is before we can fully know. But, you know, it's going to be keeping moneymakers guessing at the same time. And Yellow Submarines do actually decide to ban the Life Stealer. Obviously, with the built-in magic community is pretty decent versus the Phoenix. Even the damage against the Muerta later on with the Pierce the Veil. So maybe doing that Life Stealer ban is trying to make moneymakers believe that it is still a Camuetta with like a Lone Druid mid, and they're leaving their support as the final pick, like some double fake out perhaps. Very interesting. But moneymakers, they are sure this is a support Muerta. You know, they ban out the Spectre. Or at the very least, they just want to make sure that a Spectre doesn't easily annihilate their backlands. You know, they're trying to give it a bit of protection as much as they possibly can anyway. And the Faceless Void gets removed. Very solid. That would have bumped up the team fight for Yellow Submarines through the roof. Chrono, RP, and a Phoenix Egg. Very devastating to deal with indeed. What does Yellow Submarines want to actually remove as the final hero here? It's clearly a carry for moneymakers. That is nigh on certain. It is a difficult choice. They actually decide to ban out the Naga Siren. Maybe that's just purely for the reset in value. If like a team gets hit by an RP and then there's a Phoenix Egg, if you can get off that Song of the Siren, you'll be able to try and reset the whole fight for your team, get into a better position, and then go again. So I kind of like it. But still, this last pick for Yellow Submarines, 25 seconds of reserve time. Yeah, maybe it all comes down to whether they have decided to make this a Muerta support, which I think they should. It just kind of makes a lot of sense. But it still would be interesting to know if this Lone Druid is carry or mid. And they actually go for a Skywrath Mage. So this is core Muerta then. With mid Lone Druid, Magnus offlane with the Phoenix and Skywrath Muerta safe lane. It's a lot of burst magic damage up there. Seems like it could work. Very squishy lane, mind you. So definitely susceptible to like a Centaur and a Snapfire just getting like double stuns and bursting them down, because I feel like kills will be very, very easy to find there for the offlane of moneymakers. So they will definitely have to be careful about the positioning for Yellow Submarine. Unless this is something completely wacky and it's still a support Muerta, Lone Druid is the carry, and the Skywrath Mage is going mid or some crazy ass bollocks like that. I don't even know, man. Only time will tell. But moneymakers, a full minute of reserve time to work with. What is the carry of choice? You're going to be laning up against the Magnus, and I'd say Phoenix is more likely. Maybe the Skywrath. Depends on what roles they actually want to put those ones in. But you're laning with a Bane. It's hard to tell. Very, very hard to tell. I mean, they got some answers already to the egg as well, so they definitely want to be trying to fight into these team fights for sure. I was thinking maybe Wraith King might not be the worst thing in the world. Like, if he gets hit by an RP, screwed out of control, you're going to have that second life for the rest of your team to come on in. But at the same time, if you lose that first life and there's a Phoenix Egg, as soon as you respawn, you get hit from the that, and then the stunned again. Could be very awkward, but they actually decided to go for the TA. Okay. We'll see how this one pans out. So it should be, yeah, carry TA. Laning up against the mag. With the Phoenix, though, just chucking out those fire spirits, you'll be able to deal with the refraction charges in those early levels, so it's not like there's going to be much safety there for the TA. He's still going to be getting harassed a fair amount, I would assume, unless Bignum is able to make a lot of space. You know, just make that little buffer zone for the TA to carry on farming and do whatever the hell they want. I'll have to wait and see. I really like the lineup here of Yellow Submarines. It feels quite rounded. It feels like it's got a lot of team fight. It's got a lot of damage output as well. It has tower push with the Lone Druid. they're just ticking all the boxes in my opinion. So I feel like I'm just going to have to go for yellow submarines. Unless, of course, the lanes just go amazingly well for moneymakers. And they just stomp it and they're able to snowball and then just, you know, overwhelmingly push yellow submarine with their advantage and their lead. That's how I'd see them winning. But yeah, if I just see those 5 heroes against those 5, I feel like yellow submarines, they've just got the advantage for sure. So that is who I would end up going for here in this game. But, you know, it is Dota 2. It's always full of surprises. We never know what is going to happen. If we could predict the outcome every single time, it'd be a dead boring game. So I'm very glad that it is not. And yeah, we could be seeing some very exciting stuff. Because as I was saying earlier, guys, Yellow Submarine not really been doing much for the last couple of months. So they've been in the kitchen. They've been making some recipes, whipping them up, cooking them, tasting them. And this is what they're going to bring to the table right now, serving this up straight into the faces of moneymakers. And it's going to be down to them whether they can survive through it, because it does look pretty scary. And again, I will remind you, moneymakers aren't looking too hot point-wise either. They've only won 1 series out of 3, so they are on negative points right now. So they've got to start getting those wins on the board to feel safe. If they get 2-0'd here, I believe that there isn't actually a chance for them to recover. It would push them too far down, and it would be so difficult for them. So it's all going to come down to how this first game goes, and the second, of course, guys. We're going to be jumping on into the game, and let's see what these guys have in store for us. Maybe some first blood fights. I always love to see a first blood fight. You know, minute 0, go for it. It was yesterday where we saw one team get 3 kills before minute 0, and they still lost. They still lost. They're like a 2k gold advantage for like a minute in or something like that, and they still lost the damn game. Oh, that was bad, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that this time round. Moneymakers sort of trying to fortify their own jungle area, seeing if anyone from Yellow Submarines was moving down here to try and make a play, but not going to find anybody. Instead, it looks like, yeah, they're all going to take the twin gate up towards the top and loop around. Again, there's nobody here, but maybe if they just charge straight into the jungle, they might bump into King. And that would be a very easy kill. Muerta, not so tanky at all. Moneymakers, yeah, they're going to make the move. There is a observer ward, though, on this little high ground, so it should be able to get division. And yeah, there it is, King. Oh, maybe not. Does actually get slowed there. The Scat Blast hits. Hoofstomp also lands just barely maximum range. But there is a few more members of Yellow Submarines here. LSA does connect onto Kings. This Muerta should go down. Bignum gets the final right click. First blood going over to the Bane. Can they secure this other bounty rune? They will not. So it is actually going to be 3 bounties going towards Yellow Submarines at the very least. But still, losing their carry for First Blood is not ideal. But to be honest, the First Blood went towards the position 5. So, you know, it's not too bad. In my pubs, I absolutely love getting First Blood as position 5. Early boots, there is no greater feeling. And all of you support players watching at home, you know what I mean. Oh, getting First Blood feels so good as support. You get raged at, you get pinged, but who cares, man? Who cares? As long as you're having fun. That's how I live my games. So we'll see how this mid lane ends up going down. It's actually not the pack Magnus into the off lane. It did decide to put it mid in the end. Which I know can feel quite awkward. Igor should be able to always keep his distance, just throw out a few LSAs, slowly harass out a race, and make this lane very difficult for him. But talking about difficult lanes, Bignum takes a lot of beatings there. Even though the cooling was nerfed slightly, it's still able to, you know, make sure a lot of damage comes in on towards that Bane. Force them back quite far. Quite an interesting choice as well to make the Bane the 4 and the Snapfire the 5 this time round. It's quite an interesting choice. But down bottom, you can see there's lots of harassment being chucked out here from Yellow Submarine's off lane. Just really trying to make this lane feel as uncomfortable as possible for Lucas. Try and hinder his farm as much as possible. I mean, they are both equal at this point. Still lock and tail. But actually, there's a full wave extra here for Yellow Submarines to go with. So if you can get all these, absolute massive should be getting absolute massive. Igor just very slightly ahead in this mid at this point. I don't really see this dynamic changing all too much. It is going to come down to whether if a race can maybe catch Igor out of position and get a skewer under tower, something like that. But against the Lina, really long attack range, long range spells as well. It's just not going to happen unless you get some sort of fantastic rotation from your supports. Phoenix probably not going to help so much with that, but the Skyraf Mage definitely could. Yeah, I'm still just trying to work out about why they would make the Bane 4 and the Snapfire 5. Like, Snapfire Centaur is such a good lane. Like, double stun, you get the reach to throw the Centaur further in there as well. You've got double burst damage. It's a very, very interesting choice indeed. Maybe they thought that a Bane just wouldn't be able to help out the TA that much in this lane. Which maybe I can understand. Yeah. You know, you could try to reason through anything. Absolutely anything. Like as well. It's always making space for King to carry on the farm. 13-2 on the CS right now. Not a huge differential between top CS and bottom CS at this stage. Only 5 separating them. So all the cores sort of doing equally well for now. But the real difference is still just that mid man. 17-5 now against the 10-1. Bit by bit, Igor is widening this gap. It's getting a little bit of frightening there for a race for sure. Maybe you might wait for Rue to hit level 3 on the Skyraf and then try and call for some sort of rotation. I mean, it depends if he's still finding like the range creeps and stuff, you know. As long as he's getting those consistently every lane, it might not be too bad, especially if he's not getting completely harassed out. Like, he's still relatively healthy. So maybe he's fine with it. Does 12cat ever really feel threatened in this lane? I mean, he gets harassed back a fair amount, sure. With that Ring of Health, he's always going to be constantly healing back up. I don't really see his life really being threatened at all. Unless Bignum is just not there, and maybe gets caught really far out of position, then maybe he could go down. Speaking about going down, Slayer may be in danger, going to get dived into this tier 1. The concussive shot actually hits the TA instead of the snap, but it doesn't matter. They still get the kill, and in fact, that is going to keep on going. Lucas, he just goes for the meld, and there is no detection right now, so he is A-okay, perfectly safe. Maybe I called out too soon. He might be getting dived again. No, okay, no, the TP comes back on fruit. He's good for fun. They thought about diving for it. Yeah, Slayer just got caught well out there. Just dies too quickly. I mean, if it was the Bane, would it have been any different? Probably not. Like, you could have done like a nightmare onto the bear, I guess, and tried to run away, but it still would have been very, very dicey. Gike as well. Maybe want to try and get some vision inside the triangle right now. Bigman just forcing him back. Brain Sap level 2. Ooh, nice little footwork there from Mike. He's actually able to avoid it. Meanwhile, the rotation does actually come from Slayer. They're going to try and get the kill on towards King. And they will bring them down. Free kill to the snap. Mike is actually going to try and get a retaliation kill right now. Bignum getting very low. The dive forwards will secure the kill, but at the same time, it secures his own death. Maybe not sure if that is entirely worth it, but you know, a solo kill was a solo kill at the end of the day. Does get all that experience where his own death was shared between 2. Maybe he's fine with it, you know. Making the best out of a bad situation. Still this mid in the favor of Igor for sure. Now level 6 on this Lina as well. The Laguna Blade is always going to be there threatening you know, the possibility of a kill. Meanwhile, the 6-minute rune does spawn bot. It is for a race. Still just suffering a little bit in terms of CS. Not a huge amount. Just a little. Absolutely massive, having a very fun time down here at this bot lane. 36 for 13. Nearly has enough for a diffusal blade already. And then poor old Lucas is going to be suffering for sure. Meanwhile, up top, 12cat maybe in some danger. The call-in ghosts don't actually fully connect, so they don't get that damage coming through, but with the help of Rue, maybe there's enough damage. With the smart TP away, he will survive. And maybe that is kind of the downside of those heroes trying to go for a kill. If the dead shot was used, just no cancellation for those TPs. But the 7-minute Wisdom Rune is up, absolute massive. We'll come over to try and make sure that it does not get stolen away. Erase is also here. The Slayer, he's able to get it. He's going to die, but he does manage to steal the Wisdom Rune, so it is worth it at the end of the day. And now the game plan Just waste as much time as possible. You know, stuck against the wall, no retreat.
Dire's bottom
No,
tower
it's
is under
always
attack.
a worthy play. You still steal the room, and you force both the offlaner and the mid laner to spend time chasing you and getting the kill. Gives plenty of extra space for the TA and Lina to do whatever the hell they want. They're happy about that one. Even still, though, net worth-wise, the game is very, very even. Only less than 1k gold advantage for Moneymakers. 3 for 3 is the scoreline. We do see a 2-man smoke going up. Magnus making his first move down to the bot lane. Gonna try and set up for a kill here on towards Lucas. If he shows himself, he might just die. Actually, no, never mind. Magnus started running back towards mid, but absolutely massive is like, we don't really need our mid laner. He's going to go for the kill regardless, but TP is coming on in. It's just the Bane for now. They're going to need some more help now that the Magnus is here. Nice sniper actually connects on towards the race, and it's the Bear who actually goes down. TA is still fine. The good Blade comes on through, and absolute massive is dead. They've even got the catcher on towards the race. Magnus going for the TP. Is there any cancel? There is not. It's a really long TP actually, so the LSA comes off cooldown. Oh no, where was he trying to TP to? I think he tried TPing mids, but the Phoenix just TP'd there, so the cast time was like an extra second, and that cost him his life. Oh, that feels really, really rough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A little bit of luck there, I guess, for Moneymakers, getting that +1 as a result.
Dire's top tower is under
They get
attack.
2 kills and a bear. I think 2 bears, actually. It's a huge amount of gold, and yeah, as a result, 2,000 gold advantage now for Moneymakers.
Dire's top
70
tower is
seconds,
under attack.
where absolutely massive has absolutely nothing. Just a bunch of iron branches, and that is it. Yeah, see on this replay, I have no idea how Lucas managed to even get out of that situation. It looked really, really dire. And there's a good rotation as well from Igor.
Dire's top
And yeah,
tower
Race,
is
he goes to
under
TP.
attack.
4.5 second TP time. I think Igor was like, okay, he's gone. Oh wait, no, he's still here. What? He just gets the LSA. Very, very unlucky. If you're a Yellow Submarine fan, it's unlucky. If you're a Moneymakers fan, it's very lucky.
Radiant's bottom tower
Swings
is
and
under
roundabouts.
attack.
But you know, as a result, all 3 cores now on the side of Moneymakers, top of the net worth chart. So they are starting to build up their lead right now. It all comes down to whether they can hold it. And as we were mentioning, the lineup of Yellow Submarines is pretty damn scary. They've got strong team fight, they've got a good amount of damage, they've got good push as well. But if Moneymakers are able to hold on to this lead, that's all advantage Mono mean nothing. There's actually a moves mid coming on into this mid. They got the grab on towards the race. The Phoenix Group onto Room. Can they actually get the finish and touch into this Magnus? Mormon's kiss. They need one more connection. Doesn't even need it as the Stampede is there. Bignum ends up getting the double kill. And there you go, talking about furthering that lead. And they are definitely holding on to it right now here from Moneymakers. Should also be able to apply a lot of damage to this mid-tier 1, as this is a catapult wave and a DD in the hands of Igor.
Dire's middle
This tower
is
probably going to
under
be
attack.
going down. And the SAO submarine starts, you know, actually rotating some heroes in to defend it. It doesn't look like they are. I don't even know if they have TPs actually. Yeah, the Magnus and Skyraf both running to lanes. Oh,
Dire's middle
okay.
tower
He's just
is
saving
under
this.
attack.
Skyraf doesn't want to bother wasting TPs. 100 gold. And the mag, you know. That's 100 gold right there. They don't want to waste that.
Dire's middle
I
tower
don't know.
has fallen.
Interesting choice. But as a result, tower goes down. They're going to try for another time to dive onto Lucas right now and get this kill. They desperately need it. Do the TPs come in once more here for Moneymakers to defend their TA? It doesn't really look like anyone else is TP'd in because Igor just shows up, casually walks on through. The bear nearly dies, and Lucas is just, he's A-okay. They just can't kill this TA, man. I mean, a race on the Magnus, he was playing very, very carefully. Just wasn't really sure if he wanted to dive one in there. As a result, Lucas is fine.
Dire's top tower
Oh, I
is
don't know
under
what's going
attack.
on. Yellow Submarines. Maybe they need a tactical pause. I know they're not allowed that in the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show, but I don't know. They definitely need to have some sort of team meeting because they're not quite on the same page, I feel. As Rue gets picked off. 4k gold advantage now here for Moneymakers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It looks like now Lucas has actually decided to abandon the tier 1 tower, so Yellow Submarine should be able to get rid of this objective for free here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
mean, the bear is actually quite low HP,
Radiant's
so
bottom tower is
maybe
under
Absolute
attack.
Massive doesn't feel comfortable going for it. One like LSA and Dragon Slave and is probably just dead. But he's just playing super cautiously.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Invisibility.
Yeah, we can see the net worth difference between the cores though. 6,500 gold for Igor on the Lina, and only 4.2k for Race's Magnus. Like 2,500 gold difference already at just 12 minutes in is absolutely horrible. And speaking of Igor, just finds a freest kill of their life there. King died under his own tier 2.
Radiant's bottom
There's just
tower
no room to
is
work
under
with.
attack.
Even Bignum down at the bot. He has managed to find the Phoenix damage coming through. Is he able to get the egg off? They will. And it looks like Moneymakers, they just do not care. With the help of Slayer, they annihilate that one super quick. Nice cookie as well to get the grab here on towards Ruba. Race is coming on through. The RP also connects on towards the Lina. Nice Nightmare, but it's not going to be enough. The Lina still dies, and Slayer will be dropping shortly after.
Dire's
So
top
signs
tower
of life
is
there
under
from Yellow
attack.
Submarine. It does cost them both supports, but able to kill the was the top farm core of the game. 100% worth it. And the tower also going down. Definitely the breath of fresh air that they needed here. Still need a lot more space though for this Muerta. Just so far behind. Lucas now just farming up the Ancients. Doing casual TA
Radiant are
things.
scanning.
12 cat got a blink dagger also now coming onto the courier. Yeah, nearly got the kill into the Phoenix. This is the thing, you know, when there's a snapfire in the game, oh, it feels rough being a Phoenix for sure. Look at Race as well.
Radiant's
Doesn't even need a
bottom
blink or
tower is
anything at
under
this stage.
attack.
He just casually walks into 2, gets an RP. Yeah, feels pretty damn good. And then he just completed the blink actually after that, so they do have that extra form of initiation now. Something the Moneymakers have to keep in mind
Radiant are scanning.
over the next couple of minutes once RP comes off cooldown. I wouldn't be too surprised though if Moneymakers themselves decide to go for a Roshan soon. I imagine Daedalus isn't too far away from Lucas, in which case they definitely can go for it. Meanwhile, King, having to go full recovery mode, actually deciding to build into a Hand of Midas, which not super common for Muerta. Most of the time they just rush the Maelstrom. You know, that really does accelerate your farming speed quite a lot. But yeah, choosing to go for the Midas first. It's an interesting choice. We'll see how it pans out for them. Obviously, if the game can go on long enough, it will definitely pay itself off in the end. But at the moment, this lead Moneymakers has, could definitely see them just pushing through. Only 600 gold, and Lucas will have that Desolator. And then the map is going to be looking very scary for Yellow Submarines. It looks like, though, Yes has grouped up. 3-man smoke right now. I don't know if that smoke was detected by that observer ward. I don't think so, because it doesn't look like Moneymakers are at all aware of this. But they've got the Phoenix Group coming out on towards the Lone Druid. More kisses as well, but Absolutely Massive will survive. RP into the backlines of Race. He grabs on Snoop. Bignum is dead. Igor traded away as well. It's a 2-for-1 advantage at the moment for Yellow Submarines. And 12 Cat trying to run away. 4 members of Yellow Submarines hot on his heels, avoiding spells, but it's just not enough. The damage comes flooding through from King. And it's a huge victory there for Yellow Submarines. Taking down the Lina as well as the Centaur, 2 very farm cores. That's a lot of money going into their pockets.
Swiftly to the temple's defense.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. If Yellow Submarines, when it comes down to that 5-on-5 fight, their team fight is very scary for sure. There's a good backline stab as well, just grabbing those 2 with the Phoenix Egg also coming through. The burn damage really racking up. And 12 Cat, he's a tanky boy. Not tanky enough. And you got all these people beating into you. But you know, that was a fight without the TA though. That has to be said. Lucas was not there, as obviously he was still trying to build into the Desolator, which he now has. And we'll see what Moneymakers has in store for this Deso. Whether if they want to go for a Roshan now, or maybe if they wanted to start actively looking for kills. I feel like if you want to go for kills, maybe Lucas has to wait for the Blink Dagger as well. But that's just an extra couple of minutes of having to AFK farm. Rudo will be a free kill. Even a +1 grab it on towards King is a huge target to find. He is able to get off the Pierce of the Veil with the heals coming in through the Sun Ray. Is there any magic damage here? Enough to get the kill with the Scout Blast long range. They are able to bring King down. And 12cat is able to disengage safely. Bignum actually looking for a +1 right now, and he's going to get it. Grab on towards Rue. Ends up being a triple kill for Slayer. Moneymakers, man, coming out on top. And it just shows when Yellow Submarines, they don't have an RP, they don't have Phoenix X to play around. It's very, very dicey to take fights. Not like they took that fight. It was Moneymakers catching them with their pants down, as it were. And as a result, back up to that 6k gold advantage here for the Radiant side. Taking down that final tier 1 at the bot as well. Or are they? No? Actually looks like they will leave. Maybe afraid of some sort of counterplay. One more hit. There you go. There we go. It's down. There's constantly moving around as this little 3-man unit for Moneymakers. Centaur +2 supports. 100% have the capabilities to kill pretty much anyone, I feel, on the side of Yellow Submarines. They've all got to be very careful, but there is the item completed now for Lucas. So Blink Dagger completed, plus a Death Slayer for the TA. 100% going to be looking to get involved in kills. Also with the Dragon Lance. So more than enough damage output and reach hit for the Templar Assassin. Also a Blink completed for the Lena as well. Lots and lots of reach hit for Moneymakers. Smoke play was accidentally ruined, attacking the walls while they were still smoked up. Yeah, the Submarines looked like they were attempting some sort of move themselves, not able to find anyone. And yeah, there we go. Moneymakers can go for this free road. No information for the Yellow Submarines this is happening. And this will be a free Aegis into the hands of the TA. And in all honesty, you know, a lot of the times teams, they'll use that first Aegis just to try and, you know, provide a bit of security to the farming of your carry. But when you're ahead, you may as well just try and push the advantage as much as possible. Meanwhile, Grab is here on towards the race, but he has a shield rune. Successfully is just going to skewer away. Stampede also used. Bignum just about able to get in range there for a Fiend's Grip on towards the Skywrath Mage. RP doesn't actually connect. The Nightmare is there just in time for Bignum to cancel it out. Just going to keep right-clicking down, chewing through that shield rune. LSA, Dragon Slave getting low, but Erase will once again be able to skewer off. So much damage, though. Very, very hard for the Magnus to play this game, apparently. Bignum has his number. Oh, steals the double damage rune, but again, Bignum, man, with these Nightmares. The rest of the squad coming on through. Lucas with a click mail to the face. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, Bignum, absolutely terrible looking fucker. Scary, man. But he's doing his job. He is really securing pick-off after pick-off right now. And now with the TA with these items, going to include Lucas in the smoke. Moving into the triangle area by the looks, but no one actually here from Yellow Submarines. King now with Mjolnir picked up. Definitely got the damage output. Just depends if they can survive long enough to actually deal that damage. That is one thing. And Harpoon as well for the Bear on Absolute Massive. Can get in on top of people super easy. With this smoke move, they should be able to get a nice backstab here on towards Moneymakers. Harpoon was used onto the Centaur, not the primary target. Lucas actually dodges the RP. Not going to get connected on from that. Slayer cancelling the Mortis Kisses to make sure he can kill the egg super quick. Lucas' first life will be gone. Magnus, though, gets taken out. Laguna Blade to the face. Bignum ran down. Invis not going to help out there. Now Lucas with the second life. Going to try and survive. The Pierce of Veil was used with the magic damage coming on. King will still drop. Can Lucas get dropped though before Absolute Massive is going to try his best? But the team keeping their carry alive, making sure that Bear can't do anything, and it will die. Igor as well chasing for more. Absolute Massive can resummon the Bear if he wants. Holding on to it for now. Gets connected on for the stun. Igor will then land the LSA. So probably a very wise choice not to resummon that Bear. Probably thinking he was going to die, and he'd be right to think so. But as a result, it's another big win there for Moneymakers. Sure, they lose their Aegis, but they kill all the important cores, and they're going to be able to take down a tier 2 to boot. And Lucas, man, he's level 18 at 22 minutes in.
Bottom tower has fallen.
He's a very, very fun boy. Having a fantastic
Radiant's
game
top
right now.
tower is under attack.
He's feeling happy. In theory, this start to the fight would be so good here for Moneymakers. Like, they get the backstab, but unfortunately, Lucas, man, was so quick on the finger to dodge that RP that really does make all the difference here. And then Erase just ends up getting deleted as soon as Igor shows up. It was, yeah, very, very nice reactions from the TA. Completely saved it for their team. And yeah, unfortunately for King, he uses Pierce the Veil, but he needs a BKB. Without that, all these stuns just going to constantly control the Weta. Can't do anything. It's not easy at all. Still a relatively squishy hero as well. So definitely I feel like the BKB is going to be a big ticket item. Yeah, Brew as well. See the Skyrap TP's in like, oh, can I help? No. I'll just die. I have to run away.
The wages of fear.
Slayer as well, picking up the casual gem. I love casual gems. So damn good. You don't need it always to counter out any sort of invis heroes. Just having that ability to remove all the vision across the map is so damn strong. That is a worthy investment. Now Lucas, do a casual thing, soloing Tormentors. And that is a free shard for Bignum. Comes AoE on the brain sat. Pretty damn strong. If they had like the RP or something like that, just group everybody up, get a massive connection with the brain sap, that could be big, but unfortunately there's not really any mechanics on their squad to force everyone with yellow submarines to group. A lot harder.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
King still just trying to find what farm he can. But 4,000 gold behind the counterpart carry of the TA. It's not easy at all this game, and poor old Root has just been called out. Ends up being a free kill. And you can see on the map, there's just no wards for the side of Yellow Submarines. They have no information whatsoever to play around. Mind you, there's only one actually for the Radiant side. We'll make that two now. Oh no, still one. It was just Igor cliffing himself and get a free kill, as you do. Standard Lena things. But yeah, there's no information for Yellow Submarines to work off of. Like, ganks can come their way in so many different directions. This is not an easy game by any means. Now with their second tier 2 gone, the map just carries on shrinking. BKB now there for a race, so at least he will be able to avoid all these LSAs and stuff, but they 100% need it into the hands of King as well. It looks like they're going to go for a smoke play though. All their ultimates available. Still missing the Phoenix for 10 seconds. Not choosing to wait for their, one of their big actual teamfight abilities. It's an interesting choice. Meanwhile, another Tormentor just goes down. Free shard this time for 12k. And this is where you can start seeing the big, scary Centaur coming through. Just mass strength everywhere. There you go, they're going to make the move though. Harpoon on towards the Centaur, going to drag 12 got out of position into the silence as well. He's tanking, even still the damage is coming through so damn quick, but at the same time, everybody else on Yellow Submarines just disintegrates. They lose their carry and their 2 supports in like 5 seconds. That was not ideal. And this is the problem when your initiation goes onto the tankiest member of the enemy squad. It takes so long to kill him. And while all that's going on, your own team just dies around you. So 2 versus 4. The Moneymakers very, very happily just going to sit up on this high ground route right now and take down some free buildings. Absolute massive, just trying to, use the fear, making some space while the siege continues. Weta respawning in 10 seconds time. And it looks like they'll pay respect to that, Moneymakers. They'll back off. And that's a really good decision. They've already done the work. The tier 3 is basically dead at this point. All they have to do is just wait for the second Roche, potentially up in a minute, and then just rinse, repeat, go again.
Illusion.
It feels like at this point Yellow Submarines are very, very reliant on Erase getting like a 2-3 man RP now. It's not easy. Also Cliff himself is pretty standard stuff. See the Radiant side as well. Just going to move up towards the top, try and take down this final tier 2. I doubt Yellow Submarines are really interested in defending it. They just sort of have to hold the high ground, it feels.
Top tower is under attack.
Use as much as of the map to their advantage as they possibly can. They're all moving down en masse, actually. Maybe trying to see if they can get anybody on the side of Moneymakers farming solo. Which, to be fair, you know, it's not a bad plan.
Top tower has
But at the same time, Moneymakers just rolls into their own triangle, removes their wards yet again. So, no more wards for Yellow Submarine.
Radiant's bottom tower
Bignum,
is
though.
under attack.
Who's going to find? Does actually find a race. Igor also just going to start charging on through, throwing out the E-Blades. That's just an immediate kill on towards the race. He can't do anything about it. We've actually got the Yules on towards the bear. LSA again. Everyone just TPing out. And can absolutely massive keep the bear alive. TP, not going to work. Might take a bit of time to actually die here, but you know, he will die eventually. 300 more gold going over towards Bignum. Meanwhile, Rue successfully able to steal the Wisdom Rune and gets out of his life. That's actually pretty damn nice. Anything they can get, they'll gladly take it, as they need it desperately here in this game. Second Roshan as well has now respawned. Obviously on the dire side still for another minute and a half. Does anyone check it? Looks like Bignum might. Actually, it looks like Bignum might walk into Rue. Oh, he actually took the gate down to the south side, so Rue, very, very fortunate and not going to get found. Might still bump into Lucas, though. Okay, not interested in going for that, as they actually see King casually farming the bot lane with no vision, very far away from the rest of his team. It's a very greedy spot to farm, and he gets punished for it. Rue. Oh, maybe he thought he could try and do some sort of sneaky steal there with the Glimmer. He's going to do that again once it's off cooldown. How close will it actually be to death, though? That's the question here. Oh, he's got to wait a little bit longer, Root. Wait a little bit longer. He's going to try it. Oh, no, it's too soon. It's too soon. Oh, they detect him anyway because there's a gem. I thought they gave the gem over towards the Centaur, but never mind. Slayer's still at it. Poor old Rue. He tried. He tried. You got to do these sort of things when you're this far behind in the game. Any ways to recover as you possibly can. Meanwhile, poor old Egg has been found, has been killed. And they are gone. It is just Moneymakers hemorrhaging resources at so many different parts of the map right now. It's like you need all the goddamn bandages in the world to stem this blood flow. Yeah, it's not great. With this Aegis and cheese, though, Moneymakers just gonna rinse, repeat, run high ground. Actually, did they even pick up the cheese?
Courier has been killed.
I don't even know if they grabbed the cheese, to be honest. They might have left it behind. But Absolute Massive's Courier dying with one of the Hyperstones in it,
Dire's
which I'm
bottom
sure is
tower
probably going
is
to be an
under
AC. 95% win probability for Moneymakers. Honestly, it kind of feels like a 99 to me, but you've always got to pay respect to an RP Supernova play. If they can pull that off, 100% they can take the fight. It all just comes down to position at the end of the day. If Moneymakers can stay split, or if Yellow Submarines can just catch them by surprise, that's the key to victory. Meanwhile, big jump forwards, two-man stomp as well, connects onto the bow, Phoenix is just dead. Absolute Massive as well, not actually yet fully focused down, so they've got the Fiend's Grip on towards the back, let's put a race, pops the BKB, charging forwards. Can he get anything off? He can't, he just dies. Doesn't have buyback. Him and the Weta gone for 50 seconds. Got the grab onto the Phoenix as well. That's a dieback, and immediately GG is called. Yellow Submarines, they tap out. And I'm not entirely sure where it went wrong this game, in all honesty. The lanes all felt very even. No team was actually able to pull ahead, but it must have just come down to a few of the decisions that Yellow Submarines made throughout that game, because 100%, even after seeing the outcome of that game, I'm going to say that Yellow Submarine's draft was actually quite nice. I really liked it. It was ticking all the boxes, but unfortunately, they just weren't actually able to play around all those key strengths, and they ended up taking the loss in the end. But yeah, big well played there to Moneymakers. They really were all on the same page, playing well as a team. Like we saw multiple times where they tried to dive Lucas underneath the tier 1 tower, but the TPs were there from Moneymakers to defend their carry. They turned the situation around 2 times. And maybe that was just the beginning of the end right there. They just started spiraling out of control, and it was just so hard for Yellow Submarines to actually pull back any sort of advantage in that game. It just went from 2k advantage to 4 to 10 to 20, and that was it. Game over. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is only game number 1. We will have a second game coming up for you pretty damn soon. Fingers crossed Yellow Submarines have a little mental reset right there and can say to themselves, it wasn't the draft, guys. It's just how we sort of played around it. Let's go into this second game nice and refreshed. And let's just hope that is what happens. As yeah, game number 2, guys, will be coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes' time. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the second game coming up very, very soon of Moneymakers versus Yellow Submarines here in the Pinnacle 25th year anniversary show. Hopefully, game number 2 ends up being a little bit closer than that first one. It was a very even start, which quickly turned not even as Moneymakers just got a lead and really did plow on ahead and dismantle Yellow Submarines at every single turn. But, you know, I've said it a couple of times before, Yellow Submarines, they've not done anything for a couple of months, so maybe they're just shaking off the rust, guys. That's all they're doing, shaking off the rust. That game was warm-up for them. They were getting their fingers going, you know, actually relearning that Q, W, E, R, the buttons you use to cast spells, all that good stuff. So now they know, now they remember, and I am sure that the second game, they're going to be able to come into it, because once again, their draft was amazing. I love the draft. It just wasn't really executed to perfection. So, you know, we'll just see. Every single game is different. As long as if you have the mental capacity to just let it reset and, you know, you don't end up getting too hung up on your losses. Because, you know, that is generally how a lot of people lose their games. That's how I lose a hell of a lot of my pubs. Is all about tilt. So, yeah, I'm sure they have the capabilities to just take a chill pill and just go back into this second one with a refresh standing. I don't think there's any sort of key adjustments they need to make in the draft, like regarding bans or anything like that. There wasn't like any signature heroes that Moneymakers brought out in that game number 1, which they were really fearful of. Maybe it's worth dropping a ban towards the Centaur if they're not planning on picking up themselves, because this hero has just been appearing in so many games and it is just so damn successful. It's fantastic at initiating. It's super tanky, very, very reliable hero to just throw into the front lines with the Stampede as well. You can always chase after those squishy heroes in the back. So, yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if that is either worth a ban from Yellow Submarines going into the second one. Another thing is the Muetta. Not sure if that hero is still viable or not. Maybe, though it didn't look too great early game. But, you know, we will see as we're going to be jumping into the draft, game number 2. And let's see if there are any sort of key adjustments to be made. Once again, the Primal Beast getting banned out there from Moneymakers. They just, even though they might not have had the first pick last time, they still banned it out. Going to ban it out again. Also removing the Magnus. So, you know, paying a little bit of respect there to Erase. Going to force him onto a different hero. Meanwhile, Yellow Submarine's turn is to actually ban the Spirit Breaker this time round. So both teams still realizing that despite the fact that hero was nerfed, he's still stupid. He is still a stupid old space cow. Just get rid of him. They also removed the Pugn as well as the Nature's Prophet. I believe they also banned Treant Protector in game number 1. So we'll see if they're going to drop another ban towards that, or they might go a different route. Maybe remove the Centaur if they're not planning on picking it. We'll have to wait and see. We are Moneymakers. I imagine... Oh, wait, he's going to ban Kunkka again? That's what they did last time. It's probably the more priority hero if they were to ban anybody, I would assume. And yeah, Yellow Submarines get rid of the Tree Protector once more. So we'll see if they're actually interested at grabbing the Centaur at all themselves. If not, I could 100% see Moneymakers just grabbing it again, putting it back into the hands of 12cat. Like, he did fine. A large portion of the time, he was in a 1 versus 2, like a Muetta and a Phoenix were both like constantly harassing him, but he still didn't die in the lane. He was A-okay. He nearly died once when there was a 3-man gank on top of him. He still just TP'd out and survived. So, yeah, the guy's a menace. He is a real menace. But they do not remove the Centaur. They don't pick the Centaur. They ban a Phoenix and grab the Kunkka. Very, very interesting to see. So, as I was mentioning earlier, guys, Kunkka has definitely started dropping off in prowess a bit since the last nerf hit him. So it'd be quite interesting to see what Moneymakers are going to be able to do with this guy. I'm going to assume it's just for their mid, right? Just chuck it back into the mid, put it into the hands of Igor, see how he's able to perform on this one. Maybe you can also put it onto 12cat if it looks like it's going to be a rough matchup in the mids, but generally Kunkkas feel fine. But the response for yes is actually to go for the TA themselves. It's a very early TA pick, but they're going to feel comfortable going for it regardless. So we'll see whether if this is going to be put into the hands of King as the actual carry. Maybe they might also think about putting it onto a race to go mid against the Kunkka, which, to be honest, it's a perfectly fine matchup. The Torrent is the only thing which is an issue dealing with the refraction charges. Apart from that, you're going to be feeling pretty damn safe against the Tidebringer spam. So if a race is feeling it and he wants to do that match, he definitely can. And we'll see how that will go down. But, you know, it's still very early days in the draft. It could go in many different directions. And Moneymaker has also banned both the Tusk and the Grimstroke. So mainly just focusing towards those very prioritized position 4 supports at this point. See what else they're going to think about getting rid of. I mean, would they want to go back for another Skywrath? Probably not. I mean, they played the Skywrath as their 5 last game, which on paper sounded good. No, it was their 4, sorry. It was their 4. I'm completely misremembering. The brain's like a floppy disk. Has like 2 megabytes of memory space and that is it. It's gone. Gotta save it, mate. I've got to save it. But yeah, what more ban here for Yellow Submarines. And they are chewing into their reserve time thinking about this one. I mean, is it just worth banning the Centaur? I don't know. They actually decided to remove the Naga and then immediately grab the Dark Willow after that. Now, Dark Willow, back when, you know, they last playing competitive play a couple of months ago, it was their most picked hero. They played it 4 times, and they lost all 4 games. It's not a good statistic. It's not great. But it's clearly a hero they are comfortable on regardless. So we'll see how they're going to be able to perform with it here in this game. Obviously, you know, the power of a Dark Willow is the fact that if a game goes on late enough and it's a position 4, it can actually turn into a carry. Like, the amount of damage that this girl pumps out is really, really tremendous if you can get the items. So, you know, we will look to see if maybe they can reach that point. But if the game goes similar to how game number 1 went, they might not have the time. Moneymakers might just roll over them. AA is actually the 2nd hero for Moneymakers. Very strong. It's not really a clear counter to anything just yet, but the Ice Vortex is quite nice to help deal with those refraction charges. Even the Ice Blast connects, like tons and tons of dots. So definitely a good way of dealing with those charges for sure. And they also go with a Bane still. Okay, so 2 heroes which are traditionally always a 5. So we'll have to see which one they're actually planning on making the 4. Trying to think of which one of these 2 I'd prefer to have items. And I feel like I'd prefer the Bane to have items. if possible. Unless, of course, they both play super sacrificial, you know, and they're just spending all their money to help the rest of the team out, in which case they're both just 5s at the end of the day, who knows. But yeah, if either of them, I feel like the AA could definitely take that harder role. But Yellow Submarines, they saw just how powerful that Centaur was game number 1, and they're going to grab it this time round. So that should be in the hands of Absolutely Massive in the off lane. So Centaur and Dark Willow, it's a very scary lane duo for sure. You get the Stomp, which sets up for the Bramble Maze. And it can be very, very awkward to try and get yourself out of that position. Obviously, the AA, as long as if they don't, get caught too far out of position, they should be fine, able to always keep your range. So we'll see what carry Moneymakers are also going to go with to try and deal with that. At this point, I wouldn't be too sad to see a Slark for Moneymakers. It's not terrible in the lane versus Centaur Dark Willow. Like, you could generally see both the Brambles coming, the Crown coming, and the Stomp coming. So you can always get that purge with the Dark Pact. And, you could generally trade with the Centaur if you're getting enough Essence Shift stacks going. I could see it working. And it's not too bad versus the TA either. You've got some more like AoE fast damage to deal with the refraction charges and stuff later on, but it looks like their hero of choice is actually going to be the Morphling. Again, it's not a hero you see all too often, and we did actually see one yesterday, which did lose in the end, I will add. But this hero is clearly starting to get some sort of favor back with a lot of these pros. Just be interesting to see how it does perform here in this game. But the Lich pickup from Yellow Submarines, it's pretty damn nice. Extra source of damage, extra bit of tank as well, which is always super damn nice. So it's looking like Yellow Submarines are after their potential mid, potential carry. All depends on where they want to put this TA. And Moneymakers themselves looking for, again, an offlaner, maybe a mid, if they don't want to put the Kunkka mid, if it's going to be like a TA up against them or something like that. So there is that, that chance they might try and swap things around as well, but feels a lot less likely. So yeah, I feel like it is just going to be the offlane they're looking for in the hands of 12 Cat. Maybe they might need some extra bit of AoE lockdown this game. I mean, you've got a lot of control to come out from the Kunkka, like the Torrent Storm and the Ghost Ship, but there was nerfed a bit. The durations just don't last as long. So it's not quite as reliable to be some good AoE control. So maybe they might want to go for like a Tide might not be too bad. Yeah, I kind of feel like Tide Hunter might not be awful here. We'll see if Yellow Submarines wants to ban it, as they do also take away the Brewmaster. Always, whenever you see this hero in the hands of someone who knows how to play it, they can look very, very devastating. So it makes sense to remove it. Also deciding to take away the Dawnbreaker. Meanwhile, Moneymakers, their first ban here was the OD. Obviously, a very, very annoying hero for a Kunkka to deal with. You're constantly getting just like your mana drained when you're getting Astral imprisoned and all that stuff. Plus, it's very hard to go for an X-Torrent play because he can always Astral the teammates or himself, whoever's getting targeted. And we'll see who else they want to remove here. I wonder if they're also considering whether if this TA might be mid or not. Because it was a very, very early TA pick. And it's not like it's been hugely countered. There is quite a few dot sort of damage sources to get rid of those charges. Like AA and Bane both do a pretty good job at that. Is it enough for you not to want it to be your carry though? Probably not. I feel like it'd still be fine in either position. Maybe it all just comes down to whether if King actually wants to play it, or maybe a race is going to feel comfortable rolling with that hero instead. But 20 seconds of reserve time left here. We really are trying to think about what else they want to ban out. And it's going to be a puck. Remove some of that AoE control. And they're just going to rinse repeat. They go back in for the Lina. So it'll be interesting to see how Igor's going to be able to perform this time round. Obviously, it's going to depend on what the hero matchup is actually going to be here from Yes. So it is a 12 cat Kunkka in the off lane. And Vienna Submarines, I feel like up against Kunkka Bane, I'd assume. So TA carry would be fine running into that, I feel. So I don't think they want to push that out, that role. Just grab a different mid to go up against this Lina. And it is going to be the Invoker. Always able to bring a huge amount of team fight to the table, because they themselves were definitely lacking some actual team fight control. Like, they got some good sources of damage from like the Chain Frost and whatnot, but the best stun they had was a Hoof Stomp from the Centaur, and that was it. So at least the Invoker, you know, you got a Deafening Blast to come out, you got Meteors and all this sort of thing, a lot of craziness to be chucked out in the team fights that can definitely help out for sure. I'm not quite sure whose lineup I'm preferring here. It's not as one-sided as last game. I was 100% favouring Yellow Submarine's lineup, but I don't know, just how they were able to perform in that last game maybe shook my belief a little bit in them. So the fact that this draft looks a bit more even, I might just side with Moneymakers, despite the fact that there is a carry Morphling, of course. Which I was saying earlier, it's not something we see too often at all. And the last few times I've seen it hasn't been successful. And the fact that the Kunkka was nerfed a fair amount in the last patch. This could be like the deciding factor whether this hero is actually still viable or not. Like, if Moneymakers now just completely flop, maybe we'll start to see a lot less Kunkka. But, you know, actually we do have to factor in that this is an off-lane Kunkka. You know, it's not mid. So there is that to add to the pool. Also kind of interested in the fact that Moneymakers kind of went for 2 POS 5s as their support duo. So I'm going to be interested to see which one of those guys is actually going to end up as the greedy position. Again, I'd say the BAME. So I feel like in general, yeah, I'm just going to lean a little bit more towards Moneymakers here in this game. Not massively. I'm going to say 70-30, you know. Not a huge lead, but I feel like it's just about enough. But let's jump on in here to game number 2, guys. And let's see if there could be any sort of advantage from either team to begin this game. Always love to see a first blood play. And it looks like Yellow Submarines are going to try and make that dream a reality. They've moved into the jungle triangle area. And does anyone from Moneymakers walk into it? Oh, the smokes break. I think he gets spotted there, so they're going to see him. Do they predict the drop towards, though? That is the question. Does anyone have a sentry? Bignum? He does have one. Maybe he thought it was just a scouting lich, just casually walking to the other side of the map. I don't know. But it's very odd to see a lich there, see a hero, and immediately run away. You know, if he had his team behind him, he probably would have jumped. I don't know. Well, it looks like that ward is not going to get taken away, which Yellow Submarine's going to be very, very happy about.
The battle begins.
Might just be a trade 2 for 2 here on the bounties. Bignum not going to get caught out there. It will be the standard 2 for 2 here. And it looks like... Is the Lich just going to wait in the triangle area for the mid courier? And that might be the plan here for Mike. Okay, it doesn't look like he will go back to his lane. He was just chilling. See if he can get some free harassment out perhaps before the lanes actually begin. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure who's going to come out here in this matchup. Before it was like quite obvious that Igor would have been able to pull out ahead. This time round, I feel like it's going to be very skill-dependent matchup here with Invoker versus Alina. And Erase didn't like lose his lane horribly in that game number 1. Sure, he was behind, but it's just to be expected in that matchup. So he should have a much better time here. Maybe be able to pull ahead. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, absolutely massive. This time, the Centaur into his hands. We'll see if he's going to be as big and scary as 12 Cat was in that first game. And just be the big frontliner for his whole team. Yeah, Bignum just doing such a good job at keeping both of them at bay. Normally, when you're on a Lich, you feel like you can just out-harass anybody and you feel great about it. But a Bane, Oh, I feel so damn frustrated trying to trade against this guy. Do a couple of right clicks, even chuck out a spell, but then he just brain saps you back, heals himself back up. It's so damn brutal to deal with. Especially once it hits that level 3 mark and have 2 points into the brain sap. And there's just not much you can do at all. We'll see if maybe King's farm starts suffering as a result. Torrent, not going to land. King will be able to walk it off, but Biglam's just he's just running at both of them on his own. Right clicks alone doing so much work down towards King. I will now turn around with the old blast to push him backwards. Just trying to make as much space as possible. And we can already see 12 Cat is 10-2 on the CS, and King 6-1. Just have to see if they can hold on to Elite. Well, Lucas, he actually just gets caught out. Wasn't able to get the strength morph off before the stomp came out, and then the burst damage was there. So Yellow Submarines getting first blood into the hands of Rue. And an early kill onto a Morphling is just so damn good. Especially before he hits his own level 3. And there's no second point into the strength, you know, the attribute shift. Oh, this mid still pretty damn even. Oh, close. 7 HP will actually tick out. Biglam, man, still looking so damn strong here on this Bane. Showcasing this hero isn't completely dead. It's it can still do work for sure. Almost at the level 3 as well, but doesn't have much mana left to play with. Gonna need some resources. Lucas, you know, after that death, still tying in CS against the Centaur, so it's not like he's fallen behind at all just yet. Still doing A-OK. Mid is very, very even still. Be interesting to see which one of these guys decides to make the rotation first, you know? Normally, people chill a bit more, and it's very reactionary in this mid from both of these heroes. They only have a TP generally if, like, their safe lane's getting dived on or something like that. But this time, not so much. Actually, they make a move on towards the Morphling. He's able to get the strength pop this time round. Still 0 points into waveform, but it doesn't matter. Lucas will survive. And it was a very nice attempt there for Yellow Submarines. It's not often you see the Exhort build Invoker, and he was really trying to use that to as best as possibly could. It's not quite enough damage. And this is the hard thing when you're playing into a Morphling this game. No one on your team has really good instant disable. The best one they have is the Sinister Gaze from the Lich. And that is it. Everything else takes a little bit of time to cast to see it coming through.
It's all the same to me.
Oh, King. Okay. He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this Kunka's having such a good time, man. 12 Cat is even better in this game than he was on the Centaur, where he wasn't even touched at all. Top of CS by a mile and a half, 28-5 against the 21-1 of the TA. So he's feeling super happy. But again, it's not quite the same Kunka as we used to, guys. He's close to being similar, but not quite the same. Not entirely. There's like a much more passive and slow game as well. Both teams not really trying to get too aggressive early on, just want to resume the farm as best they can. Igor, 0 mana to play with, got an EMP to the face. So yeah, Race just going for the 1 point into the Exhort. Rather than spamming all the points into it, to go for like a mass level Sunstrike to get those early kills. Going to play much more reserve. Meanwhile, Rue just going to get harassed here from the Slayer. Nobody else coming on in from Moneymakers to look for that kill. So they will be fine. But the 6-minute rune's coming up. Maybe this is going to tell the difference on how this game's going to go. If it's top or if it's bottom. And it is top. Erase gets it. Not that he really cares about an Invis rune, to be honest with you. Like, he really does not mind at all. Meanwhile, though, 12 Cat in some danger. The Centaur, it stuns them both. It does allow the torrent to land, but who really cares about that, as they will still get the kill. MVP Centaur Conqueror. Someone's clearly been paid off Gaben at getting the neutrals on their side. That's quite a nice bit of space there for the TA now. You know, because that Kunko's being a real pain in his ass. And as a result, you can start to see the CS chart is unbelievably close between top and bottom. 36 CS for first place, 33 for last place. That is it at close to 7 minutes into the game. So it's very, very hard to tell which team is really going to be able to start pulling up an early advantage. Might have to wait for like some sort of big gank rotation to happen, and then we'll see either team actually gain some sort of advantage here. Not even a Wisdom Rune steal attempt from either side. We'll just be one apiece. Extra passive game. No one wants to give anything away here. And we saw at game number 1 when Lucas was on the TA, he was getting pressured quite a lot. You know, he was up against a lone druid and a Phoenix. So they were applying a fair bit of pressure, even with the occasional Skywrath coming through. They were diving tier 1s, but he was still able to survive and get his farm going. We'll see whether if King is going to be able to do the same here. He's not really getting pressured as much. You know, he's happily just CSing away. The Kunkus is doing exactly the same thing. So they're just trading farm continuously. But I'm sure as the levels start piling up, we'll probably start to see some attention being applied to the safe lane carries. I mean, quite a few supports there in the mid from Yellow Submarine. Looking for the 8-minute rune. Does spawn, which Bignum gets it. But to be honest, that's still a little win there for Yellow Submarines. You make sure that that rune does not go into the bottle of the Lina. And as a result, Igor still has no mana to play with, man. It's so frustrating when you're playing this spellcasting hero and you're always getting EMP'd in the face. Nice footwork there from Slayer. Even though the guy doesn't have any feet, still able to juke around those brambles. Float away, little guy, float away.
Dire's top tower
He's fine.
is under attack.
Absolutely massive. He's just like walking behind the tower, trying to say hello. Lucas at this point doesn't mind too much. Maybe he's going to be a bit concerned now as there is an Invoker showing up. Stun will make sure that the EMP lands. He used the stick though and he's still fine. Lucas, he's like, alright, you guys are in my lane. I don't really care. What are you doing here? And now the TP rotations are coming in from the rest of Moneymakers. X-Spark boat, make sure they got the grab on towards Ake. It looks like the Lich will die. Does anyone else fall? Well, they do actually also get the kill onto Root. So it's a gank attempt, which just does not go well. And the big fake out with the illusion, absolute massive, has to use Stampede to run away from a Bane illusion. Does not feel good, but I could see where he's coming from, you know. Better to be safe than sorry. All it would have taken was that to have been a real Bane. You got nightmared and you're probably dead. So, you know, fair enough. I can understand. But even still, yeah, it's a huge misplay there for Yellow Submarines. And you could see from just how Lucas was playing, he didn't care. He actually didn't care. He's like, what are you guys doing in my lane? Just leave. Looks like Slayer, though, a much easier kill to get. And King will be able to soak that one up. A race comes over just to soak up the XP, and then he's going to run back to his own lane. Like, yeah, thanks. Extra 100 XP for me. Oh, Tornado. Not going to land. 12cat is able to dodge it, and now Race in some danger. X-Torrent, Laguna Blade as well. He's actually still tanking up for now. Trying to run away. Is there any detection? Just still in range of that Sentry Ward. And a Race going down to Igor. So now Yellow Submarines losing another one of their big cores. And now we see a 1,000 gold lead here for Moneymakers. Not a humongous lead, but it is the start. Feels very similar to game number 1. It was an even, like, sort of lanes, and then there's just a few kills going towards Moneymakers bit by bit, and their lead grew more and more.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bots is the item for Igor coming on down as Bignum has found a tasty snack here. LSA plus the Laguna. Not the Laguna, sorry, the Dragon Slave, and there you go, it's another free kill. Not a big ticket item at all, just their position 5 Lich, but a kill is a kill at the end of the day. And the Lina's still there, so they might try and go for another kill as they found the Fiend script on towards the Race. Ghost Ship plus an Ice Blast, kablam! And down goes the Race. Invoker dropping 2 times in a row in quick succession. King has to just run away. And this will be the tier 1 tower going down eventually. Even Lucas getting involved to make sure this drops as fast as possible. And not hoping hell's chance of Yellow Submarines to defend this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We'll see
attack.
who on the side of Moneymakers goes up top to, you know, deal with this lane against the Centaur. Or if anyone does, they might just completely abandon it for all I know. Okay, no, the Lucas does head back up there, so I don't really need to be down there anymore. Although Igor, long range LSA, just putting the fear of God there in towards the Dark Willow. They're saying, I'm here, beware, and be afraid. King, though, still trying to work in towards this Desolator, another, what, about 1,500 gold away, and he will have that item up. So a little bit of a slower timing compared to the one in game number 1, but not a million miles behind. Meanwhile, nice two-man tornado. But even still, they're going to try and turn this one around. They're focusing on towards Igor, but the leader is still super healthy. Instead, Slayer's going to have to be the kill they settle for and disengage with the help of the Stampede. They also got the double damage rune there for a race, so again, denying the refill onto the Lina. But not the kill, big ticket item they wanted. Oh, just looked. The net worth for the Invoker. Oh, that's not great. Still less than 4,000 gold, where the second worst is 5.6k. So poor old Race is having a really, really rough time in this one. Has the Urn of Shadows completed? Gonna have the Vessel up pretty soon, it feels. But he's just constantly roaming around now, trying to find what space he can to maybe look for a kill. Maybe this needs to go an AFK farm. Just get some gold on the go. Try and recover his game, because at this point, he's not looking too hot. Starting to feel a bit like a support, in all honesty. Needs a lot more space. A hell of a lot more. I wonder if he also just decides to go for the Hand of Midas before even completing the Spirit Vessel. I wouldn't really hold it against him, to be honest. Like, I feel like getting the Midas online as soon as possible is just going to be a bit more beneficial than having that Spirit Vessel, because I'm not really able to find many kill opportunities regardless. Meanwhile, speaking of kill opportunities, poor old 8, feeling safe farming under his tier 2, but little does he know, there was an evil gank coming his way. Ends up being a kill going towards Igor. And yeah, Blade Mail for the Kunkka, going towards the Axe as well, about 3,000 gold away. Not too far. 1,200 gold, and they will have a blink there on towards Absolute Massive, which would be nice to try and go for any sort of kill opportunities. And the Spirit Vessel was also up there for the Invoker, so he did decide just to complete the item rather than going for some sort of recovery sooner. Wants to get aggressive. And, you know, to be honest, the fact that this Blink Dagger is now up for the Centaur, it does make a lot of sense. They have the means and the capabilities to find these kills. And they're certainly going to try. You can clearly tell they're eager to get this Morphling grab, but Lucas, his spidey senses were tingling. He does run away. He's A-okay there. Desolator was also just picked up for King. So they got a good amount of damage output as well with this TA's help. Maybe they could try and go for Rosh now, but they've just killed this tier 1, and now it's night time, so Roshan is coming up towards them. Might not have been the worst call in the world, but it looks like instead they just want to carry on resuming the farm. King wants his Blink Dagger first, and then maybe they'll go for a kill and get Roshan after that. Choosing to play a lot safer, which you can't fault for. When you're behind, it does make a lot of sense making those safer plays. Depends just how far behind you are. If you're really far behind, then being safe isn't going to work. You've got to play risky. Still pretty even on the win probability, to be honest. Only 59% for Moneymakers. And the one saving grace is the fact that King is top of net worth right now. 500 gold ahead of that of Lucas on the Morphling, who going to have a man to complete soon, but Chain Frost bouncing out. They do find a kill. It is onto Slayer once again. So they are able to pick people up here, but it's always onto these supports rather than the big cores. And speaking of supports, it looks like they have found a freebie here on towards Rue, getting burst down. Laguna to the place. Erase maybe stuck around too long. X into the ghost ship. LSA from afar does connect as well. Morphling getting involved. Lucas, can he get the kill? They will. Stampede coming out too late. And then the Fiend's Grip, Bigman trying to lock him down. But the jump in from Absolute Massive. They get the grab onto the two of them. Igor, though, is so damn quick. Try and run away. King just dropping in the back lines. And now Absolute Massive. He's like, why am I under a tier 1 on my own? And he too will fall. It's a 4-man kill to come on out there from Moneymakers. And Lucas getting 3 of them is absolutely huge. Unfortunately there, that was not the move Yellow Submarines was looking for. Feel like they got a bit of that save your buddy syndrome, you know. They came over to help the Dark Willow. It just ended up costing them massively here. And unfortunately, the tornado didn't even land onto anybody either.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And a really nice thing that Moneymakers did here, they never once stacked any of their ultimates on one person. They used the Guna Blade to get a kill, and then they did the Ghost Ship to go for the Invoker, and then they used the Fiend's Grip on towards the TA, really making sure they didn't stack a single thing. Sure, the Fiend's Grip didn't last long because of Absolute Massive, but it did its job, to be honest. It locked down the TA long enough for the LSA to easily connect, and all the rest of the damage has come flooding through, especially with Lucas turning up. Just fantastic plays there from Moneymakers in general. Really, really are working well as a solid team. It's great to see. And now, definitely feels like Yellow Submarines have got quite a bit more space to make up now. 5,000 gold behind. It wasn't too bad considering that the TA was doing fine, but Morphling is now ahead. Speaking of the TA, Link Dagger's now up. Slayer gonna get jumped on, connected to. There is gonna be the Nightmare trying to keep us alive for as long as possible. Ice Blast will land on Absolute Massive just before the AA dies. A Glue Blade as well, but the LSA can't connect. Instead, Lucas trying to go for a solo on towards Rue. The Dark Willow will survive. The Centaur, though, elsewhere did not. So once again, this AA just trading away their life for a bigger target.
Money to burn.
It really feels like without the TA actually jumping on these people as well, they don't have the burst damage to kill them in the stun time. Oh, Tornado plus a root. Not long enough though to actually make sure he can't exit back. He'll be fine. Yeah, picking him now with the lens on the go. Even easier to get any catches and saves across the board. Ags as well. Only 1,500 gold away there from Igor. Having a very solid game yet again. And we still see poor old Erase yet to complete his Midas, so maybe he has to wait a little bit longer. Oh, never mind, I'll go the wrong way around. It's Pignum that dies. I got my greens and reds confused there for a second, guys. It's a hard job casting. Colours are hard. Very, very hard. But with that free kill, it looks like Yellow Submarines are going to attempt to go for a free Roshan grab right now. Alakti onto a TA will make this pretty damn quick. Although Ice Blast coming on through, maybe that'll make them change their minds. And they actually have to disengage. TP's also coming in now for the rest of Moneymakers. And immediately, yeah, Yellow Submarines, they have to just back out. They can't commit for it anymore. It's too risky. Although, they go for this 3-man smoke. So maybe want to try some sort of wraparound play. They're going to see the Kunkka, but he's X-marked himself. They might just wait for him to jump, but they will have stopped just about able to get the connection. Is there going to be any sort of saves coming through from Moneymakers? The answer is no, as 12cat ends up being a freebie. And that is no Kunkka for 40 seconds. More than enough time for Yellow Submarines to take down that Roshan and get the Aegis into their hands. Going to be a big, big advantage to help balance out this game. At the same time, though, we were able to clear up a free tier 1 in the mid. Just Pignum being annoying. Chucking out the Nightmare. Trying to slow down this Roche take as much as possible. And actually, it looks like that's enough. Like, still no Kunkka for 10 seconds, but Yellow Submarines feel too uneasy to just roll straight into the pit. And they're actually just going to chill. So there is still the opportunity for Moneymakers to come on down here and contest this one fully. Maybe even get the Aegis themselves. We'll have to wait and see. Still no Stampede for 30 seconds. Igor, he's like, come on guys, just hold off for a little bit longer. Aegis, sorry, in just over 200 gold. And that's going to be a massive power spike for the Lina for sure. So if you can get it in time, it's going to be big. Obviously, as we saw in that last fight, 12cat does have the his own Ags completed. So all that extra control makes fighting in those small areas like the pit very, very difficult. Looks looks like Yellow Submarines actually deciding to kind of abandon the Roche area. There is still only a couple of members of Moneymakers nearby there. They're not gonna, you know, not gonna try and risk anything and commit for a kill when there's no information on where most of the Moneymakers actually are.
More fuel for my fire.
So they always scout it out. Both teams just gonna chill. Resume the farm. Not really too pressured about taking this Roche early on. To be honest, I feel like Yellow Submarines don't mind too much there. Like, they really are trying to get some space for a race to get his farm on the go, because as we can see, the poor old Evoker is still a million miles behind everybody else. Needs so much more time before he can actually become a real hero this game. But Moneymakers, they're just going to go into the Roche pit right now and try and take this one down. And they see a couple of people from Yellow Submarines up top by the tier 2, so they feel confident to go for this one, and they would be right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like yes, probably no this is going on though. The fact that there is not a single person defending their tier 2, there's nobody showing mid either. And yeah, the scan connects.
Dire's top tower
So this is going to be a free Aegis. Might be able to take down this tier 1 though. A couple of TPs to the top tier 2.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Like anyone's going to get caught though. And there we go, Aegis into the hands of Lucas. Now this Morphling going to be very, very difficult to bring down for sure. Got, yeah, completed. Skadi now also here.
Radiant are
Extra bit of
scanning.
survivability. So they're going to try and just force down the spot tier 2 as well. We'll see just whether if Submarines want to try and defend this one. As Ike, he's gone for a first item Blink Dagger on a Lich.
Radiant's bottom tower
Quite an
is under
interesting
attack.
choice of items. Not going to lie. Wants to maybe, yeah, just get in the right spot to get like a really sick Chain Frost going. Bouncing between one person and the Spire, perhaps. Yeah,
Dire's
I don't
middle
know.
tower
Quite
has
odd.
fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe he thought going for like a 4-staff isn't as great, because you can still just get X'd and 4-staff does nothing. Maybe that's his thinking. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, we'll see how this Blink works out for him, if at all. But despite the fact it has been Moneymakers in the lead for a few minutes now, their net worth advantage has been slowly shrinking. Only 2,000 gold. And Yellow Submarines, with the smoke, they see Lucas jumping out of the trap off to the side. They've actually found 12 Cat, controlling him up with the old Terrorize. And there is a free kill. Kunkka going down for 50 seconds. Make some more space across the map, and it's pretty much equalized the net worth advantage now. Yellow Submarines, even though they feel behind momentum-wise, they're doing everything in their power to make sure they don't fall behind that far. And yeah, as a result, win probability is still not that bad. 42 to 58. I think they'd take it, all things considered. And the question for Moneymakers is, do they try and force down some objectives with this Aegis, or are they going to use it just to try and guarantee some more farm for their Morphling? We saw it in game number 1. When they got their first Aegis, they were ahead by like 10,000 gold or something like that, in which case you don't need to play passive, you can actually get aggressive. But this time round, the game is very, very even. So it feels like this might just be the game where they decide to chill. But maybe they might run into King. That could be a big, big target. Actually goes for the TP out. So he will survive King. Heads up play there to avoid that one. But actually, the rest of the Yellow Submarines have come on in. BKB actually used with the Centaur to try and disengage. They've got the stun on towards Lucas, but it's a Morphling. Doesn't really care. Do they dive into the tower? The LS8 actually connects on towards the Invoker. Ice Blast coming through as well. Ike jumping in with the Blink Dagger, and it will actually get the kill on towards Eagle as a result. So there we go. Blink Dagger, it secures a kill. Blink paid off. You are right, my friend. 100%. If only that kill was worth 2,200 gold. But, you know, if he could do that one more time, 100%, that is worthwhile for sure. Big plays, mate. Big plays coming out from the Lich. Not even enough presence there for Moneymakers to stick around and take down the tier 1. We'll just decide to fall back. Resume the default farming. Lucas going for a butterfly. 2 carries fighting over the same camp. If the map wasn't big enough after the increased size, you know, still squabbling over a couple little trolls.
Damage.
Classic. Hand of Midas for the Dark Willow as well. It feels like out of all the supports in the game, Pos 4 Dark Willow Midas isn't that bad, you know. Helps accelerate yourself to those endgame items of the Moonshard and the Aghanim Scepter, of course. Plus the attack speed just really does combo nicely with the Ags. So I can see why. 26 minutes in though, it's quite a delayed one. We'll see if he actually gets the opportunity for it to pay off. I mean, I could definitely see this game going on for quite a long distance, as it is so damn even. And with only 40 seconds left on the Aegis as well, looks like Lucas is going to try and just do some more damage to this tier 2 at the top. There is a glyph available, obviously, from Yellow Submarines, which will immediately put a stop to this push, as it doesn't look like they want to actually TP back to defend it. They're not even glyphing. It's a lot of damage completely for free here. They don't even glyph. Okay. They let the tower go free. I mean, it wouldn't have been refreshed as they've already lost their tier 2 for sure, but as a result, they just have to high ground right now. Moneymakers are saying, if you don't come back and defend a tier 2, we're going to see if you're going to defend a tier 3. And a couple to actually start coming on back in now, so Yellow Submarine is going to make sure they don't lose anything else, as the Aegis does now time out for Lucas. And the Submarines, they are quite split right now. Still a couple of them try to linger for this 28-minute Wisdom Rune. Rue, he will be able to get it. Torrent connects, will lose his life, but stealing away that Wisdom Rune is definitely worth it. At the same time, though, Bignum does manage to take the Radiant side one, so it's actually a 50-50 split, in which case, it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Oh well. Also, free shard there for Bignum. Got their AoE brain sap now. Sappy, sappy. What the hell? Oh! I don't know, it's just like, had the hero clicked, I just saw his HP bar just disappear, and then we look up and like, oh, he's getting ganked, he's dead. Never mind. That was quite funny to see. Very surprising. Okay, free kill there for Submarines. They'll take that one. Not like they can really do anything with that. They can't push any towers. It just makes it a little bit more space for them to resume their farm. Where the TA is still in the lead. Just about 2,000 gold ahead of that of the Morphling at this stage of the game. Who Lucas got a butterfly, Scardy trying to go in for the BKB next as well. The Slayer, another casual gem. Yeah, Moneymakers love their casual gems. Like I said in Game 1, it's great. Just use it to remove all the vision. It does pay itself off pretty quickly. Oh, Rue though. Coming over to put down a sentry. The Slayer saw that. Does just have to back off. Racing King. Both invised up, but unfortunately for them, there's not actually anybody here for Moneymakers. No one to farm this wave. Roshan number 2, potentially up in 50 seconds. So it will be a Radiant side, guaranteed. Probably start to see some wards and whatnot being set up for Yellow Submarines pretty damn soon. Try and fortify this area and make that Roshan fight a lot easier. As we actually see Moneymakers go for a smoke play right now. They're going to head down towards the Radiant jungle, where they might actually bump into King if they're fast enough. That's a huge target to find. Bignum leading the charge. King, though, he kills these creeps too quickly, and he will back off. Maybe they're going to do for a counter jump right now. Bignum invised up, but he's in range of the sentry, right on the very edge. And that does end up being a free kill. Bignum goes down. The rest of Moneymakers now has to disengage. Stampede used as the Chain Frost going around. Does a lot of damage both to Slayer and 12cat, but can't get the counter kill. The rest of the squad though coming in. Maybe they can get the grab on towards this Kunkka. He's a tanky boy. Maybe the rest of the Moneymakers can turn this around. Laguna Blade is there. Absolutely massive dives. Both offlaners are gone. Erase. Try and run away. Terrorize will connect one to 2. So Rue makes some good space for his mid laner, but it's going to cost him his own life by the looks. And King has to make sure he backs on out. They can't lose anybody else. So as a result, it's a 3-for-2 exchange favoring Moneymakers. And they can't even go straight into Roche, as it's still another 2 minutes away. A pretty long respawn time indeed So they're going to have to wait for that one. So it's an offlaner and 2 supports for an offlaner and a support. Not the biggest impact from either side, but very, very close to losing a race yet again. Very close. We didn't even see if that if the Lich's Blink Dagger played any sort of part on how he died down there. It would have been interesting to know if he blinked in to try and go for that play. And nearly killed one of them. Yeah, I feel like 12 Cat knew they were coming for him. He was like, I'm about to get jumped. You can see Igor was ready waiting for it. And absolutely massive. He may be tanky, but when there's all that magic damage, not tanky enough. And Erase barely able to make it out. Good terrorize from Rue. You see as well, King, I think after he saw that his Centaur died so damn quickly, he just wasn't really too interested at making the jump in himself. He's like, right, if my tanky offlaner can die that quickly, I 100% can die even faster. So he does just chill. Probably a wise choice. And still, both teams coming back on over to this Roche area. Another 50 seconds about it, but both teams don't know that. Could be any second right now. And a few more BKBs are also getting completed. 12 Cat showing himself. Making sure he's keeping the ward alive for a little bit longer. As there is a sentry ward there which no one can actually spot. Just a couple of heroes smoked up as well. King. Gonna make sure he keeps killing the creep wave so they don't lose all their position. But the high ground has now been stolen away. Moneymaker's taking control a bit more of this area. They still see Roshan is not up. This is closing into a maximum respawn time now. And Yellow Submarines, they've just abandoned it. They are not interested at all. Yellow Submarines like, fine, take Roche. It's taken too damn long to respawn. We don't care anymore. They are out. Slayer trying to solo it. Go on, man. Go on. Hey, he can't do it. He's running away. Manny's hit the gym. Not strong enough yet. Yeah, this will be a free Aegis and cheese. Aegis for Lucas, I'm sure. 12 Cat probably end up taking that cheese. And then we'll start to see them probably start taking down some more tier 2s. There's only one left standing there in the mids. Maybe they might just start... They might just go high grounds. Like, there's a creep wave coming in with them. And they may just send it. Try and apply some pressure. Igor can always get involved because he has bots. So it's never like you're missing a hero with that. TD as well, balled up for the Morphlin. Oh, he do a lot of damage.
Is under attack.
Gotta be careful they find. Oh, Revenant's Brooch actually picked up for the TA. Quite interesting to see. Obviously, help try and get through some of the the armor of the Morphling. But one thing you got to be careful of is that you don't just get blown up from the Lina at the same time. Doesn't help too much there. They definitely have an answer to that morph, so Lucas has to be careful. If the TA gets on top of him, 100% is going to die. Oh, but King, he's just been found instead. Fiendscript to start all this off, completely caught by surprise. The backstab came on through, and that is no TA for 90 seconds right now. We'll see if Moneymakers can actually do anything with this space. They got a creep wave here in the mids, but their tier 2 is going to get pushed into pretty damn soon. And actually, they might just have to find another one. LSA not going to connect on towards the Lich. He's able to get the Blink Dagger off, but this Chain Frost bouncing around. One more connection. He will actually get the kill. So he does trade away at the very least. Not the worst outcome there in all honesty. And to be honest, that just buys time. Like, without that, 100% Moneymakers could have tried to actually take some objectives with no TA still for a full minute. And Lucas actually just doing that on his own right now, pushing this tier 2. A couple of spells to try and slow him down, but that's all it's really doing at the end of the day. They will still go. So now all tier 3s are exposed here for Yellow Submarines. 12 come to the high ground. Catapults are also here, so they're going to start beating into these buildings. Cliff to slow this one. I mean, they obviously don't know that the TA doesn't have buyback, so maybe they even think they could just try and force it, but They know once there's 20 seconds spawn time left, even if he does have buyback, probably not going to use it. Terrorize will be used to try and keep the buildings alive for as long as possible. Because it looks like the Invoker might be getting caught down to the south. The Dark Willow trying to retreat. Glimmer's going to be there, feeling pretty damn safe. Spells getting chucked out as well from a race, but not going to be enough to actually do anything to this morph. Lucas is walking it off. Now the TA is back up. Yellow Submarines might try and take this fight. Let's check out a couple of spells. Good damage. That's actually the Aegis gone. Nothing really committed for that at all. Centaur also now TPing back on in. Rooted, control onto Lucas. Burst damage is there. There's going to be a nightmare to try and disengage this right now, but the burst just comes through. Lich is dead. Unfortunately, he blinks in on his own. Has to buy back right now, but it's a full set of barracks gone. The Moneymakers will disengage, but the chase is on. Yellow Submarines are coming on out. See if they can find anybody. Lucas with the TP. Not going to get caught. Like though. Stampede is used. They've got the grab on towards 12 Cat. That's going to be enough to potentially kill this Kunkka. He actually does put the BKB onto himself, but the physical damage from the TA does not care about Match Community. So they are able to at least pick up the offlaner there. It's a consolation prize, but they still do lose their full set of barracks. Only about 5,000 gold lead. Satanic now also completed for the Morphling. So Lucas going to feel nigh on unkillable, unless of course he does get caught out before he can strength morph, of course, and he will die quite quickly, especially with this Revenant's Brooch. Fantastic pickup. Oh, nice jump up there from Absolute Massive with the Cataclysm. That's a free kill on towards Bignum. So Yellow Submarines, they're getting like the odd kill here and there. They're just making space for themselves up top. Nearly finding a free kill onto a race, but the Invoker is able to evade that one, and the Yellow Submarines are just going to keep this push going. Hitting now onto a tier 3 themselves. There are buybacks available on both of these heroes and Moneymakers. Are they going to be forced to use them though? That is the big question. There is still a glyph available to at least get rid of the creeps. Yeah, they will now use it. That should buy enough time for the Kunkka to respawn. Although King might just hit the tower regardless. Try and finish it off. There's the tier 3 gone. There you go. Not in time to land the LSA. So everyone from Submarines will back out. A free tier 3 is a very nice pickup indeed. They'll take that one any day of the week. And as a result, net worth lead has been brought all the way back to just a 2,000 gold advantage. An absolute massive buying Dagons on the Centaur. I guess they wanted burst damage to try and kill this Morphling as quickly as possible. And that is 100% a way to do it. So, yeah. It's interesting to see. I can't ever remember if I've seen a Dagon on a Centaur in pro play. This is a first for me for sure. It's interesting. He's not even too far off getting level 3, so the damage is going to be quite nice. Okay, there you go. He's got level 3 as well. Let's just see if it pays off, of course. That's the big question. We've seen the blink on the Lich work out quite nicely a few times. Not too bad at all. Third Roshan, though, is still quite far away, at least 2 minutes. And that feels like it's going to be the next objective for both of these teams. Just wait to get that advantage. Meanwhile, Igor, he's just found a race right now. He's trying to get the solo kill. The Stampede is going to be an Igor chasing forwards. He actually gets turned up with the stop. There's going to be the Cataclysm. He's able to avoid it just in time. Running away, Lucas as well, focusing onto the King. With the Chain Frost bouncing around, it's a little bit too scary to chase forwards right now. Instead, he will settle for the little consolation kill of Rue. Bignum getting low, jump on in from Absolute Massive. Trying to get the solo kill, but his Dagon is still on cooldown. He can't finish him off with a Meld Strike. They do have the damage there. They get the kill, and everyone else will back off. So it actually ends up being a trade of supports. And it was a good play to actually go back in there for Yellow Submarine, because they knew that Lena had no resources left. She had to run away, which meant they had the hero advantage, technically. And obviously finding that free kill makes some bit of extra room. Unfortunately for themselves, though, still no Roshan. So they can't just take that one. And what is the next item that Igor's going to go for as well? He has 4.2k just sat in his back pocket. And with the magic damage build, maybe he might just go for a Kaya Sanj, perhaps. Wouldn't be too surprised to see that one. Would work nicely. Meanwhile, Maybe they've found the Centaur. Igor knows where he is. Whole squad is coming on through. Manages to get the Stampede off. There is just no grab. X-Mark. Cast range is just not long enough. An absolute massive now. I think that's... Is that Dagon 5? I think that might be Dagon 5. He's maxed it. Oh no, still Dagon 4. Alright, there's room for improvement, guys. Although he's not far off again. But then he will have it. But let's see what this Roshan time is going to be. 3, 2, 1, 0. Minute and 40. Okay. Just over halfway right now. The Moneymakers, they're just going to hang around, I think. Just kill the creeps nearby. Find what farm you can, but Roshan is 100% going to be the important priority here. Just 5.2k. Literally, that is the entire net worth advantage of Moneymakers, and it's just dead gold in the pockets of the Lena right now. Even the Morphlin has 4.7k. Just chilling. Obviously, saving for buybacks is extremely important here in this game, so they want to make sure they do not accidentally lose that. But yeah, the submarines, they're coming on in. They don't know the Roshan isn't actually up yet, but they're going to try and get this backstab in. They're coming in from a really good direction. Scan as well does connect. They know this hero's on this high ground. The smoke now breaks. So absolute massive. Knows there's somebody here. Gets the blind jump. Fires the AA with the Cataclysm. That's a free kill. Slayer is immediately gone. Has to buy back on in right now. But the jump in from Lucas. Egg surviving right now for the Glimmer, but will get found from the Slave. Trying to find now Root. Ice Blast. Will just land on towards the Willows. Able to get terrorized, but the BKB is completely avoided. Now focus on towards Bignum. The Banes separate from the rest of the team. Will die eventually. Root doesn't even end up dropping. Able to evade all of that. But it looks like Yellow Submarines are going to try and disengage. A BKB there from Massive. Just to make sure he can walk this one off. But no Lits for a minute. No Bane for 40 either. Down to a 4 versus 4. But Ghost Ship has been used as well as the Torrent Storm. No AA Blast as well. Rue. Does he get found? I think they just about get the glimpse. Actually going to turn. Does have the Axe trying to put the damage onto a Slayer. Meanwhile, the Kunka just gets found. 12 cat evaporated. Lucas, though, trying to go in solo. He's disarmed. He can't do any damage. He's trying to strength form with this, but he's taking a heck of a lot. King right now controls the ends of the earth, and the Morphling is just dead. He can't do anything right now. And it's just going to be cleanup crew coming on through. Yellow Submarines with a huge victory. Igor will drop as well. And it ends up being a team wipe coming on through. As Yellow Submarines clear them all away. They're going to be able to get this free Aegis. I think it's also an Ags or a Refresher Shard on top of that. Massive win for themselves. And so they might actually be able to start applying some pressure across the map. There's the Dagon 5 as well. Absolutely massive, man. Items coming in clutch. The burst damage is nice. 14k gold advantage here for Yellow Submarines. Let's see if they can actually start taking away some objectives. There's still tier 2 top and bottom. You see that graph just fly up. The first time in this entire game where Yellow Submarines actually has a net worth advantage. It all started from the Dagon. You're not wrong. The biggest play I've ever seen, Centaur Dagon, seems to be working. Expect to see this in your pubs, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to see it in every game, though. It definitely wouldn't work in every game, but it's not bad in this one. As the top tier 2 goes down, question is, do Yellow Submarines start knocking on this door? Everyone respawning pretty soon here for Moneymakers. They might be able to defend this one. And yeah, it looks like the choice. Absolute massive TPing bot. With the help of King, they're going to try and take down this tier 2. With a tactical pause from Bignum. As the Widow has to rejoin. Again, the facial. Got a Vogue. Looking good. Yeah, this TA is just huge as well. Basically 6 slide. Also got enough gold to buy the Moon Shard, if they so choose. Willow as well is actually becoming quite a problem. Now they have the Ags. All they need themselves is a bit of extra attack speed, which they'll have pretty soon. They've got Mask of Madness queued. And it will be completed in like just about 100 gold or so. So not far at all. 50 gold. And then it's going to be another extra large source of damage to be coming out here for Yellow Submarines. And they're 100% fighting back here in this game number 2, not making this easy whatsoever for Moneymakers, as the final tier 2 of the entire game has now been removed, all high grounds exposed. It's going to come down to whether or not Moneymakers can defend. Slayer will spot out the Lich. Just scouting for any wards. Not going to find anything though. Even with the age advantage right now here for Yellow Submarines, not feeling confident just to straight up run high ground. They're going to play this very calm and collected. Maybe the play is just for King to wait until he has Moon Shards and buyback available.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to keep on chilling. Cypher Vice also now up for a race, so extra bit of lockdown here for the Morphling is going to be super nice. Because we've seen the last couple of fights, Lucas just can't really stick on top of people to do the damage. He's just getting controlled way too much. I think in the last fight as well, he used his Manta style just before he got disarmed by the Deafening Blast, which really did screw him over quite a lot. He just couldn't hit anybody at all, which hindered them massively. Just couldn't do the damage. And Yellow Submarines, they've gone from being behind by like 10k or whatever, 15, to now being up by 19,000 and basically putting the chokehold on Moneymakers. And now their first high ground push, well, not their first, but another high ground push coming out for them. Moneymakers have to come over here and start defending. The tower dies super quick. The range barracks also gone completely for free. The other Submarines didn't have to commit a single thing for that. They'll just back off. Just buying their time, waiting for any sort of opportunities to open themselves to get free objectives. The Willow very effective at removing these illusions. Igor attempting to go for some little free kill, still with the smoke on them. That's how crazy the cast range is on this Lino. You could be smoked up and still hit people with all your spells and not actually reveal yourself. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Still 6.5k in the back pockets of Igor as well. It's got a Cypher of their own queued. They are 6 slotted, of course, and they have to start making room somehow. See which items they're going to choose to actually just drop instead. The Yellow Submarines, they really are playing so carefully right now, maybe too carefully, as they're going to lose their Aegis advantage in 30 seconds time. I mean, they were able to take down the last tier 2s and, you know, tier 3 in the range barracks with this Aegis. Not entirely sure if that was enough, in all honesty, to gain a large advantage here in this game. I mean, sure, they are holding a net worth advantage now at 19,000 gold, which is definitely nice, but 49 minutes in, when a large portion of people's gold is in their pockets, maybe it doesn't matter. As Lucas jumping in, trying to get a kill on towards the Lich. Terrorize, not on time. Fortunately, the Yules is taking a little bit too long. The Tornado, I should say, absolutely massive, trying to jump in, but can't land the stun, so everybody just backs off yet again. Neither team really willing to fully commit into that fight, just really are dodging each other out. And you can see everyone and their mums packing a buyback. The only people who don't is because they're on cooldown right now from the spots. Oh, what a sunstrike. That was very, very nice. Obviously, it was scouted out from the TA trap. Just trying to scare the AA a little bit. Don't think Yellow Submarines even really care about going for the Tormentors. Like, I think they all have shards. And who really cares about the extra 1,400 gold, whatever the hell it is, 200 gold that everybody gets? They don't care. Everybody got one. I think that was a refresher just complete for the Kunka as well, I believe. Or that was for somebody else. Someone's just completed a refresher. So double water park would be pretty nice. Was it him? Maybe I'm just... I think I'm tripping. I think I just imagined a refresher. Yeah, I think I did. I'm sure someone's going to get a refresher eventually, so I'll be right, you know, in like 10 minutes time, perhaps. Who knows? But yeah, Moneymakers. Ah, there you go. There's a refresher. Onto the Morphing for Lucas. Double Satanic could be good. But yeah, they're making a little move here. Not actually able to find anybody though. That's pretty much everyone from Yellow Submarine to the top part of the map. Oh, King. Was actually able to evade detection there. That could be extremely close. Would have been a big, big kill to find for Moneymakers if they could. But the rest of Yellow Submarines are now turning up. Coming through the gate. And they're ready to go for a jump. They do find the morph. They're able to get the grab. Cataclysm is there and they are just gone. Lucas down. 100 seconds in the dirt. 12 cat as well. Has to go for the BKB TP away. The only way to survive. And a humongous free kill to get Tornado. Woo! Very, very close to also grabbing the AA. Not quite though. And even still, that is a massive kill to find. Even if they just force the buyback and back off, that is going to be big enough of a win there for Yellow Submarines, because they still do have the next Roshan to wait for. I don't know if they have to fully commit for this. If they can get this free buyback, it's going to be smooth sailing. Especially now that they can just siege with a Dark Willow. Alacrity Dark Willow, these buildings will drop so damn quick. I don't think they even need to put King anywhere near the buildings. Amez there, jumping though for absolutely massive, trying to get the burst on towards the Bane, still alive for now. Bignum backing off, actually does reflect the Chain Frost, but it's bouncing around, it's killing everybody with the Dark Willow as well. 12 cat on Death's door, and he walks on through as he is dead. Gonna have to start expending some buyback, still holding on to the Morphlings. They're gonna lose their middle set of barracks. They glyph it to keep it alive for as long as possible. But they get another jump on towards Bignum. It's a free kill once more. That's a dieback as well on Bignum, so he's gone for 80. Buyback's actually being used on Yellow Submarine side. They want to try and end this game right now. The question is for Moneymakers, do they let themselves get megaed or buy back on towards the Morphling? They're going to try and delay this for as long as possible. Actually do buyback. They're going to try and go for this fight. Ice Blast, it will land onto the tier. They're going to try and burst them down. They're controlled. They're locked in. It's tons of damage. Lucas will find the kill. Immediate buyback as well from King. They want to end this game. He's doing the damage into the backlines. They've killed Igor, but he has brought back. King, though, he's got to be careful. They will find Lena. That's a dieback from him. People dropping like flies left, right, and center. They got the X pull back onto was absolutely massive, but he's too much of a difficult kill to actually find. They're not going to commit for it. Do they actually get the jump onto King, though? One building standing between them and Megas. And it doesn't look like Moneymakers could really defend this one. It's going to be free objective there. I say free. It has actually cost quite a lot. Multiple buybacks suspended for everybody. The only person still holding onto one is the Centaur. But tier 4's now getting started on. It's a 4 versus 3. Can Moneymakers pull play out of the bag to keep themselves here in this game number 2? It's a difficult task. Ice Blast doesn't land onto anybody. Completely whiffed. Jump in for absolute massive. Got the controls. The AA just dead. The burst is too much. Now they're going to focus on towards King. Can they get the kill? But the Dark Willow tearing 12 cat apart. Lucas on his own. And that will be it. GG is called. And it's Yellow Submarines tying this series 1 apiece and pushing it to a 3rd game. Absolute fantastic showing for them. Huge, huge plays. And that is exactly what I wanted to see. Pushing this to the 3rd game. First match of the day to do so. And very, very well played. And it's just great. I mean, it felt like their draft wasn't as solid as game number 1, but it just did not matter. They were able to get their farm going. The Centaur was just such a huge problem for them. And props as well. It's absolutely massive, man. The Dagon was so good. It was actually a really good pickup. It just gave him that extra bit of burst damage to guarantee whoever he stunned died. And that was the key factor there. Every single time he either caught out the Bane or the AA, they were just dead. There was no way they could survive it. Maybe if they tried to build into an Aeon disc, that might have been enough to keep them alive and through those situations. But they didn't itemize that way, and they were punished quite hard as a result. But what an absolute fantastic game there. Very back and forth. It wasn't just one-sided the entire way. It was just many twists and turns, which is what we all love to see in a game like Dota 2. And yeah, just showing the fact that despite Yellow Submarines, they've not played a pro game in 2 months. They are not completely out of this one by any means. They bring it back. And we're going to see a 3rd game. Very, very excited to see. But that 3rd game, guys, will be coming up in about 6 to 10 minutes' time. So do not go anywhere. We shall return very, very soon for the continuation of the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. We'll see you soon.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, for the continuation here of the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. We have the first third game of the day here between Moneymakers and Yellow Submarines. And it was a pretty exciting game number 2. It was definitely in the lead for Moneymakers for quite a large portion of it, but all it took was one really solid fight around that Roshan pit, which completely spelled doom there for Moneymakers and enabled them to get the whole turnaround. One thing I am going to add as well is the fact that Morphling, you know, it's not a hero we all see too often, and maybe for good reason, because it's not really been successful the last few times I've seen it. So, I don't know, I feel like that heroes definitely need to ease off a little bit. It's very, very niche. Another thing is that this is the 3rd loss of the Kunkka that I've seen in a row as well. My games that I've cast. Normally that hero, when you picked it up, it felt like an instant win. It was so hard to play around the water park and the boat and all that good stuff. But now, with those nerfs that came in with the recent patch, it really does feel like it's making a big impact here on how the meta is going to be evolving. So 100%, I can really see this Kunkka now not be prioritized so much. Definitely not first phase pick, I think. Second phase for sure. It could still be viable in many situations, but yeah, I don't feel like it's quite as strong as it once was, you know. Obviously, we'll see if some teams are still just going to, you know, double down on this hero. Some people just absolutely love it. So, you know, we might still see it again, either in this game or in the next series. We'll have to just wait and see. But we do not have to wait for the draft of game number 3, as that is now underway. And let's see if things change or if it's going to be the same. Once again, Yellow Submarines banning Nature's Prophet. I imagine they're going to ban the Trio Protector again. Why not? They've done that already, two games in a row, so I'm sure they'll do it a 3rd time. Moneymakers will remove the Spirit Breaker. I really, really feel like whoever doesn't have first pick should ban the Centaur. Like, I 100% feel like Centaur, the way this current meta has evolved, he is just by far one of the strongest heroes. Obviously, there are still things like the Spirit Breaker out there, but it's very rare that hero ever makes an appearance. It's always banned out. But 100%, I feel like just get rid of this guy. He's just too strong. Even when you build a goddamn Dagon on him, he's still strong. So just rinse, repeat, go for it again, or ban the thing. Who knows? But very similar bans here from Moneymakers. Barra, Kunkka, as well as the Primal Beast. We'll see what they're going to remove 3rd. 4th, it will be the Pugna once more. Do Yellow Submarines remove the Triumph? That's the big question. There is still obviously the Centaur in the pool. We'll see if they're going to decide to go for it. I wouldn't at all be surprised if they did. At like the start of the 25th anniversary tournament, there was quite a lot of first phase Weaver going on, and it was actually working out really well. It's been a very successful hero for sure in this current meta, so I wouldn't even be too surprised if we start seeing that hero appearing earlier on in the draft as well. I think it was banned both games. It was definitely banned in the first game. I believe it was banned in the second one as well. So, you know, I'd like to see it. I mean, it's not super entertaining to watch, but it is very strong at what it does. But yeah, Submarines are really giving this third ban some thought. And it will be the Grim. And they actually pick the tree protector themselves. So Moneymakers will grab the Centaur. Just grab the Centaur. Come on, guys. This hero is good. This hero is very, very good. Just pick it. I don't see any reason not to. Especially Siemens how 12cat did a fantastic job game number 1 on it. And it's not like a trait protector is really a big enough reason not to pick the Scent. I mean, sure, if you use Stampede and then Overgrowth comes out, that does feel kind of rough, like it completely negates your ultimate. But that's not going to happen every single time. It's very in few situations where the Treant's ever going to be in a decent enough spot to be able to do that one. But they actually go for the Moeta. That is very interesting. We saw Yellow Submarine actually go for this in game number 1. And they lost with it, I will add. It did not have a good time at all. And Moneymakers, they're just going to give it a go. I'm already a little bit worried here for Moneymakers, in all honesty. I don't think I have much faith in this hero anymore. As I've mentioned many times before, the patch really did hit her quite hard on the cooling, which means she's not really as good as a position 4. She's only really okay as a carry now. Even then, she doesn't feel as good. I don't know. I'm not too sure. Not too sure at all. But yeah, the Submarines. With these next few bans, they take away the Tusk. See what else they're also going to remove here. I feel like someone has to ban the Centaur or pick it. 100% in this second phase of bans and picks, it is either getting banned or it's getting picked. It feels like nearly a guarantee at this stage. I wonder if Yellow Submarines might also be considering a Lena ban, Siemens how that has been picked 2 games in a row. I mean, game number 2 didn't get the win, but it was still able to do a good amount of damage. But yeah, their hero choice of ban is the Centaur Warrunner. Makes a lot of sense. 100%. Very surprised it took this long. Very surprised indeed. But Moneymaker's still with their next ban to go. What hero do they want to get rid of right now? I mean, we've seen TA 2 games in a row, both times played as the carry. And seems like Moneymaker's most likely this is going to be Moeta carry. They might have decided to ban it, but they do take away the Spectre and then go for the Brewmaster. Which is, yeah, very, very strong. If you can't get the Scent, Brewmaster is definitely going to be just as good. So maybe it's going to come down to whether if Yellow Submarine can itemize or, you know, just cater their draft around to just removing this hero from the equation. Just get on top of him, make sure you can kill him before he can get that brew split off. And then it actually, you know, just completely destroys the whole purpose of this hero. Have to wait and see, though. I wonder if Yellow Submarines might just grab the Dark Willow again. I mean, it worked out nicely last game. Especially when a game goes plus 50 minutes. It always feels pretty good. You just get an extra carry completely for free. And yeah, they do go for it. Dark Willow is there. So what offlaner do you want to grab to pair up with this little fairy? Or you want to make sure you grab it with a hero that has a built-in stun mechanic to allow you to set up for those brambles. Then you can really get a good amount of damage pumping on through. Obviously the Centaur's gone, so you can't repair it with that. Kunka's also gone. Those are obviously like the sort of main 2 pairings you'd like to put with a Dark Widow in the offlane. Back in the day, you used to grab a Mars with it, but that's not a hero anymore. Nobody plays Mars. It is completely died off. Even in the SA region, where they absolutely love Mars, even they don't play it. So it just shows you that the hero is just kind of dead. He'll probably come back. I'm sure Ice Frog will drop him a little update, maybe in the next big patch coming up. Which I imagine isn't going to be too far. It might actually be till the new year, because obviously there's still a new hero to come out as well, which is very exciting. I want to hear everybody's predictions as well, and what they think this new hero is going to be like. Heard a lot of speculation that it's going to be like Puppet Master from Heroes of Newerth. I'd be pretty hyped to see that. I absolutely loved that hero in that game. It was very, very cool. Aesthetically, it looked the same as that, but who knows? There are tons of heroes in that game which is still yet to be brought over, or potentially brought over, which were just really cool. But the hero of choice is going to be the Magnus. So again, works quite nicely with the Dark Willow. You put down all those brambles, you can skewer people through them, you get a whole hell of a lot of extra damage coming on through. With the crown as well, stun, you can pretty much guarantee the lockdown to get a good skewer into a decent position. So I like to see this pairing quite a lot. Should work out nicely. So 100%, if this is going to be a carry Muerta, has to be very, very conscious about their positioning, not to get caught out from that. Otherwise, they will be free food. Muerta's not the tankiest of heroes. So they might need to pick some sort of position 5 that can provide some good protection and space for them in the lane. Wondering if Shadow Demon might not be too bad here for Moneymakers. You know, pretty good save mechanic. If people get caught out from like the RP or something, you can stop people from getting skewered out of position and whatnot. Again, Shadow Demon has kind of dropped off as well. Not many people really willing to grab that hero anymore. Considering maybe Rubik as well. RP obviously is good still. Overgrowth's nice. A few of the Dark Willow spells as well is pretty good. Maybe not massive just yet. Maybe they can hold off until like their 4th pick on the Rubik if they so choose. Even 5th maybe, sorry. But 30 seconds left of reserve time here. Both teams have already used quite a large amount of it, and they're just going to go back into the Bignum special. Putting him on the Bane, 3rd game in the row. I mean, he was doing work in both games. Second one, he was able to get a couple of kills on towards the Lich in the laning phase, which did work out nicely. And they're actually going to pair up with the Clockwork. So, looking like, yes, it is a carry Moretta. Now the question is this a Bignum Bane in the off lane yet again for position 4? Or are they now actually going to put this as the 5 and then the Clockwork as the 4? I feel like probably not. I feel like put the Clockwork as the 5 because the cogs pretty much guarantee a really good setup for the call-in. You get a lot of the ghost connections which rack up the damage very, very quickly. And I can see that being quite annoying to deal with. Obviously, not going to be as good versus the Mag, because he can always like screw himself out of that situation, if he's not just chain silenced, of course. Yeah, could be a nice combination. But the carry of choice for Yellow Submarines is going to be the Slark, which should lane fine versus a Bane and Brewmaster. Shouldn't really be pressured out all too much there. Plus, in the later parts of the game with the carry-carry matchup, if Pierce the Veil is used, you just pop your ult as the Slark. You avoid all of that damage. Just focus on to everybody else. Build up those Essence Shift stacks and then pop out and go for the 1v1 afterwards. So, yeah, I feel like it's a pretty decent pickup this game. So it's looking like both teams leaving their mid as the final pick right now. Lina has a last been banned. So, going to be a different hero this time here for the Moneymakers mid. Meanwhile, they themselves remove the Invoker. And they do have the overall last pick here for Moneymakers, so they're going to have that natural advantage going into this mid lane matchup. We'll see what people want to go for, though. Maybe Moneymakers might need a bit more control in the team fights. I mean, they got the Brewlings. You know, you can tornado somebody up, stun out another one and stuff. You've got the cogs, but it's not really any sort of amazing AoE control by any means. But it's very hard to fill that slot from your mid laner. They actually ban an axe, which is very, very interesting. Maybe thinking it was going to be a mag mid and then the axe into the off lane. I mean, when you get a blade mail up against a Moeta and you're forcing them to hit you, it does just make her kill herself super quick. So I guess in that sense it kind of works, but I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if a axe actually would have appeared this game. Meanwhile, there is going to be a Dazzle Ban. Been a while since I've seen a mid-dazzle. I think literally the last time I saw a mid-dazzle was TI. I don't think I've seen anyone else do it here in the Pinnacle. I mean, there probably has been. I've not watched every single game. There is a lot of games, so maybe one team has done it. But not much time here for Yellow Submarines. And they go for a Lycan. Alright, so I guess this is a mid-Magnus then. Lycan into the off lane. I wonder if this is going to be a fast axe as well for the Lycan. You wolfbite the Slark, and then you've got this super fast critting fish wolf, draining stats, leaping over people, invisible. Good lord, that is scary. Yeah, that's not that's not nice to play up against at all. Looks kind of terrifying. What is going to be the answer here though for Moneymakers? Someone that could play decently against the mag in the mid. They go for the Timbersaw. All right, this is going to be a very, very interesting game, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Igor is taking the Timber. Absolutely massive off-lane on the Lycan, and a race is on the Magnus mid. So, Timber versus mag lane in the mid. I don't know. It's kind of cool. It's been a while since I've seen that. On pen and paper, you'd say it is going to be Timbersaw favored. You know, you're going to be able to land those chains quite easily. The Whirling Death as well. Just constantly drain away at the stats and whatnot. Make a race is lane quite awkward. But on the flip side, if a race can maybe get a couple of good skewers under the tower, and then, you know, just help increase that harassment value bit by bit, maybe you could pull out ahead them. It'd be very interesting to see. But out of both of the games, a race has actually lost in the mids. And again, I feel like there is going to be that slight advantage over towards Moneymaker's side there. I don't know. It's going to be fun. It's going to be definitely an interesting one to watch for sure. Which team am I going to be favouring? Like, overall, I kind of prefer Yellow Submarines in all honesty. Like, if they can get the Lycan Wolfbite onto the Slark online at a pretty decent timing, that is going to be very scary to deal with. And like I said, the Moeta can't even just kill the Slark super easy because he'll just pop the ultimate and evade all the damage. Unless, of course, they can burst him or force out the ult earlier on before she does pierce the veil, in which case she can still pump out the DPS. Who knows? But it should be a very, very exciting game. Tons of AoE control as well from Yellow Submarines, of course. They've got Overgrowth, they've got the RP, they've got Terrorize as well. So if anyone gets grouped up on the side of Moneymakers, they're probably just going to end up dying, just won't be able to cast a single ability. Brewmaster as well. As long as if he can get his split off, he might be alright. Who knows? It's going to be a hard game for sure. Might come down quite a lot to the laning phase here in this game number 3. But we've had pretty much an equal sort of standing from both teams in both games. Like, neither one has really gained a dominating start from the laning phase by any means. So we'll see if we're going to get that in this third game as we need to jump on in and see how this one is going to go down. But I'm going towards the Yellow Submarines. That's my big brain prediction, guys. My prediction skills aren't amazing, but that's my prediction anyway. I'd love to see it. And once again, Moneymakers with the 5-man smoke moving into the dire jungle, and they might actually bump straight in towards King. They get the slow. Can Slayer get close enough? He will not. Leap is there. King is fine, and the gank attempt completely fails. But they should be able to secure these top 2 bounty runes either way. And just get that even split to start off the game. Unless, of course, they want to try and contest the bottom bounty rune, but I feel that is a lot less likely.
30 seconds to battle.
So you got Lycan Dark Willow up against Moeta Clockwork. I feel there's the potential for either of the people in Yellow Submarine to potentially go down there. Like I was saying, you get the cogs into the cooling. Can be pretty devastating. But speaking of devastating, Slayer, maybe you can get called out right now. The cooling's slowing everybody down. Trying to do some decent damage as well. And as a result, the clock will survive. Everybody just backs off. And actually, that distracts them away. So Bignum's able to grab an extra bounty rune And yeah, they're going to be able to grab the top river bounty as well. So it's actually going to be 3 going towards moneymakers. Not by it means a huge advantage, but every little helps. Get you towards those early bottles just that tiny bit sooner. Yeah, very interested to see if Igor just dominates this lane, or whether if a race can still hold his own. Like, as I mentioned, if you can get any skewers under the tower, that will be the big difference maker there. But sometimes that's a lot easier said than done. A lot easier said than done. So, Brewbane versus Tree and Slark. And 12cat. Making sure you're always chopping down these trees. Always do this when you're up against a Tree and Protector. It makes their game so much harder. They can't just sneakily pop you in the back of the head with a punch and run away. Makes you feel pretty damn safe. Oh, actually, looks like there was a skewer. Igor was able, or no, Eraser was able to get Igor under the tower there. Does some decent damage. Chipping away is always a nice bonus. But Igor, man, getting all the denies under the tower. That feels kind of brutal for a race. Imagine he's able to get some at the very least. But yeah, in terms of CS, they're both pretty much equal right now. Top is 12cat, 8-2 on this Brewmaster, where King is only 2-0 right now. So this poor old Slark is suffering in these early levels. We'll see if that dynamic changes as the levels start piling up, but I thought the Brew's going to feel okay most of the time. Down here as well, Lucas should just have free farm. Like, I don't see too much aggressive plays coming out from a Dark Willow Lycan, unless there's like some really good wolf blocks coming through, which guarantees Bramble setup and everyone's just right-clicking away. But as long as if the clockwork is always there, that should not happen. Meanwhile, Ike up top, trying to run away. Bignum just chasing after with the Brain Sap, and actually the Cinder Brew damage, doing some good work. But is still able to survive there with those stick charges. King just giving a couple of little love taps there to Bignum. Damage of early level Slark does absolutely nothing. Yeah, 0 points into Essence Shift as well at this stage. Can't really get all too much going with those standard clicks. Igor not yet actually having the bottle to get a refill. Meanwhile, the race does. He gets that extra bit of value from those water runes. Ooh. He thought about it. He pressed the skewer button, but he actually cancelled it out. Maybe he thought that the you know, the hitbox radius wasn't actually big enough to get the grab onto the timber, which I don't think it was. It would have been very close though. Very, very close. Yeah, Lucas is having such a good time. 18-2 right now. All Brambles actually connects onto them both with the cool-in. It does just allow them to retreat. Slayer even grabbing the rune. And Igor, once again, he gets caught under tower. Erase doing really nice work here with these skewers. And as a result, Igor is always on low HP. And he is falling behind ever so slightly in terms of CS as well. Obviously, this is all pre-bottle, which I'm sure he's probably got coming out now. And King on the Slark is on the recovery. Still behind that of the Brewmaster, though. Needs a fair bit more old time to work with. Oh, Rue. Dead shot. Not on the mark. Lucas does miss that one.
No.
Always love a good opportunity to drop a voice line. Easiest way to get inside someone's head. Voice line them when they miss a spell. Feels so damn good. Because it's having to run away. Even after that, I feel like the Muerto still feels fine in this lane. With a Falcon Blade as well, those extra stats definitely helps out. Still though, 24-7 for this Brewmaster. He's just having such a free game here from 12cat. Which is kind of scary, because sometimes when you see a game where a Brewmaster gets complete free farm, he is such a problem to deal with. Like, he could do so much work in the early parts of the game, apply a lot of pressure, get an early tower kill perhaps, in which case you just shrink the map for your own carry, or the enemy carry I should say. It's quite hard to deal against. So we'll see if he actually ends up getting any bigger, but actually looks like the clock made a move up towards the top, actually has to go back down by the looks as the Muerto a little bit too uneasy on their own, which I 100% agree with. I don't think the clockwork can leave this bottom lane. Like, Lucas is fine as long as if Slayer is always here. Otherwise, as I mentioned before, a couple of wolf blocks and the brambles and might just end up dying. Just not worth the risk. Yo, King. Just can't get close to these creeps. Just takes a couple of smacks to the face and has to fall all the way back. As a result, he's nearly half the CS of the Brew. And there's also 13 denies on 12 Cat as well, mind you. So it's also a large experience advantage. And as a result, he's level 4, whilst King and Ike are both only level 3. Chucking out a couple of spells every now and then to try and help, but 12 Cat just doesn't really care at this stage. Feeling so good. Especially with the help of just Brain Saps always being spammed. Frustrating to deal with. Mid lane, though, is extremely even. 28 and 7 to erase the 26 and 7 there of Igor. Obviously, I feel like this would have been completely different if Erase hadn't landed 3 skewers under the tower. That's been such a massive help for him in actually balancing this the power out in this lane. Meanwhile, Rune spawns up top, which Bigland will just grab. And he's just going to run all back up to his top lane. Maybe he might double back and go towards the mid, who knows. So actually, they're going to try and use this advantage, 2 versus 1, pressing 12 Cat, but it doesn't seem they can do too much. He just stands his ground, throws out the right click. Biglam does get a courier kill as well. Iron Word delivered beforehand, at the very least. Igor does actually have to Timber Chain under the tier 1 as he got skewered once more. Cat, Meteor Hammer on a Brewmaster. Not something you see too often here. Very cool. So he wants to just go for much more of an early tower push and strat, gain advantage that way more than anything else. We want Slayer. He's going to try and secure this Wisdom Rune. Looks like he will be able to. They can't stop him from getting it. He's not going to be able to get himself out of this one, though, as he's just going to try and delay, waste as much time as possible. But there is First Blood. 7 minutes into the game. Such a long one. Erase does come over for that one, which he does get the golds. The only downside, though, is he has to go now back to base to regen, and then he has to walk back to lane, because obviously he TP'd to the tier 2 to help get that kill. So he's going to miss out a little bit on the efficiency there. Maybe an entire creep wave and a bit in the mid. But at least he got First Blood, you know. That's the saving grace there on that whole move.
Boom, there it goes.
Ike moving himself down to the bot. Does get found out immediately though, so it's not like it's going to catch the Moeta by surprise. We are King. Maybe he's surprised. Igor turns up his lane. He goes for the jump to low ground. And Biglam, he can't quite get into a spot there to cancel it out. So good move there from King to keep himself alive. Lucas, though, might not be so lucky. Diving underneath the tower, drops a call in a pretty good spot. Cogs as well. It actually traps in his own carry. So Lucas forced to stand his ground. Now does pierce the veil. Actually goes for TP, but the Centaur! It stuns him, cancel it out. Lucas is going to die. Such a good time to get that creep going. Cancel out, and Slayer's going to get ran down as well. Nice double kill for Absolute, massive. And they're going to be able to take down that tower. I don't think he even had that Centaur. That was a neutral Centaur, wasn't it? That stunned him. I hope we get a replay, because I want to see if that was neutral and then he took it, because the cooldown on his Helm of the Overlord is still ticking. In which case, neutrals for the win, guys. Centaurs in this series are damn well brutal. Multiple times it's got people and Moneymakers killed. Oh, savage. There's still Lucas as well. Because he attempted to TP away, he has to walk all the way back to lane. Force him to waste a lot of time, but King, he's going to waste even more time as he actually gets dropped. Igor with the gank comes on through. They find the kill. Alright, we'll see on this replay. Yeah, the call-in drags him in. It's just a neutral Centaur. It's just a neutral Centaur and it stops him. Oh, that is brutal. He just dies. MVP. I think the Centaur also got the finishing whack there onto Lucas, which is even funnier. Oh, God. What a strong creep. You got mids? All Slayer. RP nearly there, but does actually manage to evade it with the cogs. Escaping the jaws of death. Very, very close. And Supermassive as well. Going straight in for that Helm with the Overlord. Should be able to get a lot of pretty decent time in regarding he got a double kill plus the tower take it down as well. Getting a lot of space to work with. But when you compare in offlaners, it is still the Brewmaster ahead. Well, it might get fired up mid lane here. Fiend Script connection on towards the Magnus. They go to burst damage. He has got absolutely massive. Trying to go over towards the Bay. He does Nightmare himself to stay alive right now. The lockdown onto absolutely massive. He's able to run off to the side, but the Bruise, the Bears, they get the Tornado, locking him down. Shapeshift still got some good time. He gets stunned in place. Pullback as well from the Eva Panda. Another Tornado. He just can't run away. The entire duration of his ult has been wasted. He now comes out of it. Do they have enough resources to get the kill? Hammer will land onto the tower as well. So much value. An absolute massive has to TP back to base. At least he does survive. It looked dicey, but he does get out. Erase though. TP back here. Wants to try and defend this tower if he can, but it is a catapult wave. We'll see if Igor and 12 Cat want to double down to take this one. Meteor Hammer's probably, yeah, off of cooldown. This tower will go down. Does the race attempt to deny? Not going to find opportunity. And as a result, 11 minutes into this game, it's a 3-for-3 scoreline with a 3,000 gold advantage going towards Moneymakers. We're in a very good spot. But with this ward, they did spot out Lucas, but yeah, it looks like they were coming over, deciding not to actually go for that kill. It's a little bit too deep for them. I feel absolutely massive after that fight in the mid. He just wants to farm right now. He wants to get his helm with the Overlord first, and then he'll start looking for those sort of ganks and kills later on. Erase as well. Echo Saber still 250 gold away, and then he's going to be going for that blink. I wonder what 12 Cat has got queued up on the old Brewmaster now. Obviously, after that Meteor Hammer, he's successfully taken down 2 tier 1s with it. And I wonder if he's going to go for like the standards, like Spirit Vessel, which might not be too bad this game. Or, no, he's going straight up for a Radiance. Wants to get that maximum value, which, to be honest, it's a really nice game for a Radiance. You're still going to force the mischance on the Slark, even if he goes into his ult. It works on all of the Lycan creeps as well. You can split across. So it's going to be a decent pickup. And because he is so farmed, he's going to get it online at a decent timing as well. Ignum, this smoke move might be able to find people with the backlines right now. Slayer, though, he's got some creeps on his tail. The shapeshift was used from the Lycan. It looks like he actually used it just to run away. Absolutely massive, yeah, not interested in trying to keep his support alive. He just TP's out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Completely his Vlads, though, at the very least. The 2 big farm cores, though, both on the side of Moneymakers. Make that 3 as the Moetta is now up there as well, with the Maelstrom completed. Just going to see that farm and speed bump up even more. King with the Midas. Always a good actual item for a Sluck, though, because you do benefit very nicely from the actual attack speed of the Midas as well. So it's not a bad pickup by any means. I believe in game number 1, when King was on Moetta, he did actually go for the Hand of Midas, which not as good. Definitely feels like just going straight up for the Maelstrom is that, you know, more efficient play. 12 Cat just being a nuisance. Slowly going to keep shoving onto that tier 2 until a few people from Yellow Submarines actually try and defend it. I mean, they do have the Treant, so they can constantly chuck out the living army, you know. Slayer, though, does actually run in towards 8. This is a level 5 Treant of 14 minutes in. At least there is going to be the Wisdom Rune spawning in just a second, which, you know, you will be able to get the XP from that one. Meanwhile, Fiend Script up top on towards the Slark. They've locked him down. Do they have the damage? Oh, he survives just barely. The clap, not enough. King will be able to get himself out of that one. Very, very close. But he does survive. Slayer, though, not quite so lucky, as he will get found there at the bot. Both teams just making sure they're keeping this score line nice and even. 4 for 4 now. Obviously, they'd really love to try and find this kill into Lucas if possible. Oh, dead shot misses. Awkward. These things happen. Yeah, Mag with the blink as well, up in 700 gold. Ike got enough money to get his Ag Shard as soon as the timing is there. And very, very close as well to absolute massives, Helm of the Overlord. And then once you've got those Ancients running around, going to be able to put them to work. just going to keep chilling and farming. Sanjin Kaya there now complete up for the Timbersaw as well, so he is ready to just start chucking his body in there. 12 cat as well, extremely close to complete the radius, so once that item's online, I think that's going to be a time for Moneymakers to group up and make a play happen. And they've got everything available. Got the brew split. Actually, the only thing they're missing is the Fiend's Grip, but I imagine that's off cooldown. But yeah, 30 seconds, which is probably the time to complete the Radiance, in all honesty. And they're going to want to make the move. With that blink on the mag, though, they're going to try and make a move of their own, I'm sure. Ike, he's got vision onto 2. Radiance just slowly burning away at him. He really wants to jump into this backlines. Tumbler's toy there to make sure he doesn't lose invis. Very nice. He's just stalking 2 heroes. There are a few of his teammates by the tier 2, so they're ready to make a jump perhaps if a fight does come their way. But no one's forcing the issue right now. 12 Cats is going to carry on passively shoving this tier 2. They'll just back off. But it ends up just being some wasted time there for the side of Moneymakers. Lucas is going to carry on farming up. Why the hell not? A full 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart of King. Okay. Just holding this high ground against the Slark. Saying this is my jungle now. Don't you dare come near here. Kind of interested that with all those new items completed on Moneymakers, they didn't try and group up and push down a tower by any means. They're very, very happy to just stick with the status quo right now, which, to be fair, they are in the lead. They got that 4k advantage, but absolutely massive. Now he has this Helm of the Overlord done. Thinking about Roche, there is 12 cats still here, and every single member of Yellow Submarines. So if they can get a jump on towards this Brewmaster, it's going to be a really nice kill if they can get it. He is 1800 HP. Very difficult kill to actually find. Ned's going to go into the pit, but the scan is there. Moneymakers know. TP's coming in from the rest of the squad. They want to try and defend this one if possible. There is going to be the flare. Scouts it out, which forces King and Absolute Massive out of the pit. Smoke also used into the backlines. I think Ike might have just caught a glimpse of that. So they know a smoke has been used. They see the wolves running around there with the sentry ward. Slayer is smoke now breaks, charging forwards, gets the spot onto what's trio, but the LP, it lands onto 2, into the Terrorize as well. 2 immediately gone, the big one being Lucas. They did buy back onto Bignum, so still, Moneymakers want to try and take this fight, but the Magnus is just running away, but not fast enough. Igor still finds him. Good cogs on towards 2. It costs Slayer his life, but King is getting very low. He has to ult and run away. The Triad will still die. They got the Nightmare just in time. On towards the Dark Willow to make sure they can't TP away. And they too will fall. So it actually ends up being a 3-for-3 exchange with a buyback there from Moneymakers. And they do still keep that exact same 4k gold lead. And it doesn't look they're too interested in going in to finish Roche either. They want to take down a tier 2. Yeah, this was a perfect jump from Erase. Just grabbing that Muerta and a +1 of Bignum as well was just so damn impactful. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get too far away and actually survive. Igor just goes, nope, bleh, and he's dead. Fantastic cogs as well, it was so great. Also, the Storm Panda just throwing up the Thunderhide. Just like, get that thing out of there. Because it can be such a nuisance in the team fights, just giving free attack speed as well to like the Slark on top of everything else. Very, very frustrating to deal with. And yeah. Decision to take down the tier 2 instead of Roche. I think Roshan was actually still quite healthy, so it's probably the right choice. Like, without the Muerta as well, they just really can't kill that very fast. Yeah, it's basically full HP. Would have been a waste of time. But now, 6k gold advantage here for Moneymakers. All 3 cores still top of the charts. Feeling pretty damn good with a 75% win probability as well, according to All Gaben. Silver Edge as well. Next item for Lucas. Actually, just after the Dragon Lancer staff coming out. I wonder as well if the Lycan is actually queuing up the Ags for Absolute Massive. I really feel like it's a good item this game. Sometimes it's quite niche, but when you've got 2 other melee cores, he's going for an Orchid instead. I mean, yeah, it's pretty good for getting the grab onto the Brewmaster, silence him up, hopefully burst him before he can get his split off. Because Because at the moment, he's probably one of the biggest threats for them on the side of Moneymakers. It's just that damn Brewmaster. Oh, Willow has been found 100%. Is just dead. Another kill going over towards Igor. This Timber getting so much space. Treant though, trying, you know, just playing around with Lucas. Not overcommitting though. Very nice. We'll back off. But all ultimates back off cooldown once again. I'm too surprised if we see some moves being made. That's the Treant. Ooh, I think he got spot. There's no detection here from Igor. Just dropping down all the trees. Good bit of deforesting. Okay. Brambles will land. Gonna try and poke and prod, but it's a very hard kill to get. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a very easy kill was found of Ike. Managing to take him down. Lucas getting the credit for that one as well. Just can help further along his progression to that Silver Edge. Ag's very close as well for Slayer. Only 1,000 gold away, and then you got that overclocked. Can be so useful in these teamfight situations.
Radiant's middle tower is
Also,
under attack.
Igor probably would have had completed Octarine, but his courier did die. So unfortunately for himself, he couldn't actually complete that one. Just has to wait a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Ag's now up for the Sluck. So got that extra bit of ability to get into those back lines faster, or also back out if you're in a dicey situation. Looks like they're going to go for Roshan Moneymakers. Pierce the Veil does make quick work of this one. New bring it down quite quickly. Meanwhile, it looks like a few people of Yellow Submarines are coming into the general area. The Tree Protector has been found by the Casual Dust. Does pop down the Overgrowth to try and back on out. Meanwhile, Slayer has been caught. That is a dead Clockwork for sure, but Roshan is already so close to dying. King jumps on in. Who's going to get the Aegis? Who even gets the kill for it? King actually manages to snatch it out of the hands of Moneymakers right now. It's a complete disaster here for MM. They're going to try and disengage, but Lucas knows he has to stand his ground, and they do have the damage to get the kill into the slot before he dies. With that Aegis, he's coming on back in, and it's only a Timber and a Brewmaster left. Igor with no mana left here, but Ike just can't follow suit to get the kill. Meanwhile, the Brews, 12 Cat, he's just being stalked here from King. And there's just no retreat. And yeah, Slot just jumps on in, manages to win the clicking war on the ground to snatch that one away. Absolutely huge to turn this whole fight around. And it's heads up as well for Lucas to know that, right, there is 0 point to run. Like, none at all. I'm going to die. May as well get rid of this Aegis before I do. So they do neutralize that. But before that fight, it was about a 5 or so thousand gold lead in the advantage of Moneymakers. Now it is 0. Back down to an even game. 9-11 is the scoreline here. And probability, 50-50%. Flip a coin, ladies and gentlemen. And that is how this game is going to be decided. Could really go either way. And that's exactly what we want to see here for a game number 3. None of this one-sided crap. Give me a long game. Give me it even. Orchid as well, pretty damn close for Absolute Massive. Extra means of really locking down that Brewmaster. Igor does finally have that Octarine core. Would it have made much of a difference if he had it in that last fight? Maybe. Possibly. Probably not, but might have made the difference of getting one extra kill, perhaps. Who knows? Ags as well, super close with the Clockwork. Manta almost here for 12 Cat because he knows there is that silence coming through from the Lycan. So he can always make sure he can get off his ultimate whenever he can. It's going to be extremely useful. Tormentor going down. Free shard for Slayer. So he's got the jetpack. He's going to have double jetpack once the Axe is finally completed. I find it funny as well. If you got like all the Dota heroes from like 9-10 years ago and you put it up against the same heroes now, it'd be so one-sided. Like, I feel like heroes used to be so much weaker. Now you got all sorts of crazy shenanigans that they can do. Absolutely nuts. Meanwhile though, fight coming the way of Moneymakers. They're actually going to try and turn this around, get the kill towards Ike first. Overgrowth is going to be there. Treant's going to try and survive. Will be a trade perhaps as the Clockwork is still alive. Eventually he will fall. Bignum comes in to try and secure the kill with 12 cap. Will get that one as well. Igor controlling to the side. He can't get close. They will find the grab on towards Root at the very least. And it looks like everyone from Yellow Submarine's going to try and disengage. The BKB is there from a race, but he still has the RP available. Maybe thinking about going for some sort of re-engage right now. Get Godol from them. Where's he get stunned actually, so he can't pop the RP. Could have been nice. TP just in time there for the Lycan to get himself out. So it actually ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange there, favouring Moneymakers. Support with the extra bit of flavour on top of that Magnus going down. And it looks like they can't really get any big objective off of that though. Everyone just goes straight back to the default farming positions. Get their progression towards those next items. And Lucas is getting pretty damn close to that silver edge. Manta now up as well for 12 cats, so going to be able to make sure he can always get his ult off. Hunting forwards with this 3-man smoke, where there was absolute massive here moments before, but he does back off in time. Meanwhile though, Silence on towards 12 cat. He still has the mantle, not even going to use it. They're just going to jump straight away. Absolutely massive in danger. He's gone for the shift. Can he get himself out of the cogs? Deadshot is feared. We can't kill that last one. He will die. They do get the trade on to slay at least, but this is still a trade favouring Moneymakers, although Bignum caught completely on the wrong side of that fight. And he will go down. Jump forward from King with the harpoon. Lucas though turning around with Pierce the Veil. Ike is getting got on from Igor, survives, but a blink dagger puts him back into melee range to finish him off. So it ends up being a 3-for-2 yet again. Both supports on Moneymakers dying, but getting an extra core. So these trades just very slightly going their way. Blink out as well from Igor. Get in chase. Harpoon is there just in range for King. Focusing onto Igor, but still, he's too slippery. Will retreat, not be too pressured. So once again, scoreline dead even, 15 for 15. But with just that 4k gold advantage right now. And that graph is lying. It said it was bang on 50-50, but it shows it was never 50-50. That doesn't make sense. Gaben changed his mind. It was like 52%. He didn't want to commit. He did not want to commit. But even still another 2.5 minutes before the second Roshan could even potentially be respawning. So a long old time to wait for that. Wanted to see a few skirmishes here and there beforehand. Just trying to build up the leads, but Yellow Submarines are just going to try and get towards their next item. Lincoln's going to be very nicely for this Magnus if he can get it there into the hands of a race. Is there an axe for Light Consume? See a BKB and an MKB queued up there for King. Now there's the axe. All right, 2,000 gold away, and then we'll start to see that wolf-bitten fish boy running around. And that would just be a humongous power spike for King.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rocket Flare is so good at scouting.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You know, mid-tier 2. Looks like this will go down. No one here from Yellow Submarines to defend it. It's going to be a free objective.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So only the bottom tier 2 left standing here for the side of Yellow Submarines.
Dire's
Meanwhile,
middle tower is under
Moneymakers
attack.
have all 3 of their own. Ike just doing tree things. He is chilling. Feeling all good. You know, it always feels sad when you're playing a Tree Protector and there's a Timbersaw in the game. Now, sometimes you'd love to go for that axe to get the vision, but it's just not worth it in these situations. Meanwhile, though, they found the grab on towards the Clockwork. He actually misses the hook shot, so as a result, he will just get smashed down there from King. Ends up being a completely free kill, and they will back on out, safe and sound.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
No worries. Moneymakers just huddling up together right now, maybe a little bit afraid in case another gank comes their way. Well, their net worth advantage is getting whittled down. Only a balance of between 2 to 3k gold now. Roshan number 2, 20 seconds away, potentially, and then we'll see. But it's guaranteed to be on the Radiant side of the map. Which obviously is just going to be naturally favoured towards Moneymakers, but neither team has any vision in the area so far. So you have to start getting something down there, and Gem as well into the hands of King. Which is absolutely savage for killing those wards. Just mean that zero vision there for Moneymakers at all times. And second Roche, 1 minute and 15 seconds away. Not a terribly long respawn time at all. So there will be plenty of opportunities for the Submarines to get down here and try and contest this one. They do not want to let a free Adis and Cheese go into the hands of Moneymakers. Obviously, they did a fantastic job at stopping that in the first fight. Question is, can they do it 2 times in a row?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not going to be easy. Not going to be easy
Dire
at all.
are scanning.
There it is. Axe now up for absolute massive. And this could be scary. Very, very scary. Oh, hook shot. It does actually land on towards the tree, and Ake in danger. Does just die. Nothing he can do there. He actually used the, I think he had the psychic headband. He pushed the clockwork out of his own cogs to try and keep him alive, but doesn't do anything at all, sadly. He also got the Cypher Visor queued up next there for the Lycan. Going to be a fantastic tool at further locking down these very annoying heroes on the side of Moneymakers.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Roshan
is
though,
under attack.
up in 5 seconds. And the Moeta is already there to go for it straight away. And it is up. And should be quickly going down. As nobody from Submarines is actually anywhere nearby. I thought they would have started moving over here a little bit sooner, considering how they know it could be up. This time round though, Lucas not choosing to pop Pierce the Veil. It doesn't even look like it needs to. It's dying way too quickly. As Submarines is only now just starting to move over, but it's just way too late. Aegis into the hands of Lucas. Cheese as well for Igor. So this Timbersaw is going to be such a problem to deal with. He's got the Axe upgrade to make him even tankier, and then with basically a second life of the Cheese. Basically feels immortal in these fights. Has to just be ignored, it feels. Now let's go try and run down tier 2s, but at the same time, Yellow Submarines, they're attempting a smoke maneuver into the back lines. They found Bignum. That's a fantastic target to start off with. Bane not going to be able to survive very long at all. He's actually living longer than I thought, but still does eventually drop. RP is there onto both the Brute as well as the Timbersaw's fantastic target. Lucas, though, having to hold off multiple heroes on his lonesome right now, separate from the rest of his team. Pierce the Veil as well also ended. Wasn't really able to do too much work in that duration. Rue will get picked off onto the side though, so it's an even trade of heroes. Just actually, now the Pierce Veil comes out, I thought he'd already used it. My apologies, as King gonna try and run away, but those right clicks doing so much work. Has to BKB to survive. As the power of a carry Moeta shows itself there with those extremely strong right clicks. Absolutely maddening. And now, tier 2 goes down, and it feels like Moneymakers could push it. Watch, a race! He still dies! Alright, 100% they could go high ground. 3 heroes dead. Even if they were to buy back, they have no ultimates available, so it's going to mean absolutely nothing. King, though, going to jump in here with this DD, focusing immediately on towards the Weta to get the kill. It's a nice target right now. He's trying to poke on towards Igor, doing a lot of work. And will be able to back off successfully. So a quick in and out. A little small victory there. And it looks like the call from Moneymakers just to back on out. Not choosing to overstay their welcome. Probably wise, but I don't know if they even needed to. Pierce the Veil's back off for cooldowns, so the Slock would not have been able to do that again, as there was no RP for some good lockdown. But, you know, they're playing it safe. They're going to pay respects to the potential turnaround that Yellow Submarines has, or are they? As Ike charged the forwards does get found. Igor chucking out the chuck room. Will get caught from the hookshot as well. So that's a dead tree. Die back as well for 70 seconds. For Lucas, already used that Pierce the Veil. So this might be an opportunity for Yellow Submarines to take the fight. They've got the Wolf-bitten King running immediately towards the Moeta. There's going to be Nightmare trying to hold him alive for a little bit longer. Terrorize lands on towards 2, but is avoided there from 12 Cat. Trying to keep everybody else alive as much as possible. A race. Skewer forwards, runs into the cogs, so immediately pushed back as well. Slayer dies inside his own little area as a race on death's door. Will he be able to get away on the Magnus? The Brooding's chasing after him. The Scooby will survive. The Timbersaw, though, on a sliver of HP, just will not drop. He managed to get the Blink Dagger off to the side. He will also live. And it's a disaster fight right now for Yellow Submarines. All 3 cores are gone. The only survivor is Rue, and that means literally nothing at all. as Moneymakers can go back to hitting buildings, as they still have all 3 of their cores right now. There is a buyback for the Slark and Lycan, and they may be forced to use them. Otherwise, this is going to be a full set of barracks going down, potentially even 2, if Moneymakers feel like they can go for it. And it looks like they will. Behind that mid to make sure they can keep the push going. They all started off from Egg trying to get involved, but as you can see on the minimap there, the Slark is actually nowhere to be seen. He was farming up some creeps there towards the top side. Takes a long old time to get involved, and then eventually gets stuck in. He makes a beeline immediately for the Moeta, but it's just too damn slippery. Tons of saves coming out from the rest of the team, really trying to make sure they keep them alive for as long as possible. Good cogs as well from Slayer to just lock him on in. Knows it's going to cost his own life, but things you have to do to save your carries, you know. It is what it is. Erase as well. He actually had his RP available, but again, he just couldn't find an opportunity to actually use it. I have absolutely no idea how the Timbersaw survived and all that. Haven't got a clue, but back alive. We see the buildings going down, very close to Megas. Not enough to actually secure it. The Brooding's actually hit onto the buildings. As the Igor tries to buy the time, there it is. Megas have been secured. Can Yellow Submarines get anything out of it? They have to get nearly a team wipe to try and recover from this one. It's just looking very dicey. Igor getting low, will go down. Lucas is pierced the veil, not doing all too much there because of the BKBs, but 12 cap with the second split used. Just has to try and survive more than anything. As the objective has been found, you know, Mega secured, they can just leave and not matter all too much. 12 cap is just running the Brewlings into the fountain because he has one elsewhere. And as a result, he will survive. Very nicely done. And now this just looks like a nigh on impossible game right now for Yellow Submarines to recover. They are 100% reliant on a huge RP to come out from a race this game. Without that, it looks so damn hard. So hard. A Refresher Orb also queued up next for Lucas, so double pierce the veil. Basically make them untouchable versus the Slark in all these situations. Oh dear. A Tormentor death. A true testament to old TI. At least he got these shards. At least. Doesn't feel good. But 17k gold advantage. And Yellow Submarines, they're trying to get something off the map right now. With 2 heroes gone, they do have buybacks available. But at least they should be able to get down this tier 2. But it's not going to make all too much difference. Skewer play. It's just onto an illusion though. Would have been nice if that was the real brew, but not quite going to be that lucky. And they have to just fall back to the base. Yeah, tier 2, not quite what they needed, but I guess they'll take anything they can. Ooh, the hook shot nearly connects there on towards Rue, just a tiny bit off the mark. As a result, the Willow will survive. Bignum is in, erases there, but doesn't actually have the vision to the mag.
Unseen.
They will survive. And actually, they might try and turn around and get a kill. King jumping in very deep on his own. He's got the nullifier. Going to be able to get this free kill. They will fall down. 12 cat can't really do anything to keep his support alive this time. The Yellow Submarine's going to try and disengage as Bignum just straight up buys back right now. Doesn't even have a TP. It's going to take a long time for him to walk back to the to all the action. The rest of Moneymaker's just chilling outside the base. Don't know if the buyback was really necessary there. I think he thought that they could just end the game now. You know, he's just playing with his cheese. They might just decide to wait for the third Roshan, to be all honest. Like, 50 seconds away, they've got Mega, so all the pressure's coming on through. Definitely better to play it safe than sorry in this situation.
Radiant are scanning.
This is very, very difficult for Yellow Submarine to make any moves with these Megas constantly in their face. Mike as well. Just poking his head out of the base, immediately getting slapped back into it. Nice flares though, always giving vision. And so many of the locations there on the Yellow Submarine, they just can't make any move happen here. And the next Roche, 5 seconds, and then we'll see just how quick it's going to be. And boom. 30 seconds. It's pretty damn quick. Depends if Moneymakers even come over here to scout it out that early on. Thing is, though, Yellow Submarines, they kind of have to contest it. If they don't, this game will then just feel pretty much impossible at that stage if they give it away for free. It's hard to contest Megas when, or contest Roche when you are against Megas, but a 6% win probability when you're 17k gold behind your Megas, that's actually not bad. Like, I've seen a lot worse odds than that. I'm very surprised it's that high. We'll see if they can make that 6% a reality. Oh, 12 cat. Does have the gem, so he spots out the Treant, but Ike immediately just backs on away. He will survive. Treant is, the Roche is up. No one is scouting it though. Okay, now they do. And all of these resources going to go straight into the pockets of Moneymakers. Refresher now that they're for King. So he's got the capabilities to stay in those fights for a really, really long time. Oh, absolutely massive. Yeah, he's fine. No stuns there. Roshan is down. Even taking the Ags. I don't think I've ever even seen anybody use this ability. Like, it's very weird. It's odd. You never know, this could be a cool debut for it. I don't know, I feel like it's kind of useless. Very odd. But now, the push will definitely be coming Yellow Submarine's way. Whether they can hold on to this high ground or not, it's a big old question. Double life from Weta. I believe Lucas as well probably should just buy out for his refresher to get the double. I'll get double everything. Why the hell not? Because you got 2 lives. Maybe they're just waiting to see if anyone from the submarine steps out of position. They can get a free kill to start things off. Who knows? Reaching high ground's never easy though. That has spelled the doom for many teams in Dota history. As Igor gets his shards, 42 minutes into the game, Flamethrower obviously not as good as it used to be. Mainly only used to push towers, but ain't no towers to push. Just kill heroes and win the game. That's what it's like. A 12 cat just running in immediately with this bruise split, throwing up the Lycan. King just beating onto those bears. Trying to defend those tier 4s as much as possible. They're just causing a lot of havoc right now. No one from Moneymakers is really committing onto anything. Just this slow, methodical push. Fiend Script actually on towards the Lycan. Lucas now going to come and focus him down with Pierce the Veil. They are gone. Will immediately buy back, but does not have the ultimate. It's already used. RP does actually land on towards the Muerta. There's nice terrorizers as well. Connects on towards the 3 of them. Scooter back in towards the tier 4s. They killed the Clockwork. They're also going to find Igor. 2 big targets, but the buybacks are in. Moneymaker's going to throw everything in the kitchen sink to try and end this game. First life of the Muerta is now gone as well. Do they have it? Enough resources here for Yellow Submarines to keep things going. There is going to be the refresh from Lucas. Second Pierce the Veil. King gets absolutely annihilated. All the diebacks in the world, and GG is cool. Yellow Submarines, they run out of steam, and Moneymakers take the series 2-1. And they made it look good. It was definitely a fun game for sure, but eventually they just could not lock down that Muerta long enough to actually get the kill when Lucas, man, was doing so much damage in those fights. But in all honesty, I feel like the big old MVP, in my opinion, is just going to be that Brewmaster. 12 Cat did such a fantastic job. Dominated his lane, was causing so much havoc in all of those team fights that he just made the space for Lucas to get nice and fat. So fantastic play from him. And to be honest, fantastic play for the entire team, which is exactly what these guys needed. Like, they were really suffering in terms of points. As we'll have a look at the groups now to see how this series has affected them. And yeah, now we can see Moneymakers are third, still with negative points, mind you, but they are in third. They're in that sort of safety area, but they are now out of games. So they are going to be very, very reliant on how well Yellow Submarine perform in their next games. If Yellow Submarines get any points at all, it will push Moneymakers down. So if you're a Moneymakers fan, you want Yellow Submarine to get 2-0'd now in every single series that they play, which is not at all very likely to happen. You know, Yellow Submarines, they did perform quite nicely. Again, when we consider the fact that these guys haven't really played for a couple of months in a competitive wise, they were able to perform quite nicely here today. So I'm expecting them to bounce back in their future series. And, you know, potentially see them as well in the actual playoff stage of the Pinnacle 25th Anniversary Show Tournament. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of that series. We do still have one more coming up, which, you know, was scheduled to start 25 minutes ago, but this series did just go on a little bit longer. And it is going to be Team Klee versus MarsBet, which will be starting up in roughly about 20 minutes, guys. So not long at all to wait. And then we'll have more Dota 2 action coming your way. Exciting stuff. We've already seen one series go to 3 games today. Maybe we'll see another. Who knows? That's what we all want to see. Entertaining Dotes that go really long, back and forth. That is exactly what we love as Dota 2 fans. So, do come around, guys. Like I said, 20 minutes time, and we shall return for some more Pinnacle Cup madness. So we'll see you then.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show. We are 3 series down, only 1 left for the day, and it's going to be a good one. Mars Bet versus Team Klee going on right now. Hopefully it's going to be an exciting match for sure. First 2 series of the day were quick 2-0s. That third one definitely was a bit more back and forth. There was a good fight coming in from both of those 2 teams, and definitely were shown they were equally skilled there, which is always the super entertaining games that we all love to watch. So hopefully we get exactly the same sort of thing here in this 4th series of the day. We'll have a look at the group stages of these guys. Well, look at the weather was first. It's great to see they were to go into the groups in a second. But yeah, I'm expecting this to be a very, very close series as well. Obviously, in terms of actual points, Marsbet, they're not doing too great, but they have only played a single series, which they, obviously did lose. Not as great, but Team Klee currently 1 for 1, only 1 point ahead. So there's not exactly like there's a huge rift right there separating these 2 teams. So if Marsbet come in swinging right now, take a good win, they will actually push themselves above Team Klee in terms of points and actually put themselves in a position where they could be going through to the upper brackets. So, all of the upper brackets is at least to the next stage of the playoffs. So it's a very, very important games here for Marsbet for sure. And yeah, we'll have a look at the draft as we're jumping on in. People are just flying through. These 2 teams are so damn eager to get going, guys. Not giving me time at all, but we are on the way. And yeah, I wonder what sort of bands we're going to be seeing. Going through like their recently played heroes and just ones they've been leaning towards. They have very, very similar sort of play styles from both of these teams. I'm 100% expecting Spectre to be banned or picked this game. It is the most played hero on both of these teams. Team Klee has an 85% win rate with it. Marsbet have a 66%. So obviously Marsbet showing aren't as good, but having a positive win rate is still very, very good on the hero. So yeah, I'm feeling like it's quite likely we're going to see that one rear their head in this game. But one thing I'm very glad to see there is Marsbet banning out the Spirit Breaker. Gotta always remove that guy. It's just too damn strong not to. Puck also being removed. Quite interesting as a first phaser, but they want to just take that one out of the pool right now. Meanwhile, Klee removing the very, very standard Primal Beast as well as the Nature's Prophet. And a Faceless Void also being first phase. So some a little bit out there bans. Not touching on like the standard ones of the Kunkka or anything like that. He is actually still in the pool, choosing to ban the Mweta instead there from Klee. I've been saying it in all the previous series that I've cast, Moet obviously was nerfed, but it feels like she was nerfed more as support. And the only times I've seen her played has been a carry, and it did actually work in the last series, where we did see it end up getting the win when it was in the hands of Lucas. So, you know, still definitely showing that it is still a potent hero, as long as it's put in the right position. Marsbet themselves, they actually banned out the Grimstroke, and then they go for the Centaur Warrunner. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm just not at all. Now the real decision is whether if Klee are going to go for the Kunkka. We've been seeing this hero drop off more and more. It's just not as successful as it once was. And really good off by stats. The last time Klee even played Kunkka was a month ago, so... Okay, there you go. The last time they played Kunkka was 10 seconds ago, as they're going to pick it up and roll over here in this game. So already, I'm preferring Marsbet. Centaur Warrunner has just been extremely good. Every single time I see this hero, it feels like it wins. Where the last 3 or 4 times I've seen Kunkka, it's just flopped. It's just not as good as it once was. But maybe it's taking teams a little bit longer to actually catch on about that one. But, you know, we'll see. Maybe Klee can have a good showing with it here and show that it's not the hero. It's just how people have been playing it. You know, that could be the big decider. But going into the second phases of bans, we'll see what Marsbet are going to choose to get rid of. Still like the Treant Protector is in the pool. You know, it's a very highly prioritized support. Wouldn't be surprised seeing that one go. Still the Spectre in the pool. So I feel like if that's not banned in this phase, I feel like one of these teams is going to grab it. We'll just see how early on it's going to get grabbed. That seems to be the question, in my opinion. And they also banned out the Phoenix there from Marsbet. So just trying to limit that sort of teamfight prowess to come out from Klee here in this game. But they themselves, what are they going to ban? Do they even care about the Treant Protector? I don't even know if Marsbet really play Treant too much. They have. They play Treant a decent amount. They're quite successful on it as well. So I feel like that would be a worthy ban for sure. Just feels very strong. How a lot of teams do play around it. I'm wondering if Ancient Apparition might also be worth a ban, but feels odd banning an AA. But probably going to be likely seeing this hero appear. As again, it's favoured from both of these teams. So wouldn't be too surprised at all. Okay, but there it is. The Spectre has now been banned, so not going to be appearing in this one. What do Klee want to grab up instead? Because they obviously had the opportunity to get that Spectre themselves here with the pick priority. And their decision is actually to go for the Pugner. We've seen this hero get banned loads and loads today. Like, everyone just wants to make sure this hero never goddamn well gets picked up. And yeah, they're going to roll with it. Nice little fact is that Team Klee have played this Pugner 5 times, and they have won every game with it. They have a 100% win rate with Pugner right now. So already, if you're a Marsbet fan, you're going to be quaking in your boots a little bit. That's not a nice win percent to go up against. But, you know, you could also be using that as maybe a drive to try and ruin it. Put a little dent in that win percent. We'll have to wait and see. But second pick still yet to come out from Marsbet. I feel like probably going to see a Dark Willow, I would assume. Seems like a pretty standard lane pairing with a Centaur Warrunner, when like a lot of the main ones are already gone, being the Grimstroke. There's the one that always comes to mind when you want to pair with a Cent. But not going to see it this time. Unless, of course, they do something absolutely wacky. Actually, was it Marsbet who were playing Centaur with the Crystal Maiden? No, I think that was a different team. There was another team that did Crystal Maiden Centaur and Oracle Centaur. It worked in the lane, but it flopped elsewhere. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that in this game at all. I hope not anyway. And there is going to be the Tusk. So, always able to, if this is going to be a position for, snowball in, you pull the Centaur in as well, you guarantee one stun, then the stomp follows through on top of that as well. It is very, very scary amount of damage to actually come on through. And with the Ancient Apparition pickup, pretty much guarantees that this Tusk is indeed going to be the 4. AA should be the 5 every single time. So we'll see what sort of carry Marsbet want to put with this AA. Feels like with the AA, you can either play quite defensively in your lane, or you can play really aggressive. Completely depends on what carry you get. Say if you get a Chaos Knight, you can do so much work with an A in your lane. You know, you chuck out the Chaos Bolt stun, and then it should enable the Cold Feet to proc as well. The stun duration lasts so long, and it can be very, very difficult to play against. So, wouldn't be too surprised if something like that happens. Not necessarily the Chaos Knight guaranteed, but that is actually one of Marsbet's favourite carries if they can't get the Spectre. So I feel like that's 100% going to be on the cards. I mean, there is obviously the AoE control to come up from the Kunkka in the team fights, which can make it quite awkward for your illusions, but I still feel like they'd be fine with that. Skywrath Mage is actually the hero of choice there from Klee. Let's see what they're going to pair it with as their offlaner. Could be some really old meta. Get a Legion Commander coming out here for some duel wins. Even though that hero just feels also non-existent. Can't remember the last time I saw a Legion Commander in pro play. Another hero which is completely dropped out off the face of the earth is actually the Bristleback. No one's willing to pick up that guy anymore. Definitely fallen out of favour. But the Monkey King is 100% an interesting choice. Now, I imagine this is going to be carry Monkey King. It lanes really well versus the Centaur. Obviously, once you get those Jingu stacks going, you can sustain very easily. You're against a double melee as well, so it's not super easy for the Tusk to get too much done. But as long as if they can initiate onto the Monkey King before he starts getting his Jingus going, they might be able to burst him. Potentially. Depends if there's any harassment to come out before they try and make that move. But already, yeah, I feel the Monkey King should have a fine time in his lane. Not really going to get threatened all too much. Should just be able to AFK farm. Pugner, however, maybe has a bit more susceptibility to getting gone on there. And Wraith King is actually going to be the hero of choice there for Marsbet, which has to be the carry, seeing as how they already have the Centaur. Which is kind of interesting, because of recent history, pretty much every single time you see a Wraith King, it's always an offlaner. That's just sort of where the hero has naturally ended up. It just suits that role really, really well. But yeah, they're going to run with it here in this position for this game. Unless, of course, they're doing something bonkers like mid-Centaur and offlane Wraith King. But that's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. So looking like Marsbet just going for their mid laner, which Klee as well, looking for their own mids. There's the possibility that they might put the Monkey King mid for themselves, as they do have overall last pick. So if Marsbet do like a Magnus mid, perhaps, something like that, then they might be happy to put a Monkey King against him and then go for a different carry entirely. We'll have to wait and see. Still a few more bans yet to come out. Timbersaw was removed there from Marsbet. Klee taking away a Zeus. And see what else. Maybe they just want to take away all those sort of range damage dealers. Because at the moment, Marsbet have got their fill of frontliners. They've got the Wraith King, got the Centaur, even the Tusk to some degree. If you can actually get some decent net worth, you can turn into quite a tank from that position 4 role. So just want to make sure they can limit the amount of actual DPS coming from those backlines. That being said, what else do they want to remove? Maybe a Lina? We've seen Lina twice already. Yeah, there it is. It does get banned out. And what's the final ban going to be from Marsbet? They don't have much reserve time for themselves. Only 7 seconds in the bank. So their final ban and pick is going to be a little bit more rushed. Even still, they should have a good idea about what they want to aim for. I don't know whether if... I was thinking a sniper could be kind of interesting for Marsbet, because there's not a huge amount of grab in the backlines for Klee. I mean, you've got the Monkey King who can like tree dance his way in there, but that's more of like a surprise factor rather than being able to do that mid-team fight. Kunkka as well, if you can land the X mark onto him, you can get the kill that way. But at the same time, you have the Tusk snowball save mechanic to potentially bring the sniper out of danger. I don't know. I feel like Sniper might not be the worst pick in the world. Okay, they should go for a Queen of Pain. No, that makes sense. That's probably a bit more sensible than a sniper last pick, but, you know, I always love to see a sniper. So now what does Klee want to grab up mid versus this Queen of Pain? An interesting choice. We 100% do not want to put the Monkey King mid now, without a doubt. It is going to be that carry for sure. What comes down to who you feel can lane quite effectively versus the Queen of Pain. You would love to go for a puck right now, but unfortunately it was banned out at the very start. So that is no longer an option. Go for Invoker. Yeah, feels like it should be a pretty good time there. Causewix can be nice if you can actually land the EMPs onto the Queen of Pain, just completely drain away all of that mana. In which case, Vloshbenek is going to have a really rough time. But I could also see an argument for him going an Exhort build this game. Like, you'll have the Kunkka setting up, like X into the turret, sets up for the Sunstrike to come on through. Same can be said for the safe lane. If there's like a Boundless Strike, obviously the stun duration for that isn't as long, so you have to time it a bit better. But, you know, there is the argument that they could go for an Exhort build this game. It'd be quite nice to see it. I do enjoy seeing a good Exhort. Love seeing Sunstrike kills. Makes the hero seem extra flashy, you know, and that's what we love. We love flash being Dota players. Not entirely sure whose lineup I'm going to be favouring here. I feel like I'm just naturally going to lean a bit more towards Marsbet's draft, but this is kind of based on the fact that Centaur Warrunner has just proven to be arguably the best offlaner in the current meta, where Kunkka themselves has dropped off in potency a large amount, just not quite as good as he once was. So that is kind of the main factor of why I would be leaning a bit more towards Marsbet. Maybe in general, Klee could be considered just that tiny bit of a better team. It's a lot harder to say. Kind of interested to see how the Pugner is also going to work out into this draft. I mean, the Decrepify saves can be nice if there's like a Wraith King on top of somebody, but it's not going to do all too much versus like the AA damage plus the Queen of Pain coming through. Also, you can't even life drain your teammates back up because, again, there'll be the Ice Blast from the AA, so it kind of negates the effectiveness of the Pugner. Yeah, it's not as easy. It is not as easy at all. So I feel like I'm just going to go Marsbet. Another reason is the fact that I've not really seen a Monkey King carry in a long time, and it actually work out all too well. Sure, he should have a good lane versus the Centaur and the Tusk, but there's still the opportunity that there can be some outplays there in the laning phase and maybe even get a couple of kills onto the Monkey King. You just don't know. It all comes down to like maybe just small amounts of harassment here and there in the lane, which forces a few extra regen, and you know, you can swing the whole balance of power that way. So yeah, I feel like I'm going to go Marsbet this game. I'd say like 70-30, you know. I feel like I've already chucked out that number once today, but I'm going to chuck it out again. It seems about right. We do have a pause, ladies and gentlemen. That is why we're not jumping into the game just yet. You've got to look at my mug for a tiny bit longer. But yeah, I feel like this game, already said it once, but this might be the decider for a lot of teams if they're even watching, whether this Kunkka is strong or not, especially for Klee. Because how many times has Klee actually played this Kunkka recently? If I can actually find him on my older stat sheet right now. They've played it. Okay, they've actually played it twice. It was over a month ago. They did win both games of it, to be fair, so they are still comfortable with it. But we are now in. Let's see if we get treated to any first blood magic. 5-man smoke there from Marsbet, so maybe they might try and go for a kill. But look at all the nice couriers. Man, my courier is always just like trash. I've got one of the Seraphic Greevel from the Diatide event like 7 years ago or something like that. And it's all prismatic and stuff. It looks cool. When I actually check its value, it's only like 50p. I'm like, what the hell, man? This thing is old. Why is it not worth more? It makes absolutely no sense to me. But, you know, clearly people just don't want it. It's not the best look. It's courier, to be honest with you. But, you know. I feel like, come on, rarity must count for something. But, yeah, very deep wraparound here from Marsbet. All inside the Radiant Jungle. And they're super close to Team Klee right now. Just till the end. maybe could get
30
caught, but he's hiding
seconds to
behind these
battle.
trees. So as long as if nobody steps up here, we'll be safe. It looks like this move is going to go, you know, unyielding, as it were, for MilesBet. Probably just have to start falling back in a second.
Down you go.
So just going to see the standard 2-for-2 split on the bounties. Oh, Vloshpidek's camera, it looks like he's got lights coming out of his eyes.
The battle begins.
the way his lights behind his head. Like he's got one of those anime glasses, you know, where it just makes your whole eyes shine. It makes you look damn well cool. And Observer Ward placed under Observer Wards. So one of them is going to get dewarded eventually, I would assume. It actually looks like there's going to be some creep cutting going on here from MilesBet. But you're not even killing the creeps, they just want to body block them up, try and get the tower, or get their creeps underneath the Radiant Tower there to push all the momentum into their favor. Cammy is trying to counter this with his own blocks. Doesn't look like it's going to be successful enough. Definitely not there with the good shards from Velor to guarantee this one. So as a result, it means Cammy's going to be pushed into kind of an awkward spot early on in this lane. We'll see or not whether or not MilesBet can actually use this strongly to their advantage and maybe grab some early pressure and maybe even an early kill. Curry is endlessly rolling through. Keep delivering those items, guys. Imagine being a courier. What a fun life. You just sit in the pool, you have an item every now and then, run it out, deliver it, die a couple of times, respawn. What a life. But yeah, I am definitely going to be paying attention to this Evoker. I want to know if he is going to be going for the Exhort build. I feel like still, Crosswex is going to be just as good, especially versus like the Wraith King, you know, always draining away his mana feels amazing at all points into the game. So I feel like, if anything, it will be Quaz Exhort, but no, he's going for Crosswex. Just staying for the standard build here. Boo! Give me Sunstrike. Always fun. And Cammy, not excelling at much in terms of CS just yet, but obviously still early days. Now level 2, you should have those Jingus going online. In which case it's going to be very, very difficult to try and pressure this Monkey King out. Should just be able to AFK here and farm most of the time. Even till the end. I mean, I was saying the Pugna could 100% get caught out if both the Tusk and Centaur go on top of him, but you know, it's very hard to try and out-harass a Pugna this early on. Meanwhile up top, Lace takes a fair beating. Help of LeBron there. He's getting chased after by the skeletons underneath the tower. I know the skeletons were actually changed in the patch. I think their armor was reduced? Something like that. It was a very minor change to Rivki. It was literally just the skeletons that got changed until... their damage was decreased by 3, so it's not really a huge change. Just sort of affects his farming speed, I feel like, more than anything else. Maybe like the later parts of the when you get pushed into towers with him. So probably not going to make too much difference here in this game. Already though, we can see in terms of CS, the mid lane is hugely favouring the Invoker right now. 15 and 8 to the 8 and 2. Young G-Man having a fantastic start, where Vloshpidek is struggling for now. And to be honest, even though, you know, he starts gaining some levels onto the Queen of Pain, I don't really see that changing this dynamic all too often. Has to just use up all of his mana as the EMP lands on top of his face. And then just casually runs back. Such a difficult lane here for the Queen. Just no resources to play around. Although Velhor is here. Whether he wants to go for a kill attempt or not, who knows? I mean, there is actually some mana now into the hands of the Queen.
Tis mine.
Thinking about going for it. Dagger to start. Vloshpidek tucking out the chards. But the creeps just didn't dive the tower. If those, if their lane creeps went under him and was actually chasing Young G, I feel like they would have committed for that kill. But the Tusk would have been taking so much harassment from that tower. It just would not have been worth it. And you know, you've been leaving your Centaur on his own for quite a long time, that he's getting zoned out just with the Pugna. Cammy doesn't even need to waste time hitting the Cent. Just keep hitting them creeps, boy. 19 and 7 on his CS, so he's doing nicely. Meanwhile, looks like the Wraith King doing equally as well. 18 and 3 up top. Not really being pressured all too much by the Kunkka, so everyone's sort of getting the farm they want on the board so far. Misluck obviously wants to try and be able to get that Ring of Health online as soon as possible. So be careful you don't just give away those free stacks though. Very scary to deal with. Oh, Vloshpinic should be able to get the refill up onto these water runes as the Tusk was there to secure them. Especially seems like Young G is now pushed under the tower. Tornado just for some harassment. Oh, the Tusk thinking about diving the tower for this one. He's in a really good spot for it. He's actually going to go. There is going to be the invis, but a shard of the Sentry, sorry, immediately points like the tower. That is a huge kill to find. Big rotation for the Tusk. At least pans out this time. I'm sure they would have loved the Queen of Pain to get the kill, but you know, you'll take it. First blood is first blood. Especially seeing as how the Queen wasn't having too easy a time, but it's all about easy times. Mr. Luck does die underneath his tower. Gets the credit at least for the Pugna going down, but no experience. So definitely the trade going into the favor of Klee. And this is just more space for the Monkey King. Already top of CS by quite a large margin. He's just going to keep on building that lead further and further. Might actually end up becoming a very scary hero. But the Wraith King themselves is also getting some good amount of CS up top. It's only really the Centaur who's fallen behind compared to everyone else, but 3-man gang coming up top here till the end, making the rotation. Is enough damage to kill O-Taker, trying to run away. Snowball forwards, not enough time to actually grab the Wraith Kings. They will still lose their carry. It's a 2-for-1 exchange, favouring Klee for now. Velhor, though, playing very, very aggressive, trying to do as much damage as he can, but will have to fall back eventually. So good trade there for Team Klee. Removing that carry from the equation. Power of stack embracers, eh? Such a strong item early on.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Velhor is actually still up here. Maybe with the AA... Well, actually, AATP mid to fill up the bot with the Queen. They might be thinking about going over to try and kill this Wraith King regardless, but the Tusk still up. Ah, yeah, they will go for it, but there is going to be the decrep until the end. Make sure he stays nice and safe. Snowball just to avoid the combo. It's a whole lot of spells used. Whole lot of nothing happened. Mr. Luck just starting to cut waves now. Sort of reached that point where laning against the Monkey King just isn't that easy. We'll just have to leave it be. Meanwhile, Scan does actually connect onto both, so both teams realise there's somebody here, but the Queen of Pain is also nearby. Jump one in, Cammy tries to steal it, but it's not fast enough. Instead, he might have just signed his own death warrant as the Cold Feet procs as well. He's going to get the Jingus online. There's going to be the Sonic Wave, though, and that is a free kill. Even a Bron not missing an opportunity to drop a tip. Adding the insult to injury there from Cammy. And you know, those are moves which you can excuse if they're coming up from your position 5 or your 4 or something like that. But if your carry dies trying to get a wisdom and they can't even get it, that's very, very punishing. Very punishing indeed. Hey, at least that means till the end gets some free fun. He'll take that one. Meanwhile up top, O-Taker maybe in danger. Young T drops the combo and takes the tier 1. EP lands, but it's actually going to be the Invoker who goes down. Big turnaround here from Mars Bet. Velhor still playing aggressively right now, trying to bring down 1J. With the Stampede, they will get it. Lace can't get the finishing touch. Till the end is here. Right-click 1 is not enough. Can right-click 2 do it? Depends if he gets in range. Wants to go for the blast by the tower, but Velhor, he knew it was coming and he dodges that out easy peasy. So it's a failed gank underneath the Dire tier 1, which cost Team Klee 2 heroes. Now as a result, it's a 1k gold lead here for Marsbet. A couple of mistakes in a row has led to losing their carry and their mid laner. Not getting anything for it, which is definitely not ideal. And in the mid, the Invoker was doing nicely, but now he's actually bottom farmed core amongst everyone. But Mr. Luck going down will actually change things a little bit there for Team Klee, especially the Monkey King getting the credit for it. Actually going for the first item, Radiance. Obviously takes a little bit of time to get there, but with the Wukong's command, just getting that massive AoE of Radiance burn is very, very nice. Still is the Monkey King top farm core. The urn now completed for the Invoker. Not quite the timing you would like, 9 minutes in. Generally want it a bit sooner than that. But this is the opportunity or the time when needs to try and go for a pick off now, get those urn charges on the go. And then just, you know, begin the cycle of madness and death, just continuously looking for kill after kill. But it's actually Marsbet looking for the kills right now. Both supports smoked. taking the twin gate down to the bot lane. And they want to try and find Cammy. That would be a big target to get. They don't actually have the Centaur with them. I mean, can the two supports actually kill the Monkey King? It'd be close. It wouldn't be impossible, though. Cammy just going to go farm the camps anyway behind the tower. So he should be safe. As he shows himself in this creep wave here. Yeah, he's going to jump into the wave. This could be Doom. Straight into the stun. Ice Blast is there as well. And Cammy caught with his pants down. Gone once again. 20, or nearly 30 seconds in the graves. Quite a long time. As a result, going to be their tier 1 tower going down for sure. No one from Clee wants to come over to defend this one. He's still top farm core at the very least. But that's going to, you know, give space for the rest of Milesbet to start catching up. I mean, the Wraith King isn't too far behind. It's actually the Kunkka who's most farmed on this game so far. Just leaving the tower to the catapult. You know, let that creep do his job. MVP. And Lace going for the Pipe of Insight first item. Just going basically big tank utility for his team. The double braces into the pipe. Wants to be able to make his team as survivable as possible. And then I'm sure he'll probably build in towards the Ags. It's just like the standard Kunkka build, whether he's mid or off lane or what. Just quite an important item to go for in this hero. Unless, of course, he thinks because of the nerfs from the last patch, like Ags isn't actually worth it anymore and he goes a different route. That could be interesting to see. You know what, Velhor finds Young G. But the Invoker, he just runs away. Despite the fact that he had two supports nearby him, he just was not comfortable to go for that play. And Velhor's like, okay, I actually survived that. Just drops a tip and runs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the last couple of times Young G has gotten into a fight, he has actually died and not got anything out of it. So I can kind of see why he decided to run. But I don't know. The two supports behind you, maybe an interesting choice. Tier 1 tower top also going down now. So both safe lane ones are gone. Everblast, too damn good, man. Too damn good. Probably see this Pug now just go mid, I assume. And just begin passively shoving that tower as well. Try and take away another objective. 1J! He's got a shovel off of cooldown. I never want to see that. Oof. That's a pet peeve being a support player, is an unused shovel. Okay, he gets Kobold though, he uses it. Right, big value, man. Look at that gold coming in. What a good passive. Money, money, mate. Money, money. Velhor though. Blink Dagger up in about 400 gold for himself. Mr. Luck as well has his own in about 600 gold. So going to be some initiation value and save value there from Milesbet pretty damn soon. We'll see if they're going to be able to use that little spike to their advantage. Maybe look for some kills. Obviously, continuously finding grabs on towards Camu would be absolutely massive. Two-man smoke here from Klee coming down towards the bot. They're going to run in towards the Tusk. And that should just be a free kill. Centaur clearly just miles away. And they're finding a chance to try and get some counter tips coming on through here. Whether if this is actually bad blood between the teams or friendly bants, who knows? I don't mind which one it is, because either way it's entertaining. It's entertaining for me. But Blosspick though, having the Yule Scepter picked up, which you know isn't a common first item for a Queen of Pain, but when you're up against built-in silence like the Mystic Seal from the Skywrath Mage, just feels so damn important to make sure that you do have that, you know, purge ability. $40-minute bounty spawning. LeBron seeing if maybe a little Monkey King tries to come on over again, but not going to happen this time round. It will just be one go to peace either way. Ooh. Sending out Ice Blast. It looks like they found Cammy. No taker though. Well, he actually scares Cammy away. So Ice Blast doesn't land onto anything. Actually just ends up taking away a creep there. Whoopsie daisy. Yeah, taker will survive. Quite fortunate as well, because quite a few members of Milesbet were coming on in. Mr. Luck and Velhor nearby. Not going to find the jump. Well, pipe now completed for the Kunker. So got an extra bit of survivability for the team. Super damn nice against this AA, against the Queen of Pain, and the various other magic damage abilities that are coming through. Kaya Sanj as well for the Queen. Wants to be trying to like AFK farm, you know, get the item online. Increase that survivability and damage output quite a large amount. Clay invading the dire jungle right now. They did go immediately underneath an observer ward there from Milesbet, so they know exactly where everybody is. Looks like the Tusk should stay nice and safe up top there. Both teams are just happily farming away. Neither one wants to try and force any issues. It's less than 1k gold lead. 15 minutes in. All just doing their own thing. Wraith King, 7,500 gold net worth. Monkey King shortly behind him as well. Not sure quite how close they would be to the Radiance. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Wraith King is also going Radiance, and yeah, he is. After an armlet completed. So we'll see a bit of Radiance on Radiance action. Mystic Flare casually dropped out. Does absolutely nothing as Mr. Luck trying to charge away, but there's so many stuns to control that the Stampede just not fast enough, and he will eventually die, will he? He gets tracked on back, and the Torrent will finish him off. O-Taker no charge on in. This Wraith King feeling like a raid boss with the armlet toggles. We'll see if he can stay alive. There is going to be the snowball, keep him alive, actually drags them out of the Wukong's radius. That doesn't do anything. Cammy just immediately jumps on out, try to press forwards, but people from Clear just drop it like flies. They do get the counter grab on towards the Tusk. Cammy goes to the TP up with the Yules. Actually cancels that one, force him to stay. And Milesbet are actually the ones to disengage after the buyback from the Pugner. And they will be able to get this +1 grab onto LeBron. Poor old AA, nowhere to run. And will go down. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 exchange. Actually, no, 3-for-2 because the Centaur did also fall. But a buyback there from Team Klee. So I'm not even sure who really came out on top there. Feels pretty damn even. As I see on the replay, it's such an early Mystic Flare. I don't know if O-Taker misclicked. Like he was meant to Mystic Seal, but he just flared instead. I'm not entirely sure. But even still, they got the kill on Centaur. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, O-Taker, man, just charging on in. Feeling so damn safe. Also, you've got the EP there to get rid of all of his mana. He's just fine. He doesn't even stick around all too much. After that Boundless hits him, he's just like, yeah, I'm gone. See you later. I'm not interested in this fight anymore. Very wise choice. Very wise indeed. But I think that was also, after that fight, the Radiance completed for the Monkey King as well. So they do have that extra bit of utility going into the next team fight. I'm probably sure the Wraith King's one isn't too far behind as well. Obviously, he had to commit a bit more of his net worth into the armlet before going straight up into that Radiance. But, you know, he farms pretty damn quickly. Shouldn't take too long at all. Still a very, very even game. 8-9 is the score. Only a less than 1k gold lead for Team Klee thus far. Young G. Oh, does actually get spotted there. A little lone sentry ward, but looks like it's going to be a free kill onto the Pugner till the end. At the end it was, as he does go down. Can they try and go for any push onto the tower? X onto the Tusk, but just for a bit of harassment. Nothing they can really follow up. So a little snatch and grab. Free kill and back off. Guerrilla tactics. Only a pretty good way of getting a lead in a game. I feel like if you were to compare these teams about which one would be better going late game, I feel like Milesbet late game maybe just has that slight edge over Team Klee. So sticking to this sort of neutral standpoint, kind of stalemate across the map, just going to naturally benefit them, I feel. And it's going to keep on progressing to their next items. Pipe also completed for Mr. Luck very, very soon. He'll be able to give the extra protection for his team. Meanwhile, Cammy Just now having an Echo Saber delivered. And they're going to go for an immediate smoke move. To see if they can find anybody. Wraith King is nearby, but he does have his ultimate available, so it's not an easy kill to go for at all. Smokes will break. They see him. They're actually going to start things off. Wriggle's command is also there. Mystic Flare doing decent damage. Stampede. It gets him to the very edge of the radius, but they got to stun actually on towards Kami. So the Monkey King's the one who's actually in danger right now. Velhor trying to stand his ground, but with the Sonic Wave coming on through, they have the damage to get the kill. Although the Kunkka running into the backlines, he wants to get the grab on towards this Wraith King, surviving not long enough, as he will also fall. So it's the trainer carries for now. The will telling of who wins if they can get any more kills. Well, both teams back up, but a 4-man stomp from Mr. Luck jumps on in, but there's no follow-up from the rest of Milesbet. They're all so far behind. Velhor jumps on in to make sure they get the cancellation there. There's the 3 for 2 for now. Stop also denying the TP away there for Young G. So make that a 4 for 2. Big win there coming out from Milesbet, as that is the reason why it feels so damn rough initiating onto a Wraith King, especially when he's that close to a tier 2. I can't really tell if the Wraith King was their primary target initially when they went up here, but he just took a little bit too long to die. The Stampede as well got him just that tiny bit far enough away. No ticket, he kind of got stuck in this corner. Like, he's just running around in circles in this little spot. Like, is there a 4-star for me to get to the low ground? Anyone? No? Alright, okay, I guess I'll understand. But yeah, this 4-man stomp that comes out is so good. It's just a shame there wasn't any sort of other big follow-up. Like, bam! Look at that. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I think Fleshpredict wasn't expecting it, and that's why he backed off so much. Otherwise, a level 4 Scream of Pain would have been so good there. I mean, they still won the fight. Don't get me wrong. They've still got plenty of kills. I think the only difference is that they might have been able to get the kill onto the Kunkkas on top of everything else. But you know, after that fight, does mean a slight 2k gold advantage now for Milesbet. And they're going to be able to take down their own Tormentor as well. So the 3 shards goes over towards LeBron. Oh, feels so good being an AA player and getting a shard for free, man. Like, it's such a good shard. And it's like, if you don't get the first Tormentor, you feel almost forced to buy it in a way. But getting it for free is like, whew, icing on the cake, my friend. Icing on the cake. Skyraf going for a Hand of Midas, which is quite interesting to see on a Skyraf Mage. Maybe just expecting this game to go super late. Meanwhile, Lacey did go for the standard Ags build. You know, not choosing to mix things up at all there. Queen of Pain also, Ags coming out in about, I think it was 1700 gold or so. And then you got all those daggers throwing out screams, so much damage that ends up racking up. But meanwhile, one chase gets found elsewhere, caught out inside their own jungle. Milesbet, man, just continuously putting pressure over towards Team Klee, looking for action non-stop. Young G now, with a freshly completed BKB, does have that extra bit of survivability now, though. He feels a bit safer, but is 100% going to be careful he doesn't just get burst down immediately. Like, you got multiple blink daggers on the side of Milesbet for these initiations. X-Mark makes a Tusk go for a quick blink, and he actually just successfully TPs out. Very nice footwork there from Velhor to keep himself going. Just wasted time, boys, wasted time. Every single minute, that net worth lead grows for Milesbet, and they are very, very happy about that. Zotek, obviously, with the Radiance built up, about 1400 gold away to have his own BKB completed, and then he's not just going to be able to get locked down.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Flashback so close to that Axe. 700 gold. Maybe that's going to be the time when they wait for... Actually, they'll probably wait for Otaker to complete his BKB, and then they'll go for a team fight after that. Because Mr. Luck will also have his Heart of Tarask finished. Yeah, that's going to be a massive power spike here. But Team Klee, they're going to make the move first because they just got the BKB complete on the Monkey King. I see Mr. Luck, Blink Daggers away, Velhor as well. He doesn't come to the high ground though. Stuck in the trees, but he will be able to just walk himself off to the north side. Going to be A-okay there. So nice evasion from Marsbet to get out of danger. That does mean they will hold on to their lead for a bit longer. Maybe Klee might try and transition this into a tower. Just seeing the shards is enough to scare them away from it. Potentially they might be thinking about Roche as well, moving up here in 5 seconds. And if you get that Aegis advantage into the Monkey King, we'll feel pretty good, but instead they're going to go for a smoke maneuver. Heading down towards the mid-tier 1, there are a couple of members of Marsbet, but a freshly completed Axe there for the Queen of Pain. Means that Vloshmanik is going to be doing a lot of work. I'm sure they're going to be queuing up a BKB, but they found the grab on towards the AA behind the tier 1, just deleted there with the Sunstrike. Free tower as well. That's actually a long respawn as well for this AA, 40 seconds in the dirt. Unfortunately for Team Klee, though, they're just too far away from the Roche pit to try and go for it, though. There is the BKB for the Wraith King. But they've got the grab on towards the tusk. Mr. Flair as well. Silence is in, nothing he could do. But he will end up going down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Marsbet, that leads. Saw getting wheeled away at. Losing a couple of heroes here, losing the tower as well.
Dire are scanning.
So Team Klee try to get what they can. But still got to try and find those big target heroes, you know. Wraith King with the Queen of Pain, always going to be the ones they want to try and kill.
Your admiral is on board.
And, oh, I do apologize. It looks like the stream went down briefly there. Obviously, you guys won't hear me apologize for like another 5 minutes or so until the stream catches up. But sorry about that, guys. Technical issues. These things happen. But we are back now. Do not worry. Do not worry. We are rolling. But Team Klee looks like they're going to try and go for Roche. But Marsbet, they're in the general vicinity.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely prepared to take this fight if they need to. Obviously, they have the Ice Blast. Fantastic ability to try and, you know, counter those Roche fights. They're going for the 5-man smoke. Heading on in. But Klee are in a perfect spot to just break all these smokes. They have the vision, but jump in blind there from Mr. Lucky's find the pug there. You know, they've also got the grab on towards Slays. The Ice Blast lands. The Wraith King trying to take him down. The Wraith King will successfully do so. So it's a 4 versus 5 now to the advantage of the Marsbet. And it looks like the rest of Team Klee, they're just trying to run away. And Mr. Luck, though, with the perfect angle, denies the retreat here for 1G. Poor old Skywrath Mage will die. And everyone else will back out successfully, but this is going to be a free Roshan going over towards Marsbet. The question is, do they put the Aegis into the hands of the Wraith King? I wouldn't like to see it. I feel like put it over towards Vloshmanik. I feel like the Queen of Pain could 100% use it more. Definitely susceptible to getting burst down. And yeah, they will definitely do that. Provide that extra assistance, especially seeing as how they are still in the process of building their own BKB. Be very useful keeping themselves alive for a bit longer. Actually, I don't even know if they are building a BKB. Maximum greed. But yeah, they're not. Deciding to go for the Octarine core. We'll see how it pans out for them, obviously. All it takes is like one bad fight, and you can really regret that itemization. But if you have a really good fight, then you're happy about it. Swings and roundabouts, guys. Swings and roundabouts.
Well-gotten gains.
But despite the fact that it's a 6k or 5k gold lead for Marsbet right now, and they have the advantage, Team Klee are still willing to make these aggressive moves into the dire side of the map. See both the supports, but just not enough information by the triangle area about where the rest of Marsbet are hiding, so they won't decide to go for that one. So just going to keep splitting. Keep trying to find what farm they can elsewhere. One saving grace for themselves is the fact that the Monkey King is still top farmed in this entire game. 1,300 gold ahead of the Wraith King as well. And not entirely sure what they're building after. They've got the BKB now, but they have a casual Ogre Axe. I have no idea what their Ogre Axe is for. It seems how the Echo Saber is still complete. I think maybe it was a queuing from a long time ago. Till the end, though. Not entirely sure what the man's doing here. I guess he was just trying to do what damage he could to the tier 2. But gets punished hard for that one. Ends up being a free kill. Oh, okay, it's actually an axe for the Monkey King. All the other components, I think, were just in the courier. Never mind. Alright, so you've got those little statues flying out now as well. Which also do radiance burn, so you can just leave them in front of camps and they'll just kill the camps for you. You haven't even got to spend time doing it. Obviously, you do not get XP that way, but sometimes who cares about XP, man? Just let them do their thing. Free gold is free gold. Yeah, we'll probably start to see his farming speed really accelerate right now. There's Lace. Also trying to go into the BKB, still quite far off. Marsbet still have this Aegis for another 2.5 minutes. Plenty of time to try and figure out what move they want to make. And it looks like that move is to steal the Radiant Tormentor. Who's going to be the lucky winner of the shards? Velhor. Getting it for the Tusk. Which is kind of nice, to be fair. We'll love a good deep shard. Oi oi. Octarino there is now up also for Fleshbrennick. Extra spam coming out, which is really a brutal combination with the Ags. You know, you're just constantly chucking out those daggers. There are screams going everywhere. It does rack up. But speaking of, Fleshbrennick has been caught, but actually jumps in aggressively on their own. Obviously, they are the one with the Aegis right now, so there should be time for the rest of Marsbet to come in to defend them. Actually is able to get another dive backwards. And is able to avoid everything. Turns around just in time to avoid the Sunstrike and is able to retreat safe and sound. Meanwhile, till the end is not going to be so fortunate. So even when they try their best to get a kill, they can't even get it. Fleshbrennick is just whatever. I mean, he's got 3.1 thousand HP for crying out loud on a Queen of Pain. Octarine, Kyron Sanj, Yules, and an Ags. Just what a beefcake. Absolute beefcake.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still with the Aegis as well for a full minute. More than enough time to start pushing these tier 2s. And looks like the top one will be the target of choice. Question is, does Klee even consider trying to defend this? The answer is a firm no. They will not. That top one is gone. There's a little free objective picked up. And the lead continues to grow. 3.3k gold as well, just in the back pockets of O-Taker right now for this Wraith King. Interested to see what he's going to queue up next, whether it's going to be like an AC or something like that. Or he might just leave that item for his Centaur. You see that chart just always growing in their favour. Yeah, 3,500 gold. AC makes sense, but again, yeah, I feel like Cent just build that. Maybe the Wraith King just goes pure damage, get a Daedalus or something. Doesn't feel like an Axe game for a Wraith King at all. It feels kind of pointless. Klee making the moves now. They know that this Aegis is now timed out. So see what they can get. How the hell? Why was 1J's courier over here? What the hell?
Radiant are scanning.
I have absolutely no idea. That courier was on a mission. Doesn't matter. Another Tormentor, another free shard. This time the old double edge. You know, if 3.7k HP for a Centaur wasn't enough, he'll quickly get more in these team fights. Everyone is just so damn tanky. It's funny, you got a Centaur, a Queen, and a Wraith King, and the squishiest one is the Wraith King. You know, Taker might remedy that. He might get some tank later on. Or if he even cares. Just go pure DPS, man. Pure DPS. Let's make sure everybody dies.
Fit for a queen.
A lucky find.
Radiant are scanning.
Still with this lead. Interesting to see where if Marsbet actually want to try and make a play. Whilst they do have this advantage, or whether if their choice is actually just going to be wait for second Roshan. Still at least a minute and 45 away, so it's quite a long time to wait. But as I was mentioning earlier, it does just feel like Marsbet have that like slight natural bit of advantage in the later parts of the game, like just how the heroes are going to scale. So I feel like they're happy for this game to go later on. And Youngji, though, with a fresh scythe completed would be very, very nice to lock it down this Queen of Pain, it feels. So it might just be enemy number 1. Like, she is really going to be the true damage dealer here on the side of Marsbet. With all of these goddamn items, man. Do a lot of work. And they're going for a smoke move. Don't find any tasty morsels in the triangle. And they're going to try their luck in the jungle area. But again, everyone from Team Klee is pretty damn far away. Nobody shows themselves in the creep wave, though. As they themselves think that somebody might be lurking on this right jungle. Second jungle. I don't know what the hell to bloody call this area.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire safe lane right jungle. I don't know. There's probably a natural name for it, but too many names, man. Too many places on this map now. So Marsbet give up on their gank, but maybe they might get gone on themselves as Team Klee have gone for a smoke in this area. Just waiting to see if anyone from Marsbet gets close to this creep wave, but no one does. And no one takes the bait. No back out. Flushblick as well, also with a BKB completed, so bringing down this Queen of Pain is just even more difficult. I honestly don't know if they even can, to be honest. Like, bursting her down is really hard, considering how tanky he is, and there's going to be the Tusk always ready and waiting for like some sort of counterplay, like to go for a snowball save, so... And then she'll have the BKB on top of that. Yeah, I don't know. Flushblick is just an absolute demon here in this game. Going to be such a difficult target. Roshan number 2 though, 2 minutes away. Very, very long respawn time. They found the Centaur. He actually gets stun towards Cammy right now, but Otake immediately jumping in, trying to burst down the Pugno. Gets pulled in quite deep, but will die eventually. Ice Blast lands onto a couple of heroes. The Centaur is getting low, and Mr. Luck will be dying. Flushblick though going in deep, trying to push as many people down as possible. Focuses the backlines. Good scream. Connects on towards 2. Youngji, a very ambitious TP attempt. It's not going to work, as Lace also found the only survivor here for Team Klee is the Monkey King. He just has to run away. It's a 4-for-2 win in the favor of Marsbet. Is this a big enough opportunity, though, to go high ground? Maybe. 50 seconds on the 2 cores without buyback. Oh, the Tusk, he finds him. He actually does get the jump onto the Monkey King, though. Is there any TPs from the rest of the team to get this one? They found him in the trees. The Queen is there. They actually kick him away. He's going for the TP! What was that kick?
Radiant's top tower is
Okay.
under attack.
Alright, done with the live, though. We've got to continue looking at the replay. This is like O-Taker and the Queen of Pain, man. They just run in, and there's nothing Team Klee could do. Because as soon as that Wukong's was dropped on the other side of the team fight, they just completely ignored it. I was like, yeah, so what? The rest of you guys are dying. So it didn't look like Marsbet were able to take any objectives off of that win. The second Roche is up in 20 seconds, and it will be on the Dire side for a couple of minutes there, so an opportunity for them to take that one down. Klee drop a scan to the pit, does not connect though. So no information on what's going on in this area just yet, but Monkey King jumping around. Trying to play it super careful, because obviously the Raven King is nearby, can blow him up at a moment's notice, it feels. Especially if the rest of the team is actually behind them, and Roshan is up. See how long he lasts, and whether or not Team Klee can read this and get over here. I mean, they're all grouped up right now. They do go for the 5-man smoke, so they're going to charge on over. They should be able to get her in time, but the scan actually connects from the Dire. As Roshan is still pretty damn healthy, they can't kill it in time. Roshmanek just making sure he kills the wards. Removing that vision. And now Marsbet are going to hold on to this high ground as there's a long wraparound here from Team Klee. They might find LeBron Dota. Killing that AA to start off the fight is a really nice way to start things. Get that clear hero advantage. Just a casual gem scout. Not doing all too much, but the jump in from the Tusk gets immediately silenced with the Mystic Flare. He will be dying, but even though it's a huge jump into the back line to Mr. Luck instead. Youngji super low after the wave connects to nearly everybody. Wukong's command though is in a pretty good spot. It's going to force everyone from Marsbet to disengage. The X will force Mr. Luck to get pulled back on in. With the Sunstrike isn't actually on the mark. It doesn't land, but it doesn't matter though. Mr. Luck will still fall down. Buyback used from the Tussles. O-Taker is still going to charge on in, but Cammy goes with the TP. Retreat, but it's such a long TP! He just gets caught anyway. They also lose till the end, and once more, it is a big victory there for MarsBet. Got some buyback onto one of their supports, but who cares, man? They still come out ahead. And, oh, LeBron. LeBron actually dies. That's kind of awkward. But yeah, big win. Huge XP advantage, couple of thousand gold as well. We'll see on the replay. It's a good sort of direction to go for this wraparound tip from MarsBet, but even still, Team Klee, they kind of knew it was coming, and they were ready for it. Quick reactions to silence the Tusk maybe made this fight not go as terribly as it could have, because Velhor could have definitely just kicked somebody out of position and got an immediate kill there, but instead he just dies. And what a huge Sonic there from Loshbit, man. Land onto like 3-4 heroes. So much work. And poor old Mr. Luck. He's too slow. He can't get out in time. Just drag back in. O-Taker just like casually waiting. Now, I don't know why the TP on the Monkey King was so long as well. Like, where's he TPing to? Oh, he's TPing to his outpost in the Radiant Triangle. That's why it was like 6 seconds. I think he just misclicked there. He wanted to like properly TP to the tier 2 in the mid, but was just like a couple of millimeters too high on the mouse click, and it actually cost him his life. That is devastating. Small things like that, guys, can make all the difference in a game like Dota 2. And now it is an 18k gold lead here for MarsBet. Adis and Cheese in tow. Nullifier as well for the Wraith King, so there is no such thing as a Decrepify save anymore. If the Wraith King's on you, you're probably going to be dying, no matter what. Actually, the Queen of Pain is the top farm core now of this game. Effectively 6-slot already. They are the real powerhouse. Meanwhile, going to try and make the jump right now. Snowball save is going to be in, so it gets completed again. Cammy now tries to turn around for BKB, but O-Taker straight away into the back line onto 1J. Nice Sonic Waves comes on through, so a lot of best damage. 1J still cut down well alive, but not for long. Gets ran down from O-Taker. They've got the first life though with Queen of Pain, trying to drag them back in. But no, he charges in aggressively there with BKB activated. They lose the first life to the Wraith King. They're still going to keep pressing forwards if they can. O-Taker now trying to disengage. Let's see how far they get as Cammy endlessly charging on him. With the blink, such short cooldown there for the Queen of Pain, they're able to disengage, but still this Monkey King, man, wants to get a +1 grab if they possibly can. Mr. Luck is the slowest, but he's a tanky boy at the end of the day. It's a hard kill to get. Actually, O-Taker, he's going to go for the re-engage right now, focusing on towards Young G. He's got to be careful, and he's just dead! He couldn't get the cheese off in time. He had to swap it out of his backpack, and this is turning into a bit of a disaster right now for MarsBet. They're just running in one by one. Not much like coordination happening right now in all different directions, but even still, they're getting members of Team Clean very low. The silence onto the Queen of Pain, just able to get away. Stampede there from Mr. Luck, wants to find the puck grab, but what a tornado. Again, it connects. EMP also. So no mana now for the Centaur. Meanwhile, Cammy, the Sonic Wave kills him. He dives too deep, too bold. And it costs him dearly. Even when you consider that, though, it is still a victory there for Team Klee in the end. They get 2 kills onto the Wraith King, 1 kill onto the Queen of Pain as well. So it's a big victory. Just about 2,500 gold swing-ish. 4,000 experience as well. They'll take that. They'll take that gladly. As you can see, pretty much all the damage is coming out from the Queen of Pain there on MarsBet. Nobody else is really doing much. It's just like, if Team Klee can kill the Queen, they should have an alright time. And Rashby, they love to play crazy. Like, look at this. He just jumps on him with the BKB. Obviously, he does able to walk it off. But just playing it to the absolute max, trying to make space for his cores to get away. Always chasing on him. Well, Mr. Luck as well spends a lot of his time running. Which is odd for a Centaur. Oh, I know. But there was always, like, I don't know if anyone can ever really decide on this team about when to jump in, when not, because like Mr. Luck and Vleshnik are always still backing off right now, while O-Taker just YOLO runs in there. Still, Mr. Luck is sit off to the side, just trying to wait for an opportunity to jump in with the blink. There's too much lockdown, too much control. Makes it very, very awkward for him to actually move around. Can't even get the Pokemon. That was such a good tornado. Locks him down. Ah, someone's actually telling me how to pronounce the Queen of Pain's name. I've been asking for a couple of days now. So, pronounces Volshebnik. Volshebnik. As in Shebang. Okay. Alright, so Volshebnik. I like that. Alright, I'll try to remember. I'll do my absolute best. Oh, it means magician. Okay, production has informed me it actually does mean magician as well. Now the question is, do I call him Volshebnik or do I call him magician? I'll try and call him magician for now. Actually, that might make things confusing with other people. I don't know. I'll decide. Yeah, Volshebnik is what I'm going to go for. That's it. Decision has been made, guys. But even still, 20k gold lead right now here from Marsbet. They do still have the cheese at the very least intact from that last Roshan, but 100% shaken at just how powerful they are after that fight by the tier 2 just went a bit far south for them. Even still, they do have the clear advantage in this game. And they might try and make a move right now as they've got a 3-man smoke heavily long up. As they do see the Monkey King farm in this top wave, but little do they know, every single member of Team Clee is behind them. So this won't be like a free grab by any means. They're all pretty split. O-Taker Mr. Luck jump. They do get the grab here on towards the Monkey King. Iceblast doesn't get the full connection, but O-Taker will be able to take down the Pugno at the very least. Mr. Luck as well. He can't move. He's just controlled. And he will die. Centaur drops. Cammy goes with the TP. And he will be successful. Meanwhile, the rest of Clee looks like they're still going to try and continue this fight without their Monkey King. Aeon Disc making sure LeBron stays alive. And Volshebnik just in deep, doing so much work, so much damage. They will be able to kill the Skywrath and a kick there from the Tusk, denying the TPO out there from Lace. He can't get away. Youngji will be able to just barely the slow on towards Velhor. He just couldn't get there close enough. So as a result, it's another big win there from Marsbet. And the Monkey, yeah, it was kind of the right decision to back on out. He'd already used Wukong. BKB was also on cooldown. He didn't really have the space to kill anyone else inside his ulti, so he had to just run. And yeah, that Ice Blast was only millimeters away from landing. If that hit on towards Cammy, this fight would have been even worse, because there is no way Mr. Luck would have died in that situation. And potentially could have completely turned this whole fight around. Well, I say turn it around, they just would have won even harder. But oh, back in live play, we've got a high ground push going on right now. Lots of kicks happening. As Till the End is gone. Velhor, though, will actually get traded away. They had to expend one buyback. But they've already killed Young G as well. For 2 supports. Volshebnik, though, dumping in Till the End. This could be a dieback. What can he do? Actually, the Queen of Pain jumps in so aggressively, barely able to avoid that. The staff comes on through with the Yules, forgetting what spells are called. It is the Boundless Strike, of course. And Volshebnik will survive. Meanwhile, O-Taker was doing a little bit more extra damage to the tower before he backs on out. But yeah, this Queen of Pain, man. 4.1k HP. 2.2 blink cooldown as well. Such a slippery customer. Can nearly buy out Wind Waker as well. Which just means trying to kill that hero is going to be even more difficult. So frustrating. And the next Roshan as well is pretty quick. 15 seconds and it will be respawning. So there's going to be like a minute and a half where it will be on the dire side. Depends on whether if Marsbet can actually get over here and fortify the area or not. And maybe they might just be might not actually expect it to be up this soon. It is pretty damn quick. With a refresher shard. Don't know who they give that over to. Meanwhile, dive into the base. 1J. Was not expecting that one. Gone for a full minute. No buyback. Glyph also been forced out. No Taker just going to keep hitting these buildings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Graft is descending further and further into Marsbet's favor right now. And the Monkey King is still out on the map. Trying to cut creep waves. But luckily for them, doesn't look like Marsbet are going to hang around much more, push these towers. They will fall back. Obviously, again, Rosh is up, but no one's there to actually scout it out. It looks like finally they're heading on over here. And Velhor will manage to get the information. So, I don't know who gets what. Maybe you can give the refresher shard to O-Taker, because that effectively is 2 lives for him, and then give the actual Aegis to the Queen of Pain once more. Maybe that could be the play. They are 6 lowered. Maybe I guess swap out the Yules. I don't know, it feels like that might be the best choice. We'll now get scouted out from Team Clear. They are coming on over. There is going to be the Wukong's command that gets dropped right now. Roshan's super low. The Wavekeeper's going to try and take rid of this, but the kick there from the Tusk makes sure that Wukong's command does not last long whatsoever. We still see the Queen of Pain making space, and Team Klee has to run away. The TPs are there, but the chase is on. Can Marsbet pick up any stragglers? TP! Not going to get cancelled out this time. And Lace go for the TP out. Nice torrent there to make sure that Velhor cannot cancel it. So everybody escapes their life at the very least, but still, Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard, all of them into the hands of O-Taker actually, not sharing anything just yet. So technically, this guy does have, he's got 4 lives. He's got his ult, he's got Aegis, he has Refresher Shard. And a Cheese! Maybe you can say 5 lives. That's a lot of items though. Is he going to share? I don't think he is. He's a greedy boy. Greedy, greedy boy. Even still, Marsbet might just send high ground right now. Wukong's command is still going to be on cooldown. Marsbet pretty much have everything to work with. Even an Axe was just picked up from the Wraith King as well, so everybody's going to have that extra life into this fight. Jump forwards, Ice Blast. Not actually connect onto him, but they found the Invoker who's just immediately getting to lead. Nice Boundless though, stuns onto 3, but unfortunately it's not enough to keep him alive. Will buy back immediately though. Wukong's command is out, and Mr. Luck is going to get caught out of position right there. He can't get far enough away till the end though. Quite far forward from the rest of his team. They get the pull back on towards the Wraith King. That is life number 1. He has many more to work with. Volshebnik though, chucking out the spells from the tree line, trying to cover O-Taker as much as possible as his life number 2 is now gone. Swapped in the Refresher Shard, so he has a 3rd life, will pop it. Getting controlled. Is there anything that the rest of Marsbet can do? Life number 3 is gone. The 4th one, will it be the charm? He gets dragged back again, but this time he pops the BKB. They're going to try and turn this fight around. The Monkey King actually gets kicked miles away. Velhor, what was that? You just saved the enemy carry. They will still kill Lace, who will buy back themselves. O-Taker once again in deep. He doesn't have any more lives. Having to actually just use the Ghost there from the actual Axe. Volshebnik though, with the usage of the Wind Waker, will get away. Velhor not going to be so fortunate. And that fight could have gone so much better for Marsbet, but the Tusk, it kicked him the wrong way.
Double damage.
Very, very awkward. At the very least, that is 2 buybacks on 2 cores used for Team Klee, so a window of opportunity there for Marsbet in future fights. But poor old Wraith King, man, dying 4 times, 5 times, however many it was in one fight. Just spending most of the time AFK, it feels like, waiting to respawn. Yeah, it was a good sort of stun combination that Lace was able to chop out. Just missed the luck. Every single time he gets caught in this Wukong, he gets deleted again and again. And yeah, this is it. This is the chain of deaths here from O-Taker. Just endlessly dying, respawning, and then dying. Controlled, and dying. Oh, back in live. Looks like they've actually found Cammy, trying to go for the kill. He's still alive for now. He's able to go for Wukong's yet again. Volshebnik going to try and disengage. LeBron Dodo, though, left behind. And will fall down for 90. But there's Wukong's used at the very least there, so pushing this high ground is not going to be as easy. Let's see if they try to double down. Obviously, with 3 heroes dead, it looks like a good window of opportunity. Boundless, plus Scythe, landing on towards the Queen of Pain. Buyback on towards the AA, though. They're going to take the tier 3 and back on out. Dagger's being chucked to Cammy, trying to slow down the retreat of this Monkey King. Ice Blast. Who did it connect onto? It lands onto 2. The 2 without buyback, but no one else from Marsbet is actually close enough. And Lace going for the very safe player to BKB TP away. Volshebnik not going to be able to find anybody else. Everyone backs on out. Start to see that win probability climbing back towards Team Klee now. Not quite as one-sided as it once was. Still a very strong net worth lead, though, for MarsBet. But as the game gets later and later, net worth means, you know, a lot worse. It means nothing. Especially seems how we're getting very close now to those tier 4s. Tier 5, sorry. Only 6 minutes away. I know Suns fan will be happy about that. That's Wraith King, man. Basically, full 6 slotted. Having now to go for a Moon Shard on top of anything else. Probably still has to save for buyback, though. A bit too risky to be playing this game now with the way the last couple of fights have gone without it. He can definitely die. Quickly, I might add. Very quickly. As Klee now. They are going to be ones making a move. Divine Rapier is also queued here for Cammy as well. So this Monkey King, in the next fight or so, he's going to be hitting hard. Got to be careful he doesn't die though, otherwise the game might just be a GG from that point onwards. But they're not able to find anybody with the smoke. Everyone from MarsBet, make sure they stay far enough away. And Mr. Luck has now bought a BKB 55 minutes in, because he just knows every single time he gets stuck in this Wukong's command, he's just dead. He can't do anything. So maybe he'll actually be able to survive and do some more stuns in this fight rather than just one initiation. Fingers crossed. So it does feel rough just dying every fight to a Wukong's command. It really does. Oh, for Shepnik. Does spot him out. Uses the Wind Waker to try and disengage. Jump in as well there from Mr. Luck. BKB from Lace. Completely negating that one. Instead, they found the Skywrath Mage who is dead. Out comes the Cataclysm. Does some good damage to Overtaker. Everyone else does dodge it though. They're going to chuck out them spells. Ice Blast. Not fully connected on towards Cammy. They're going to commit the Wukong's command to just get the second kill on towards Overtaker. Is there any saves? There is not. The Wraith King is dead. And now everyone from MarsBet, they just got to try and run away right now. Velhor is low, but he won't be able to get out unless the chase here from Cammy. But Mr. Luck, not again. Even with the BKB, he survives the start, but maybe not the end. Or Volshevnik, though, he's chucking out a lot of spells. Really is trying to slow down the progress of this Monkey King. Jumping in quite aggressive, uses the Refresher, drops out the Sonic Wave, gets the kill onto till the end. Now jumps out towards the north side with the BKB activated. And he will successfully retreat. Doesn't obviously save the life of his offlaner, but at least he gets a kill. Might slow down the progress of these pushes. So Neverblast does definitely play a part in that. I'm sure Overtaker probably has a Refresher queued up himself now for the whole extra life or so. Because the real benefit of having a Refresher on a Wraith King is that when you're in your Ghost Resurrection, you can still use the Refresher like before it fully ends, and then you still get your second life back. So, you know, just using it that way, you get an extra 5-7 seconds, however long it is, of action coming on through, which can make all the difference. But there was a Divine Rapier now picked up there for the MK. So Cammy, man, he is hitting hard. Hitting for over 600 damage a hit. Whew. We got 650, close to that. He hurts a lot. Did also make sure he's safe for buyback as well, not committing everything. Oh, they found Volshevnik. Gonna try and get this kill, but so damn slippery there with the Wind Waker. Actually pops the BKB. Maybe they get killed on towards the Skywrath Mage. The Ice Blast only connects on towards the Monkey King in the back lines. Velhor with the BKB trying to run away. Survives by the skin of his teeth. Now they got the grab on towards the Monkey King. He's in danger. The heal's coming on through. Overtaker just can't lock him down to get the kill. He's able to walk it off. The second life actually from the Tusk. Maybe with that control they could try and get the kill. Overtaker's able to retreat. Cammy desperately wants to keep this Divine Rapier alive and will be able to fall back. Buyback comes out though from Velhor. They found Young G. He doesn't have a buyback though. Gone for 2 minutes. Lace will be able to get out. Ice Blast though, coming forwards. Does it find anybody? Doesn't look like it did. Everyone else will back out. Oh, it did! LeBron! He sniped him in the pit, kills Cammy, forces out the buyback. That could be absolutely huge this game. Obviously, as he died in the pit, he still does have his Divine Rapier at the very least, but buyback being forced, that could be big. That could be very, very big. Next Roshan has also respawned. which I feel like MarsBet might just need to go for. I mean, the buybacks from the Invoker and the Kunkka coming up pretty damn soon, so not really going to be able to capitalize on those. But the Monkey King is obviously the huge one here. Absolutely huge. If they can take him down in the next team fight, could just be seeing the end of the game. There's a 34k gold lead. Tier 5's up in 30 seconds time. 20 seconds to kill Roche. More than enough time. Otaker as well now with a refresher completed. Another refresher shard on Roche right now. Who even the hell gets what? I ain't got a clue. Everyone's packed full of items. Alright, let's see. How do they divvy this stuff up? Velhor actually takes the Aegis. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. LeBron takes the refresher. So you get a double Ice Blast coming through. That could be really, really impactful in these fights. And yeah, with the actual complete refresher, they'll no taker. They'll have the extra whole technical 2 lives if you do use that ghost form effectively 2 times in a row. Meanwhile, another refresher now picked up from Cammy. Obviously, the Monkey King doesn't have to worry about saving for buyback anymore. Could just spend all of his gold willy-nilly. Why the hell not? There we go. Tier 5's rolling in. Searstone there for the Skywrath Mage. Ex Machina's a big one there for the Wraith King. Double BKBs, double Nullify, all that good stuff. Giant's Ring for the Centaur. Poof! Look at that. Man's taking steroids, report him. Casual 6k HP. And then obviously you get all the double edge strength gain as well, which will just make him even bigger. Searstone as well there for LeBron. Always handy being able to scout out those different areas. Meanwhile, not many being able to pick up from Clay. They've got the Pirate Hat there from Cammy. Attack speed could be super, super nice. Young G, what's he going to get?
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Also goes with Searstones. They have 2 Searstones. Interesting choice. Fallen Sky, though, Velhor is absolutely massive. And Lace, thinking about it, he actually goes for Force Boots there on the Kunkka, so he can get rid of his phase boots at the very least. Get a whole extra slot to play around with. But obviously his buyback is up now, so he has to save for that. Can't just go splashing out on anything. Oh, jump in from Otaker. Up inside the trees. Going to be the Stampede go for as well. There is going to be the Wukongs go out. Commit, but Otaker stand his ground. Wants to just keep on running forwards. Obviously has all those lives till the end is gone. Does have a buyback available. Velhor as well, going in deep. They got the first kill on towards the Queen actually. Having to ghost form, but she is just gone. Velhor will be spawning very, very soon, but Otaker in danger. Gets pulled back there from the X. Will use the refresher before he gets the extra ghost. Probably not the most efficient play, but it doesn't matter. The little grab here on towards Young G. If they get the kill though with the BKB, he's able just to run it off. He will be fine. And MarsBet are actually the one who expend a buyback onto one of their cores, and they don't really get anything out of it. They just have to walk away. So that's Aegis gone. Didn't really achieve all too much. Cheese is still there. I don't know if they used the refresher on LeBron for the double O. Yeah, he used his refresher. Okay, so they used a lot of resources, and they didn't really get anything of note out of that. No buildings, 1 buyback onto a support, but it costs your own mid laner's buyback. Not ideal. So now what's the play from MarsBet? Do they just have to wait for another Roche? I mean, it's risky trying to push forwards without it.
Down you go.
Very risky. Stands though. Still is the lead here for MarsBet, of course, with all that gold. My God, imagine seeing that thing come through the trees at you. You'd absolutely shit yourself. Order me up some adult nappies, mate. I'll fill them bad boys. Don't you worry. I should go for an Arcane Blink as his next item here for the Centaur, which is going to be very interesting. lot on the shield room. Maybe someone to go for a block of cheese. Why not? I mean, everyone's pumping out that much damage. I don't think it'd really do all too much in this game, but who cares? Just build a block of cheese for crying out loud. You've got one. I'm sure there's been enough flowers just sitting on those little fountains. No one wants to pick them up at all. Marsberg, man, they just feel so shaken. They've actually had to concede to the Radiant side of the map. They've just completely fallen back. Still do have the win probability, mind you, 77%, but they just can't seem to kill Cammy. This Monkey King is such a big problem for them. If they can bring him down, it would have been massive, because obviously he doesn't have buyback, but to be honest, by the time they get an opportunity to go for another high ground push, buyback could be off cooldown. Only got 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So, Marsberg have definitely missed their window of opportunity for now. Unless they could obviously force another one out in the future, but yeah, poor old LeBron's big snipe into the fountain, unfortunately, has not gone to complete use. Very, very unfortunate. Buckley with this smoke move. Ooh, they might actually bump into a few members of Marsberg right now. Otaker's going to be in there first. They're going to jump immediately on towards this Brave King. Try and burst it down. It's going to be a counterplay come through this Ice Blast. It's actually going to connect onto 2 of them, which will allow Otaker to try and disengage. Cataclysm is there, but not as damage. Actually kick the Monkey King out to cancel the ultimate. But Cammy, he has a refresh, obviously, so we'll have a second one if he so chooses. There's going to be the Sonic Wave. Another Cataclysm. First life to Brave King has been gone. Mr. Luck as well has been brought down. The pressure is going to be there for the Brave King to try and go for the second play. LeBron, though, controlled. This can't get far enough away here from the AA. And it's just an absolute mess of a fight here from Marsberg. All of them trying to run away in different directions as Otaker caught out once more. He does only have another life coming through, so they might try and force this fight. They're controlling up Cammy, but this Monkey King, he just gets pulled off to the side. He's going to be A-OK. Otaker loses his second life right now. Can he achieve anything in this ghost form? I don't think so, as Mr. Luck, he himself, he fought back for this one, but it looks like it was all for nothing as he can't get anything done. Too many stuns, too many pullbacks and controls right now, but the Screamers in the back lines, they do kill Young G, also managed to find 1J, but they do also lose Velhor. And Volshebnik is trying his best to run away, keep their dreams alive here in this game. As Otaker also bought back and immediately went and got a Divine Rapier on top of everything else. Volshebnik will successfully TP out. Multiple things. Well, actually, no, he does a TP out. He actually does get caught from the tornado. He's going to continue to run away. The silences from the blink are too damn strong. Okay, he does actually get out. Ice Blast. Okay, it's not going to snipe anybody this time. Just kidding, creeps. Or nearly. So how many buybacks were actually expended in that fight? It's a lot. Young G, Lace, 1J expending theirs. Otaker used one. Mr. Luck also used one. It's a lot, basically. The only people that have buybacks are the Monkey King and the Tusk. That is literally it. And Team Clay, they're going to try and push up to this high ground right now. Cammy leading the charge. Immediate jump in from Otaker. They attempt to burst him down right now. He's able to get the Wukong's command off though. Otaker still going to stand his ground here with this Divine Rapier doing as much work as he can. Cataclysm coming on now, but it killed Cammy. He is dead. There's going to be the second Divine Rapier. A casual boat finishes off the first life. But 2 Divine Rapiers now here for Otaker. He's hitting like an absolute truck. 978 damage a hit. It's pretty damn scary, but Cammy does have a buyback available. The question is, does he have enough for buyback and a spare Divine Rapier? He might do. He's not had to spend any money for a long time. Still 40 seconds as well until Otaker's ultimate is back up. They might just wait for that, because a surprise buyback from the Monkey King could spell doom for the entire game. You know, it's never too late to be farming up Ancients when the enemy carry is dead. Farm your Ancients, boys. You need more items. Why not? You're only 42k gold lead ahead. It means absolutely nothing. Marsberg, though, it's just too damn risky to push high ground, apparently. They don't want to risk it. Obviously, they know there is a buyback available, but they're not even trying to force it out. I mean, the next Roshan is now up. Maybe they could just go for that one, get another Aegis, another cheese. More refresher shards as well. And they are coming up over here now, and they will be able to secure this one. Looks like this time Team Klee are not going to be in a position to contest it. They're still very much dug in inside their own base. I think that was their own seer stone though, so they know it's now going on, but again, it's not going to be able to get here in time. So does Velhor once again get the Aegis? We'll have to wait and see. Shards. Okay, they just leave everything on the floor. Okay, yeah, Velhor gets the Aegis. Another cheese for Mr. Luck, and another refresher shard there full of Brom. I mean, not only does he get double up, he also gets double sheep, which is pretty good. Definitely some strong lockdown if they can get them off before there's BKBs. But Cammy obviously still has his BKB intact and also bought a replacement Divine Rapier. So he's still as strong as he once was. But Otaker's double Divine Rapier could be enough to crit him down, you know, if they can get that grab and burst him as fast as possible. I mean, everybody's just running out of space, backpack space, everything. Not much room.
Now, your admiral is on board.
Dire are scanning.
Nice. The Otaker just casually walking forward. One crit nearly blows up till the end. Trying to run away here on the Pugler. Mr. Luck deep on top of his face right now. Out comes the Cataclysm. This good lockdown damage towards Otaker. They lose the first life as well. On towards the top. Mr. Luck is just dead. Yet again, this guy can't do anything. He's just too big of a target. Gets found every single time. Good tornado as well. On towards Velhor. They're trying to chase it deep to at least get the kill onto the Tusk. X-Mark on top of him. Will that outlast the BKB? Yes, it will. They drag him back on in. And there are no buybacks for either of these two heroes. I think that was both cheeses used. And the Aegis obviously gone. Oh no, he still has both the cheeses. he's stacking them both, yeah. He's holding them. He's trying to get those blocks of cheese. That's what he's doing. Yeah, there's a lot of damage there till the end, but just not enough lockdown. Just everyone on the side of Team Klee is able to survive so long. They're playing really, really well as a team. And Mr. Luck, every time, he's so tanky, but it means nothing at this stage of the game. Gets blown up left, right, and center. And it feels like the power spike of Volshevnik has definitely dropped off. Like, about 40 minutes ago, half hour ago, he was 100% a devastating hero. He was doing so much damage. Pretty much all the work on the side of Milesbet, but we've definitely seen the power spike of this hero drop off. I know I was saying earlier on that it feels like Milesbet would have the slightly stronger later game, but clearly I was wrong, guys. You know, that's why I'm not a pro. I'm just a caster. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Even still, it is going to be Team Klee slowly pushing up this high ground right now. No creeps actually to take the backdoor protection off. Casual Ice Blast comes through, doesn't actually land onto anybody. Well, Shevnik just trying to keep these buildings alive. Melee barracks will go down. But that means literally nothing. Absolutely nothing at this stage of the game. It's either mega creeps or you're just wasting your time, it feels. Cammy actually just going to drop the Wukongs to try and commit for these buildings. But again, creeps are not here, so backdoor protection will be coming up. Actually, no one's cutting that wave in the mid. So that will stay down. And it looks like the call is actually just to fall back. Nobody here from Team Klee going to get caught out today. And we'll just go back. Default positions. Just keeping all these lanes pushed out as much as possible as well. Milesbet moving out with a 5-man smoke yet again. I wish I had a stat to show how many smokes we use this game, because it feels like a lot. A hell of a lot. Also Otaker with another 7k in the bank. Buyback off of cooldown in 40 seconds, along with pretty much everybody else in this entire game. It'll only be the Tusk not to have his own. And the win probability, it's shrinking. Still 10% into their advantage right now, but It was once like 80% or something like that. Immediate Dagon 5 there from Volshebnik. Just straight up bought out the item. Wants to try and get some burst damage here. I don't know what he would have swapped out because he was already 6 slotted. Okay, he's got Wind Waker in his back pocket and bots too. He just does not have enough room. He could buy Moonshard, I guess. What was that really going to do? He's hitting for like 280 damage a hit, which at 75 minutes into the game when everybody's this tanky, that is nothing. You may as well be tickling them with a feather. No Mars bet. They're going to try and take a fight right now, but there is high ground ward here for Team Cleese. They're 100% going to have the advantage. Did they get the jump? They jump in once more, but everybody pops their BKBs at the exact same time. Calculus comes through, does good damage. Otik controlled up, will lose his first life. They're able to kick out the Monkey Kings. The first Wukong Sonard, not going to achieve all too much. Off to the side though, LeBron Dota as well as Velhor face up against 3 heroes that tried their best to survive, running away, but it looks like Kami will be able to get the grab on towards Velhor. Down goes the Tusk for 100 seconds. Also LeBron off onto the side there. They do get the trade on towards till the end. Volshebnik has to disengage. Good control towards him. Also found the Wraith King once more with a little Wraith life. He does use the refresher shards. He could be able to get another life coming on through momentarily. Multiple buybacks being expended. AA also come back into this one. The Kunkka actually X-Mark TP back to the base to get some more regen coming through because he was very, very low. But it looks like that will be the end of the fight. Buybacks are bound from both sides. AA used one, but so did the Pugner as well. So to come off cooldown. And Marsbet, they're actually going to take this fight. They found the Invoker. That's an immediate kill. That's 2 minutes without Young G. No vibe there. They're going to charge the ball. They found 1J as well. Take it away. If they can also kill T at the end, that's going to be massive because that 2 would be a dieback if they can get it. He's just so damn slippery running away. Volshebnik though keeping chase. Mr. Luck on top of Lace up towards the side there. Can they find the Kunkka on top of everything else? Till the end will eventually die. Pugler falls. Is there any stop here to this TP? No. Velhor not in time for a kick. Buyback used there from Skywrath Mage, but it's a 5 versus 3. Could very well be looking at the end of the game here, ladies and gentlemen, unless some absolute godly hold comes out here from the survivors of Team Clee. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very, very hard. Lace as well. He's got 9k sat in his pocket. Is there anything he can buy to help try and defend the base here? Obviously, he does have buyback as well. He's got a Scythe queued up, but not actually buying it out. We'll see though. Can they do it? Can they hold? Marsbet, no, there is 0 point going for Megas right now. It's all about ending the game, going straight away on towards that Ancient. And actually, Otika jumps in very aggressively. There is going to be the Wukong's command immediately as well as the Stampede to make sure he keeps himself in a decent position. Ice Blast comes through. Only connects on towards Kami, but no freeze. He was BKB'd up. Otika gets found inside the trees. First life has been used up right now. Kick back there on towards the actually gets reflected to Kami as well. Constantly in snowball form, wasting so much time here with the Monkey King. And Otika jumping forwards. They want to find Kami. He's stuck on top of the trees. He gets brought down right now. He's controlled. He's dead. He does have buyback. He's going to use it, but he does not have a Divine Rape this time round.